See you again tomorrow. Kim Ha-jin looked at her waving excitedly and muttered helplessly, she's acting as if I promised to meet her again tomorrow. Chai Nyan didn't hear him and was still excited and looking forward to it. Ha-jin saw her expression and smiled unconsciously. In the end he said, okay, see you tomorrow. Ha-jin took off the electronic helmet and straightened his messy hair. This feels like it has become a part of my life. He was gradually changing his view of her. Actually, she's quite polite. I thought she was a weirdo who suddenly attacked me first. Kim Ha-jin was suddenly flustered. I still don't know her nickname. I've been calling her Hey all this time. He closed his eyes and racked his brain, but in the end he came to the conclusion that her name was Snow. But he soon erased the image of her from his mind. I don't think that's right, Kim Ha-jin reasoned again. Judging by her personality, he hurriedly concluded that she was a boy at this time. Chai Nyan, who was presumed to be a boy, was still training hard. She asked her friend excitedly, hey Kim Suho, don't you think I've improved a little? Kim Suho crossed his arms and admitted, yeah, your movements have become more natural, Chai Nyan said excitedly. I started playing a game and I think it helped a little. Kim Suho was curious. A game, you mean Warrior of the Century? Chai Nyan answered cheerfully. Yeah, that's right. Do you play it too? Suho hurriedly denied it. No, but I heard from some people that it's quite useful. Chai Nyan rode the momentum and talked excitedly. Not only the game, but I also met someone who is very good at it. Not only is he good, but he's also kind. He often spars with me. Kim Suho listened with a half-believing attitude. Chai Nyan clenched her fists and looked extremely enthusiastic. Everyone plays so defensively to win ranked matches, so the games are quite boring. But this person is different. She described him with all sorts of words. He always moves forward and attacks as fast as a storm. Every attack makes the opponent afraid. Thanks to that, I've gotten more used to close combat. As she spoke, she recalled that majestic image. Kim Suho looked quite interested. Really? Then he must be a really good person, like a hero. She answered with a slight hesitation. No, I asked. As the two were talking, a voice interrupted. Suho, you're here. Chai Nyan immediately recognized this voice. She blushed, turned to look at Suho, and answered with one word. Kim Ha-jin. Ha-jin saw her and was puzzled. Chai Nyan is here too. What were you two doing? Kim Suho answered nonchalantly. I was training with Nyan. Before he could finish, he was painfully hit by Chai Nyan. She hurriedly corrected herself. We just happened to run into each other while training. Kim Ha-jin was puzzled by her attitude but said nothing. Really? At this time, Kim Suho rubbed the spot where he was hit and looked at her. While only Chai Nyan was still embarrassed and her mind was in a jumble, Ha-jin called him urgently. Suho, let's go. Kim Suho smiled and said goodbye to her. Yeah, see you later. Chai Nyan couldn't help but be curious. Where are you guys going? Kim Suho waved his hand and answered, we have an appointment. Don't overdo it. Good luck. Chai Nyan didn't say much more either. Okay, see you later. Kim Ha-jin also turned his head and looked at her coldly, saying, good luck. Chai Nyan couldn't understand but answered, yeah, you too. She lowered her waving hand and quietly watched the two of them. They hadn't gone far, so Chai Nyan could see the two of them with their heads together, talking. Suddenly she became curious. Since when did they become so close? Chai Nyan recalled last night's incident. When Suho said they had been talking about her, she thought it was a joke, but could it be? Suddenly a thought crossed Chai Nyan's mind. Is it because of me? She recalled the time Ha-jin had said they couldn't be friends again. At that thought, she erased the thought again. No, it can't be. He doesn't even want to be friends with me, so how can that be? Never mind. She said that, but her feet had already run behind a tree to hide and eavesdrop. She really could not care. The two were still gathered together, talking happily. Chai Nyan vaguely heard the conversation, but as you know, she heard Kim Ha-jin ask about her first. How is Chai Nyan these days? Hearing that, she was stunned for a few seconds. Chai Nyan's face suddenly turned bright red. What did he just say? By the time evening came, the two had stopped at a small restaurant on the street. A sign in front of the store read Grandma's Porridge, open 24 hours. While Kim Suho was eating deliciously, Kim Ha-jin suddenly opened his mouth. You said the dungeon is somewhere in Suwon, right? Hearing that, he answered while chewing. Yeah, so we have to be careful. Kim Ha-jin quietly thought to himself on this side. Suwon is the most dangerous place in the metropolitan area. Suddenly, lightning struck the road. Two harsh climates had made the trees barren. It was because when Aoko was activated, the terrain underwent violent fluctuations, and more than half of the area became extremely dangerous to pass through. So, ordinary people were forbidden from entering the west of Suwon. Recalling the location near the west of Suwon, he rested his chin on his hand and was lost in thought. Gamuk Mountain is right near that border. Gamuk Mountain, when I was the creator of this world, there were many undiscovered fragments. Among those fragments, there were a few that I didn't even dare to obtain myself. But if I just leave them be, some of them will fall into the hands of the main villain of this story. Kim Ha-jin continued to tap the desk with his finger, feeling a little relieved in his heart. But if I go with Kim Suho, who has skills superior to an intermediate hero, that's a completely different story. Looking at Kim Suho's bewildered face, he thought to himself, I'll be able to find those hidden fragments faster than the villains. He narrowed his eyes and rejoiced inwardly. Thinking of it this way, he suddenly looks cute. Thinking that, Kim Ha-jin kindly handed him a napkin. You have food on your face. Hearing that, he took the napkin and answered obediently. Thanks. As he was making his plan, Kim Suho probably wasn't very wealthy, so I'll have to take care of the weapons and food. There are more things to prepare than I thought. Someone else opened the door and entered. Seeing that, the owner greeted cheerfully, "Welcome." This person was completely bundled up with a hat and mask covering their face. Kim Ha-jin turned his head to look and judged quietly, "Why does that person look like a criminal?" Seeing the person suddenly flinch, he was even more confused. This person covered their face with the hem of their clothes and spoke to the owner in a small voice, I'm the one who called you on the phone." Hearing that, the hostess immediately answered, "Ah, I see, please wait a moment." Kim Ha-jin's eyes were fixed on the stranger. Only after seeing the purple hair and the reddened face under the hem of the clothes did he vaguely recognize her. The corners of his mouth went up and a sly smile appeared. At this moment Kim Ha-jin suddenly spoke, startling Yu Yunha. "Oh my, look who it is." He raised his voice and teased her, "Isn't it Yu Yunha?" She broke out in a cold sweat when she felt the two's gazes on her. Yu Yunha loved commoner food. She covered her face with her hand and answered with a disguised voice, "Who are you talking about?" Hearing that, Kim Suho also realized. He said excitedly, That voice is definitely Yunha. It's Yunha, right? It's obvious. Her favorite food is hamburger." Kim Ha-jin quietly laughed on this side and said, "Haha, come over here and eat with us." Yu Yunha answered in a small embarrassed voice, "You've got the wrong person." Kim Suho didn't care much and agreed, saying, "Yeah, let's eat together. We just got here too," he pleaded. "Let's eat together, Yunha." She couldn't help but shout, "I'm not her, that's not me," and the porridge. She trembled all over with embarrassment with tears in her eyes. Yu Yunha was dazed and stammered, "Oh my." As soon as the owner brought the food, she called out, "Here's the porridge you ordered." She snatched the bag of porridge in a daze and ran away. As she ran out of the store door, she shouted, "I don't know who that person is." The owner called after her from behind, but she hadn't paid yet. Kim Ha-jin and the owner stared blankly at the door. Seeing the owner's dumbfounded face, he felt sorry and said, "I'll pay for it." After that, Yu Yunha avoided him for 3 days. Whenever he saw her hiding her face with her bag, Ha-jin thought to himself, "Isn't acting like that more embarrassing than liking commoner food?" And finally Friday arrived. Kim Ha-jin seemed to be looking for someone as he walked around the town. "He must be around here somewhere." Spotting him, Kim Suho waved and called out loudly, "Ha-jin, over here." As Ha-jin approached, Suho asked, "Where are you going?" He turned his head and answered, "Follow me." And so the two went deep into the misty, gloomy Gamuk Mountain. Kim Suho led the way, quietly climbing the slope. He looked back and worriedly asked himself, "How far have we come?" He spanned his surroundings. Gamuk Mountain is a dangerous place, located right next to the border of the Forbidden Zone. I have to be careful until we reach the dungeon. Suddenly, Kim Suho stopped. "Here." He placed his hand near a crevice in the rocks and said calmly, "It's right here." Kim Ha-jin came closer, grabbed the vines covering the crevice and exclaimed in admiration, "This place is really hard to find even if you know the location. It's no wonder no one has found it." Suho said, "Yeah, as you can see, the entrance is quite narrow." He looked Ha-jin straight in the eye and asked cautiously, "It'll be hard to escape once we're inside. Are you sure you're okay with this?" Ha-jin stared at him for a long time before smiling unconsciously. Ha-jin slowly stood up and said, "Of course." Kim Suho was a little surprised to see him pull out a pistol. Kim Ha-jin raised the gun and said confidently, "This is pretty strong. I also made some flashbangs just in case." After speaking, he thought to himself, "But the boss is an intermediate high-rank monster, so the flashbangs are just to buy time." He looked at Kim Suho and felt a little relieved. "Well, he'll take care of the rest, so it should be fine." Suho smiled at him. He asked softly, "Shall we go in now?" He was a little surprised when Kim Ha-jin held out his hand. Ha-jin said nonchalantly, "Take it." At those words, Kim Suho froze, flustered. He asked puzzled, "Why do we have to hold hands?" Ha-jin explained calmly, "It'll be dark inside, won't it? Hold my hand and follow me. If we use a torch recklessly, we might attract spirit monsters." Only then did Suho understand. "Ah." Suho agreed cheerfully. "Okay." Ha-jin also nodded and replied, "Let's go." And so the two went deep into the cave. The two held hands tightly. Ha-jin led the way, carefully checking the path. Suho looked around from behind, bewildered. He admired the cave structure. "It's really spacious in here." Unlike the narrow entrance, it was dark inside, making it hard to tell the direction. Feeling a chill, he shivered and said, "It's actually a bit creepy in here." Only Ha-jin answered indifferently, "Yeah." As if noticing something, he tensed up, looked ahead and said nervously, Wait here." Seeing a glowing passage in the distance, Kim Ha-jin was flustered. "What's this? There's another passage," he thought to himself. "I came in from the east, but there's another passage on the opposite side. This wasn't in the original setting." He magnified his vision. "Let's take a closer look." He was startled when two blurry figures appeared. Kim Ha-jin stood frozen to the spot. Magic power began to concentrate on the ground. He held his breath and tried to pinpoint their location. Opposite him, his pupils dilated. Seeing the two people's footsteps, Kim Ha-jin immediately came to a conclusion. "Someone's coming." Suho, seeing him suddenly go quiet, asked, "Ha-jin, what's wrong?" He raised a hand and whispered, "Wait, be quiet." Through magic, he could hear the two people's conversation. "Where is this? It's probably a secret passage in this dungeon." Ha-jin was anxious because he didn't know who they were. He could clearly feel their presence, but judging by the energy they were emitting, it seemed he had unfortunately run into villains. As if noticing something, he was surprised to see a mailbox symbol appear on his hand and thought to himself, as expected, a message. The system suddenly announced, "Judgment. The size of the Gamuk Mountain dungeon Kim Suho is trying to conquer is too small for the upcoming reward. Solution. The Gamak Mountain Dungeon will connect with the nearby Suwon Jin's den, becoming a secret passage. Reading this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Does this mean the Suwon Jin's den, a completely separate place, will connect to this Gamak Mountain Dungeon? Hajin suddenly asked Suho, what's today's date? At his words, Suho answered, bewildered, the 14th. Hajin muttered, the 14th. As if remembering something, Kim Hajin helplessly cursed, damn it. He froze on the spot. Today is the day the Jin Guild called the Ghoul Face Society raids the Suwon Jin's den. Watching the two approaching figures, he thought anxiously. Then they must be Dijins from the Ghoul Face Society. Seeing as there are only two of them, are they here for reconnaissance? He gritted his teeth, displeased. Seeing this, Suho asked in a small voice. What's wrong? Did something happen? He said nervously. There are people over there. Hearing that, Suho said in surprise. What? Hajin was anxious. The Ghoul Face Society is one of the most powerful Jin organizations in this area. Their disguised identities are at least intermediate rank heroes or higher. He clenched his fists, his mind growing more and more chaotic. It won't be easy to defeat them now, even with Suho. What should I do? Suddenly, the voices of the two were heard, startling Hajin. Wait, the bald man pointed to the other side and said coldly. Let's go back to the main unit first. It'll be troublesome if someone accuses us of stealing something. Dien heard this and fell into silent thought, then after a moment agreed and turned around. Okay, let's go back. What's wrong? The two went back the way they came. Seeing the backs of the two people getting further and further away, Kim Hajin let out a sigh of relief. They're gone. He gripped his arm and gathered his mana with all his might. I have to eliminate the boss while they're away. I'll use the Stigma's mana. He focused mana into his eyes, activating his 1,000-mile eyes to their fullest extent. Kim Hajin's vision expanded. He scanned his surroundings thoroughly. The boss's location is. He quickly made his way through the cave passage, heading towards the light at the end of the dungeon. At this moment, a strange message suddenly appeared. This and that are together. If seen with pure eyes, this and that exist almost simultaneously. If you look from afar, your eyes will be able to find it. What on earth is this? Kim Hajin suddenly muttered something, and Suho was surprised. If you go straight and turn right twice, there will be a room. He turned his head. He said seriously, the boss is in there. Hearing him urge, let's finish this quickly. Suho immediately nodded. Meanwhile, in the Suwon Jin's den, the Ghoul Face Society had gathered. Everyone was exhausted, lying sprawled on the floor. Only the chairman was trying to contact the two people over there. James Johong, it's me, while the others continued to groan. Ah, my whole body aches. I'm dead tired. He put a hand to his ear and asked sternly, did you find anything? This person was none other than Kim Jinkyung, the chairman of the Ghoul Face Society. The other person answered immediately. Yes, we found a secret passage. It seems to be a hidden passage. Hearing that, the chairman smiled unconsciously. Oh really? The other person continued to report. Understood. Let's go in together. We are on our way back to the main unit now. He suddenly objected, saying in a cunning tone, no, we'll go to you. Continue scouting. After speaking, he shouted loudly to the other members. All right, it's time to go, everyone. Kim Jinkyung said excitedly. The two rookies who just went out found a hidden passage. Let's all go. Carlin, leaning his back against a rock, tilted his head and asked, what about the reconnaissance team? Hearing that, he answered, we'll go and join them. Suddenly, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Watching them leave, Jin said with interest, we're short two people here. After speaking, he gently put a hand to his ear. This scene was accidentally seen by a blonde boy. He asked, puzzled, hey Jin, what are you doing here? Sensing the magical current, the chairman immediately turned his head. Carlin took out his glasses. Behind him was a spatial gate. Seeing this, Kim Jinkyung asked unpleasantly, Carlin, what are you doing? No one told you to open an artificial gate. Hearing that, he looked at him, annoyed with a frown. Carlin slowly put on his glasses and grumbled inwardly, this isn't a movement gate. It's a phase passage that connects to a nearby space. It's a bit complicated to explain. When he didn't answer, Kim Jinkyung got angry and shouted, Carlin, didn't you hear my order to close that gate? Instead of obeying, Carlin indifferently took out his earphones, completely ignoring his order. He was furious. Veins popping on his face, Kim Jinkyung approached Carlin threateningly, gathering inner energy in his hand and shouted, you bastard, what are you plotting? As Carlin slowly raised a finger, blood splattered on the rock. Kim Jinkyung suddenly stopped amidst the surprise of the other members. A spear suddenly shot out from the spatial gate and pierced straight through the chairman's head. Not stopping there, it moved downwards at Jin's gesture, splitting his body in two in front of them. The entire cave watched silently as Kim Jinkyung's body evaporated. Everyone was terrified by this act of Carlin's. They screamed in fear. What did you just do? What the hell did you do? Just then, a figure walked out from inside the gate. Seeing her, they became even more terrified. They thought to themselves, that person is Riavan. She walked out with a dignified presence, looked at them numbly, and a thick black aura rose as she gently closed her eyes. The other members, still in shock, inhaled the black aura and fell into a coma. Watching them fall to the ground one by one, Riavan walked without any emotion. Because of the stock price, she turned her head. She said coldly, I suppose we should keep them alive for now. Hearing that, Carlin agreed and replied, you're right. He looked ahead and asked with interest, shall we go look for the hidden area? Hearing that, she stopped him. No, wait. Carlin was a little surprised, pushed up his glasses and asked, what do you mean? He crossed his arms and said, puzzled, did an unexpected variable come up? She explained nonchalantly. There are already two people in the hidden area. It was clear she was referring to Kim Suho and Kim Hajin. Riavan continued, they are the participants. Carlin couldn't hide his excitement and said with a smile, oh, is it a test, to see if they're qualified to join the chameleon troupe? He looked towards Ryevon. She began to change her body into a liquid form, and so she turned into a purple stream of water and seeped along the cave wall. At this time in the dungeon's swamp area, steam rose from the water's surface and a hot energy spread out. Staggering footsteps walked on the damp ground. Monsters began to appear. They were rank 8 low intermediate ghouls, demonic creatures. A bullet suddenly pierced the ghoul's eye and it collapsed hard on the ground. Kim Hajin was behind the gun. He raised the muzzle, blew on it lightly, and then aimed at them again. And so he aimed for the ghoul's weak points and finished them off. As the one behind him fell to Hajin again, Suho turned his head. He was tired and sweating, admiring inwardly. It's too dark to see anything. Looking at the ghouls scattered around, Suho thought to himself, but he can hit the ghoul's weak spots perfectly. He turned and smiled at Hajin. You're really amazing. Hearing Suho's praise, he said apologetically. Don't say that, Hajin continued. Let's go, we don't have time. Hearing that, Suho agreed and replied, okay. More and more ghouls appeared, hiding behind crevices. Roars echoed, and Kim Hajin continued to rain bullets on them. He took them down directly with his gun. A bullet pierced a ghoul's chest. Hajin finished off another monster. It collapsed in front of him. Seeing this, he sighed in relief. There are monsters hiding everywhere. They're all low-rank monsters, so we should be able to get through this cave easily, he thought nervously. It'll appear soon. Just then, Kim Suho called out loudly from behind. Hajin, he said, puzzled. There's something written here. Hearing that, he wiped the sweat from under his chin with his hand and rejoiced inwardly. Found it. Suho led him to a glowing stone and said, here. He pointed to the part of the stone with a strange message and said, there are some ancient characters engraved on the wall. It says here and there, side by side if you look with the naked eye. This and that appear almost simultaneously, but from a distance the illusion disappears. What is this? He was lost in thought for a moment, then said, I wonder if I can translate it with my smartwatch. Hearing that, Hajin quickly opened a system window and said, try it. The system on his hand chimed, ready to scan. He stretched his hand forward and waited for the watch to scan the letters on the wall. The translation immediately began to appear. This and that are always together. When observed, this and that appear almost always simultaneously, but from a distance this is closer than that. What is this? Kim Suho rested his chin on his hand and stared at the screen, guessing. It seemed to be a riddle. He'd heard such things often appeared in dungeons. Seeing Suho, Hajin recalled how in the original story he had struggled just staring at the screen. The watch translated it, but Kim Suho couldn't solve this riddle. Watching him think with his chin in his hand, Hajin thought to himself. But he asked Yu Yunha for help, and Yu Yunha asked her information guild. They found the answer in less than 5 minutes and told him. But we don't have that kind of time now. Just then, Hajin suddenly spoke. When he answered, lightning, the ancient characters suddenly began to glow. They turned into molecular particles and flew upwards so densely that they illuminated the entire cave. Witnessing this, Suho said in bewilderment, the letters disappeared. Suddenly, the stone beneath their feet began to tremble, and the entire dungeon shook violently. Unlike Suho's surprised expression, Hajin smiled inwardly. Just then, the stone section where the letters had been suddenly moved. It slowly opened, emitting light from within. The two quietly watched as the stone section gradually descended. The stone slab fully descended, revealing a hidden secret chamber behind it, and kicking up dust in their faces. Suho coughed, moved closer to Hajin and asked, was the answer really lightning? Hearing this, Hajin brushed off the dust with his hand and replied, yeah, it was. At that moment he recalled his time in the real world. Actually, I came up with this riddle after seeing it by chance here. Back then he had typed it out and admired it. Oh, this is good. I should add it. He turned to Suho and explained, in the riddle this is lightning and that is thunder. Thunder and lightning always appear together. But because the sound of thunder echoes farther, it appears later than lightning depending on the viewer's distance. In other words, thunder only strikes after the lightning has flashed. Hearing the explanation, Kim Suho couldn't help but be impressed. How did you solve it so quickly? You're a real genius. How did you come up with that? Hajin avoided his gaze, laughed awkwardly, and thought, it's not like that. He gripped the pistol in his hand tightly and said cautiously, I'll tell you later. He looked ahead with a determined gaze. First, let's clear this dungeon. Suho placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and replied in agreement, all right, let's go. The two entered the dungeon. Unaware that someone was watching them from above, standing on a rock ledge, Ryevon thought to herself, Kim Hajin, he's on a completely different level from an ordinary cadet. Recalling his determined expression from a moment ago, she was slightly impressed. He has good judgment, agility, and courage. Not to mention a creative way of thinking, she continued. This is just a hidden stage, yet he successfully passed it with his own abilities in just 10 minutes. Thinking this far, Ryevon smiled unconsciously. She crossed her arms. She declared confidently, this is more than enough talent. I must recruit Kim Hajin into the chameleon troupe. Inside the damp stone cave, a woman's voice echoed. Can I recruit Kim Hajin into the chameleon troupe? She thought in confusion. The only hesitation I have about Kim Hajin is whether he can kill a person without the slightest hesitation. An image of Kim Hajin came to mind. His innocent, frightened face made her hesitate. Suddenly another voice from inside the cave caught Ryevon's attention. Weren't we just here? Another man answered him. Ah, this must be a labyrinth. It seemed they had gotten lost in the cave area and wandered here. Looking down at them from above, she judged internally. They must be djinns from the Ghoul Face Society. Kim Ha-jin probably doesn't know they're djinns yet. Moreover, they had not yet noticed her presence. Below, a heated argument was taking place. Why is this labyrinth so complicated? Shut up. After bickering, they looked ready to fight right then and there. Ryevon watched the whole scene. She made a plan and thought quietly. Let's start with them. Suddenly, a thought came to her. A sly, mischievous smile spread across her face. She said jokingly, I should use them to test him. The scene shifts to where Ha-jin and Suho are. In another corner of the cave, water droplets that had been pooling for a long time dripped onto a rotten skull, making a strange sound. Old skeletons of people who had passed through here were scattered about, creating a gruesome sight. A footstep slowly entered, and the figures of Ha-jin and Suho gradually appeared from behind a curtain of skulls. Before them, a figure sat majestically on a throne, its kingly aura making one tremble. Kim Ha-jin recognized him and thought quietly, that monster is this dungeon's boss, the swordsman of destruction. As the mist slowly cleared, a figure of the king, deeply asleep on the throne and waiting to awaken, became distinct. The sound of the two entering finally caught his attention. His eyes opened slightly, and the terrifying pressure of a king about to awaken could be felt. Suddenly his gaze fell on Suho, and in the blink of an eye he was seen leaving his seat. The creature instantly appeared before Suho, a crazed smile on its face as it claimed ownership of him. You are interesting. Its speed was too fast to follow with the naked eye, and even Suho himself couldn't help but be surprised by its terrifying speed. His pupils contracted. I didn't even see it approach. I have to counterattack immediately. Just as Suho was about to draw his sword and fight back, a call from behind brought him back to reality. Kim Suho, focus. When he came to his senses, it seemed to have all been a hallucination. The creature was still sitting motionless on the throne like a statue. He stared at it, beginning to examine it cautiously. But it was definitely right in front of me. Did it use a teleportation technique? No, his grip on his sword tightened. His anger was palpable. A thought came to his mind. Aura, the image of the monster with the crazed smile appeared. It was the gaze of the strong mocking those it looked down upon. Suho began to panic. He fell into the swamp of his own thoughts. This is definitely an elite monster, a tough boss to deal with. It's on a completely different level from the monsters I've fought so far. His steps gradually halted, and he slowly began to show his fear. Suddenly a huge greatsword stabbed straight into the ground, causing a massive aftershock, and with it came a taunting voice. Scared? Ha-jin immediately recognized the direction of the voice. The creature smiled slyly, continuing to provoke the fighting spirit of the two young cadets. Don't worry, it will be over soon. But it didn't seem to have much effect. The two were still intently watching the monster boss's every move. Suho opened his mouth. That is, beside him, Ha-jin was no less composed. He smiled confidently in the face of its threat, but in his heart he was growing more and more anxious. It finally appeared. Suddenly he noticed that Suho beside him was a bit strange, and called out, Suho. With that, Suho's side, he looked very determined, so Ha-jin's words didn't register. Ha-jin was glad to see his friend starting to come to his senses. He admired inwardly. As soon as he realized his opponent was a swordsman, he regained his confidence. Suho, his talent had almost reached the level of a sword saint. The one who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship was him. If his opponent was a swordsman, there was no reason for him to back down. The moment he drew his sword, his firm eyes looked at only one target, and he became stronger than ever before. Ha-jin called out loudly, Suho. Only then did he notice the direction of the voice. Ha-jin continued, That swordsman monster, I think its main body is that sword. Suho also asked back, puzzled. Its main body is the sword, he explained seriously. The voice we're hearing is coming from that sword. I think the body we see is just a corpse. The huge figure appeared. Unlike before, this time the pressure was truly coming only from the sword he had firmly planted in the ground. The creature smiled an arrogant, cunning smile. Suho also understood what Ha-jin was worried about. He replied, Got it. Meanwhile, Ha-jin was also somewhat relieved. He laughed inwardly. He would have figured it out after fighting that sword anyway, but there's no time to wait for him to confirm it himself. Ha-jin took his stance. He signaled to Suho, There's no need to aim for the body. Go straight for the sword. I'll back you up. His eyes were filled with determination. Seeing Ha-jin like that, Suho also entrusted this matter to him and said with a smile, All right, I trust you. Suddenly, before the monster could finish speaking, it circled behind Suho in the blink of an eye. He was surprised and hurriedly rushed forward to help, but he couldn't believe his eyes. The first attack? No way, he shouted loudly. Suho! A large explosion occurred, and thick smoke obscured everything around them. Ha-jin stood in a corner unable to enter, watching the scene before him, and could only curse helplessly. Damn it, the area in front of him was now like a chaotic battlefield. He thought helplessly. My vision is blocked by the smoke. In the quiet space, the sound of two swords clashing suddenly rang out. The swordsman of destruction looked at Suho arrogantly. He also stood his ground firmly, and neither backed down from that clash. A huge explosion occurred, sending both of them flying. Suho and the creature were thrown together not far away. Nevertheless, his gaze did not give up, and he charged forward once again. The creature looked at him triumphantly and admired him with delight. Not bad. Suddenly it leaped into the air and brought down a strike straight for Aura's head. The creature immediately reacted to the attack with a similar one. As if it already had victory in its grasp, it laughed triumphantly. Suddenly it noticed something and was startled. It looked around. The spot where he should have been under its blade was empty. It shouted in surprise. "What?" Aura looked around and said, "Where are you hiding?" It didn't notice that Suho had landed right behind it. He immediately jumped back and moved towards the monster boss once again. He was surprised by the sudden ambush and couldn't react. In the blink of an eye he was close enough to thrust his sword straight at him. He stared intently at the sword in the creature's hand and thought to himself, "I have to aim for that sword." A strike came down towards the ground, straight for the target in front. As the smoke slowly cleared, both of them were startled by the sight before them. Suho's sword was stuck straight in the creature's arm, and that arm was gradually trembling, unable to withstand the terrible pressure. Seeing that, it sneered, provoking his fighting spirit, and said slowly, "You're strong. I will gladly take that body of yours." The sword was stuck straight in the creature's arm. Suho trembled and thought to himself, "I can't pull the sword out." Suddenly, from a distance, a bullet flew straight towards the two with terrifying force. It noticed in surprise and hurriedly dodged. A loud call rang out, "Dodge it, Suho!" The bullet immediately hit the sword in the creature's hand and ricocheted elsewhere. Immediately, the creature turned its gaze to where Hajin was standing. He was still standing in that position after just firing the shot. Thanks to that, Suho was able to narrowly escape death. He thanked his companion. "Thanks, Hajin." Unlike his innocent state, Hajin seemed very wary of the boss in the distance and called him hesitantly, "Suho, that guy. That guy knew from the beginning that our target was his main body, so he intentionally tricked us." His eyes were filled with worry and he could only curse him helplessly. What a despicable bastard. Seeing him like that, Suho also grew worried. He trusted this companion very much, but to protect his companion he had to become stronger himself. No matter who the enemy was, Suho charged forward and fought without hesitation. He aimed his sword forward and reassured him, "Then we just have to fight this guy more carefully." The more he saw them resist steadfastly, the more delighted he became, laughing loudly, while the two looked at him as if they couldn't understand. He recalled the image from before, the image of Suho attacking him with terrifying force. The thought that he could use an explosive power beyond his imagination was enough to make him unable to stop laughing. The more he laughed, the more triumphant he became. The sound of laughter echoed throughout the cave. Suddenly his raspy voice rang out, "It's been a long time since a body worthy of me has appeared." His body gradually mutated and he shouted as if his mind was on the verge of breaking. From where his arm had just been cut off, a new, harder arm grew out. Witnessing this, the two were slack-jawed in surprise. "His arm regenerated," Hajin answered him rationally. "I told you that guy's main body is the sword. Attacking the human body is useless." Suddenly, Suho cut him off and added, "That means if we destroy the sword, he'll die too. In that case, it's time to start round 2. After speaking, he charged straight forward without the slightest hesitation or wavering. The aura on the other side was also ready to fight at any time. The two charged together and delivered their most fatal blows. The sound of two metals clashing rang out clearly, creating a huge flow of power. Even though he was standing on the edge of the fight, Hajin could clearly feel the immense power. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the pressure is insane." The two continued to charge at each other and neither backed down. It seemed like it would be an endless fight. Standing to one side, Hajin was devising a plan to help Suho. "He can definitely handle this on his own, but dragging this out isn't beneficial for us. My main gun has spread shot, so I can't use it because I might hit Suho. Using a sniper rifle at this distance is completely useless." After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. "I guess a pistol is the most suitable." On Suho's side, the two were still fighting tirelessly. The most powerful sword strikes were all brought down, but it was different from his expectations. The tide seemed to be turning in his favor, and the monster's greatsword couldn't withstand the pressure, gradually crumbling over time. It couldn't accept this reality. He was surprised. "No way, why am I being pushed back? A normal sword like that should have broken." But unlike the slowly collapsing greatsword, Suho's sword stood firm against everything without a single scratch. His gaze was still firm, shining and full of faith in victory. Looking deeply into that face, the monster gradually hesitated and fell into fear. Is it because of that golden halo? The suppressed anger boiled up again, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. He shouted in Suho's face, "Don't be arrogant." Suho instinctively stepped back from the sudden pressure and immediately jumped to a spot not far away. The arm holding the sword that had been facing him was now constantly trembling. Nevertheless, Suho would never give in. No matter how strong the opponent was, he resolved inwardly. "The more I fight this guy, the more confident I become. I will win this fight." Finally, the two rushed forward for a life-or-death final clash. The two swords clashed once more. At that moment, he thought he had a reliable companion. Suddenly, a bullet flew from somewhere and took down the monster boss at a critical moment. From a distance, Hajin had aimed and fired accurately at the most crucial moment. His gaze also shone firmly, and he believed it would not miss. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Suho immediately seized the opportunity and aimed for the sword in its hand. Hajin recalled every word he had said to him. Just stopping that guy for a moment is enough time. He had completed his mission, and now it was Suho's time to shine, he thought to himself. Although that swordsman is stronger than in the original novel, Suho has the upper hand. The sword flew from its hand and the fight seemed to be over. The sword soared into the air, then gradually shattered into pieces, and with it, the monster boss also disappeared. It cried out in frustration and despair. No way. He truly disappeared, leaving only embers and resentment behind. The fight was over. Standing to one side, Hajin was delighted with their victory. "We did it. Now we just have to collect the reward of this labyrinth." On Suho's side, he was gradually calming down after winning a long hard fight. Suddenly something caught his eye and he couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing him like that, Hajin also quickly approached and asked how he was. "Suho, what's wrong?" Following the direction he was looking, a dry tree branch appeared. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? This?" Hearing his call, Suho also couldn't believe his eyes. He said, "No way." Turning his head, he continued to say, "It can't be." Nevertheless, he had to accept the current truth. It was just a dry tree branch. Looking at the object in front of him, Suho's eyes welled with tears as he recalled the effort he had put in. He resented it. "Don't tell me the reward for completing this labyrinth is just a tree branch." Hajin, standing to one side, couldn't hold back and teased him. "Are you sad because of that? Don't worry, that tree branch." As he was speaking, someone else suddenly interrupted. "Who's there?" Two thugs entered the cave where they were standing. Hajin recognized them, turned back, and thought, "That voice, are they the Dijins from before?" Hajin was puzzled and thought to himself, "They definitely went back to their base. Why are they back so soon?" They were all lost in thought when a sudden voice brought them back to their senses. "Hey, we just asked," the bald man next to him added, shouting loudly. "How the hell did you get in here?" The white-haired man next to him still pretended to be calm and asked them, "Our guild, the Ghoul-Face Society, was asked to destroy this dungeon." "Who are you?" Hajin stepped forward and answered. He pretended to be innocent and answered them. "Oh really? We didn't know. We're cube cadets and we just came in because there was a path this way." The blond man continued to ask, "What did you do here?" Nevertheless, he answered cleverly, "There was a monster here, so we killed it." The two stepped forward together and the dry tree branch they had received after defeating the monster boss was still rolling not far away. Hearing their answer, the man immediately hardened his expression and got to the point. "What's the reward?" Suho seemed a little flustered, but Hajin wisely thought of a way to answer. "As you can see, we didn't get any reward." The blond man was half convinced. He took out his phone from his pocket and called someone. "Chairman, it's James. There's a problem here. We found 2 cube cadets," a cold voice echoed from the phone. "Kill them." Hearing this, the two froze in surprise. As soon as the words were spoken, the call was immediately cut off. The blond man calmly said to them, "You both heard that, right? If you want to blame someone, blame your own excessive curiosity." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to activate his power. A murderous aura emanated from around him. The attack struck Suho. Hajin saw it and shouted worriedly, "Suho." He also strained his voice to answer. "What's wrong, Hajin?" The calling voice gradually became smaller and disappeared. The two were separated by the attack. Hajin looked at everything around him as if it were unfamiliar. He judged, "This is a barrier to separate us. There's no way to know what's happening outside the barrier. Will Suho be okay on his own?" In the darkness, a figure quietly walked out and blocked his path. He gave a faint smile. "Gosh, that guy always leaves me with the trash," he said as if bored, as if he didn't want to waste his strength fighting him. Hajin looked him up and down. He thought, 2 golden axes on his coat, does that mean he's a hero? He stared as if he couldn't understand and asked, "An intermediate rank hero? Why go to this extent to deal with cadets like us?" In his eyes there was hesitation and fear of having to face him alone. He suddenly gripped the axe in his hand tightly and answered, emphasizing each word, "Do I need to answer you? You're going to die here anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought the axe down hard. He stood to the side and witnessed his terrifying power, and his fear grew even more. "His mana is impressive. The difference in our stats is too big. If he decides to cut off my head, it'll be a piece of cake. But even so, this situation isn't completely hopeless." Suddenly, he became inexplicably gloomy, and he also looked at him as if searching. Hajin fumbled for something in his pocket. It seemed to be a very terrifying object that he would soon take out of his pocket. Seeing that, he also took a defensive stance and was ready to fight at any time. His eyes carefully watched Hajin's every move. He took out a shiny stone and held it up in front of his eyes. The bald man immediately looked at Hajin as if he couldn't understand. He burst out laughing and mocked him. "You couldn't think of any other way to solve this situation besides that stone, could you?" Nevertheless, he answered proudly, "Yeah, but this is more than enough to deal with a guy like you." Being ignored by a snot-nosed kid, he shouted in anger, "You dirty little brat, what did you just say?" Although he was worried about facing an enemy alone for the first time, he didn't dare to show it. He looked him up and down looking for the reason why he could be so arrogant, but the result surprised him even more. "This kid's mana is like trash. How can he be so confident?" He laughed out loud and mocked him again. "Are you scared out of your mind?" As soon as he finished speaking, the stone flew past his face, and from its trajectory a golden thread imbued with mana was created, making him look back. He exclaimed in surprise, "A thread?" He gripped the hand holding the thread tightly and pulled it towards himself. He also instinctively turned around in a fluster. Hajin was pulling the thread with all his might. The stone that had flown to the side earlier returned and hit his head so hard it made him dizzy. After the impact, he seemed to gradually lose consciousness, and his face also became serious. He stared at the bald man. His body lost balance and fell to the ground. His head hit the ground hard, leaving a large mark. The fight was over and the victory was Hajin's. He let out a sigh of relief after winning. "Phew, my god, this technique succeeded because that guy let his guard down. To think ether could be used this way." Not stopping there, he approached the cold corpse lying motionless on the floor. He raised his gun, aimed it straight at his head, and was about to pull the trigger. For a moment he thought he should hurry. Dijins, recover quickly. It's best to use a hunting rifle, but I don't have much mana left. Without further ado, he immediately pulled the trigger and the bullet went straight for the bald man's head. Suddenly he was surprised. His pupils contracted and his face was also filled with fear. The bullet was lodged straight in the bald man's head, creating a hole, but he was not dead yet. Especially after that shot, his eyes rolled back, making him look creepy. Hajin's movements also began to become flustered. He fired wildly at him, thinking to himself, "Do I have to use the hunting rifle?" Suddenly he screamed so loudly it echoed throughout the cave. Hajin also had to stop his actions at his terrible scream, but he couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying far away, hitting the wall hard. He coughed up a mouthful of blood after the impact. It seemed that his internal organs had been considerably damaged. Nevertheless, he did not give up and struggled to get up, unable to hold back a few curses. "Damn it, it hurts like hell, but I'm glad I could protect myself with ether." To think his voice alone could be this strong. He also did not back down and persistently got up with a bullet in his head, struggling to open his mouth. You son of a bitch, you've got some guts." Suddenly his body gradually changed, and from his hands to his face everything turned pitch black. His mind was also unstable. He said, emphasizing each word, "I didn't want to use this to deal with a kid like you." He seemed to be at a dead end. What Hajin was facing now was death. He looked up at him and searched for a solution. "Now that it's come to this, I should have finished it sooner." The special ability of a jinn, jinnification. He had completely transformed into a hideous demonic figure, exuding a terrifying power. At the critical moment a cold voice echoed, "That curiosity will be your death." The jinn immediately turned his body into a huge powerful wave and rushed to the opposite side. But the attack did not aim at Kim Suho, but passed by him and went behind him. Suho dodged to the side in a daze and exclaimed in a fluster, "What is that black magic surrounding my friend?" Kim Hajin. Before he could finish his words, he froze on the spot. When he turned his head, Kim Hajin was no longer there and James had mercilessly pushed him into the abyss. Suho couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him, and in shock he called out loudly, "Hey Kim Hajin!" But what returned to him was a terrifying silence. Only then did Kim Suho realize the situation and was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "I can't hear anything, I'm alone." He watched as James, who was left alone, slowly approached. With a cold face he resolutely drew his sword. There was no way to escape and the enemy was approaching with murderous intent. There was no choice but to fight. Thinking that, Suho also quickly raised his sword in front of his face and asked in a fluster, "Why are you doing this?" He looked at him with a blank face and answered nonchalantly, "Consider it bad luck." He frowned, and his gaze sharpened. He calmly observed what was in front of him. He glanced at Kim Suho and suddenly thought, "That face, it's familiar." A memory came to his mind, his image on the large screen of the stadium. James immediately remembered Kim Suho, the top cadet of Cube. He stared at his opponent with cold eyes and admired with a slight disappointment. "If I had recruited that guy before, he would be on our side by now." Suho on the other side was also extremely wary, watching the enemy's every move. He broke out in a cold sweat from nervousness. What a waste! As soon as he finished speaking, James appeared right in front of Suho. In the blink of an eye he had a blade to his neck. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and resolutely launched an attack at his opponent. Kim Suho reacted quickly and leaned back to dodge the sharp sword strike, but one of his cheeks was cut and blood immediately spurted out. Then he used his hand on the ground to gain momentum. The very next moment he turned his body and lifted his long leg high, aiming a kick straight at the killer's head. But at the critical moment he used a teleportation technique and disappeared right before Kim Suho could kick. He saw the figure disappear before his eyes and thought in surprise, "Did he disappear?" Thinking that, Suho returned to his defensive stance, one hand on the ground, the other firmly gripping his sword. Just as he regained his balance, James appeared. He lightly stepped on the ground, deliberately making a sound to let his opponent notice. Suho stepped back slightly, stared at him and wondered to himself, "When did he get over there?" Suddenly Kim Suho flinched. He frowned in displeasure. Only then did he notice a wound on his calf with blood flowing. He was dumbfounded to realize he had been attacked. He recalled the moment before. When he lifted his leg high to kick James, he had taken the opportunity to kick his leg hard before disappearing. He thought in a fluster. In that split second, after just one exchange, Kim Suho concluded that he was too strong. His gaze wavered slightly, and a hint of worry and tension appeared. He wondered in a fluster, "Can I keep up with his speed?" He stared at the opponent not far away. He encouraged himself, "I have to try. I need to focus on his movements and catch up." While he was lost in thought, James was a step ahead, rushing in with a sharp sword in an instant. His face was filled with a murderous intent. His mana-infused sword flew resolutely towards his opponent. Fortunately, Kim Suho reacted quickly and blocked the fatal attack with his sword, and with it, sparks flew. He was slightly pleased with himself even as he lost his balance and fell backward. "I blocked it, but..." Immediately James unleashed a fierce attack on him. Kim Suho had no choice but to block and retreat without a moment to spare. A thought came to his mind. "But if I can lure him closer, I can counterattack." Just then the enemy's sharp sword suddenly grazed his cheek and fresh blood spurted out. Although Kim Suho was injured, James was not pleased. He frowned in displeasure and clicked his tongue. Suddenly his gaze shifted to the side, revealing clear surprise. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He turned around and was shocked to see a sword blade flying quickly towards his neck. At the critical moment, just as Kim Suho was about to succeed, James quickly used a teleportation technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He slid a long way and hurriedly landed on the ground, trying to support himself with his hands. But when he looked back he was shocked. More than half of one of his thighs was torn and blood was flowing profusely. Kim Suho also stood up after the enemy's approach. For a moment the two silently observed each other without any movement. He was somewhat surprised by the enemy's actions. He wondered, why isn't he coming closer? Kim Suho continued to be on guard and carefully assessed his opponent. He seems to be weakened and has lost his concentration. But I can't find an opening to attack. He unconsciously gripped the sword in his hand and asked himself, what would Hajin have done in this situation? But right now Kim Suho was fighting alone without Kim Hajin. He immediately corrected his thoughts. No, this is not the time for that. This is my fight. After a moment of thought he opened his mouth as if in admiration. Such skills, how did I dare to say I could fight him alone? I really regret it. His hand gently moved to the hilt of his sword. My talent is to wield a sword and protect the world. As long as the opponent is a swordsman, there is always a way to win. James, on the other side, also noticed his actions. My only choice is to do my best to defeat the opponent in front of me. Kim Suho stood proudly and gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, releasing a powerful mana. His shining eyes clearly showed a firm will and determination. His mana immediately exploded. It quickly spread into the air, shining so brightly that even the enemy was shocked. James stared at him blankly, unable to hide the surprise on his face, and admired inwardly. That guy has a huge amount of mana. As the range of the mana reached James's feet, a sense of anxiety sprouted in his heart. I thought he was just a kid, even if he's the top cadet of Q, but I can't drag this fight out any longer. He held his weapon high, stared at his prey, and thought resolutely, I will end this fight with the next strike. Kim Suho on the other side was also ready to fight. He gripped his magic sword tightly with a calm expression. Suddenly, a chilling feeling startled him. It was as if something was pulling him, and his heart beat stronger and stronger. Kim Suho asked himself, what is this feeling? The vision in front of him blurred, but it wasn't because of him. Suddenly he remembered, right, this is the feeling I had when I first discovered the dungeon. It's like it's calling me. His prediction was correct. Not far away a tree branch shimmered and shone, absorbing Kim Suho's mana. It suddenly began to undergo a powerful change. Its entire body was covered in an illusion, and ancient characters appeared on the lower part. On this side, Kim Hajin was struggling badly. Blood was splattered around his mouth, and he looked up with a shocked expression. He clutched his stomach in pain and sat down on a rock, helplessly watching the approaching huge shadow. A cold voice echoed, You son of a bitch. The demon had completely mutated. He glared at him with a powerful murderous intent and growled, You will never see the sun again. Hajin looked at him in shock, unable to hide the bewilderment on his face. He cursed inwardly, Damn it, it's over. I can't beat this guy. He gritted his teeth in anger, as if unwilling to submit to his miserable situation. In the very next moment, the demon raised its sharp claws high and rushed fiercely towards its weak prey, shouting loudly, Die. Kim Hajin squeezed his eyes shut in fear, unable to face the moment of death, and thought desperately, I guess this is the end for me. A loud explosion rang out and fresh blood spurted violently. Surprisingly, Kim Hajin was still alive. He was bewildered and gently opened his eyes as if unable to understand. But soon he was speechless and frozen again. Right in front of his eyes was a sharp bleeding blade. Only then could he see the current situation clearly. At the critical moment, the demon was pierced by a long spear and died on the spot. The spear was quickly retrieved from the demon's body, and with it blood spurted out. Its body immediately collapsed. Hajin was flustered and looked at the figure approaching him closer and closer, but seeing that figure he couldn't help but be shocked. It was Ryavan. She walked out of the thick murderous aura and looked at him coldly. Hajin couldn't help but be flustered. Why is she here, Captain? Kim Hajin's vision blurred. He asked himself in his mind, why is the captain here? Ryavan on the other side was approaching calmly. He tried to get up but sat back down due to the wound in his stomach. As the pain spread, Hajin unknowingly let out a sound. He tried to calm himself by covering the wound, but his mind was in great turmoil. Not now. If she attacks now, I don't know if I can hold on. The sound of high heels continued to echo. Each of her steps, a murderous aura emanated. Only then did Kim Hajin remember. There was a scene in the novel where Cillian's legion colluded with the Ghoul Face Society. He looked up at his opponent, and his expression was filled with some worry and suspicion. But why does she keep appearing in front of me? In the quiet cave, the two faced each other, observing their opponent intently. Suddenly an arm was held out indifferently. Kim Hajin frowned, unable to understand what the other person was trying to do. Ryavan hesitated for a long time before speaking in a low, expressionless voice. Nice to meet you. Hajin was shocked and stared at her with wide eyes. After a moment of speechlessness, he finally exclaimed in surprise, Ah? He laughed awkwardly and answered carefully and politely, Haha, we seem to meet quite often. She approached first again. Her lush purple hair scattered in the wind. She answered calmly, Of course. Ryavan stood proudly in front of him and said arrogantly, Because I'm always watching you. Hajin was surprised by these words and shouted in disbelief. Me? He asked, questioning. What do you mean? The two did not notice a large foot slowly approaching from behind. In the very next moment, the demon suddenly rushed forward, jumped into the air, and swung its sharp claws towards Ryavan's neck, roaring in anger. Only then did Hajin sense the danger and hurriedly shouted with a shocked expression, Hey, it's dangerous. But before he could finish his words, the huge demon was torn into several pieces by Ryavan's single strike. She was still standing in the same spot looking at him. She had a calm expression as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this scene, Hajin was momentarily dazed. The torn pieces of the corpse were slowly disappearing before his eyes. Suddenly she spoke again. I have something to tell you. He stared at his opponent and admired inwardly. She's too strong, he answered, flustered. Something to tell me, Ryevon answered firmly. Yes, Kim Hajin. Then she moved her face close to his and whispered something secretive for a long time with a serious expression. Hajin couldn't help but be shocked after hearing it. He frowned in confusion and muttered in a fluster, that. Only then did he realize that this was an important part of the novel's plot and was shocked. Did my actions change it? Then what happens to the original plot? As soon as he awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, Ryevon immediately turned her head to the other side. She seemed to have noticed something. As expected, the barrier she had created began to lose its effect, and numerous large and small holes appeared. Ryevon said as if tired. Time's up. Her body began to turn into water, and the murderous aura spread with it. Before leaving, she did not forget to smile at Kim Hajin and say cheerfully, Then I hope you will think carefully about that matter. As soon as the words were spoken, her body immediately turned into a puddle of water and collapsed to the ground. While Kim Hajin was flustered, Ryevon squeezed through the crevices in the rocks and moved quickly on the ground. Only then could he let out a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't relax because of everything that had just happened. Suddenly a calling voice was heard from behind the rock. Hajin snapped to his senses and shouted, Ah, Kim Suho. Suho rushed over in a hurry and asked worriedly, Hajin, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? He answered calmly. No, I'm fine. Did you defeat him? Suho approached him, held out his hand to help him up and said calmly, Yeah, can you stand? Kim Hajin grabbed Suho's hand tightly as if determined, but he looked a little struggling. Tisk maybe. He helped him up, but as soon as he took a step he groaned in pain. Suho asked flustered, Are you okay? Hajin hurriedly reassured him. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. He turned around and asked Hajin's opinion. What about that person? He also reflexively turned his head and looked back. It was the assassin James. He was lying motionless on the floor. Hajin thought to himself. Is that the demon Kim Suho fought? Since the corpse is still here, it seems he defeated it recently. Suddenly, Kim Suho suggested, We should report this to the association, right? At those words, he was completely shocked and stared with a dazed expression. He was screaming inwardly, What? Hajin awkwardly explained to him. Wait, we don't have any evidence, and will be punished for entering the dungeon without permission. Kim Suho nodded only after hearing that. Okay. He flinched inwardly and thought, I poured my entire fortune into the Ghoul Face Society's stock. It'll be a huge problem if they're revealed to be demons. I didn't think that guy wouldn't have thought of that. Kim Suho was quickly convinced by his words. Okay, that sounds plausible. Ah, then the person we just fought. Hearing that, he snapped to his senses and his facial expression tensed. Hajin looked elsewhere as if tired and was speechless. Recalling what Ryevon had done, he finally answered hesitantly after a long time. He ran away. The scene shifts outside. In a desolate forest with a light mist, the stars were dotted in the night sky, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The mist seeped between the tree branches and the sound of the wind echoed in the quiet space. Kim Hajin was exhausted at this time, leaning against a large tree and sighing tiredly. Kim Suho stood beside him and continued to look around. He was on guard against the enemy. Hajin admired inwardly. I only used the stigma's mana once, but the side effects are really huge. Just then, Suho sat down and fumbled for something in his pocket, calling Hajin. He took out a small straight tree branch. It was shining brilliantly, he said, puzzled. I don't think this is an ordinary tree branch. Hajin looked at the object in Suho's hand with admiration. He admired inwardly. He didn't forget to take it. Suho said admiringly, lost in thought, what should I say during the fight? Felt like this was calling me. After saying this far, he suddenly laughed awkwardly and asked shyly, Sorry, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Contrary to his thoughts, Hajin answered firmly, No, I understand. Kim Hajin quietly looked at him. His expression was very reliable, and as he smiled warmly, Suho couldn't help but be surprised. He gave his friend a thumbs up in agreement. Just looking at it, I have a feeling this will be a very good item, Suho exclaimed in joy. Really, an item? Kim Hajin began to analyze for him. If this were an ordinary item, it would be hard to see it as a reward for such a difficult dungeon. This is a special tree branch that can only be recognized by knowing a lot of anecdotes and stories related to it. Hajin asked Suho excitedly. Have you ever heard of mistletoe? The mistletoe from Norse mythology. It's known as a legendary weapon related to the murder of the god of light, Balder. And it's called the branch that kills gods. Suho's shining eyes stared at the glowing branch in his hand. He exclaimed in surprise, a tree branch that... Then is that what this is? Hajin nodded as if agreeing with him and at the same time reminded his friend. As you know, a sacred weapon needs to be awakened to transform into its true form. Only then did Suho dazedly realize. He admired. Awakening. So this wasn't its complete form, Hajin confirmed. Right, I thought so. It looked too shabby for a dungeon reward. You were really disappointed, weren't you? But Kim Suho, who hasn't even awakened the mistletoe yet. He could have defeated one Jin alone. This mistletoe branch is a very powerful weapon. While he was lost in thought, Kim Suho was busy exploring the new item. Then I'll have to find a way to awaken this. Oh, that, Hajin guided him. Can you put the branch here? Suho quickly complied. Like this? Then under his curious gaze, Hajin started rummaging through his bag, and as a sparkling light emerged, Kim Suho exclaimed in admiration, Wow! Seeing the pouch of powder emitting a mysterious light in Hajin's hand. He asked excitedly, What is that? Hajin replied. It's a sacred artifact. I think it will help awaken the mistletoe. Suho asked back, unable to understand. A sacred artifact? Where did you get that? It looks very precious just by looking at it. Seeing Kim Suho's expectant expression with sparkling eyes, Hajin thought with amusement. In the original story, the sprout powder was Kim Suho's, but I worked really hard to get this. So it's okay to show off a little, right? He rested his chin on his hand and thought, what should I say to make him more grateful? A brilliant idea flashed through Kim Hajin's mind. He said firmly, it's my parents' sacred artifact. At these words, Kim Suho's face turned pale, and with an extremely shocked expression his mouth hung open, unable to say a word. The atmosphere completely froze. It was frighteningly quiet. Hajin let out a helpless sigh and admired inwardly, can't he take a joke? My father and mother's sacred artifact. Upon hearing this, Kim Suho's face turned white as a sheet, his eyes wide with disbelief, too shocked to say anything, only breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing his on the verge of tears expression, Kim Hajin quickly tried to smooth things over, saying awkwardly, it's a joke, I just meant it's very important to me. Inwardly he felt a little sorry. Was calling it a sacred artifact a bit too much? This powder will help you reach your full potential faster. It can be used on people and on objects. In short, if you sprinkle this powder on the mistletoe, it will transform. Hajin lowered his hand near the branch as if to test Suho's reaction, saying, shall we sprinkle some now? He was startled by those words. The moment Hajin's hand was about to descend, it was stopped by another arm. Suho shouted urgently, wait. He looked at his friend with concern and asked cautiously, is this really okay? This powder is important to you, right? After hearing that, Hajin let out a helpless sigh. He calmly explained to Suho, it's because it's important that I have to use it now. When will we ever get a myth-grade item like this again? But Kim Suho was still not reassured and hesitated, trying to object. But Kim Hajin immediately stopped him and threatened in a stern voice, be quiet, just take it when I'm offering it. Moved Suho's eyes welled with tears as he answered with a choked voice, thank you. Then the sacred powder was quickly sprinkled onto the branch, and every grain of sand that poured out shone brilliantly. As expected, it's working. A powerful beam of light began to emanate from the body of the branch. Hajin too was surprised by this sight and watched intently without taking his eyes off it. The flow of mana spread from the body to the tip of the branch. Its size grew accordingly and its color changed. Even Kim Suho was mesmerized by this scene. His eyes were fixed on the mystical light below. The transformation process was complete. The once gaunt and dry branch was now lush and green, with a sprout growing from its top and a few small pretty leaves sprouting on either side, making it look very charming. Hajin proudly showed off to his friend. See, I was right, wasn't I? Suho held the treasure in his hands preciously, his expression still filled with astonishment as he unknowingly muttered, you really were right. As he touched it, a leaf gently fell from the branch and swayed down in the wind. Good, the first awakening of the mistletoe was a success. Now Kim Suho can grow stronger and defeat our enemies. Of course it will transform into a sword. Thinking this, Hajin slowly stood up again and spoke. All right, now pick up the fallen leaf carefully. We made a promise, right? Hajin held up the shining result in his hand and said to his friend with a gentle expression, you get the branch and I'll take the leaf. A moment later the two continued to walk through the forest. Kim Suho led the way and Kim Hajin trudged behind. Suddenly Suho turned back and with an anxious and apologetic expression he suggested to Hajin. But Hajin, are you okay with just taking the leaf? We should share this. Hajin simply reassured him nonchalantly. How many times do I have to tell you? It's fine. Suho was still stubborn, but Hajin sighed as if tired of it and answered indifferently. Hey, it's nothing. I don't want to die in battle using that branch. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his smartwatch and resolved inwardly, this is enough for now. Suho couldn't help but make a helpless, teary face, but on the system information window. Mistletoe leaf. A leaf that fell after the legendary branch awakened. Drinking it boiled will make the body stronger. Grinding it to make a weapon can create an extraordinary weapon. He had Suho find the way, while he intently watched the screen from behind, thinking with interest. It's a byproduct of a legendary weapon for a reason. This is quite satisfying. I need to think about how to use this. At that moment of hesitation, Kim Hajin suddenly tripped on a branch on the ground and fell with a loud noise. A few nearby crows were startled and flew away. Hajin sat on the ground, dazed and flustered, muttering, ouch, wait, why is there a tree root here? As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped to his senses, fully awake, and immediately noticed something strange. Wait. A familiar memory came to his mind. Hasn't something like this happened to me before? Just then, Kim Suho also appeared and rushed over to ask how he was. Hajin, what are you doing? Did something happen? I thought I heard a loud noise. He quickly played it off. It's nothing, I just fell. The whole time after that, Kim Hajin skipped along, humming a happy tune. The ginseng root he had just obtained was already wrapped up and put in his bag, and his heart was filled with joy at the thought of finding a treasure. On the other hand, inside a desolate and cold stone cave, two figures were meeting under a large rock. Diane sat with her legs crossed on a chair, watching the combat footage intently and exclaiming with interest, oh nice, even if you pour all your magic power into it. It's not easy to produce that kind of power with a whip. After watching this far, her expression gradually became serious. She evaluated. More importantly, I like the way he makes such ruthless decisions. On the screen, Kim Hajin was shown shooting down the Jin without hesitation. This scene excited Diane. Right now, Kim Hajin doesn't know the opponent is a Jin, yet he killed them without hesitation. She paused the video and spoke with delight. The captain was right this time. Diane looked back with satisfaction at Riavan, who was standing quietly behind her. She admired in a low voice, this kid has potential, Riavan said bluntly. This is enough, and then she turned around resolutely. Diane asked the captain back, unable to understand, What, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to watch until the end? I want to see the Jinification too. Contrary to Dian's excited state, she said coldly. I don't want to see that. Dian looked at her curiously and wondered. Why? Rievan was silent for a long time, thinking about something, and only after a while did she say in a disgusted tone, because it's disgusting. The scene shifts to the human city. In the familiar small apartment, the lights were still on even though it was late at night like a living corpse. Kim Ha-jin entered the house, completely exhausted and spaced out. His mind was foggy and he could only marvel at how tired he was. He walked with trembling legs, thinking in pain. There's not a single part of my body that doesn't ache. I feel like I'm going to die. Suddenly, Evandel appeared sleepily, rubbing her tired eyes and calling out drowsily. Ha-jin, he was surprised and said in a low voice, oh, you're awake? Ha-jin hurried over, took the girl in his arms and whispered gently, sorry, go back to sleep. Evandel quickly fell asleep again in his gentle embrace. He held the girl and slowly approached the window. In the light coming from outside, he inadvertently looked up. Before him was a beautiful night sky with a round full moon and twinkling stars in the deep dark sky. Ha-jin suddenly recalled what happened at the subway station a few minutes ago. A low voice echoed, you go back to Cube first. Ha-jin looked at Suho in surprise. What about you? He waved his hand and answered cheerfully, I'll go see my family since I'm here. Just as he was about to leave, the voice echoed again, stopping him. Ha-jin. Under the mysterious moonlight, Kim Suho's eyes seemed to sparkle, and with deep affection he spoke hesitantly. Today, thank you so much. As Kim Suho spoke, he gave a bright smile that shone like the summer sun. His charming appearance was all in Ha-jin's eyes, and for a moment he was dazed and didn't know how to react. Finally, Kim Ha-jin was moved by Suho's sincerity. With a surprised and moved expression, he stared at his opponent with wide eyes, and his heart also felt very warm. Kim Suho is the protagonist of this world. He doesn't compromise with anything and always stands firm. He's just a hero of justice, firmly walking the righteous path. You wouldn't be able to find a person like him in the real world, but I created him, hoping that such a person exists somewhere. Suho means to protect. Ha-jin hugged Evandel tightly in his arms. He smiled unconsciously and looked outside. A true savior will protect this world. At that time he was silent for a long time, and Suho asked in surprise and worry, Ha-jin, what's wrong? Ha-jin smiled lightly and answered in a gentle tone, it's nothing, goodbye. Watching Kim Suho leave with a cheerful wave, he resolved inwardly, in this world you are the person I can trust more than anyone else. According to the original information, the Hero Association called the 9 Jin leaders the 9 evils. That nickname meant the 9 sources of evil, but the 9 evils took that nickname as a compliment and accepted it. Third evil, defense. Gai zao wei yushan kai shan nan bushan mai shen chu de yizuo dong shui jian zao li yigi wei mi de shengda. Defense's holy site. A male Jin was surprised to see Tomer in the office and asked himself, what's wrong with her? Why did she suddenly show up at the office? A female colleague also looked confused. Yeah, she's not usually interested in missions. Tomer didn't care about their gossiping at all. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the female colleague made a face of disbelief and shouted, so strange, is she really a Jin? Just then a man entered. The two immediately shut their mouths and turned around, pretending to be working very hard. Tomer on the other side was also typing something on her computer when she said in a dissatisfied and complaining tone, really? Then she suddenly stood up and shouted, seriously, completely unaware that the man was standing behind her. Just as Tomer turned around, she saw a stack of documents being held out to her. The man slowly opened his mouth after a few seconds. I know you're skilled, but you can't complain about the mission being too small. Tomer took the documents and answered, I know. Her face was still scrunched up. What's this mission? The man said coldly. See for yourself. Tomer flipped to the first page of the document and said, it would be much better if you explained it to me. After skimming the contents, she looked up at the man as if seeking confirmation. It's this guy, he answered with conviction. That's right. He looked straight at Tomer's slightly surprised face and said clearly, it's a surveillance mission. Following that, the back of a girl with light blonde hair appeared. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. In the upstairs lobby, many people were waiting and discussing work with each other. Among them was Ha-jin. After a while, a voice called out, Mr. Kim Ha-jin. As he turned, Jin asked very politely, did you make a reservation for a magic engraving? Ha-jin also confirmed politely, yes. Hearing the answer, Jin smiled gently, giving a friendly feeling. Then he bowed and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jin, a 4-star magician. Ha-jin, who was sitting with his legs crossed, also responded with a friendly, bright smile. Ah, are you the one in charge of my engraving today? Please take care of me. The two smiled at each other like that. Ha-jin looked at the magician in front of him and thought with great satisfaction. A 4-star magician specializing in sacred artifacts, it's the highest rank a human can reach. I was lucky. A moment later, he suddenly realized that this magician was looking him up and down. A few seconds later, Jin's expression suddenly changed 180 degrees. He just pointed in the direction he was going with an indifferent expression and said, this way. Ha-jin was slightly flustered and asked himself inwardly, did he just look me up and down from head to toe to see what I was wearing today? He put one hand in his pants pocket, a slightly awkward smile still on his lips as he thought to himself. Magicians are really practical. Actually, I knew that would happen today, so I dressed up a bit, but maybe I should have dressed up more. As he entered the room, Jin didn't even look at Ha-jin's face and just asked what kind of magic he wanted to engrave. Ha-jin thought for a moment and stated his request, I want to increase my physical strength or a type of defense magic. Jin immediately snapped his fingers and shouted, "Oh, I see." In the blink of an eye, numerous types of magic appeared behind him. Sipping his tea, Jin gestured behind him with an outstretched hand and said, "These should satisfy you. Is there anything you like?" Looking at the various types of magic, Hajin placed a hand on his chin, lost in thought. He analyzed inwardly. Other people's magic artifacts usually have very low mana consumption. That's because no matter how much mana the artifact itself has, the amount that can be used is limited. But my bracelet has no such restriction, so what I need is magic with high mana consumption, something I can use right away within a week and with excellent functionality. After finishing his thought, Hajin's expression became more resolute about what he wanted, but looking at the insincere magician in front of him, he suddenly felt a surge of anger and cursed inwardly. "What's with this guy's attitude?" Hajin judged this pragmatic fellow with displeasure. "He's dismissing me right away. Is my worth determined by the clothes I wear?" But soon a seed of fear sprouted in his heart. What should I do about this guy now? If I leave him be, he might just do a half-assed job on the engraving. After finishing his inner monologue, Hajin deliberately cleared his throat to get his attention. Then he straightened his posture and said, "I'm not really into those ordinary things. Don't you have anything that requires more mana to activate? I'm looking for something like protection enhancement or immediate potential awakening." Sipping his tea and looking at his phone, Jin answered without paying him any attention. I see." But before he could finish his sentence, Hajin cut him off with a shout, "Oh!" Then he leaned back in his chair, tilted his head with a smile and deliberately asked, "Is that a bit difficult for a 4-star magician?" Jin froze for a moment at his strange attitude. It was only after a few seconds that he opened his mouth as if he couldn't understand. "I'm sorry." At that, Hajin stood up as if to leave without a moment's hesitation. "It's okay, I came in too much of a hurry. I guess I'll have to do it next time." Jin immediately rushed to stop him. Wait a minute, that's not it." He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked back, "It's not?" Jin, thinking he had inadvertently angered a big customer, was extremely flustered and thought to himself, "What's with this kid? Is he really rich?" Outwardly, he reverted to a friendly demeanor and tried to hold him back. "I don't think we've provided enough information yet." Jin broke out in a cold sweat and said politely, "Of course we can do it, but I was a little worried it might be too expensive." Hearing the talk about money, Hajin crossed his arms and asked, "What did you say?" His friendly smile reappeared and he cleverly asked with a hint of flattery, "Oh, the ones just now were for regular customers. What kind of budget are you expecting?" Hajin thought for a moment, then leaned over and whispered in Jin's ear. He also cooperatively leaned in to listen. Then Jin looked at Hajin with wide astonished eyes. At that moment his 2 eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "That much?" Then he immediately began to introduce the products with great enthusiasm. "Then I'll show you another list. Since you're in a hurry, I'll show you the best ones." Then he hurriedly ordered an employee to bring new tea. Watching Jin's enthusiastic service attitude, Hajin sighed tiredly inwardly. A moment later he returned to school. In the classroom before the teacher arrived, a few students were gathered and talking animatedly. Hajin was smiling with his chin resting on his hand. He seemed very relaxed, quietly humming and thinking to himself, "I just cleared a difficult dungeon. And Kim Suho safely obtained the mistletoe." Hajin whispered happily, "I've also ordered a few spells." He was grateful as he recalled the magician Jin bowing his head confidently and saying, "Leave it to us." "Thank you, Kim Suho, my stock." As he was lost in thought, teacher Seo Hai-wook entered. "I didn't want to show off like that, but I had no other choice. That guy is a pragmatist. It seems like everything has been going very smoothly lately." Teacher Seo Hai-wook entered the classroom and said loudly, "All right, pay attention." As the students quieted down, the teacher began to announce, "Starting today you will be working in teams of 5. As soon as Hajin heard that, he knew what was going to happen and exclaimed inwardly, "Ah, this is it. Team battles, in other words, teamwork." This teamwork activity included small-scale tower conquests, skirmishes, and group bonding activities like going on trips together. Teacher Seo Hai-wook's voice continued to resonate. "Form teams with people you like and submit the list here by next Wednesday. Let's be a team." Immediately, the surroundings became noisy with the sound of people trying to form teams. "Want to team up?" Only Hajin sat motionless, asking himself, "What should a loner like me do now?" The teacher above continued, "If you don't have a team by this Wednesday, I'll assign you to one." He sighed in discouragement. "I don't like that idea either." Amidst the surrounding chaos, Hajin slightly turned his head and happened to see something. It was a student tapping their fingers on the desk. It was Rachel. While the classroom atmosphere was lively, Hajin noticed that Rachel was still sitting alone. Her expression seemed very displeased and she even let out a secret sigh. Seeing her looking exactly like he had just a moment ago, he guessed, Is Rachel in the same situation as me?" Seeing her isolated from her classmates, Hajin inwardly compared the differences between her and himself. Did she choose to be alone, since she's a princess? He placed his hand on his chin and thought about the dwarf's powder pouch he still had. Teaming up with her wouldn't be bad. There's something I want to give her too, because he knew it would be effective on Rachel. According to the original story, she is showing signs of awakening. If this goes on any longer, her stats will be very different from the original story. So after thinking for a moment, Hajin decided to write a message saying, "Rachel, would you like to team up with me?" Then he pressed the send button. Hajin quickly looked at Rachel again. Her expression was still very disheartened, and her sighs grew longer just like her mood. Suddenly, a notification sound from Rachel's smartwatch brought her to her senses. Hajin watched and waited nervously. She was checking the message. Over there, Rachel was waiting for a message to appear. Just then, a person approached her and called out, "Rachel." Seeing this person, Hajin was surprised. Tomer held out her hand to Rachel and politely suggested, "Would you like to be on my team?" Hajin couldn't understand her actions at all. He asked himself, why is Tomer trying to approach her? Tomer and Rachel faced each other in silence, and Hajin also quietly watched them. The surrounding students were all very surprised and whispered, "Tomer and Rachel are on the same team? What's going on?" he asked nervously. Why is Tomer starting to act now? And why is she asking Rachel? If the demon, a mercenary from the Ian world, has started to move, there must be someone behind it. Hajin could only think of one person, seeing Rachel's reaction and that she was targeting Rachel. At this thought, his gaze sharpened. The image of that cold-faced boy Lancaster came to his mind. At that time, Rachel also turned to answer Tomer. "There's still time, so I'll think about it a little more." Her smile suddenly froze and she didn't answer. A few seconds later, Tomer opened her mouth and agreed, "I understand." After she left, Rachel finally looked at her watch and suddenly remembered, "Come to think of it, I think I got a message earlier." She opened the message once more. Reading the content of the message, Rachel was surprised and turned to look towards Hajin's seat. "Hajin sent me a message." She found that he was already looking at her. Rachel hurriedly looked away. She blinked once, pretending to be nonchalant, and after turning to another direction, she couldn't help but smile slightly. When Rachel was no longer looking at him, Hajin was startled and thought in a fluster. She turned her head. Is she going to refuse? But soon a message notification from Rachel rang on his watch. The content was, "I'll think about it." Reading the message, Hajin knew he still had a chance and immediately smiled. He looked towards Rachel, gauging her reaction, and thought, "I'll have to wait." Over there, Rachel was resting her chin on her hand and smiling secretly. She looked very happy. At the same time, Chai Nyan was doodling in her notebook. She frowned as if she was deeply troubled by something. On Chai Nyan's notebook, besides her own name at the top, 2 more names were written. Haju and John. Chai Nyan had hit a wall because she didn't even consider teaming up with a student outside the top 100. She agonized, pulling at her hair. It's true that adding a lower-ranked student to the team gives bonus points, but where can I find a skilled lower-ranked student? She glanced slightly to one side. There's only one person I can think of. Over there, a female student was actively forming a team. "What are you doing after school? Want to team up?" A male student also kindly gave Hajin a gift. "I heard Napoleon's gun will be on display at the museum tomorrow. Do you want this ticket? It's no use to me, and you use a gun anyway." At that time, Hajin was surrounded by many people holding a pile of gifts he had received from his friends. They suggested enthusiastically, "Hey Hajin, do you happen to? Kim Hajin, do you remember me?" Hajin. Chai Nyan couldn't help but admire it. "Wow, he's really popular. Even if it's only when forming teams." She began to analyze again. Because theory classes are one of the criteria for team formation, someone with a high score like him is an ideal candidate. She was confident that if she made the first move, it wouldn't be that difficult to recruit Hajin. Chai Nyan imagined a scene where she tapped Hajin on the shoulder and said, "We have one spot left on our team, want to join?" Then Hajin would be very grateful in answer. "Really? Thanks, Chai Nyan." But despite that, she still hesitated. She asked herself, not knowing why, "What's bothering me?" A moment later, a thought suddenly occurred to her. The thought, "What if he thinks I have feelings for him?" crossed Chai Nyan's mind. Her face immediately turned red, and her hand couldn't help but grip the pen so tightly it broke. Chai Nyan tried hard to explain to herself that she just really wanted him to join her team. As she was lost in thought, a question from behind suddenly startled her. "Have you finished thinking?" Chai Nyan turned around to see Shin Jong-hek sitting in a chair in the row above with his arms crossed. She answered fiercely, "Mind your own business, Shin Jong-hek." Shin Jong-hek kindly advised, "It won't make much difference who you pick, so why are you agonizing so much? Just pick anyone like me and encourage them to do their best." But Chai Nyan didn't even pretend to listen and stuck out her tongue answering, "Whatever, I have my own plan." Who would have thought Shin Jong-hek would lean over and snatch Chai Nyan's notebook himself? "Then let's see." He opened it without permission and said with a laugh, "Let's see who you picked." Chai Nyan was startled and hurriedly ran up, shouting and stopping him. "Hey Shin Jong-hek." Very quickly she arrived there. She stretched out her hand trying to get the notebook back. "Give it back." But Jong-hek easily blocked Chai Nyan with one hand. He held the notebook far away and read it nonchalantly. Hazuki Raymond. A moment later, whatever Jong-hek saw, his expression seemed surprised as he made a ha sound. Then he was very surprised and shouted loudly, "Kim Hajin." His shout made Chai Nyan want to become invisible. The entire class, including Hajin, turned their attention to them. People started whispering again. "What was that just now? It seems like Chai Nyan is after Hajin too." Hearing her name mentioned, Chai Nyan's face immediately turned red with embarrassment and anger. Shin Jong-hek was still very calmly questioning, "What is this, Chai Nyan? Since when did you pick Kim Hajin?" Chai Nyan clenched her fists so tightly they trembled, and she managed to spit out one word, "Shut up." Then with all her might she delivered a knee kick to Shin Jong-hek with an angry shout. "Shut up." Chai Nyan was furious to the point of exploding, snatched the notebook and interrogated Shin Jong-hek. "Why are you looking at someone else's notebook without permission?" Shin Jong-hek had collapsed on the desk at that point and didn't move. Chai Nyan left in a huff, and only the worried students approached to check on the situation. "Shin Jong-hek, he's not moving. Is he asleep?" but Chai Nyan hadn't walked a few steps before she met Hajin's gaze, who was looking at her and paused. Chai Nyan immediately turned her face to the other side to avoid him. Hajin was still staring at her, wondering inwardly. Not long after, teacher Seo Hai-wook's voice also echoed. That's all for today's class. The students left the classroom one by one. At this time, Chai Nyan saw Hajin walking in front and called out first, "Hey, hey!" Perhaps he didn't hear her, so she ran up directly and grabbed Hajin's wrist. "Hey, Kim Hajin." When Hajin turned around and saw Chai Nyan, he was slightly surprised and said, "Chai Nyan, what's wrong?" She took a step closer and said hesitantly, "Oh well, I think you heard it earlier." Finally, Chai Nyan managed to say what she wanted. Do you want to join my team?" Before she could finish her words, Rachel suddenly appeared from somewhere and announced, "I've submitted the list." Hajin and Chai Nyan asked blankly, What list?" Rachel was also a little surprised and said, "Oh," then answered, "Hajin." She approached his side and continued, "He decided to team up with me." Chai Nyan's two eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard, and she only let out a small huh sound. Then, with a confused expression, she looked back at Hajin as if hoping for confirmation. Unexpectedly, Hajin said frankly, "It turned out that way." Those words were like a bolt from the blue, completely freezing Chai Nyan. Her mind became a mess. She crossed her arms, trying to act nonchalant as she stammered, Is that so? I was just worried that no one would want to be on your team, since we're in the same club. I was just looking out for you." Chai Nyan even patted Hajin's shoulder, pretending to be happy. "I guess I worried for nothing. Well then, good luck." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and left. Rachel lowered her eyes, looking dejected. Chai Nyan clenched her fists and walked away straight-backed, pretending nothing was wrong. In truth, at that moment an image of Rachel surfaced in her mind. She secretly compared them. "Rachel, she uses a sword like me. We have similar builds, and our scores are similar except for theory classes." Thinking this far, Chai Nyan pressed her lips together firmly, feeling her mood sink to rock bottom as she asked herself, But why?" Chai Nyan's face instantly flushed, and she was still trying to force down the pain. A single question echoed in her head. Why did he choose her and not me? The hallway was still crowded with students. Hajin and Rachel were walking together. Just as Hajin was about to walk ahead, Rachel suddenly called out, Kim Hajin." Hajin immediately turned and asked politely, "Yes." With a worried expression, Rachel hesitated before asking, "You're not thinking of joining another team, are you?" As soon as Hajin heard that, he knew why she was asking. She must be asking because of what just happened with Chai Nyan. He smiled confidently and replied, "Of course not." Just then, Shin Hozung called out from a distance, waving, "There you are, Hajin. Someone's calling for you over there, Hozung." But Shin Hozung didn't hear and approached Hajin, saying with a smile, "Wow, thanks for letting me on the team." Shin Hozung said sincerely, "To be honest, I wanted to be on the same team as you too. This is great." Hajin scratched his head and replied, "Don't mention it." In truth, he thought to himself, "I just wanted to have Rachel on the team." Shin Hozung then suggested, "Let's go eat together to build teamwork." He pointed to the friend next to him and introduced him. "This is Lee Boku, our teammate." Lee Boku also waved his hand in a friendly greeting. "Nice to meet you." Just then, Tomer happened to approach. Seeing her, Hajin worried inwardly, "I'm a bit concerned because of Tomer, but since I'm here too, it should be fine." He then looked towards Rachel and made a long sound to ask for her opinion. Rachel understood and immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, that sounds fun." Shin Hozung showed interest and asked, "Great. Rachel, is there anything you want to eat?" Rachel replied comfortably, "I'm fine with anything." Hajin recalled this character's personality inwardly. Rachel isn't a picky eater, but if there's something she wants to eat, it's... Finishing his thought, he suggested, "How about this restaurant? It's a Korean restaurant that specializes in Hanwoo beef." As soon as Rachel heard the name of the restaurant, her eyes immediately lit up. She replied, a little excited, "I'd love that." Shin Hozung also agreed. "That place is pretty good." Meanwhile, on Chai Nyan's side, she was on the phone with a friend, finalizing her team list. "So our team has 2 warriors, 1 marksman, 1 supporter, and 1 magician." The person on the other end of the line was Hazuki. She said sincerely, "Nyan, since you're both a warrior and a marksman, this will be a really perfect combination." After hearing that, Chai Nyan couldn't hide her pride and wiped her nose. Who would have thought that at this moment Hazuki would ask a question that made her pause? "But couldn't Kim Hajin be on our team?" Chai Nyan answered in a fluster. If I wanted to be on the same team as him, I would have asked him to join," she explained as if making an excuse. "But if we did that, the other teams would be too weak. Besides Rachel, their team is nothing special." Hazuki still stuck to her opinion, saying in a soft, slightly regretful tone, "Still, it would have been nice to have Kim Hajin." Chai Nyan didn't want to talk about it anymore. She changed the subject. "Let's stop thinking about them. I'll submit our team list first, okay?" Hazuki smiled and agreed. "Okay, thanks." After hanging up, Chai Nyan threw herself onto her bed. She let out a very long sigh. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes blearily and muttered, "I can't sleep." Chai Nyan stared blankly at the ceiling and said to herself, "If I'd known this would happen, I would have asked him to join the team from the start. I shouldn't have worried about theory back then." As she said this, she clenched her fists, hesitating and regretting that she had let Rachel take him. The scene of her duel with Rachel replayed in Chai Nyan's mind. She thought to herself, "I still remember losing during the midterm exams. That happened after I switched to using only 1 sword." Thinking this far, Chai Nyan buried her face in her bed, writhed uncomfortably, and shouted, "This is so frustrating." She hugged her blanket anxiously and was lost in thought. "If this keeps up, I'm going to lose again." Along with her thoughts at this time, Kim Hajin was indeed sitting next to Rachel eating a meal. The scene shifts to a place glistening with icicles. Shin Hozung exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, this place is really..." Kim Hajin's 5-member team appeared here. They were fully armed, but they couldn't help but marvel. "It's so cold." Kim Hajin mentally added the basics of this class, the first class on teamwork dungeon exploration. As far as Kim Hajin knew, when a new dungeon was discovered, a reconnaissance team would enter first to explore. And our goal today is to complete the mission of a reconnaissance team. Lee Boku rubbed his hands together, shivering all over, and shouted, "We've been walking for 20 minutes. Shin Hozung, also shivering from the cold, asked the unfazed-looking Kim Hajin, "Kim Hajin, aren't you cold?" Kim Hajin smiled, looked at him, and replied, "I'm cold." Just then Rachel spotted something and exclaimed, "Look over there." In front of them were 5 diverging paths. The team members began asking each other, "There are 5 entrances, which one should we take?" Tomer finally spoke up. She pointed to one of the caves and said, "There's no point in thinking about it. Let's go this way." A voice immediately refuted her. No, it turned out to be Kim Hajin. He said with great certainty, "It's not that way." Tomer couldn't hold back and questioned him. "What? Why are you so sure?" Kim Hajin scoffed inwardly. "Of course I'm sure, her intentions are so obvious. She's trying to lure us into a trap." After a few seconds of silence he explained, "I have a pretty accurate eye. That's not the right path." Tomer frowned and stared at Kim Hajin. She then turned towards Rachel and said, "Team leader, you decide." Rachel hesitated slightly. She quickly decided to follow Kim Hajin's lead. Kim Hajin smiled upon hearing this, and Tomer's face scrunched up even more. Tomer turned her head elsewhere and said, annoyed, "But my gut tells me that's the right entrance." From his side, Kim Hajin rolled his eyes and said to himself, "Pathetic." Before long, the 5-member team came across a sleeping snowman, and they all looked up to observe it. Lee Boku shouted excitedly, "Oh, we found a snowman." Shin Hozung began to trust Kim Hajin even more and said, "It seems like the path Kim Hajin chose was the right one." According to Kim Hajin's monologue, I continuously blocked Tomer's path. Before long they came to another fork in the road. Tomer kept pointing to unfamiliar paths and suggesting, "Here, trust me this time." But Kim Hajin immediately denied it. "No, it's not that way." He commented that her effort to separate Rachel from the team was commendable. Not long after, Tomer caused trouble again, trying to make the team go in a different direction. "There are traces of an ice path over there." Kim Hajin continued to ignore her. "No, it's not that way," he resolved inwardly. "I can't let her have her way." Shin Hozung, both amused and curious, asked Kim Hajin, "How are you so good at finding the way?" He answered simply, "I just got lucky." Tomer was left behind with a furious look, secretly clenching her fists and cursing. Damn it, Tomer was frustrated and asked herself, "Is it that hard to injure one person and make them back out?" Up ahead, Rachel also spoke up in acknowledgement. "Your observation skills are really good, Kim Hajin." A teammate also agreed, saying, "Yeah, we can just trust Kim Hajin." Hearing this, Tomer found Kim Hajin even more of an eyesore. She hatefully blamed everything on Kim Hajin. "It's all Kim Hajin's fault. Now it's come to this." A few seconds later, Tomer approached and called out directly, "Rachel." When she turned, Tomer directly held out her hand to Rachel and demanded, "Come with me." Rachel was a bit flustered and asked back, "What do you mean?" Tomer made her opinion clear. "It'll be easier to explore if we split into 2 teams. I don't think it's good to rely on just one person." Rachel, not knowing how to refuse, could only manage a but when an arm blocked her way. It was Kim Hajin. He directly refused on Rachel's behalf. "We don't have time to waste." After speaking, Hajin grabbed her wrist and walked past Tomer. "Let's go, Rachel." Tomer, still not giving up, shouted loudly at them, "Hey Kim Hajin, why are you so confident?" He answered in his head, "And I'm not." Just then, Kim Hajin's eyes suddenly changed, and at the same time a system notification popped up. 1,000-mile eyes skill has been activated. Quickly, his vision penetrated the winding crevices of the rocks and could see the destination. Kim Hajin said with conviction, "This is the way." He then walked forward resolutely. Rachel was pulled along behind him. Before long they passed through the path safely. Shin Hozung exclaimed happily, "Kim Hajin, there are no obstacles on this path." At that moment Lee Boku saw something and said in surprise, "Over there, someone is standing tall with their arms crossed in the distance." Zooming in, it was none other than Teacher Choi Soo-hyuk. Kim Hajin's team was very surprised and shouted, "It's the instructor." Just then Rachel suddenly called out to Kim Hajin. He immediately turned and asked why. At this time Kim Hajin's hand was still holding Rachel's wrist. She gently reminded him of his hand. Kim Hajin was startled and hurriedly let go. "All right, sorry." Rachel held her wrist and replied, "It's okay." After a few seconds of hesitation, she said he didn't need to worry about it. Following that, Teacher Choi Soo-hyuk's voice rang out loudly. "Team Rachel, submit your report." Kim Hajin reported on behalf of the team, 1 snowman, 1 snow tree, 1 snow golem, 1 snow duck. Judging by the rank of the dungeon monsters, the boss of this dungeon is likely intermediate rank 3. The teacher listened to his words, looked at the iPad screen, smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He then gave a short comment, "Good, perfect." Rachel smiled happily. Shin Hozung and Lee Boku clapped and cheered. Excluding Tomer, they gathered and talked. "Did he just say we were perfect? That's amazing," Shin Hozung said with a very happy laugh. "From now on we can just trust Kim Hajin." Only Tomer stood quietly in a corner. She ground her teeth with a furious look. In a room, Tomer was discussing a mission with a strange man. "A surveillance mission, is that right?" The stack of documents in her hand contained all of Rachel Elizabeth Louise's personal information. "The mission is to harm and weaken Cadet Rachel. Even the Cube Executive Committee, which is in charge of the CJ infiltration mission, has promised to support us, so this shouldn't be too difficult." Tomer continued to flip to the next page, checking the information. Once you eliminate Rachel and make it impossible for her to resist for even a moment, our team will enter and handle the rest. Can I trust you to complete this mission? Tomer heard his request and closed the document. Ah well, Tomer turned and passed the document behind her back. This kind of thing is simple, they're just brats after all. In a room, Tomer was sitting on the sofa looking up at the ceiling when a sound came from her hand. Simple my ass ring. A sound came from the watch on her wrist. Agent, why is the mission delayed? Did something happen? Tomer was frustrated, held the watch to her mouth and shouted, the mission has barely started, why are you rushing me? She then threw it aside, wrapped her hands around her head and lowered it. Ah, she was lost in thought. An unexpected event, there was one. Kim Ha-jin appeared and I had Evandel on my shoulder. He laughed out loud happily, along with Evandel's sparkling eyes. Every time I try to do something he shows up and blocks me. He's stuck to Rachel like glue. You want to get close to Rachel? Then you'll have to go through my dead body first. Haha. Tomer picked up the paper containing all of Kim Ha-jin's information. He's always stuck to her, during class and after class is over. How dare a mere rank 334 act so arrogant, but there's nothing noteworthy about him. She dropped Kim Ha-jin's paper onto the desk and said with a laugh, don't tell me you're the type to believe that nonsense about the brave getting the girl. After dropping the paper, she suddenly fell silent. Looking down at the paper, Kim Ha-jin's and Rachel Elizabeth Louise's information sheets were overlapping. Kim Ha-jin has feelings for Rachel? Tomer held up the two information sheets for Kim Ha-jin and Rachel Elizabeth Louise and looked at them alternately. Wait, if that's the case, a paper firecracker exploded and a note with writing on it came out. He likes her, I can just exaggerate this a little, and spread a rumor that he likes Rachel. In a scene from Tomer's imagination. I'm uncomfortable with what people think about us. Rachel, please don't follow me anymore. Their distance would naturally grow. Tomer celebrated inwardly, overjoyed. If so, I can complete the mission easily. Tomer rested her chin on her hand, thinking of a way. She crossed her legs, rested her chin on her hand and smiled slightly as she looked at the two papers containing information on Kim Ha-jin and Rachel Elizabeth Louise. First, I need to get close to the whole team. A large TV screen was filled with various data analyses and information. Phenomenon analysis theory 2, let's summarize the knowledge we've learned here. The teacher held a tablet PC in his hand and gave out the homework. Each team must select a small-scale dungeon by next week and present the best strategy to conquer it. Everyone groaned. Ah, the bell for the end of class rang. Shin Ho-sung lowered his head and held his head in his hands. This homework, he smiled, excited by the fact that Kim Ha-jin and Rachel Elizabeth Louise were on his team. Kim Ha-jin first in the written exam and Rachel Elizabeth Louise second. Ah, I'm not worried at all. He looked at Shin Ho-sung and rested his chin on his hand. I'm counting on you for everything, Ha-jin. I'm not that good. Shin Ho-sung looked at him with admiring eyes and clapped. You're so humble. Everyone, the teacher said as he passed by. There's a team leader meeting next Wednesday at 7 p.m. All team leaders, please gather in the audiovisual room. After that, everyone packed their bags and prepared to go home. Kim Ha-jin looked at Rachel Elizabeth Louise and opened his mouth. Okay, how about we go to a cafe before we go back and discuss our roles? Just as Rachel Elizabeth Louise was about to answer, someone interrupted her. Sounds good, Tomer appeared and cut her off with a smile. Since we're going to a cafe anyway, why don't we have some cake and get to know each other better? Kim Ha-jin looked at Tomer as if he couldn't understand. HMPH, Kim Ha-jin retorted. What are you up to? Ah, Tomer said with a friendly face. Nothing, I just hope our team can get closer. Your reaction is weirder. After that, Tomer approached the other friends and greeted them. Kim Ha-jin watched from a distance and thought it was a bit strange. Hello hi Jamer. Why is she suddenly acting so proactive? After that, Tomer pushed Rachel Elizabeth Louise and Shin Ho-sung forward. Kim Ha-jin stood behind and watched them. Let's all hurry up, you too, Rachel, we don't have time. Since when did she start calling everyone like that? Kim Ha-jin thought with some concern. Something smells fishy. A cafe on a clear and cool day. As Kim Ha-jin turned his head anxiously, Rachel Elizabeth Louise called him. Ha-jin, I scanned the roof in the basement and there were no traps, but something feels strange. The cafe table was covered with test papers and homework plans. Kim Ha-jin looked at the paper in his hand and exclaimed. Ah, done. Kim Ha-jin placed the paper on the table, showed the analysis to everyone and assigned their respective tasks. While some people were taking notes on important information, others were eating the desserts they had just ordered. Ho-sung and Boku, you find information on the dungeon. Shin Ho-sung and Rachel, can you two calculate the mana density? Got it. Kim Ha-jin took a sip of water. Once the information comes to me, I'll compile it and present it. Everyone answered in unison. Okay, after that, Tomer waved her hand and told them to stop talking about homework. Let's stop talking about homework here. Shin Ho-sung smiled. You're really open-minded. Lee Boku scratched the back of his head and Tomer said with a cheerful laugh. Wow, I'm so glad Ha-jin is on our team. I was really worried because it's a team assignment. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin and Rachel Elizabeth Louise were having a quiet conversation. It's really cool that you're getting such good results. You've been getting a lot of attention in matches since you recently switched to being a marksman, right? It's nothing that great. I'm just doing so. Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked at him and said, You don't have to be so humble. Didn't a famous guild contact you recently? He answered. Yeah, she pulled on his sleeve. Rachel Elizabeth Louise covered her mouth and quietly called his name. Hajin, he looked back at her. Yeah, while Tomer and Shin Hozung were joking around, he and she whispered quietly. Rachel Elizabeth Louise quietly said to Kim Hajin, was it the English Royal Court Guild that contacted you? Kim Hajin asked. What do you mean? She covered her mouth and quietly said, English Royal Court Guild. Kim Hajin thought of a hat and a mysterious card in his head. The English Royal Court Guild, I don't remember being contacted. He pressed a button on his smartwatch. Ah, is it this? A blue window with the words to Cube Cadet Kim Hajin from the English Royal Court Guild appeared on his smartwatch. Ah, there was an email. I didn't know because I don't check it every day. She clenched her fist and placed it on the table, saying to herself, who approaches someone by email? I should check it now. On the blue business card it said, Hello Cadet Kim Hajin. The English Royal Court Guild wants to recruit me. Oh, it's written in Korean. Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked at the blue window floating on Kim Hajin's wrist. An annual salary of 100 million with a separate commission. That's a pretty good offer for recruiting me. Can I see it too? Of course. When the small screen appeared, she exclaimed, a separate commission. Why are you doing this? Tomer approached and looked at them, saying, just forget it, don't read it. Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood up and Tomer looked at her unpleasantly. Excuse me first. What? Seeing Rachel Elizabeth Louise leaving, Tomer exclaimed, wait, how can you leave first? You're supposed to be here laughing and talking with Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin and Shin Hozung held their water glasses and watched her leave the cafe with Tomer. What's going on? What made her angry? Tomer avoided everyone's gaze, turned her head and sighed. Nothing is going according to plan. Lee Boku looked at her. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Kim Hajin was puzzled and scratched his face. Did I do something wrong in this situation? Tomer changed the subject to a different situation. Lee Boku, then she asked. Don't you think Hajin likes Rachel? In the gym, a can of soda clattered out of the vending machine. Kim Hajin sat down and took out the can. His whole body ached. Resting after a physical training session feels really good. I don't regret deciding to train. He struggled to open the can with his fingers. I don't even have the strength to open this one can. Just then a hand appeared from somewhere and opened the can for him. Kim Hajin turned around. Hey Hajin, Chai Nyan approached and looked at him. We need to talk. Kim Hajin looked up at Chai Nyan. Chai Nyan looked down at Kim Hajin. He was holding the can in his hand. What's wrong? She hesitated. She touched her neck awkwardly. The topic for our team's presentation is the Hongxian Mantis Dungeon. I was wondering if you knew anything about it. Kim Hajin looked at Chai Nyan and thought of a bizarre-looking mantis. Why did they pick the most difficult dungeon of all? She didn't like the choice, but she couldn't help it. It's not like I wanted to pick it. In a room at a long desk, everyone was sitting and doing their homework, and that damn magician insisted we had to pick this one. After that, the magician shoved a paper with information in front of her face, forcing her and making Chai Nyan feel troubled. Just trust me, Kim Hajin drank his water and thought of the magician Chai Nyan had mentioned. Is the magician on Chai Nyan's team Oyunju? A man pointed to himself and asked. Do you know who I am? I'm the 7th Circle magician Oyunju. As I recall, he's quite skilled, but because his family is rich, he was very arrogant and rude. Unintimidated even in front of others. Kim Hajin sat down and rested his elbows on his knees. I should give her the information she needs. It's a difficult topic, so she might get extra points. Chai Nyan didn't understand. He's going to do the presentation? Yeah, he insisted he would do it. Why do you ask? That guy is all for show, so he'll freeze up when it's time to present, she exclaimed. Chai Nyan's eyes lit up and she trembled all over in surprise. He continued, if you let a guy like that do the presentation, the whole of Cube and society will collapse and your grade will be a disaster. Chai Nyan shot up to her feet. Right, you think so too, don't you? I was just going to let it slide. He looked at her and gave a weak smile. She asked angrily, I've never seen anyone more selfish than me. So you're admitting you do whatever you want too? Kim Hajin thought of Hazuki. How about letting Hazuki do the presentation? She seems pretty good. But Chai Nyan hesitated slightly when Kim Hajin suggested letting Hazuki do the presentation. I'd like to, but I don't know if Yeonju will accept it. We're not that close, so I don't really know. Chai Nyan looked down and asked Kim Hajin. How are we supposed to have a conversation like this? For a moment the two looked at each other without a word. Chai Nyan and Kim Hajin turned their heads after leaving a final word. Be careful during training. See you later. Yeah, I'm going to do my homework too. The day of the presentation arrived. In the conference room, the team's research data was on a large screen and a male student stood at the podium. He seemed flustered, trembling and stuttering. So in conclusion, He trembled, holding the tablet PC in his hand and stammered. The dungeon's mono-capacity ratio is. Kim Hajin rested his chin on his hand and watched him, while the people around whispered about the underprepared presentation. No, what is he doing? Everyone could only think how pathetic it was. In the midst of that scene, Kim Hajin looked down. A girl was watching the scene, her blood boiling with anger. It was Chai Nyan. It was as if she was surrounded by flames, ready to eat the presenter alive. In the end, they couldn't change the presenter. Yeonju scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. I was too nervous, sorry, haha. As Yeonju scratched his head awkwardly and laughed at his teammates, Chai Nyan and Hazuki stared at him stiffly and silently. Kim Hajin looked down, his hands on the desk, and watched them quietly. Chai Nyan was furious. How dare that guy say that with a smile on his face? Hazuki calmly patted Chai Nyan's shoulder to console her. Forget it, Nyan. Chai Nyan clenched her fists and slammed the desk, suppressing her anger. See you after class. I'm going to send your jaw flying. She rested her chin on her hand and glared at him in anger. Okay, next team. Yes, next up is Kim Ha-jun's team. As he walked out confidently, Chai Nyan looked up in surprise. Her mouth hung open in shock as she watched him walk out confidently. Kim Ha-jun, amidst Chai Nyan's astonishment, stood confidently at the podium with a tablet PC in his hand. I will now begin the presentation. Before getting to the main point, he introduced the topic the team had chosen so that everyone could grasp it. Our team has chosen the Wasan Dungeon as our topic. It's a dungeon at the foot of Mount Seorik. Kim Ha-jun presented steadily, clearly, and articulately. He analyzed every detail of the presentation material, pointing to the parts he was talking about with his hand. Chai Nyan listened to and watched his presentation, her eyes wide with surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow!" Kim Ha-jun didn't tremble or show any fear in front of many people, and he calmly introduced his team's assignment and topic. Kim Ha-jun presented fluently and without hesitation in front of many people with a confident attitude. It was a well-prepared and perfect team presentation. He's too good at this. After the presentation, the teacher raised his hand and asked, "I have one question." The teacher, sitting to one side, asked him a question. "How were you able to predict the backflow of mana with just that amount of information?" Kim Ha-jun smiled at the teacher's question, but he answered the teacher's question immediately without a moment's hesitation, and the students below looked at him with admiration. "Oh, that can be explained with the formula here," the teacher praised him. "Kim Ha-jun, you did a very good job on the presentation. I knew he was smart, but I didn't know he was good at presenting too." Chai Nyan stared blankly at Kim Ha-jun. Chai Nyan's face turned bright red as she looked at him, resting her chin on her hand to hide her embarrassment. "Handsome." Kim Ha-jun finished the team presentation. "This concludes our team's presentation." After that, Kim Ha-jun returned to his seat and happily high-fived Rachel Elizabeth Louise. "Ha-jun, you did great." Chai Nyan watched him silently. Kim Ha-jun's teammates were very happy and praised him. At that time, Shin Ho-sung and Lee Boku also came over excitedly. Chai Nyan rested her chin on her hand, clicked her tongue and felt sad. During physical training, Rachel Elizabeth Louise had just finished her workout and wiped the sweat from her head. She paused for a moment, thinking that today's schedule was over. The presentation went very well and tomorrow is the weekend. One afternoon, Kim Ha-jun and Rachel Elizabeth Louise were coming down the stairs to go home. "I still haven't given him the contract. Why did Shin Jong-hek give such a terrible presentation?" Among them, Shin Ho-sung, Lee Boku, and Tomer wanted to have a celebration party. The three exclaimed in unison, "Let's have a celebration party." Kim Ha-jun asked her if she wasn't going to the after-presentation party. Rachel Elizabeth Louise answered, "No, I have a training schedule." After that, he and she waved their hands and said goodbye to each other. "Then I'll be going first." "Okay, see you." Rachel Elizabeth Louise was looking for something quite important in her bag. "Oh right." Rachel Elizabeth Louise handed a stack of documents to Kim Ha-jun. "Here, take this," she said. He didn't understand what she was trying to give him. He opened his mouth and reached out his hand to receive the stack of documents she was handing him. "What is this?" Rachel Elizabeth Louise said. "Are you surprised? It's a draft of the English Royal Court Guild's contract." She put her two hands together and bowed her head slightly. "The conditions for this will be much better than what you received before." Rachel Elizabeth Louise seemed to be pouting. Kim Ha-jun laughed awkwardly. "Actually, I asked them to approach me first, but I think there was a misunderstanding about your value." "Ah." Seeing him hesitate at every word she said, Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked seriously into Kim Ha-jun's eyes and said, "I hope you will review our proposal once more." Rachel Elizabeth Louise clenched her fist and raised her right hand. "I think I did it." After that, she hummed happily and returned to the locker room. "I need to change my clothes quickly and go back to the dormitory to sleep." Just as Rachel Elizabeth Louise was about to grab the handle and push the door, she heard a sound from inside. "Have you heard that rumor?" Hearing the rumor, someone was talking about inside so loudly that it could be heard from outside. She lowered her head. She was so surprised that she doubted her own ears. "The rumor that Kim Ha-jun likes Princess Rachel." Upon hearing the story about herself, Rachel Elizabeth Louise stopped and listened to the rumor coming from inside. "What, really? No way. Does he really like the princess? I even heard he confessed to her." Hearing all these rumors, Rachel Elizabeth Louise's eyes widened in surprise. This rumor must have been a big shock to Princess Rachel Elizabeth Louise. "Kim Ha-jun likes me?" All the words related to the rumor that Kim Ha-jun liked Rachel Elizabeth Louise. "Did you hear the rumor that Kim Ha-jun likes Rachel? I heard he even confessed to her." After hearing these rumors, Rachel Elizabeth Louise was so surprised to hear the rumor about herself and him that she shouted, "A confession? What did I just hear? Ha-jun likes me. More importantly, how did they find out?" The two female students inside continued to speak. "Oh my, it's so suspicious. He's been following Rachel around lately." Rachel Elizabeth Louise, who was outside the door, could no longer maintain her composure, and she was furious at those words. Rachel Elizabeth Louise gripped the doorknob tightly. "That's because we're on the same team. How dare they spread such a groundless rumor?" She recalled the memory of Kim Ha-jun and Rachel Elizabeth Louise being on the same team. He always protected her whenever there was danger. She held the doorknob and was lost in thought. "So of course he would be around me." She stood for a moment. "Actually, I'm a fan of yours." From inside the room, the rumor about the two was still being heard. But aren't the two of them too different? Suddenly, someone tapped Rachel Elizabeth Louise's shoulder from behind. Ah, she turned her head and looked. Oh, it's Chai Nyan with Yu Yunha. Chai Nyan asked Rachel Elizabeth Louise, what are you doing? She stammered and didn't know how to answer. It's nothing. She pretended that nothing had happened. Chai Nyan scolded her angrily. Nothing, you stepped on my foot. Don't you know it hurts? Rachel Elizabeth Louise had stepped back and stepped on Chai Nyan's foot. Ah, she turned and said, I'm sorry. Yu Yunha looked at her from behind Chai Nyan and Chai Nyan clicked her tongue and turned away. Rachel Elizabeth Louise thought anxiously, wait, if those two go into the locker room now. From inside the locker room the voices of the same female students were heard. Chai Nyan, Yu Yunha, what have you heard? She was flustered at those words. No, she held her head outside the door and didn't know what to do. Her head was about to explode. What should I do? If that ridiculous rumor continued to spread, Rachel Elizabeth Louise immediately walked over and threw open the locker room door. At the same time, they were about to tell Chai Nyan and Yu Yunha almost everything about the rumor. But she appeared just in time to stop them. Hajin? Rachel Elizabeth Louise opened the door. Everyone turned to look at her. The students who were spreading the rumor froze when they saw her. Chai Nyan and Yu Yunha turned to look at her, not knowing what had happened. Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked at them, a little angry. Did they hear what we were saying? I don't know. The people who had been talking about the rumor about Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Louise just now laughed awkwardly and began to leave, avoiding her gaze. We'll be going first. Chai Nyan didn't understand what was happening. What? We were just talking. Chai Nyan saw them leaving while avoiding Rachel's face. Elizabeth Louise shouted in anger. What happened to Hajin? After that, the door closed and only 3 people were left in the room. Chai Nyan was confused because the story was cut off in the middle and she didn't understand what was happening. What? Rachel Elizabeth Louise let out a sigh of relief. Luckily I came just in time. Yu Yunha crossed her arms and looked at her quietly. Behind her, Chai Nyan held her head and shouted in anger. What on earth were those guys trying to say? Just as Rachel Elizabeth Louise was about to turn around, she was suddenly called, Hey Rachel. When she turned, Yu Yunha asked, You're on the same team as him, right? She answered blankly. Seeing that Rachel Elizabeth Louise didn't understand who Yu Yunha was talking about, Chai Nyan opened her mouth. She's talking about Hajin. Yu Yunha looked back at Chai Nyan. She was angry and at the same time embarrassed. For some reason it was uncomfortable for her to say his name directly. Who said that? I'm fine. Can you stop talking nonsense? Only Rachel Elizabeth Louise, Yu Yunha and Chai Nyan were currently in the locker room. Yu Yunha asked her, What's that? What's with the why? What are you trying to say? She laughed. My God, Yu Yunha is really an enigma. Are you pretending you don't know anything? She was at a loss for words. The Royal Court Guild contacted him, right? Everyone knows that. Yu Yunha sighed, crossed her arms and looked at her. But the last draft of the contract was at a level suitable for someone ranked 334. The Royal Court Guild couldn't have done that unless they were really crazy. A voice was heard in the darkness. Maybe someone has noticed what he's hiding. After a moment of silence in the room, she looked at her. Chai Nyan didn't understand what was happening in the tense atmosphere between Rachel Elizabeth Louise and Yu Yunha. She kept turning her head back and forth. What are you two talking about? Rachel Elizabeth Louise avoided her gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. We only made a deal with him by mutual agreement. Yu Yunha put her hand to her cheek and laughed loudly, pointing at her. Oh my God, it was a joke. I was just kidding. Yu Yunha crossed her arms and continued to ask her, So you'd better be careful when using that privilege. Rachel Elizabeth Louise looked at Yu Yunha. It wouldn't be good to make the people around you hate you. She clenched her fists tightly. She's warning me. Yu Yunha stood in front of her with her arms crossed and looked at Rachel Elizabeth Louise with great interest. She's saying she's already laid claim to Hajin, so I shouldn't interfere. Her face darkened. If Hajin rejects the contract, I don't need to hold on to him either. She raised her hand. I think she understood my warning. What a deep connection. For us to be in this situation again. Come to my room and have dinner with me. But I don't know why. Rachel Elizabeth Louise. Yu Yunha was surprised. Okay, at this moment I don't want to lose to that girl. She looked at her. Gladly. In the living room the 3 of them sat quietly on the sofa. Yu Yunha turned her head. Rachel Elizabeth Louise didn't say anything. Rachel Elizabeth Louise lowered her head and remained silent. Chai Nyan was not used to this cold atmosphere and was a little surprised, not understanding what the two had just talked about. What's this atmosphere? They keep talking in a way that only they understand. Yu Yunha looked at Rachel Elizabeth Louise, who had her eyes closed and seemed to be lost in thought. The offer just now was just a formality, but she accepted it. What on earth is she thinking? Yu Yunha crossed her arms and sat with her legs crossed. Would you like some juice? She answered coldly. I don't need it. There was silence again, and Chai Nyan looked back and forth between the two. Yu Yunha stood up and walked to the table. She poured orange juice into a cup and said, I have something to ask you. She stopped pouring the juice and looked back. How did you get to know him? Rachel Elizabeth Louise thought. How? It was just a coincidence. She smiled lightly. Yu Yunha held the glass of orange juice and approached Rachel Elizabeth Louise. Then you must know the reason why he's hiding his identity. Her face darkened. That? She swirled the glass of juice in her hand. Well, that's hard to know. Chai Nyan was still not understanding what was going on while listening to the two of them talk. What is he hiding? She whispered. That's right, I don't know anything about Hajin's past. I also don't know the reason why he's hiding his strength. But Yu Yunha held out her hands in front of her. Nothing will change whether I know it or not. No, a lot will change. The one with more information is stronger. What I mean is, Rachel Elizabeth Louise said, I still believe I have the upper hand. I just need to wait patiently until he tells me himself. There's no need to find out or investigate the reason. Yu Yunha was surprised. After that, Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood up. It's late, so I should get going. She walked past her and said, thanks for dinner. Rachel Elizabeth Louise left. Yu Yunha glanced at the door. Chai Nyan looked quietly at Yu Yunha. She clenched her fists and said in a trembling voice, why do you two? Chai Nyan swore, which she had been holding back while Rachel Elizabeth Louise and Yu Yunha were talking in silence. What the hell were you talking about? I couldn't understand a single thing. It was clearly Korean. Chai Nyan's swearing could be heard from outside the yard of the old-fashioned house. It meant that the conversation just now was in Korean. The scene shifts to the Carrot Cafe. Suddenly a voice was heard from inside. Tomer, did you hear? Dian said excitedly. Hajun likes Rachel, Tomer answered with a surprised expression. Oh my, really? Seeing Tomer's expectant face, she spewed out information. You must not have heard the news since you came from outside, but Cube has been abuzz with that rumor lately. Hearing that, she answered blankly. Really? I didn't know. The image of Tomer diligently finding out and spreading it to people came to mind. Of course I know. It's the rumor I spread. The black-haired girl who had been quiet until now also opened her mouth. They've been together a lot lately. Isn't it just because they're on the same team? Janie was disappointed. The black-haired girl explained the current situation in detail. The image of Rachel Elizabeth Louise being treated as important came to mind in the three's minds. When Rachel graduates, she'll become the master of the Royal Court Guild, so it's possible that he's trying to build a relationship with her in advance. Dian listened and agreed. That makes sense too. Hajun's ranking recently went up to 334, so he's actually a good fit for the Royal Court Guild, which is ranked 60th in the world. Tomer's face turned pale as she listened to the two's conversation. Things shouldn't be going this way. Her image of chatting with people gradually shattered. My plan was to get close to a few Cube cadets first and then have them spread the rumor further. The plan to push Hajun's feelings was gradually collapsing. I can't let the rumor die down already. Tomer was flustered and bit her nails, calculating inwardly. The two were still talking. So that's what it was? Suddenly she opened her mouth, avoiding what the two had said before. But there's no smoke without fire, right? The two said at the same time. Really? Tomer looked at the two and was discouraged, worrying inwardly that she had to make them interested. That's right. I saw Hajun staring at Rachel before. The look in his eyes was really, she winked and gave a thumbs up. Full of love? I think I went a little too far with this one. The two were as happy as if they had won the lottery when they heard that. Really? That's really unexpected. Tomer felt a little sorry for the two who were so happy to hear the inaccurate information. Do you really believe that? It's the age to be interested in other people's love lives. Dian asked more out of curiosity. I knew it. Is there anything else? Tomer broke out in a cold sweat and thought. Let's see. Just as she was about to continue the story, her smartwatch suddenly rang. That's right. When we all went to the cafe before mission in progress, Tomer received the item during the 4th period this week. It will help you complete the mission. A message was sent to her in front of the laptop screen. Kim Hajun leaned back in his chair and realized. I thought she came to Cube for another reason. The scene shifts to the past. Tomer approached and greeted him. I met Tomer at a nearby convenience store last night. Hajun, I didn't expect to see you here. Kim Hajun looked at her chattering and thought, I think I've been running into her too often lately. He noticed the watch on Tomer's wrist. Wait, there's something strange about that watch. Back to the present. Kim Hajun looked at the screen and concluded it was a fake. It looked real, but it can't fool my eyes. He clicked on the chat channel. The mission will take place this Wednesday simultaneously in each class. Submit the report via smartwatch. If any unusual movements or other undercover agents are spotted during outings on holidays, report to the higher-ups. Tomer ordered them to reveal the location of the mission item. I will find it at the specified date and time. He looked at the message history with satisfaction. It's clear Tomer is targeting Rachel. I had to use 80 products to avoid getting caught hacking, but I got some pretty valuable information. Tomer would never imagine that she was the one who leaked the information. A new message. Kim Hajun looked at the content and calculated. The 4th period will be the mock artifact battle, and the control center is on the lowest level of the B8 underground sector. Wednesday, that's tomorrow. The lowest level of the B8 underground sector, the item is placed there, from 11 a.m. the control center. A ding from his smartwatch caught his attention. There's not much time, I have to move faster. Ding. Kim Hajun opened the notification window to check. A message with a photo attached. Who is it? The message read, can you teach me how to solve this problem? Is it Rachel? Wait, it's not her. The scene shifts to a person writing something in a book. A line of text appeared on the page. Calculating the mana density within a dungeon is important. The mana density of a dungeon can predict problems depending on the actual situation, so it can be called an essential skill for a hero. Practice problem QN1. Assume there are 6 kobold goblins in a small dungeon. Before killing the kobold goblins, a 9th grade magic explosion trap was activated. Reading the text, a sense of frustration washed over her. She clutched her hair and with tears streaming down her cheeks lamented in agony. I don't understand a single thing written in this book. Currently, Chai Nyan was sitting in the library complaining endlessly in her mind. I learned this from the textbook, but I still can't solve these problems. She rubbed her head and cursed this damn phenomenon analysis 2 feet subject. It just keeps telling me to calculate, but I don't understand what it's talking about. In front of her, Rachel Elizabeth Louise was studying diligently. Suddenly she glanced at her smartwatch, waited for a moment, then sighed and gave up. Seeing Rachel Elizabeth Louise's helpless face, Chai Nyan realized it must be difficult for her too. Looking at the squiggly text on the book page, she sighed. Chai Nyan buried her face in her hands and thought of someone. This would be a piece of cake for Hajin. She was silent for a moment, then stared intently at her smartwatch. With a hesitant expression, Chai Nyan used her smartwatch to write a message asking for help. Teach me how to solve this problem. Is that too rude? Can you teach me how to solve this problem? If you do, I'll treat you to a meal. That doesn't sound very good either. If you can teach me this, you're a genius. Haha, that makes me sound like an idiot. After thinking for a moment, Chai Nyan decided, can you teach me how to solve this problem? Her face flushed slightly, and she looked at the message hesitantly. A moment later, Chai Nyan decided to press the send button. After sending the message, she crossed her arms and said confidently, I've pretty much solved it already, but I'm just asking just in case I could be wrong, right? 20 minutes later, after waiting for almost 30 minutes, Chai Nyan gradually started to get angry. Is he ignoring my message? Annoyed, she picked up her bag to leave. Really? Does he think he's the only one I can ask? Suddenly a ding from her smartwatch made her pause. After the beep, Chai Nyan blushed slightly and looked at her smartwatch. She smiled, slowly put her bag down and sat back in her seat. On his end, Kim Hajin scratched his head and worried. It took some time to explain it so Chai Nyan could understand. He smiled and looked at his watch. An image of Chai Nyan working hard on her homework with a slightly annoyed expression came to mind. She really works hard at everything. It was the same during the last presentation. Suddenly, a thought crossed Kim Hajin's mind. In the future, she will become a greater hero than her older brother. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him darkened. I got used to life here and forgot. Chai Jinyun. An image of him unconscious with a girl sitting next to him came to Kim Hajin's mind. Although he has turned into a Jin seed and is currently in a coma, he will turn into a Jin after the incubation period. He feared Chai Jinyun's final form. There is no hero strong enough to defeat him yet. No one knows how long Chai Jinyun will remain asleep. With that thought, Kim Hajin clenched his fists and made a decision. Before that happens, he slumped into his chair and sighed. The problem is, I'm the only one who knows why Chai Jinyun is in this state. That means I can't ask anyone for help. I can't approach him directly myself. Suddenly he realized one thing, unless I'm in disguise. Kim Hajin picked up the black card that was on the cupboard. That's right, that time, an image of a purple-haired girl came to his mind. Kim Hajin, Riavan bowed her head and offered, join us. I'm talking about the black card I gave you before. Kim Hajin stared blankly at the card in his hand. He looked at what was written on the card and said, Geronimo Mercenary Group. Back in the present, Kim Hajin looked at the card in his hand and hesitated slightly. Geronimo Mercenary Group, one of the top mercenary groups currently. But in reality, it's just a front for the Chameleon Troop. I don't know why they tried to recruit me instead of Shin Jonghek. If this happens, I don't know how much the story will deviate. He recalled the past and reasoned. If I can get their help, I might be able to kill Chai Jinyun. The images of the 4 important characters of the story came to Kim Hajin's mind. He was sitting blankly in his chair, lost in thought, when he was startled by a sudden call. Hajin. Evandel came in from outside the door, rubbing her eyes. You're not asleep yet? Seeing the girl, he pushed his chair back and approached her. Sorry, Evandel, did the light wake you up? The girl, holding a teddy bear, answered blankly. Yes. He approached and lifted Evandel into his arms. Let's go back to sleep. As he approached the door, Kim Hajin looked back and made a plan. Okay, I should take things a bit slower. If the Jin seed's incubation period is about 5 to 6 years, then there's still a year left. There must be a way to solve this. His figure gradually disappeared out the door, leaving behind the black card he had placed on his laptop. The space inside darkened, revealing the mysterious organization hidden within. The scene shifts to inside the academy. A voice was lecturing and everyone was listening intently. As you all know well, today's practical training is, as Seo Hai Wook stood on the podium and shouted loudly, the surrounding atmosphere quieted down. A mock artifact battle. Everyone below stirred. I'm so excited. I don't want my rank to drop because of this. Kim Hajin stood to one side, thinking quietly. Usually an artifact belongs to the country that discovers it, regardless of where. But in this world many countries were destroyed by artifact battles. So now artifacts found in unclaimed territory belong to the discoverer. To obtain that artifact, guilds and even Djinns will kill each other. That is the artifact war. Kim Hajin watched Seo Hai Wook standing in front of him seriously. In other words, this is training for us to experience what a real artifact war is like. The teacher looked at the system window and began to announce. The scale of the artifact excavation area is extremely large. The theme will be close quarters combat. Seo Hai Wook looked down at everyone and advised. The command structure, methods of contacting other teammates and the location of the artifact are unknown. You must always make the right decisions. A guide board appeared. Each team will consist of 5 members. During the training, the white team will be on defense and the black team will be on offense. If you are judged to have a fatal wound or shout, I surrender, you will be eliminated. Seo Hai Wook snapped his fingers. All right. Suddenly a black shadow appeared from somewhere and obscured Kim Ha-jun's vision. The other people at the academy couldn't avoid it either and were all flustered. "What is this? I can't see anything," the teacher on the podium quickly explained. "Be quiet. That's my mana, so there's no need to be surprised. I've blinded you to disperse you to different locations. Now let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to follow Seo Hai-wook and a clamor was heard from behind. "Don't push, ouch, don't step on my foot." Kim Ha-jun also followed, admiring inwardly. "It's not that surprising that a high-rank hero can blind this many cadets, but it doesn't work on me." He used his eye skill to dispel the teacher's technique. Kim Ha-jun's eyes glowed and he scanned every corner of the place he was passing through. Following everyone's footsteps, he calmly calculated from behind. When you think of an artifact excavation area, you usually think of a pit, but with modern technology it would be closer to an underground bunker. Kim Ha-jun observed his surroundings and concluded, "The people of this world have very diverse talents after all." First basement floor, 15 cadets were assigned here. Everyone was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. He quietly calculated the remaining number of people. Second basement floor, 25 cadets. On the third basement floor were Chai Nyan, Rachel, and 15 other cadets. Kim Ha-jun walked leisurely, imagining the two would fight very fiercely. He walked slowly. Suddenly he came to a stop. Kim Ha-jun looked at the color of his clothes. "The fourth basement floor, I guess. I'm on the black team." The color has changed. Even after arriving at the place where he stopped, he still looked around to check the situation and try to find out where Shin Jong-hek and Kim Soo-ho were. But at this rate there was no other way. Is this a residential area? Suddenly he shifted his gaze to the side. Kim Ha-jun suspected the blurry figure right in front of him. "Oh, wait a minute. The person in the next room." He was startled by a sudden notification sound. "The location assignment for all cadets is complete." Seo Hai-wook was announcing to everyone from the control room. "The artifact is either guarded by an NPC or is being moved to another location. The white team must protect the artifact and the black team must steal it. The countdown will now begin." As soon as the notification ended, the door over there opened, revealing a person dressed in white from head to toe. The door closed with a slam. A man and a woman dressed in different colors were waiting for the countdown. Ready. Rachel, Elizabeth, Louise and Chai Nyan were also waiting anxiously. 3, 2, 1, begin. After the announcement, the sound of a gun being loaded was heard. Kim Ha-jun, holding a short pistol, looked at his smartwatch and analyzed. The artifact Tomer has to retrieve must be in the B3 sector of the lowest floor. He looked to his right and worried inwardly. The lowest floor is the 7th basement floor, so there's a problem. He looked at the next room. A familiar purple-haired girl came into view. Yu Yunha is in the next room, and she's on the white team. She smiled and looked at the door. The two looked at each other without a word. "To get to the hallway from here, I'll definitely have to face her." Suddenly, Yu Yunha spoke. "I know there's someone inside. I heard everything." She brushed her hair back and introduced herself. "Which team are you on?" "I'm on the white team." After waiting for a moment, she couldn't hold back and came to her own conclusion. No answer. Then you must be on the black team." Yu Yunha pressed a button on the door. "To run into something like this from the very beginning. Too bad for you." She pressed the button and the door opened automatically. She waited confidently, holding her weapon. "I bet it's you." When the door suddenly opened, before she could even come to her senses, she saw someone she knew on the other side and her eyes widened in surprise. What bad luck. In front of Yu Yunha, Kim Ha-jun was standing still, waiting. Kim Ha-jun. The two were silent for a long time after seeing his face. Seeing her standing frozen, he thought to himself, why isn't she attacking all of a sudden? Worry was evident on his face. Why does she look so nervous? On the other side, Yu Yunha felt the mental pressure and gripped her weapon tightly. She feared the person in front of her. "This is bad. I can't believe he's my first opponent." Suddenly, Kim Ha-jun raised his hand. Seeing him move, Yu Yunha immediately panicked and her eyes widened. Trembling with fear, she stammered a warning, "Don't do anything stupid." Seeing her so nervous, Kim Ha-jun was also surprised and exclaimed, Not understanding the situation, he thought to himself. I was just going to scratch an itch." Yu Yunha worriedly gritted her teeth. She slowly analyzed his previous duels. His weapon is an ordinary cadet-issue pistol, but it can produce an attack powerful enough to pierce an energy protection armor. What should I do? Fight him? Or Yu Yunha looked behind her and saw something. Behind her was just an empty space with nothing in it. I'm dead now. The hallway outside is very narrow and a single path. No matter how far I run, I'll be within his range. After a moment, Yu Yunha regained her composure and gripped her weapon tightly. I need to calm down. This might be my chance. She recalled the time she had observed Kim Ha-jun. Until now, I've only guessed his strength through observation. This is a chance to directly. Amidst Kim Ha-jun's calmness and Yu Yunha's tension, it seemed like their fight was about to begin. She grew conceited with her own thoughts, thinking she had to find out how strong he was. Yu Yunha and Kim Ha-jun were like polar opposites, she thought to herself. This is my chance to find out for myself how strong he is. Yu Yunha's expression was very determined, and she unknowingly gripped the whip in her hand tightly. Kim Ha-jun was still bewildered. Yunha, she didn't notice that her whip was being fiercely swung towards him. Yu Yunha swung her whip very quickly towards Kim Ha-jun's hand to make him drop the gun in his hand. Kim Ha-jun still didn't really understand the situation. As the gun flew into the air, Kim Ha-jun unknowingly let out a sound. Yu Yunha's whip continued to move, trying to wrap around Kim Ha-jun's gun, and so Kim Ha-jun's gun was completely in her hands. Yu Yunha held the gun in her hand, but her expression was still very bewildered. She looked at the gun in her hand and unknowingly smiled happily. I took the gun. I never thought I'd be able to take it. Yu Yunha looked towards Kim Hajin again. He was still standing there blankly, frozen like a stone. He's not so strong that I can't win. Yu Yunha very confidently put her hands on her waist, closed her eyes and said, without a weapon even you can't do anything. Suddenly the gun seemed to teleport in the air. Before she could finish her words, the gun in her hand had disappeared. Yu Yunha stared at her own palm, bewildered. What? Yu Yunha was shocked to see that Kim Hajin had somehow retrieved his gun. When did you take it back? Kim Hajin answered calmly. Just now. After hearing that, Yu Yunha's face showed shock and she couldn't believe what had happened. But I didn't see you move. Did you use mana? Kim Hajin answered perfunctorily as if he didn't really care. Well, let's just say I did. Yu Yunha couldn't understand at all. There was an orange string wrapped around Kim Hajin's hand. That string was connected to the gun. To be precise, this wasn't mana. Kim Hajin thought to himself that he had used an ether wire in advance to prepare for this kind of situation. With that same innocent expression, Kim Hajin raised his gun and aimed it straight at Yu Yunha. Yu Yunha showed a bit of worry on her face, gripped her whip tightly and focused her thoughts. The space here is too narrow, so no matter where I run I'll be in his range. It'll hurt a lot if I get hit, right? If I die I'll be the first one eliminated. Kim Hajin's finger was slowly pulling the trigger. Yu Yunha squeezed her eyes shut in fear as if she couldn't do anything but wait for the bullet to come. A moment later, whatever happened, Kim Hajin approached and let out a small pained sound. The hand that Yu Yunha had hit with her whip earlier had now turned black and red. Kim Hajin walked and said, if that blow hadn't missed my bones would have broken. Yunha, you're really strong. Kim Hajin had now arrived in another very wide space. He put his hands on his waist and looked around, but I didn't expect such a wide place to be so empty. After speaking, Kim Hajin raised his hand to look at the information window projected from his watch. Did I move to another sector? Kim Hajin's face suddenly darkened. He thought of something in his mind. Everyone participating in the artifact war is equipped with a life sign device. His information, like everyone else's, would be clearly displayed by each tag on the system window. Kim Hajin's tag read abnormal, and other tags also read abnormal and weakened. It was a device that checked the user's remaining HP and showed it to others, letting them know if the cadet could continue. In another office, Evandel was playing happily on the floor with her cute teddy bears. Crocodile. Kim Hajin's thoughts continued. So if I collect the GPS data of that device with a computer, I should be able to check the GPS data directly with my smartwatch. Kim Hajin thought of a map. An orange dot was glowing on it. That dot is Tomer and 99 and 89, for example. She's in the women's restroom on the 7th basement floor. Kim Hajin focused on the displayed screen. Since there's no movement, she must be looking for the item. The place where Kim Hajin was standing was very empty. He continued to do something. First, let's check on the others. The map was displayed on the information screen again. Numerous dots were now shining on the map. The name of each dot was also displayed. Chai Nyan NKS Sora Y 4N6. Another dot had information that Rachel Elizabeth Louise 9Fs 37 Bell and Chai Nyan were on the 3rd basement floor. They're fighting in the opposite sector of the map. Two glowing dots were standing facing each other. It was none other than Kim Suho NKR 00T09 and Shin Jonghek NKR AB51. 5th basement floor. Kim Suho and Shin Jonghek Ha. Kim Hajin was very interested to see the two fighting. This is going to be a big fight. Aren't there any CCTV cameras nearby? After speaking, Kim Hajin immediately found one. Here it is. What was displayed on the screen was none other than Kim Suho. Opposite him was none other than Shin Jonghek. He smiled confidently. Kim Hajin felt like he had come to watch a movie. He even put on movie theater glasses and drank water as he watched intently. Shin Jonghek spoke first. Suho, I knew this day would come soon, Kim Suho replied. Same here, he continued. Come on, I'll show you the difference in our strength. Then whatever happened, only a very loud noise was heard. Kim Hajin was surprised and had a slightly flustered expression. Still not back to his senses, Kim Hajin looked up and the door opposite him was open. That surprised me. Why is it so loud? Kim Hajin raised his watch again to look at the time. I almost forgot. I have to go to Tomer. It's time. Kim Hajin immediately walked energetically. Alright, let's go. In another space, a black-haired male student was sitting on the ground looking very flustered. I surrender, I surrender. Opposite him was a person holding a sword. As soon as he said that, a bandage covering the area around his eyes was immediately stuck to his face. That person was none other than Chai Nyan. She let out a sigh of relief, raised her hand to wipe her face and said, That's the third one. It's pretty easy. Not far from Chai Nyan, two people were lying on the ground tied up tightly. Chai Nyan raised her sword and looked at it with a very proud expression. I can't believe I can handle a sword this skillfully in less than 3 months. I must have quite a talent for swordsmanship. Suddenly someone called her. Nyan, that person was none other than Jun. She ran over with a very happy expression. That's amazing, I'm saved. Chai Nyan was a little surprised to see her. Jun, where have you been? Hearing Chai Nyan's question, Jun started to talk with a sad expression. I was hiding and got caught by the black team. I almost couldn't get out. I used up all my arrows while running away. After hearing that, Chai Nyan smiled and said, You must have had a hard time. I'm glad we met here. Jun's face looked very proud and it was even shining a little. Jun, a supporter, was very weak in direct combat, but Jun said happily, "But I was able to take down one person by using a debuff on the opponent. She would be helpful in battle with her support skills." Chai Nyan suddenly swung her sword in the air and walked forward happily. "Then let's go earn some points." Jun was a little surprised and turned in the direction Chai Nyan was walking. "Oh right, Nyan," she said. "Rachel is on this floor." Chai Nyan was a little dazed after hearing that. Chai Nyan muttered to herself, "Rachel is here." Suddenly a sound was heard and she immediately turned her head. Jun, not knowing anything, continued to speak. "Yeah, I was surprised too. I froze for a moment when I saw her." Before Jun could finish her words, Chai Nyan reached behind her and signaled her to be quiet. "Wait," a strange sound was coming from the stairs over there. Chai Nyan stared intently at that spot. Chai Nyan quickly raised her sword and got into a fighting stance, not forgetting to remind Jun behind her, "Hide behind me." Jun obeyed. Yeah, but when the person who made the sound appeared, the person who appeared in front of her surprised Chai Nyan a little. Chai Nyan was no longer wary but rather puzzled. "What?" Jun, who was next to her, had a happy expression on her face. The two said at the same time, "Yu Yunha." Yu Yunha looked very tired. She bent over, panting heavily. Chai Nyan was bewildered and immediately ran over. "Why are you sweating so much? Did you run into someone?" Yu Yunha was still panting. Hearing Chai Nyan's question, Yu Yunha looked away slightly and looked elsewhere. That person Chai Nyan recognized from her expression that it was Hajin. At this time Jun stepped forward and said, "Hajin, didn't you win? Your rank is much higher than his." Hearing such a question, Yu Yunha flinched as if she had been hit where it hurts. Yu Yunha didn't answer and she didn't know what to do with a slightly helpless look. She recalled earlier, when she closed her eyes and waited for the bullet to come, a sound was heard. What flew was not a bullet but Hajin's hand. He lightly tapped Yu Yunha's shoulder and so Kim Hajin left the duel arena. "This is just the beginning, let's take it slow." Yu Yunha was a little dazed. She turned her head, bewildered. Kim Hajin still walked forward calmly, back to the present. Yu Yunha crossed her arms and looked elsewhere. "No, not yet," she thought to herself. "I was the one who almost lost." Chai Nyan still had a question and asked Yu Yunha, "What is he doing?" Yu Yunha answered immediately, "I'm not sure, he seems to be scouting." Jun suddenly spoke up. She smiled with interest. "Could it be that he's looking for Rachel?" Chai Nyan was puzzled. Why would he do that?" Jun said innocently. "He likes Rachel." Yu Yunha was a little surprised. "What?" But the person who should have been the most concerned was Chai Nyan. She froze like a stone on the spot. The news that Jun brought was like a bolt of lightning that struck Chai Nyan's head. She was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide and couldn't believe the truth. "What?" Jun continued innocently. "He likes Rachel." Chai Nyan's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, and she stammered something. With a look of horror on her face, she recalled a scene of Kim Hajin being shy and conscious of Rachel. "What?" Chai Nyan's expression was very strange, and she asked Jun again in a slightly hurried manner, "What are you talking about?" Jun replied calmly, "You didn't know? That rumor has been spreading all over Cube lately." Yu Yunha crossed her arms with a very cold expression and opened her mouth. "But that rumor is really ridiculous." Chai Nyan also continued. "Really?" Yu Yunha thought to herself at this time. "This mock artifact war accounts for a large portion of our total score, so I don't have time to worry about such ridiculous rumors right now." After finishing her thoughts, she immediately asked Jun, "More importantly, have you found the location of the artifact?" Jun took out a small box from somewhere, placed it on her palm and answered while looking at it, "Yeah, I found one. I found an NPC on my way here." Chai Nyan still stood there as if she was out of her mind and only one thought was in her head. Kim Hajin likes Rachel? Yu Yunha was very happy to hear Jun's information. "Then that's great. Okay, let's move this to the first floor." Jun also answered happily. "All right." Chai Nyan seemed to be out of it, staring blankly into space with a dazed look, unable to think of anything. Only after a long time did Chai Nyan unknowingly open her mouth. "Hey Jun." Jun heard her call and turned around bewildered. Yu Yunha also focused and turned to see what Chai Nyan wanted to say. Chai Nyan said with a slight hesitation. Yunha said, "It's probably not true. The reason that rumor spread is probably because they're on the same team." Jun didn't really care, but she still answered enthusiastically. "All right, that could be it, but everyone is talking about it, so I'm a little suspicious that it might be true to some extent." After hearing that, Chai Nyan refuted it even more strongly. "That's not right. That's what I think." Yu Yunha on one side covered her mouth and laughed as if she had noticed something. Unknowingly, she looked up. A purple beam of light shone directly on Yu Yunha's face and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. A few glowing objects were flying towards them. The speed was very fast. Jun turned around bewildered and someone shouted loudly, "Jun!" Fortunately, Yu Yunha quickly used her whip to break the sharp arrows flying towards Jun. Jun was a little surprised and scared. The sharp arrows broke and fell messily on the ground. Chai Nyan turned around worriedly and asked how she was. "Yunha?" Jun also continued. "Yunha, are you okay?" Yu Yunha gripped her whip tightly and answered, "Something like this can't take me down." Next to her, before Yu Yunha could finish her words, Chai Nyan became angry, took out her sword and shouted loudly, "Which bastard? Come out!" The three of them looked up together to the direction the arrows came from. Everyone was on guard. Someone was really standing there. It was none other than Rachel's party. She and her companions were staring intently at Yu Yunha's party with cold eyes. Chai Nyan couldn't contain her anger and shouted loudly, "Rachel, you coward!" launching a surprise attack. Rachel suddenly pointed her sword straight ahead and without answering Chai Nyan's words she coldly ordered, "Everyone attack!" Hearing Rachel's order, her companions immediately rushed towards Yunha's party. Each of them held their own weapon in their hands. Yu Yunha turned back and warned Jun. "Jun, hurry up and hide." Jun answered in a fluster. Okay. Suddenly from above a person shot an arrow and blocked Jun's immediate path. She was surprised and immediately let out a loud scream. Chai Nyan, who was fighting with a sword, heard the scream and looked back. Jun, filled with anger, she swung her sword with all her might, pushing the two back, but they dug their feet into the ground, trying not to slide. Kim Byung-ho looked at Chai Nyan with an amused smile and thought to himself, with the two of us here, even Nyan can't win, right? Unlike his expression, his female companion was breathing heavily and on guard. Chai Nyan spat out a cold word. Get lost. Kim Byung-ho and his female companion looked at her with puzzled expressions, not understanding what she meant. Chai Nyan grew even angrier. She immediately swung her sharp sword, slashing towards the two, drawing a streak of light in the air. I'm busy, so all of you get lost. On the other side, Yu Yunha's whip was striking down on her opponent's sword. She withdrew her whip. She was breathing heavily, but her gaze was still fixed ahead. The person facing her was a white-haired boy. He was very cautious and thought to himself, that girl is preventing us from getting to Jun. Does Yunha always make such sacrificial choices, or could it be? As if something came to mind, he immediately turned and said loudly to his companions, Hey, I think Jun has the sacred artifact. Yu Yunha was very surprised to hear that. The order to find her was given. Chai Nyan was shocked, doubting her own ears. Jun, who was hiding in a corner, was so scared she could only cover her mouth with her hands, and Yu Yunha gritted her teeth in anger. Before long, the white-haired man found where Jun was hiding. Here you are. Jun was so scared she could only scream. He said to Jun, hand over the sacred artifact. He didn't notice Chai Nyan rushing towards him from a distance like an arrow. In your dreams, suddenly, something seemed to split the ground beneath Chai Nyan's feet in two. She flinched, slightly surprised. Small stone fragments scattered in all directions. Chai Nyan stared in surprise at the large crack in the ground below. Such a powerful attack, the only person with such a powerful technique is, as Chai Nyan thought and turned her head, she saw Rachel with a sharp sword rushing towards her. The tip of her sword cut through the air. Fortunately, Chai Nyan quickly stepped back and dodged the attack. Seeing Chai Nyan dodge like that, a hint of surprise appeared in Rachel's eyes, but immediately after, Rachel moved quickly and launched a series of attacks at Chai Nyan. Chai Nyan could only slowly retreat and block with her sword. Chai Nyan frowned. Rachel's attacks were like a storm, and even her sword, which was used to winning battles quickly, was pushed back in the power struggle. She's really strong. Chai Nyan looked at Rachel again. She still had a cold face, skillfully using her sword to attack as fast as lightning. Chai Nyan thought to herself, she knows there's a flaw in my swordsmanship and is trying to push me further into a corner. Damn it, it's all I can do just to block. Chai Nyan gritted her teeth in anger and her face darkened. She unknowingly cursed. Damn it. Even so, Chai Nyan resolved to herself that she really didn't want to lose. At this time, Rachel took a few steps back. Chai Nyan's sword began to glow as if enveloped in power. She held her sword upright and a blue flame blazed fiercely, wrapping around the sword in front of Rachel. Chai Nyan's gaze was very firm and there was no longer any fear. Just like that, Chai Nyan swung her sword with all her might. The power of the sword was so great that Rachel was startled and fell backward. Smoke and dust rose thickly. Rachel quickly regained her posture. Her aura suddenly changed. Seeing the power from Chai Nyan's sword continuing to fly towards her, Rachel could only quickly retreat. Her mana is really impressive, but her control is still too clumsy, Rachel thought to herself as she moved. Instead of taking her attack head-on, I just need to dodge and wait for an opportunity. But as she was dodging, things didn't go as planned and Rachel suddenly twisted her ankle. Rachel immediately looked down with a flustered expression, and Chai Nyan also froze for a moment. As if seizing the opportunity, Chai Nyan immediately took action. This is my chance. She jumped up, gripped her power-infused sword tightly and rushed straight towards Rachel. Princess, you've lost your focus. Just like that, Chai Nyan struck down straight and hard, a force of which seemed like it would shatter the ground a second time. Fortunately, Rachel dodged back in time, a flustered look still on her face. That was close. I almost let her close the distance again. Thinking that, she looked down. The ground where Rachel had placed her hand began to crack and shatter. And just like that, Rachel seemed to be floating in the air. What? Not far away, Chai Nyan was very surprised to see Rachel falling straight down. Yu Yunha and Rachel's companions who were fighting were no less surprised to see the scene. The ground where Rachel had been standing broke into large pieces and fell into the void, and she was no exception. Rachel's face was now filled with shock and surprise. Just like that, she fell straight into the endless void. Someone shouted loudly, Rachel? The people around could only stare blankly at the deep, dark hole in the middle of the room. Below, Rachel landed. She was still slightly dazed as she looked up. Did the floor just collapse? Rachel recalled Chai Nyan's attack from earlier. That power was incredible, like a bomb exploding in a single blow. In a single blow, above, people started talking animatedly about something. The floor collapsed. Rachel stared intently at the large hole in the floor. Ah, right, this isn't the time for that. I need to rejoin my team quickly. Suddenly, someone appeared. Rachel sensed a presence and immediately turned around. The person who appeared was none other than Kim Suho. Rachel thought to herself, Kim Suho. He smiled and walked out slowly, his hand drawing his sword. Rachel, looking exhausted, breathed heavily and slowly stood up. No, Rachel lamented inwardly. Does it really have to be now? And suddenly Kim Suho jumped up and rushed towards Rachel very quickly. His sword flashed by. Fortunately, Rachel barely dodged it. Not knowing what had happened, she only saw something hit the wall and the wall exploded. Meanwhile, on the 6th basement floor, a camera was operating. Kim Ha-jin glanced back toward the camera that was pointing straight at him. He said to himself, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. I need to be careful not to arouse suspicion. Elsewhere, Kim Ha-jun's image appeared on a screen via the camera. He was muttering something. Back to Ha-jun's side, he pretended to look elsewhere and deliberately said loudly, "Should I look for a sacred artifact in the restroom? Should I look inside?" As he entered the restroom, Kim Ha-jun could see someone crouching inside. He flinched for a moment. With eyes like he was programming, Kim Ha-jun slowly opened the stall door. Inside, a man was cowering in fear, sweating profusely, holding a sacred artifact box in his hands. Kim Ha-jun was quite surprised. My god, there was really a sacred artifact here. Without another word, Kim Ha-jun snatched the sacred artifact box from the man's hand. The man was so scared that he immediately sobbed and ran away desperately. "Save me!" Kim Ha-jun was still standing there blankly. He was still looking in the direction the man had run. His figure slowly disappeared. That hologram is really realistic. It's a bit creepy. After speaking, Kim Ha-jun plopped down on the toilet and raised his hand to check the time. Since I found a sacred artifact by chance, I need to decide quickly how to deal with Tomer. Kim Ha-jun sat there motionlessly. Tomer is on the floor directly below me, waiting in the restroom on the 7th basement floor. In another restroom, Tomer was also sitting seriously on a toilet. Kim Ha-jun stared intently at his watch's display. The control center is in the B3 sector of the lowest floor. The item is stored there. The control center will be completely empty from 11 a.m. to noon, so I have to go get it then. After reading it all, Kim Ha-jun said to himself, "There are 15 minutes left until the designated time. What should I do?" Flinch. Kim Ha-jun realized something and looked up at the restroom's air vent with surprised eyes. That's right, the air vent. Kim Ha-jun thought that the air vent would surely connect to the 7th floor. Kim Ha-jun slowly rolled down his sleeves as he thought. The tattoo engraved on his arm was revealed. With the mana of the stigma, a tremendous power suddenly burst out from the tattoo on Kim Ha-jun's arm. Become a smoke with the power to put Tomer to sleep. After that power disappeared, smoke slowly rose from the tattoo. Kim Ha-jun smiled happily as he watched the smoke fly away. It's done. If I let it fly along the air vent. A moment later, that smoke began to seep into the restroom where Tomer was sitting. Tomer waved her hand at the smoke in annoyance. Go away. Damn it, what is this? This magic smoke moves according to my will, so trying to disperse it will be useless. Just like that, Tomer unknowingly inhaled a large amount of smoke. After inhaling the smoke, Tomer paused for a moment, and a faint light appeared before her eyes. What is this? Tomer's head was spinning and she was staggering, unable to stand properly. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Tomer's eyes slowly closed and her consciousness became blurry. I can't fall asleep. Tomer fell forward and barely opened her mouth. Here, just like that, Tomer fell to the floor unconscious. Tomer's smartwatch read 10:35. Good, it's a success. A moment later, someone slowly opened the door to the control room. It was eerily quiet inside. Kim Ha-jun peeked his head in and looked around. Is anyone here? After speaking, Kim Ha-jun went inside and found a glowing screen. Is that the box? He immediately opened the box. As Kim Ha-jun fully opened the box, a dazzling light burst out from inside. Kim Ha-jun looked inside and was stunned. The information of the item inside the box was displayed on the system window. All of weakening high-grade curse poison, attribute and all that weakens the opponent. It pierces high-grade magic effect inflicted with the curse of weakening. In the center of the box was a sparkling all. Kim Ha-jun stared at it without taking his eyes off it, repeatedly asking himself, "What is this all? It has a high-grade curse on it." He swallowed hard, unable to believe his own thoughts. This item itself isn't a sacred artifact, but it's worth at least several hundred million. Thinking about the value of the all, Kim Ha-jun couldn't hide his joy and sang as he walked, "This is mine now." A moment later, Kim Ha-jun was happily walking up the stairs. I even erased the surveillance camera footage. There shouldn't be any problems now. Suddenly, he noticed something. In the hallway, Rachel was leaning against the wall. Kim Ha-jun couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw her. Rachel is on the 6th floor. There were many scratches on Rachel's body. She was breathing very heavily. But why does she look like that? Kim Ha-jun asked himself inwardly. Kim Ha-jun opened his mouth from behind. Rachel. She was startled by the call and trembled all over, continuously muttering strange words. Kim Ha-jun looked at her with concern and continued, "It's me, it's okay. I'm on the black team too." Rachel turned around with a pale face. She looked like she was about to cry. "Ha-jun?" Kim Ha-jun asked again with concern. "What happened? Why is your face like that?" Rachel raised her hand and touched her other arm. She was silent for a moment before answering. "I tried to ambush someone else." Kim Ha-jun was helpless after hearing that answer. "Aha," Rachel continued with her head hanging low, listlessly. "Then I ran into Kim Suho. I barely managed to escape. Chai Nyan and Yu Yunha chased after me, and after I finally escaped I was hit by a magician's magic." After listening, Kim Ha-jun said to her helplessly, "You've been through a lot." Rachel continued weakly. "How many people did you take down?" Kim Ha-jun answered immediately. "Not a single one, you." Rachel hesitated slightly and said, "One." Rachel hung her head low and let out a heavy sigh. Kim Ha-jun watched it all from the side. She looked very pitiful, tired and weak. If this continues, Rachel's test score will be very low. It would be easy to make up for a low score, just maintain an average rank. But Rachel is different. Rachel's hand was struggling towards the final goal. That's because the standards set for her are very high. Kim Ha-jun spoke and took out the sacred artifact box, handing it to Rachel. "It's not too late yet." Rachel took the sacred artifact box he handed her and said with a look of incomprehension, "Is this a sacred artifact? Did you find it?" Kim Ha-jun answered immediately, "Take this upstairs, you're faster than me." Rachel was surprised after hearing that and said, "What? Why are you giving it to me?" Before she could finish her words, Kim Ha-jin cut her off. Please take it. His expression was very serious. I just want to help you. Rachel was still focused on the sacred artifact. Kim Ha-jin's eyes were very sincere. Rachel was stunned when she saw him. Kim Ha-jin continued, and there's an emergency staircase at the end of the hallway to my right. There aren't many people over there. Rachel still looked down at the sacred artifact box in her hand with a slightly worried look. But are you sure this is okay? Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from behind. Found you. Rachel was startled and glanced back. It was none other than Chai Nyan's group rushing over fiercely. I'm definitely going to kill you this time. Rachel was startled and scared when she saw that. Kim Ha-jin, who was next to her, was also slightly scared. The 6 members of the white team rushing down from above immediately noticed Kim Ha-jin standing with Rachel. Jun's group focused on the sacred artifact box in Rachel's hand. That woman has the sacred artifact. Chai Nyan ran towards Rachel like a flash and said fiercely, she must have stolen it from someone. Kim Ha-jin quickly turned and said to Rachel, go quickly. She took a few steps back but still hesitated, wanting to say something, but he urged her, hurry. Kim Ha-jin glanced back, I'll hold them off for as long as I can. Rachel froze like a stone, looking at Kim Ha-jin, unable to say a word. Rachel clutched the sacred artifact box in her hand and said as she ran off shyly, thank you. At that moment Kim Ha-jin shouted loudly as a signal for Rachel Elizabeth Louise to leave, go quickly. Hearing his words she hesitated slightly, but with no more time to waste he urged her to go. Kim Ha-jin looked back with a firm gaze. I'll hold them off for as long as I can. These words, Rachel Elizabeth Louise was stunned and a strange warm feeling bloomed in her heart. She clutched the box in her hand tightly, and turning her body and head she replied with a look of regret and a wavering heart, thank you. Seeing her flee, Beru Morin finally shouted, where do you think you're going? After speaking he raised his bow and aimed an arrow at Rachel Elizabeth Louise's back. The fired arrow flew straight towards Rachel, who was desperately running away. Just as the arrow was about to reach Rachel, a loud bang suddenly rang out. This sight threw Beru Morin into unexpected confusion. After the explosion, as the smoke slowly cleared, an arrow stuck straight in the ground was revealed. Looking at Kim Ha-jin's side, his gun still showed traces of having just been fired. He cursed in anger. You insect! At that moment he signaled to Jun, who was next to him. Jun and I will chase after Rachel, but he was immediately stopped. No, at that moment Yu Yunha extended her hand to stop him and said with a calculating expression, just stay here, he's very strong. Then Yu Yunha's group and Kim Ha-jin faced each other in silence, but Jun couldn't hold back and advised, Ha-jin, are you planning to take on 6 people by yourself? Are you crazy? Hearing that, Kim Ha-jin answered with a calm and composed expression, well maybe. Then he looked up at the ceiling and quietly calculated. Fortunately there are many structures here to grab onto. I can escape using parkour. At that moment Kim Ha-jin faced his opponents, loaded his gun and said challengingly, you'll know if you try. And he thought that his main mission was to buy time for Rachel anyway. Seeing him speak so challengingly without a hint of worry, Kim Byung-ho couldn't hold back his displeasure and asked, why is everyone so scared? He's just a kid with a gun. Immediately after, veins bulged on Kim Byung-ho's hand gripping the axe handle, and mana energy gushed out. If no one's stepping up, he immediately swung the axe in his hand with vigor, rushed forward quickly and shouted with great excitement, then I will. On his side, Kim Ha-jin also raised the hand holding his gun, aimed precisely at Kim Byung-ho and fired in succession. The one who had been on the offensive suddenly switched to a defensive stance, quickly stepping back and dodging each bullet. Suddenly something purple flew past Kim Byung-ho's face. It turned out that Yu Yunha and Jun were launching an attack at Kim Ha-jin, shocking Kim Byung-ho, who was desperately dodging. The 2 attacks merged as they flew and rushed straight towards Kim Ha-jin, who was holding a gun. At the critical moment, Kim Ha-jin used a special ability to slow down time, buying him a moment to aim accurately and fire. Then he lifted his foot and tilted his body to dodge Yu Yunha's attack. The trigger of the gun in his hand was immediately pulled and the fired bullet flew swiftly towards Chai Nyan's arrow. Finally the bullet and the arrow collided. The direction of the attack changed and headed toward Kim Byung-ho. He couldn't react to the situation and stared blankly at the arrow coming for his forehead. With a loud bang the attack hit Kim Byung-ho's forehead and he fell backward. After the impact he seemed to gradually lose consciousness. Seeing the unexpected outcome, Kim Ha-jin was also stunned, admitting that he truly hadn't seen this coming. But not only him, Chai Nyan and Beru Morin also gaped with wide eyes at the scene that unfolded in the blink of an eye. In a single blow, Kim Byung-ho was officially down. He lay motionless on the floor in shock. Seeing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Jun approached and spoke. Hey, are you okay? Suddenly, Kim Byung-ho shot up, grimacing from the pain where he had just been hit, and shouted with tears in his eyes, what? Then he yelled in frustration, as if he couldn't believe Kim Ha-jin hadn't held back at all. What are you doing, attacking your own side? But just then, something like a glass pane appeared and blocked Kim Byung-ho's view. Full of anger, he couldn't hold back and struggled in annoyance as his eyes and mouth were covered, preventing him from speaking. In Kim Ha-jin's eyes, Kim Byung-ho now was no different from a child who had his candy stolen. Cadet Kim Byung-ho, no remaining HP, eliminated. He couldn't help but be impressed. It seems he didn't have much HP left. What a coincidence. A sudden voice cut through Kim Ha-jin's thoughts. I knew it. Only then did Yu Yunha speak. I can't underestimate you. Then Yu Yunha's face darkened, and with a hint of anger she held her whip and growled, did you even calculate the bullet's angle of reflection? Hearing her words, Ha-jin broke out in a cold sweat and froze like a stone, thinking, no, it can't be. the scene shifted. At that moment, Rachel Elizabeth Louise was moving quickly down the stairs, sweating profusely as she ran desperately forward. A single thought crossed her mind. I don't want to believe it's true. While running, she suddenly remembered one thing. The rumor that Hajin likes Rachel. Rachel began to recall her friends whispering behind her back and calmed herself. It can't be, it must just be a baseless rumor. Then she suddenly recalled her moments with Kim Hajin and pondered, but maybe I'm the only one who thinks that. An image appeared of Kim Hajin handing the sacred artifact to Rachel. She said to herself, I know everything. The more she ran and the more she thought, the more confused Rachel's feelings became. I know it well. Just then, Rachel arrived at her destination. Her teammate recognized her and called her name in surprise. The friend with dark red skin and pink eyes was delighted. You're alive. The friend with dark red skin and pink eyes asked, What's that in your hand? At this point, Rachel answered, panting after her sprint. Ah, this. Then he seemed to notice something. Immediately after, he waved his hand excitedly and said loudly. Rachel brought the sacred artifact. Everyone who heard it cheered with a mix of surprise and joy. What? Really? That's amazing. Then she looked at the sacred artifact in her hand and regretted it, thinking she shouldn't have brought it. Right now, Rachel's mind was in turmoil. She lowered her head, pressed her lips firmly, and said to herself, I can't have feelings for anyone right now. Suddenly, Rachel thought of her parents and her resolve grew even firmer. For my country, my parents, and the survival of the Royal Court Guild, I have decided to sacrifice everything. Her face looked strong, but the sorrow of how difficult it was to hold back tears tormented her. I don't want to give up the things I'm protecting. As she thought that, she felt it. But Rachel gripped the sacred artifact in her hand tightly. Rachel realized the problem, but if things continue like this, suddenly she spoke up. Everyone. She was afraid that if she continued to hesitate, she would develop feelings for him. At that moment, Rachel said, There's someone below the 6th floor who needs our help. Hearing her words, everyone went down to the 6th floor together, but as soon as they saw the scene before them, they were all horrified. What? Writhing legs all tied up? The entire group shouted in shock at the sight. What is this? In front of them, the teammates who had fought Kim Hajin were all down, gagged and tied with ropes, struggling on the floor. Seeing this, thousands of questions flooded Rachel's mind. What happened? Do we still need to help? Suddenly, the friend with dark red skin and pink eyes asked, Rachel, who are we supposed to help? At the sudden question, she hesitated. I don't think he needs our help anymore. At that moment, she unknowingly brought a hand to her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Amazing. I knew Hajin was strong, but I didn't know he could take down 6 people by himself. Suddenly, the friend with dark red skin and pink eyes noticed a stranger standing there. Without a second thought, he immediately approached and greeted him. Oh, hello. Seeing him, Rachel thought it was Hajin and happily called out, Hajin. This thought was instantly shattered when a voice was heard. Where did he go? What horrified her was the appearance of a man with a cunning smile. He had yellow eyes, white hair, and cold, pale skin. He wore a tight black shirt that revealed his firm physique and carried a spear on his shoulder. Rachel recognized him immediately. Shin Jong-hek, a while ago on the 5th basement floor. Kim Suho NKR00T09 and Shin Jong-hek NKRAB51. A camera was also installed there. Kim Suho stood with a sword at his waist. Opposite him, Shin Jong-hek stood with a spear on his shoulder, smiling wickedly. The two stared at each other for a moment before Shin Jong-hek spoke. Kim Suho, I've waited a long time for this day. Shin Jong-hek looked at him with an excited smile as if victory was already his. Are you trying to think of a way to escape? But Kim Suho showed no signs of worry or fear. Instead, he smiled brightly, slowly drew his sword from his waist and answered resolutely. Not a chance. At this point, he didn't want to hesitate any longer. He raised his spear, pointed it at Kim Suho, and said, I'm really curious how much longer you can pretend to be so strong. Come on, I'll show you the gap between us. Hearing Shin Jong-hak's challenge, Kim Suho smiled to himself with a calculating look in his eyes. Immediately after, Kim Suho kicked off the ground and jumped up, responding to his taunt. Then I'll accept your offer. He immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword to meet his spear. Shin Jong-hek, thinking he was a rather interesting opponent, said with a laugh, I won't go easy on you. Shin Jong-hek sneered, just don't show me your pathetic side. And so, the fierce battle between the two quickly began. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hek shifted his feet to the side and immediately thrust his spear at Kim Suho, but he quickly dodged it. However, the previous attack had torn a part of Kim Suho's clothes. Seeing this, he seized the opportunity and with a triumphant smile, swung his spear and slammed it down without a second thought. But Kim Suho was not so easily defeated. With his quick reflexes, he lightly dodged the attack. Seeing that he still hadn't managed to do anything to Kim Suho, he thought in frustration. He dodges well, like a rat. I'll definitely take him down with the next blow. Suddenly, at the height of his momentum, the spear that had just pierced the ground was now stuck and wouldn't come out. He tried to pull it out with force again, but to his surprise, he couldn't understand. Wait, why isn't it moving? At this moment, Shin Jong-hek found himself in an unnecessary predicament. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe I made such a mistake from the start. Taking advantage of the opening as Shin Jong-hek lost his chance to counterattack and revealed a flaw, Kim Suho, without a word, immediately closed in and landed a strong kick on him. Because of that, he also reflexively raised an arm to block. He thought his opponent would attack as soon as he lost his weapon, but Kim Suho didn't. The kick just now was meant to help Shin Jong-hek retrieve his weapon. The impact dislodged the spear, which was no longer stuck. At the same time, Kim Suho pointed his sword at Shin Jong-hek, who was furious but could do nothing. Looking at him sitting on the floor, Kim Suho reminded him once more, didn't I say I wouldn't go easy on you? but Shin Jong-hak, with eyes that wanted to defeat his opponent, answered as his hand beside him suddenly began to glow. Who said it's over? This answer surprised Kim Suho. What? Suddenly a beam of light shot out from that hand, and Kim Suho reflexively raised his arm to cover his face as he looked at it. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" Suddenly he noticed that the floor had shattered, leaving a large hole. At the same time, broken fragments strewed everywhere, and Kim Suho covered his face with his arm and dodged. In the thick dust he coughed and choked, still shielding his eyes to keep the dust out. Only then did Kim Suho slowly open his eyes to assess the situation. To his surprise, Shin Jong-hak had used the opportunity to escape and disappear. Kim Suho also realized it. He's gone. On a nearby staircase, Shin Jong-hak was descending step by step, yet still muttering arrogant self-praise. "I was just careless. I'll get my revenge next time." The scene returns to Rachel's side as soon as she heard the voice. "Hey, where did he go?" She immediately turned her head to look. Suddenly realizing the person who had arrived was Shin Jong-hak, she reflexively called his name. "Jong-hak," he answered with a laugh, spear in hand. "I had some personal business." At that moment, Shin Jong-hak and Rachel's eyes met, but she greeted him with a light nod, her expression slightly disappointed. Seeing this, Shin Jong-hak also nodded back in greeting with a puzzled look. The friend with dark red skin and pink eyes pointed to the people who had been defeated by Kim Ha-jin and asked, "Hey Jong-hak, what's this? Did you do this?" Shin Jong-hak immediately confirmed, "Ah yes." As soon as he said that, Rachel instantly knew his answer was not the truth, because the one who had stopped them for her was Kim Ha-jin. Meanwhile, the friend with dark red skin and pink eyes said happily, "Ah, it was you, we came for nothing." When it was time for a break, Shin Jong-hak had unfortunately lost his fight against Kim Suho, but this was merely a retreat strategy. And while fleeing, he happened to find Yu Yunha and Chai Nyan in trouble with a very fast opponent. Then he threw his spear in a surprise attack and took down 2 cadets. At this time, Shin Jong-hak recalled the scene and thought to himself, "It feels a bit like I stole the credit, but it's true that I was the one who defeated those 2. Rachel clenched her fist, silent with anger at Shin Jong-hak's lie. Meanwhile he, thinking no one knew the truth, spoke as if nothing had happened. "Now I can lead the black team, right?" The friend with dark red skin and pink eyes replied cheerfully. "Of course, that would be even better. Rachel, you're coming with us, right?" Not only that, but the others were also delighted. "Jong-hak is on our team, that's great." As soon as she was asked, Rachel took a step forward. She looked at Shin Jong-hak with eyes that wouldn't tolerate a speck of dust and answered, "I'm not going." Seeing this, the friend with dark red skin and pink eyes was puzzled. Why, let's go together." She stated her will firmly. "From now on I'll go alone." The friend still wanted to persuade her. "Still, it's better to go together." She refused the offer to join them and reassured them. "It's fine, I'm fine." Then Rachel turned and walked away with long strides. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze turned downward. She couldn't tolerate someone taking credit for something when she knew it wasn't true at all. "I don't want to go with someone who steals another person's credit." Watching Rachel's retreating back, Jong-hak was silently lost in thought. Then he grew annoyed and thought to himself, "Why does this feel so wrong?" Suddenly someone urged him. "Shin Jong-hak, let's go." He answered immediately, Yeah. After that, the mock artifact battle proceeded quickly. Shin Jong-hak held the sacred artifact in his hand, lifted it high, and smiled triumphantly. "Ah, that was so easy, losers." The people around were helpless when they saw it. Shin Jong-hak gathered the remaining members of the black team and seized 2 sacred artifacts. Rachel also achieved good results with her guerrilla skills. Her opponent cried out in fear, "Ah, I surrender." Both of them earned personal merits in addition to the team's joint victory. Kim Suho distinguished himself with his leadership and combat skills, as always combining with the sacred artifact Ryun. They safely transported 5 sacred artifacts, and I miraculously survived the attack from Yu Yunha and Chai Nyan. At that moment, Kim Ha-jin was hiding behind a wall, quietly observing Jong-hak's actions as he held Kim Byung-ho by the collar, wondering, why did he faint? Inside the restroom, a cleaning in progress sign was placed in front of the door to prevent others from entering. At that time, Kim Ha-jin was sitting inside observing the screen he had turned on. "I survived the battle alone." As Kim Ha-jin smiled happily while looking at the screen, he suddenly seemed to remember something. "I think I forgot something, tisk. If it's important, I'll remember it again." In another corner of the restroom, Tomer held her face as if exhausted. She sat inside a stall rubbing her forehead and realized, "Ah, damn it, I fell asleep." At this moment she looked at the watch in her hand, her mind a tangled mess. "I have to find it." Suddenly realizing the item, and as the watch showed 15:02, she was startled. "It's 3 p.m. Then Tomer sighed and reached out her hand to find something, exclaiming, "What's wrong with this watch? The time is all wrong. I can't believe they told me to use this during a mission." At that moment Tomer paused while comparing the representative watch in her hand with the cadet watch she had been talking about. "The one they gave me." She still couldn't believe it was true and was slightly annoyed. "Why is the time like this?" Suddenly, a notification sound rang from the watch. "You have an unread message. The artifact battle has ended. Final survivors. Black team 12, white team 11. Number of sacred artifacts. Black team 3, white team 5. White team MVPs Kim Suho, Chai Nyan. Black team MVPs Shin Jong-hak, Rachel. White team wins." At that moment Tomer was surprised. "The artifact battle is over." Immediately after, Tomer quickly ran out of the restroom and shouted, "It's over." At this time the hallway was empty, and it was dark everywhere with the lights off. Tomer broke out in a cold sweat, flustered and unable to believe her eyes. She shouted, "What is this?" At that moment the words "Mission Progress 0 feet" appeared. Outside everyone was happily talking and resting after the battle. "Want a mana potion? Thanks." Then a calling voice was suddenly heard. "Tomer hasn't come back yet?" Seeing the 2 young people enjoying themselves in front of him, A person with yellow glasses holding a notice in his hand who was none other than teacher Seo Hai-wook couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is she doing? At that moment the teacher spoke up. I will now announce the results and the outstanding individuals. Black team, 12 survivors, 3 sacred artifacts found. The top performers are Shin Jong-hek and Rachel. White team's top performers are Kim Soo-ho and Chai Nyan, with 11 survivors and 5 sacred artifacts found. Therefore, the winning team is the white team. Immediately, everyone cheered in victory and joy. Amidst the joy, someone was angrily pulling out grass. Damn it, it turned out to be Chai Nyan. Her face darkened as she muttered. What does it matter if our team won? At this moment she felt she was lagging behind and her face darkened. She thought to herself, I didn't even get to fight Rachel and I couldn't take down Kim Ha-jin even when 6 of us attacked at once, although Shin Jong-hek did interfere. Suddenly she remembered people whispering that Kim Ha-jin likes Rachel. Suddenly Yu Yunha appeared and broke her train of thought. Are you upset because of what Jun just said? When Yu Yunha asked that, Chai Nyan immediately became agitated. Who's upset? I don't even remember what she said. Yu Yunha, who was next to her, nodded and asked back. Really? Yunha's next words made her even more agitated. Then what will you do if he's really stolen away? Chai Nyan was startled, jumped up and replied. Stolen away? Immediately after, she bristled like a hedgehog and retorted, There's nothing to be stolen here. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing her reaction, Yu Yunha burst out laughing. Ha. At a moment, Chai Nyan turned her head in embarrassment and spoke. It's not a good thing to fight over Kim Ha-jin. Yunha, who was next to her, rested her chin on her hand and was lost in thought. Although I don't really believe the rumor. Then Yunha stated her judgment. But since you keep pushing him away, he might just go to her team. Those words hit home and a clear sadness appeared on Chai Nyan's face. Then she looked to the other side and saw Kim Ha-jin talking happily with Rachel. She replied, If he changes his mind that easily, then I don't want him. At these words, Yu Yunha covered her mouth and secretly laughed. Then she turned and asked, Hey Nyan, who do you like more, Suho or Ha-jin? This mischievous question ignited Chai Nyan's anger. Immediately after, she shouted in anger. I told you it's not like that. In the midst of their heated argument, Shin Jong-hek appeared from somewhere smiling and watching like a wagging puppy. What's going on? Why are you shouting so loud? Hearing that question while she was angry, she was embarrassed and at the same time gritted her teeth. Suddenly Yu Yunha's 2 eyes sparkled as she called his name. Jong-hek. Chai Nyan saw that and sneered. Hey Jong-hek, your team lost. How do you feel? She thought these words would anger him, but that didn't happen at all. Instead, he confidently swept his hair back, acting very handsome, and replied nonchalantly. It was just a bit of bad luck, but I was the best on the team, so that's enough. I can't help it. I did my best. At this moment, Jong-hek turned and asked Chai Nyan, Anyway, you were on the white team, right? Hearing that, the antennae on her head twitched like an insect's. At this moment, Chai Nyan regained her joy and pride, and her 2 eyes sparkled as she slightly wrinkled her nose as if she were the victor. Tisk, that's right. Seeing her expression, Yu Yunha, who was next to her, also exclaimed helplessly. She's so simple. Teacher Seo Hai-wook, who had just announced the results, was angrily criticizing Tomer's actions. Teacher Seo Hai-wook looked down at Tomer, his anger about to erupt like a volcano, and asked, emphasizing each word. You were holed up in one place for the entire class today. Explain yourself. Hearing that, Tomer's face turned pale as if all her energy was drained and she couldn't say a word. As Tomer remained silent, the teacher became even more anxious and angry, shouting, Explain, Tomer. Do you think this class is a joke? After that, a torrent of curses from the teacher followed. Seeing that scene, Chai Nyan's group watched and looked at Jong-hek speaking up first. What's going on? The other 2 replied. Who knows? Suddenly, at this moment, Shin Jong-hek waved his hand and said goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. See you later. Yu Yunha replied cheerfully. Bye Jong-hek, but he added a greeting. When you're done talking, Nyan. Hearing that, Chai Nyan asked in surprise, You want to talk to me? Feeling ignored, Yu Yunha was hurt and silent. At that moment she turned and called Chai Nyan. As Yu Yunha called, Chai Nyan continued, What now? Then Yu Yunha carefully opened her mouth. You don't like Ha-jin or Suho. Could it be that you like Jong-hek? As soon as the words were spoken, Chai Nyan's face darkened, and with a displeased expression like a ghost she said, emphasizing each word, Are you crazy? Seeing her reaction, Yu Yunha also evaluated inwardly. It's clear she doesn't like Jong-hek, but Yunha was still hurt. I'm really envious of you. Hearing her friend suddenly say something strange, Chai Nyan asked back, What do you mean? Then Yunha thought silently without saying a word. You have 3 people to choose from, but I don't even have one. And so the training for the midterm exams ended. A memorable moment began. Kim Soo-ho smiled brightly at Shin Ho-jung. The artifact battle. At this time, Rachel's hair was completely covering her face due to the strong wind, and Kim Ha-jin, sitting next to her, didn't know what to do. Kim Ha-jin looked at the sky and thought to himself, It's over. At the end of a long day, Kim Ha-jin dragged his tired body and trembled as he held the doorknob. He thought to himself, Because I didn't write about the artifact battle in detail, I just hid and waited for everything to end as I wanted. In the end, nothing happened though. Opening the door, he thought as he rubbed his tired shoulders, I should have just been eliminated in the middle of the test. I'm so tired. Just then, Evandel ran over, cheerful and energetic like a small son, and said in a sweet voice, Ha-jin, welcome back. Seeing her, he also cheered up as if he had gained more strength. Kim Ha-jin immediately lifted the girl and answered with a bright smile, "I'm back. Did you have fun?" At this time the house was full of all kinds of animals like giraffes, birds, sheep, ducks, dogs, cats and snakes. He had a headache. The girl answered, "Yes." He gave a dry laugh and replied, "It looks like you had fun." Then Kim Ha-jin asked the girl, "You didn't forget what I told you, right, Young-soo?" The girl continued brightly, "I can't let them go outside." He immediately praised her, "Good girl." Suddenly, the girl kept looking around as if searching for something and said in a young innocent voice, "But Ha-jin." Suddenly, the girl asked, "Where's the food?" As soon as the words were spoken, the smile on his face disappeared and worry washed over him. Only then did he realize he had completely forgotten because he was too tired. In his chest, those sparkling eyes filled with tears, and with a voice like she was crying, she said, "You didn't bring any food?" Right at this moment, Kim Ha-jin put the girl down and reassured her, "I ordered it on the way. It'll be delivered soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ran like the wind and said, "I'm going to the bathroom for a bit." Then Kim Ha-jin frantically pressed the menu selection buttons. He urged himself, "I have to order right now, bread, beef pho." Finally, after pressing the order button and finishing the task, Kim Ha-jin wiped his sweat and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a notification popped up and he realized something. The content of the notification was that a new guild, Ghoul Face Society, had successfully cleared a Jin's den in Suwon. The timely arrival of the information eased the worry in his heart. "I was worried because I hadn't heard any news about it. It's finally in the news." At this time, looking at the screen, Ha-jin was lost in thought. Then what about my stock? Recalling the amount he had invested before, Kim Ha-jin carefully pressed the screen. "I invested 1.5 billion. As soon as he pressed the button, a red arrow flew out and pierced the bathroom wall. It turned out to be the stock rising. Kim Ha-jin covered his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Flowers bloomed around him. He was overjoyed. 1.5 billion became 13 billion. He couldn't close his mouth and laughed as he calculated. Will the price go up more? No, it might be better to sell right away just in case. At this moment, he couldn't hide his joy and excitement and shed tears of happiness. Anyway, I'm now rich enough to just play and eat without doing anything for the rest of my life. At this moment, Kim Ha-jin collected his emotions and sighed. Then he fell into a silent void. Even so, Kim Ha-jin's gaze turned sad. This money will disappear if I return to the real world. The scene shifts to a night view of the city. At this time it was bustling and the street lights were twinkling. At the Geronimo Mercenary Group office, a person was observing a computer screen. At that moment, as Ria lifted the coffee cup in her hand to drink, the spirit behind her also did the same. Then she opened her mouth. Things that can be entrusted to apprentice mercenaries. Ria clicked the mouse and recalled the request attached to the enlistment mission. At this time, Ria's train of thought began as she thought about the photo she was in charge of. The target must be someone who has killed many people, a villain who doesn't deserve to live. Suddenly, Ria realized, then that's it. At that moment, a call came in and Ria spoke. "Hello, Captain. I found it. What's the request?" Then the information was passed on to Ria. An Italian mafia member suspected of being a djinn. Upon receiving the information, she answered with one word. "Okay." Suddenly, the person on the other end of the phone asked, "But did you get the answer you needed?" At that moment, a voice was heard from the other side. "Did Kim Ha-jin join the Geronimo Mercenary Group?" A sound came from the other side of the phone. Did Kim Ha-jin really say he would join the Geronimo Mercenary Group? Ria leaned her back against the wall and answered. "Yes," he answered very firmly. A voice came from the other side. "Really? What did he say?" Ria relayed with a dark face. "I'll contact you again when I have time." That's how he answered, when we gave him the business card. A gray-haired man with a face full of freckles looked up and said, as if lost in thought, "So there has been no call for 2 weeks." Ria confirmed. "Yes, so he should be contacting us again soon." She lowered her voice and commanded, "So please just modify that mission." The gray-haired man shouted. "Wait," but before he could finish his words, Ria said goodbye. "I'm hanging up," and so the call ended. The gray-haired man sitting at the desk was slightly at a loss for words. Really, he tore at his hair. Is it because he's never had a social life before? Or is he just clueless? The man moved the mouse on his desk. Whatever, I'll just do as I'm told." With that, he moved the mouse and clicked the approval button on the screen. Ha-jin walked through the dormitory courtyard looking around. It was full of female students. He thought in a fluster, "Is this my first time near the girls' dormitory?" Looking ahead, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Is that?" he called out to Rachel. She immediately turned her head, looking at him with a haggard face. Ha-jin." He approached and spoke to her. "Are you on your way to the research library?" Rachel replied. "Yeah, the midterm exams are coming up soon." She was a little puzzled to see him here. "What are you doing here?" Ha-jin mumbled. "I have something to take care of." He noticed her poor condition and his eyes widened. She looked paler than usual. There's still a lot of time until the exams. What is she studying so hard for? Then Ha-jin thought that he might be the cause. It can't be because of me, can it? When comparing only theory scores, Ha-jin's was slightly higher than Rachel's. He was first and she was second. At this thought he felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help but breath out in a cold sweat. Then Ha-jin cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Oh right, you haven't been asking me questions in class lately." Rachel thought to herself about asking him. "Now that I know he likes me, I feel like I'm taking advantage of him." But outwardly she just said, "It's important to solve problems on my own too, you have to study as well." Ha-jin replied, "Don't worry about me." Then he said to Rachel again, "Ask me anything if you need to, it's fine." She blushed and answered in a small shy voice, "Okay, thanks." After that, Rachel said her goodbyes. "I'll get going then," and she ran off in the blink of an eye. Hajin also said goodbye to her. "Yeah, see you," but before he could finish the last word, Rachel was already far in the distance. He was startled. "Why is she so fast?" Hajin placed a hand on his neck, puzzled. "Is she in that much of a hurry to study?" A moment later, Hajin went to the meeting place. Seeing a figure standing in the distance, he called out, "You Yunha." She turned around. "You're here." She approached Hajin and said, "What did you want to see me about?" He replied, "It's nothing too important." Then he asked her, "You founded a pharmaceutical company recently, right?" Hearing that, Yunha was surprised and paused. She bit her lip slightly. Yunha couldn't look him straight in the eye and answered hesitantly, "Well, I wasn't exactly hiding it, so it's not strange that you know. Everyone who knows me knows. I think it's been about a month or two." "But why do you ask?" As she was talking, Hajin rummaged through his bag for something, then immediately threw it towards Yunha, saying, "Catch." She hurriedly caught it, and her eyes suddenly widened. "This is," Hajin immediately said that the item was a 5-year-old wild ginseng. He recalled the time he was digging. "I spent a long time thinking about how to use the wild ginseng I found on G Mountain." He lightly touched a finger to his lips and hummed, thinking, "I have enough money now, so I don't really need to sell it. If I were to make something with this, creating a new medicine would be the best." Hajin rolled up his sleeve, revealing his tattoo. "Since I've decided, I should do it right away," but he lowered his head. "I tried twice but got nothing. I couldn't even activate it." Thinking this far, Hajin couldn't help but feel disappointed and depressed. He raised his head with a determined look in his eyes. "In that case, there's no other way. I have to give it to someone I trust who has the connections and equipment to make a new medicine." At this time, Yunha was still holding the ginseng in her hand with a look of disbelief. "You're giving this to me?" Hajin pointed to the ginseng and said, "I'm investing in you. Just research with this and pay me back with a bottle of good new medicine later." Even after hearing such a chivalrous remark, Yunha was still slightly suspicious. "It's very hard to find wild ginseng these days. It's even hard to get at the Violet Banquet. Where did he get it?" Then Hajin smiled, looked at her and asked, "What do you think?" She was silent for a moment before answering, "Of course, it's great." After that, Yunha's expression brightened and she said, "It'll take some time, but I'll pay you back with interest on the principal." Hajin saw Yunha looking preciously at the ginseng in her hand and smiled, thinking to himself, how could she refuse? The reason he knew this was because according to the novel, Yu Yunha's pharmaceutical company would definitely become a huge success. But that was 10 years later, and now, having just established the company, she was having a lot of trouble finding ginseng collectors. The smart device on Yunha's wrist suddenly rang. She glanced at Hajin and said, "I have to take this call." He agreed. "Okay," he wondered to himself, whose call is it that's making her look so serious? Seeing Yunha's worried expression, he muttered to himself, it should be okay to eavesdrop a little, right? As soon as he thought it, Hajin immediately turned on the call interception mode. He heard the voice coming from the other side. "Yes, I'm at the nearby Daehan hospital right now. There's a strange rumor going around among the nurses recently. They say Chai Jinyun's finger moved," the other side continued. "We need to check it in detail." But Yunha, as if she didn't want to hear any more, said into the device, "Okay, I'll call you back later." Hajin spoke up at this moment. "What's wrong?" She looked up and mumbled, "It's just a network management issue." Hajin's voice darkened. "Really?" Yunha confirmed, "Yes." But seeing Hajin's stern expression, Yunha was puzzled. Why the serious face? Hearing that, Hajin turned his head. "It's nothing. I'll get going first," and he left the spot. She shouted from behind, not forgetting his grace, "Thanks for the ginseng. If I don't fail, I'll repay you with more than just one bottle of good new medicine." After she finished speaking, she stood blankly, looking at Hajin's receding back with a slightly puzzled expression. "What's wrong with him?" As he opened his hand, a voice echoed, "Book of Truth." Instantly, a book appeared in his hand. Hajin stared intently at the book and asked, "When will the Jin seed inside Chai Jinyun sprout?" He looked at each letter on the book's page. "It seems my magic power is not enough to ask for such deep details." In that case, he changed the question. "To what extent has the Jin seed in Chai Jinyun's body germinated?" A beam of light suddenly shot out from the book and floated in the air. He watched the beam of light with wide eyes. As soon as the light disappeared, the number 89 appeared on the screen. Hajin was stunned when he saw the number. "It hasn't germinated yet." Then that finger must have just been a spasm, but he rested his chin on his hand. "I delayed the genification time as much as possible, making it 5 years. It's been over 4 years since Chai Jinyun fell into a coma, so the remaining time is..." Suddenly the sound of a device rang, breaking his train of thought. Hajin looked at the flashing device, and the light from the screen reflected in his eyes. "There's about half a year left." On the device in Hajin's hand, a message window from Riavan popped up. "When will you contact us again?" He touched his hair and wrapped his hands around his head tiredly. "Before winter ends and spring comes, I have to kill Chai Jinyun." On the heart rate monitor, the EKG waveform was rising and falling regularly. Chai Jinyun's eyes were tightly shut. His face gaunt, his bony fingers lay still. The heart rate graph wavered. The person lying on the bed was still quiet, The heart rate graph wavered once more. This time it seemed stronger. The unmoving finger suddenly twitched. A hand slammed down on the table. Yi Yunha looked at the crowd excitedly and said loudly, "You all know there's an interclass competition this week, right? Everyone must participate in at least one event." A female student raised her hand. "Yi Yunha, I'll take it." A few others whispered, "What should I sign up for?" While everyone was noisily responding to Yi Yunha's call, Ha-Jane rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "I completely forgot about this." To explain briefly, what is the interclass competition? As the name suggests, it's a competition between classes. The fields they compete in start with things related to practical combat ability, and gradually expand to almost everything belonging to entertainment and sports. Ha-Jane quietly calculated. If it were a regular class, I would have only participated in the practical parts, but this event is for all cadets, so it's probably not that important. I can think of it as Cube Academy's sports day. He glanced at the person sitting next to him. "Rachel, what event are you participating in?" She answered, a little uncertain. "The quiz competition, probably." Yi Yunha on the podium must have heard as she shouted loud enough to be heard all the way here. "The quiz competition is full, so are basketball and soccer." Ha-Jane was slightly flustered. "All right," then he asked. "Then what events are left?" Yi Yunha answered. "What's left is the singing contest and awe." Yi Yunha said the last event, archery, then he exclaimed excitedly. "Ha-Jin, want to try archery?" Hearing that, Ha-Jin shot a look at Chai Nyan behind him. Seeing her, he immediately voiced his refusal. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not joining the archery club." After hearing her firm answer, Ha-Jin turned his gaze back towards the podium. Then I'll do archery." Yi Yunha agreed excitedly and happily. "I'll register your name." Nyan pouted with a look of disbelief. "Is he serious?" a voice echoed. "Is this how the competition is going to be run?" At the same time, Ha-Jin secretly glanced at the back of a person sitting not too far above him. Sound came from the system. "Authority of truth. Tomer's proposal has been approved." Tomer tapped on the desk board. "They're just now giving me an answer. I thought it was meaningless since there was no reaction. I don't know if the authority of truth is even reliable." Thinking this far, Tomer clenched her fists. "I don't care who they are or what era they're in, as long as I can find that bastard over here." He was still staring intently at that person. "The boss contacted me last night." A message was displayed on the screen. "Ha-Jin, I've decided to quit. I submitted my application to the information guild you mentioned." Ha-Jin typed on the keyboard in front of his computer. "Good, it was a good decision." A message came from the other side again. "Thanks for the recommendation. And I finally found out who August Benjamin is." Reading that message, Ha-Jin was surprised and froze. "The information about Tomer's father that I asked the boss to look for before." Then he quickly typed on the keyboard and sent another message. "Can you find out where he is and what he's doing now?" The reply came immediately from the other side. He passed away. At the interclass competition stadium, a soccer match was being broadcast live on the screen. Amidst everyone's enthusiastic cheers, the content of yesterday's message suddenly came to mind. "He spent his time at a nursing home in Korea and passed away 4 years ago. I'll send you the nursing home's address in case you need it." Recalling that, Ha-Jin was lost in thought. So Tomer's father is dead. That's why the Book of Truth couldn't find him. He crossed his arms and looked ahead with a stern face. "Soon the main story will start again. Before that happens, I have to confront Tomer." He shifted slightly, then resolutely stood up and left the stadium. Yi Yunha saw him leave suddenly and was puzzled, but she just followed him with her eyes. In the chapel, Ha-Jin was staring blankly to one side. Where his gaze was directed, there was a red cross hanging on the wall. He looked at the cross for a long time before whispering, "I thought I'd feel a little pious, but in reality, I don't feel that way." Then Ha-Jin touched the device on his wrist. The message window with him and Rievan appeared on the screen. He began to send a message. "Is the salary there okay?" A few replies came immediately from the other side, one after another. "The salary is definitely high. They also guarantee the identity of an apprentice mercenary of Geronimo until they become an official member. And even after that, you can keep your identity secret if you want." Seeing the name in the third sentence, Ha-Jin paused and read it a little longer. Geronimo Mercenary Group. Mentioning the name Geronimo Mercenary Group, he couldn't help but recall the plot of the novel. The Chameleon Troop is an evil organization, but they have an unwritten rule not to take unnecessary lives. Still, they are no different from an evil organization that has killed many people. Ha-Jin wavered a little at this point. "But if I join the Chameleon Troop, I won't have to worry about deviating from the main story. The salary is also quite high, and I'll be able to handle any unexpected situations. And most importantly, I'll be able to kill Chai Jinyun." Ha-Jin thought so inwardly, but outwardly he was confused. "I knew from the beginning that I couldn't do it alone, but what worries me is that I have to commit a crime to carry it out. Can I kill another person again? I don't know, to me, this world no longer feels like it's in a novel." Suddenly a figure appeared at the doorway. Kim Suho smiled brightly and spoke first. "Ha-Jin, were you a Christian?" Ha-Jin was slightly surprised to see him approach. "Suho, what brings you here?" "I just wanted to sit for a bit." "You?" Suho approached where he was sitting and said, "I was thinking the same thing." Then he looked up at Ha-Jin and said, "It just reminded me of the old days." Hearing that, Ha-Jin stated his own thought. "You must have gone to church before." Suho answered vaguely, "Something like that." Ha-Jin's curiosity was piqued. What is it, Catholic? Suho countered. No, Hajin continued. Buddhist, Mormon. Seeing him guess randomly and not get a single one right, Suho laughed and countered again. No, Hajin didn't give up and asked, then what is it? He guessed a religion from another world. At this, Suho paused for a moment. Then he retorted as usual, hey, that's ridiculous. Suho suddenly called his name Hajin, and asked if he thought there were other worlds. Like in The Lord of the Rings. Hajin looked down at his feet, thought for a moment, and said, that story came out 50 years ago. Considering there were no monsters or mana in the pre-AD world, so rather than monsters suddenly appearing on this continent, wouldn't it be more reasonable to explain that they came from another world and invaded this one? Suho fell silent at those words and slowly clenched his hands, which were resting on his thighs. Hajin continued. If so, that's part of the alien theory Professor Gill lectured on. Suho seemed a bit surprised by this information. He let out a flustered "ah" and asked, so that was one of the theories that explained why the monster and mana phenomena occurred? Hajin immediately replied. Yes, a lot of people call it nonsense, but I think it's a possibility. In fact, from the beginning, theories are just for reference. If you try to explain it logically, you'll make a lot of errors. Suho let out a sigh after hearing that. That hypothesis seems to be correct. When you think about it, if you were in a similar situation as me, couldn't help but think of himself as a child, but since he came to this world when he was young and gained a new family, at least he wouldn't be lonely. After he finished speaking, Suho's expression darkened slightly, as if he were lost in old memories. Hajin watched him quietly, then stood up and said his goodbyes. I'll be going now, Suho said. I'll stay a little longer. After walking a few steps, as if suddenly remembering something, Hajin turned back and said to him, oh right, you don't have a manager yet, do you? Let me introduce you to one, Suho said as he mentioned a manager. A manager? I was planning to slowly look for a suitable person, Hajin said again. There's someone I want to introduce you to. Suho was surprised. Really? Then thank you. Walking towards the door, Hajin was lost in thought and looked back once more. He looked at the person's back and made a vow to himself. Kim Suho has to become stronger, much stronger than his destined fate, and he walked out the door. That's the only way he can face the unexpected trials to come. As soon as he left, Suho was looking up at the cross. It seemed as if a story that couldn't be told was hidden deep within his sparkling eyes. As his hand clenched, a vibration sounded. The green-haired girl was exhausted, panting heavily. I almost had to go all out this time. Hajin was at a loss for words. In a few more months, I don't think I'll be able to beat you, she said. Really? And Hajin waited for her to regain her energy and composure before continuing. But why aren't you sleeping today? Didn't you say there was an event at school? The green-haired girl said immediately. Even so, it's just playing around anyway. And I'm not sleepy yet. Hajin asked. Is something bothering you? She answered immediately. Well, yes. Seeing that, Hajin thought for a moment, then threw out a single sentence as if he had seen through her heart. Is it about love? At this, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato and she snapped, and Nyan stammered, trying to hide it. Ah, it's nothing. Hearing that, Hajin coaxed her. What is it? I'm good at listening to other people's stories. She was embarrassed and coughed a few times. After coughing a few times, the green-haired girl said, well, it's something I can't have, but it feels like a waste to give to someone else. Hajin caught on. Ah, you mean possessiveness, the green-haired girl admitted. Yeah, that's right. Nyan was at a loss for words and thought to herself, it's strange that he could be so important to me, she continued. You could say I was a bit selfish, he asked. There must be a reason, right? She hesitated. I'm not sure, there's no clear reason. Hajin finally understood clearly. Is that so? And he advised the person in front of him. If you think that way, why don't you try approaching him? But she hesitated. Well, but that's a bit. Hajin immediately cut her off. Hey, he said sincerely, if you keep this up you'll lose him. These words caught her off guard as if she had been hit by a hammer, and she was dazed for a moment by his sincere words. The green-haired girl didn't believe it. Hey, really? Whether I lose him or not isn't important to me right now. Hajin continued to persuade her, striking while the iron was hot. You think it's not important now, right? But you'll definitely regret it later. The green-haired girl said, it's not something that can be lost. I saw his strength. I like that personality. Hajin asked, are you saying you only think about him all the time? A voice echoed through the stadium. The archery competition between the approval class and the cultivation class has concluded. The current first place is Jay Starsham, who hit the target at a distance of 320 meters. Nyan couldn't help but sigh as she watched the competition unfold from beginning to end. Yunha, who was next to her, asked with concern, why are you sighing so much? Nyan answered, it's nothing. And Nyan looked up. But why are there so many magicians today? Weren't the 8-star magicians supposed to come today? It seems like they gathered to see each other at least once, Yunha said. There are only 300 8-star magicians in the whole world, Nyan suddenly realized. So that's why. And as she looked at the stadium, she saw two familiar figures enter. Ah, it's our class's turn now, the referee's voice echoed. Next up are Kim Hajin, representative of the Truth class, and the representative of the Sincerity class, Beru Morin. After the referee's introduction, the two walked up to their respective platforms. The rules of the interclass competition were simple. The two representatives would each shoot one arrow at the target from their own shooting line, and the person who hit the farthest target would win. Like Hajin and Nyan's bet, there was only one chance to shoot at each target, but there was one difference. The referee's voice echoed loudly once more. Starting at a distance of 50 meters, Kim Hajin, shoot your arrow. Hajin prepared to knock his arrow. A mysterious power suddenly affected his body, making it impossible for Hajin to hold the bow and arrow properly. He cried out in pain. The mysterious power was the magician's casting various effects to interfere with the archers. Hajin struggled to draw the bow and thought to himself, in this world just hitting a target isn't fun for the audience or the archers, but aren't these effects a bit too much? Inside the viewing room a voice echoed as a hand touched a crystal ball. Is that child your nephew, Archduke Aileen? The red-haired girl sitting in the chair holding a crystal ball was none other than the 8-star magician Aileen. Aileen said, not officially, but yes. She looked at the crystal ball in her hand and asked, he grew up bright, didn't he? The person next to her leaned forward slightly and answered, yes he did, and he flattered her. He looks even better next to that ordinary-looking kid. She scoffed at those words. Aileen rested her chin on her hand and looked down at the stands. His posture with the bow isn't bad. Aileen asked the person next to her, I can take over from 350 meters, right? Not that anyone will be able to get that far anyway. Hearing this he was flustered and apologized, and he recalled what his boss had said when he was in the control room. She's quite old despite her looks. Give her whatever she wants. She might even agree to teach a class for a day. He immediately muttered and answered, about that. And finally he agreed and answered, yes, since it's just an event and not an exam anyway. The cadets will be honored just by your attendance. Aileen wasn't very convinced. Really, she said, all right. As Hajin's arrow hit the bullseye and shattered the board, the referee's voice echoed, Kim Hajin 300-meter target hit. Beru Morin, standing not far away, looked at him and praised him. Not bad. I guess your talent wasn't a lie. Hajin couldn't help but be puzzled by those words. You seem pretty relaxed. Beru didn't miss the opportunity to throw a sarcastic remark. Not a chance. It must be the difference in our skills. Are you tired from something like this? Hajin's anger flared up at his opponent's arrogant taunts before he had even started. He retorted sarcastically, haven't you considered that your aunt might be interfering with me? Beru stammered, having been hit where it hurts. What are you talking about? You're just saying anything because you're not confident you can hit the target. Hajin's face darkened. Anything? The anything you're talking about is stumbling when shooting at 100 meters. A rock falling on my head from somewhere when shooting at 200 meters. And when it came time to shoot at 300 meters, the wind suddenly blew so hard my facial muscles were distorted and I almost lost my teeth and lips. I passed with such difficulty, and you call that anything? The referee's voice announced. Both of you have surpassed the first-place record. We will now begin from a distance of 350 meters. The target speed will increase and the order will be reversed. It's Beru Morin's turn. At this time, Beru confidently raised his bow and aimed straight at the target. Hajin stood nearby and observed Morin. They said he was Eileen's beloved nephew, but I didn't know the favoritism was this bad. Suddenly, tree trunks sprouted around Beru, and as the trees shot up quickly he shouted in alarm. Hajin was surprised to see this scene from the outside. Oh trees, can an 8-star magician do something like that? He thought. Why are these trees so quiet? Are they trying to soothe him? But isn't he scared right now? The hand holding the arrow suddenly lost its balance. As he let go, the arrow missed the target completely and flew far away. Hajin stood by and pursed his lips, reminding him. The first basic for an archer is to maintain composure. The referee's voice announced. Unfortunately, Morin has failed. Aileen, sitting in the viewing room, was at her wit's end at her beloved nephew's pathetic display, clutching her head and letting out a deep sigh. Then she regained her composure and said, well, this will be the last one anyway. Aileen rubbed the crystal ball in her hand and cast a spell. If that dumb-looking kid fails now, it'll end in a draw. One foot stepped forward. Next is Kim Hajin's turn. The trees immediately shot up around him. The tree trunks stared at him with malice as if they had eyes. Hajin was a little scared. Damn it, those things look too scary. Are they trying to scare me? And he quickly regained his composure and drew his bow. I just have to shoot through it. But this is starting to get annoying. It's just for fun. I didn't plan on going this far. In an instant the targets became blurry. The tree rings extended far. The tree trunks twisted as if to deliberately obstruct Hajin. He thought, the straight path to the target is blocked. He gritted his teeth. How despicable. They won't even let me see the target before I shoot. As if remembering something, he paused. Right, I forgot about that. Perception. A random enhancement system window appears. Up to 5 pieces of equipment can be perceived. The stats of the perceived equipment will be enhanced by 1 to 44. The enhancement effect lasts for 24 hours and will be randomly reset after 24 hours. Hajin thought. If I choose the bow and arrow, the elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow will envelop the elasticity. I will enhance it. He released the arrow. The arrow, as if its path was already set, immediately flew through the gaps between the tree trunks and struck the target dead center. Aileen, sitting in the viewing room, was so surprised her jaw dropped. Beru was no different. What? Why did the arrow curve as it flew? The arrow was now embedded in the target, shattering it once more. The referee shouted loudly. Kim Hajin of the Truth class succeeded at a distance of 350 meters. Beru didn't accept it. You used mana, didn't you? Hajin said, tired of it. Do you think your aunt wouldn't have known if I used mana? Beru gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. Hajin threw the object in his hand. The thrown bow rolled on the ground and he looked up at his opponent. This is what you call a difference in skill. The referee immediately announced the results. Since Kim Ha-jin succeeded at a distance of 350 meters, he will now be recorded as the first place. He walked away briskly amidst everyone's cheers. His determined gaze showed that nothing could challenge him. Yunha let out a light sigh. After a match, Ha-jin is never satisfied until he gets the last word. Nain was dazed. I'm only just now noticing him. Before, I just thought he was strong, but why do I feel something different in my heart now? Thinking this far, she couldn't help but blush. I must be crazy. The final match was held on Sunday and the interclass competition ended. Numerous posts were uploaded. A team that won first place took a happy picture holding their medals, a picture of Kim Ha-jin giving a speech on stage, a picture of everyone celebrating the victory, and even a picture of the handsome Shin Jong-hak beloved by all. After the competition, Kim Ha-jin rested with Evandel. Ah, I can finally spend some quality time with Evandel. He happily watched the girl holding a chicken leg in her hand, when suddenly, a message notification from his computer caught his attention. It appeared on the screen. You have a new email from Geronimo Mercenary Group. Kim Ha-jin was puzzled. What is this? As he opened the message, the mission information appeared. Apprentice Mercenary Mission. Difficulty. Reward 300 million won and a high-grade item. Mission objective: eliminate the right-hand man of the Korean Mafia's Torino branch chief. Simeon had committed all sorts of crimes, including murder, rape, extortion, and human trafficking. His notoriety had spread throughout the Torino region, and there were rumors that he was a djinn. After reading it all, he realized it was an assassination mission against an Italian mafia member. Kim Ha-jin knew a certain amount about the assassination target. When the summoning happened, he quickly used the government's weaknesses to fill his own pockets. They had a well-organized system and were very united, thus they began to change into something like an independent state. He touched his chin and thought, Korin is a team that gets directly involved in the middle of the main story. The branch chief's assistant would be a lower-ranking executive than that, probably around level 1 or 2. He suspected that he had accepted the Chameleon Troops test so he could write his own story. But isn't this mission too difficult for an apprentice mercenary? Is this really a D-rank difficulty? Kim Ha-jin looked at the information on the computer screen again. He repeated the word djinn. He admired. Well, if I have to kill a djinn, I'll feel less guilty. He raised his hands and typed on the keyboard. A moment passed and the space was quiet as no one spoke. Suddenly, Vandal shouted, Ha-jin. He turned around in surprise. What's wrong? She looked at him with big sparkling eyes and asked, Can I have one more? Kim Ha-jin laughed helplessly and said, Of course, eat as much as you want. She was delighted, opened a new box and shouted excitedly. Yay! Evandel ate the food innocently and hummed a tune. Is there anyone deep in the mountains who wants to eat seasoned fried chicken? Kim Ha-jin looked at the computer again and thought, I'm not planning on starting the mission right away. I need to prepare first. A description of this world's celestial constitution appeared on the screen. A constitution is something one is born with, like a talent. Special recovery ability, outstanding mana control, special digestive ability. This can be seen as a talent of the body. Kim Ha-jin reread what he had written. The constitution I wrote is a body that cannot use mana. Reading it in detail, a body that cannot use mana, that cannot manifest mana. The mana can only stay still inside the body. Life force substitution. The mana accumulated in the body does not disappear but becomes life force and accumulates in the body. The accumulated life force can be used to double physical abilities, and life force is consumed instead of stamina. The restriction of not being able to use the mana in the body, instead of being unable to use mana, brings a positive effect called life force substitution. Kim Ha-jin narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and smiled, thinking, A normal person would say this constitution is the worst, but since I can't use mana anyway, I have nothing to lose. This is because the magic power of the stigma is different from the magic power generated in the body. Evandel, sitting next to him, held chicken in both hands, looked at the box and wondered in confusion. Why are there two heads? Kim Ha-jin paid her no mind and was lost in his own thoughts. Life force substitution has no long-term practicality, so it will become harder to use later, but I can avoid a state of magic power shortage and also get the chance to use more skills. He looked at the information displayed on the screen. Kim Ha-jin, variable stats, strength 2.570, stamina 2.580, speed 3.265, perception 4.220, magic power 1.930, recovery 2.670. He thought, for a hero class like me to survive in the main story, this is the best. The text continued to appear on the screen. The mana unusable constitution consumes 500 SP. Would you like to use it? He noticed that there weren't many products because the restrictions were so great. Kim Ha-jin pressed agree immediately without hesitation. He didn't hesitate at all. The mechanical system suddenly appeared before his eyes. A line of text appeared. Special stat. Luck accumulation has been activated. The yellow letters poured in and formed a sentence. The yellow text appeared. With a very small probability, when a disaster turns into a blessing, the accumulated life force can permanently increase your stats. The probability of a stat increase is affected by the type of unchanging stat. Luck in his eyes, he could only see the 5 words, permanently increase your stats. His eyes widened and shone. It said it only increases by a very small amount, but I'm still getting it for free, right? I'd be happy even if it only went up by 0.01 every day. Kim Ha-jin was so happy he shouted loudly, "This is the best!" Evandel, who was next to him, scolded him angrily. "Ha-jin, you have to be quiet when you eat," he laughed and said. Sorry. The next day he went to retrieve his bracelet. "I went to retrieve the obsidian bracelet I had entrusted to Seoon's magic tower." He looked at the bracelet on his hand and couldn't help but praise it. "Oh, this is really cool." He looked at the sparkling jet black bracelet and admired it. "It's really worth the money. Magic obsidian bracelet of an Athens resident. A bracelet imbued with magic used by an ancient Athenian noble. Magic engraving 2-4 damage absorption. Automatically absorbs damage when the user is injured. The absorbed damage is converted into magic power and stored in the bracelet. When the bracelet is exposed to the air, it slowly charges magic power to its storage limit. Medium-grade magic power reinforcement consumes magic power to inflict enhanced damage at the user's desired location. The enhanced damage and damage absorption abilities depend on the amount of magic power stored in the bracelet." He recalled the time Jin gave him the bracelet. He had said, "You can only use the magic power reinforcement when you need it, so please only use it when you really need to." Kim Ha-jin guessed. If he said that, he probably doesn't know about the automatic charging function. He smiled, thinking of Jin. He's a pretty honest guy. My first impression wasn't like that. His first impression of Jin was someone who welcomed the rich and the opposite for the poor. He stood in a corner, stroking his chin and thinking, I should introduce him to Yu Yunha later when she builds her magic tower. Just then someone called Ha-jin from behind. He turned his head, recognized the person, and smiled happily. He called out loudly. Hai-wook said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go to the office." The two entered the office and Kim Ha-jin was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow." Hai-wook smiled and asked, "Looks better here, doesn't it?" he said as he walked in. "There are 11 employees and we have 5 hunters on exclusive contracts. Yu sponsored the office." Kim Ha-jin followed him in and praised. "It's really nice." In one corner of the room a shiny black motorcycle was parked. Hai-wook introduced it. "Right, this is what you talked about last time." Kim Ha-jin exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," he touched the motorcycle and praised it. "It's so shiny." Hai-wook smiled brightly and said, "Not bad, right?" The Augusta Sentinel information window popped up in the system. Reward. The body is made of magic reinforced material, reducing weight while maintaining strength. The body's weight was reduced to increase speed and it was reinforced to compensate for the resulting vulnerability. Swift movement. Can burn magic power to increase speed momentarily. He read the information provided by the system and judged. It must be incredibly expensive. He turned to Hai-wook and said, "Thank you for giving me this." He replied gently. "Don't mention it. Let me know if you need anything," he continued. "I can't give you everything you want anyway." Suddenly he put down the bag he was carrying and his brother was puzzled. "What's that?" A golden furred puppy with a cute red ribbon on its head popped out and he exclaimed in surprise. Hai-wook saw the cute puppy and said excitedly, "Wow, it's so cute." "How did you get a dog?" he answered. "I found it by chance." His brother was impressed. "Really, you're lucky." Ha-jin, I have a call, wait a minute. After taking the call he said, "I think I have to go, something came up that I need to take care of." He held the puppy in his arms and answered, "Really? Okay, I'm done with my business here too." Kim Ha-jin touched the motorcycle and said, "Thank you, I'll visit you again." Hai-wook waved his hand and said, "Yeah, see you again." "You too, puppy, see you again." The puppy also barked excitedly in reply. Kim Ha-jin looked at the motorcycle and said, "All right, let's go somewhere no one will bother us." He took the small puppy and rode the motorcycle to a secluded place. He looked around to make sure there were no CCTVs here. Kim Ha-jin put the puppy down on one side and opened the system, saying, "I added a new setting to this motorcycle too. Let's see." He stretched out his hand and a blue streak of light wrapped around his arm, activating portability. The motorcycle glowed and immediately turned into a suitcase. Kim Ha-jin picked it up and said, "It's still a bit heavy. This must be about 20 kilograms. The system announced portability activated. You can use the stigma's magic power to condense an object into a suitcase." He looked at the puppy and comforted it. "You must have been so cramped, thanks for staying in there." It turned out that the small cute puppy was a vandal. She wanted to visit Seoon and had pestered Ha-jin to come along. Kim Ha-jin said, "Let's go." She asked, puzzled, "Where are we going?" He smiled and said, "To eat something delicious." Seoul was bustling with people coming and going. Yu Yunha was walking down the street when someone suddenly called her. "Yunha," the woman smiled and said, "Look, Han Hangjin said it. All of this place will be yours in the future." This wealthy woman was none other than Yu Yunha's mother and real estate tycoon Jin Yojung. Yu Yunha said confidently, "Mom, don't worry, I already thought about what to do with this." Mrs. Jin Yojung said proudly, "That's my girl." She linked her arm with hers and said complainingly, "You're so reliable, but I don't know why your dad is so immature. He doesn't know a thing about investing." The bodyguards behind them assessed inwardly. "Even the madman Yu Jinhan is just an ordinary husband at home." Yu Yunha reassured her mother, "Dad has gotten a lot better lately." Suddenly she was drawn by the murmurs of the crowd, "So cute, like a doll." She turned her head and came face to face with the sight of Kim Ha-jin and Evandel. She immediately recognized him as Kim Ha-jin. He's wearing glasses, but it's definitely him. She was puzzled when she saw the girl next to him. The people next to them continued to admire. "So cute." Evandel, with her hat pulled down low, smiled happily next to Kim Ha-jin and said. Yunha's eyes widened in puzzlement. "Who is that child?" She was determined to find out. She shouted, "Excuse me." Suddenly, Jin Yojong grabbed her wrist and stopped her. She asked, "Where are you going? We have to go meet a tenant now." she called out with difficulty. Mom, she hurriedly glanced back at the two and said, something urgent came up, her mother absolutely would not let her go. You have to stay here, you'll inherit all of this later. Yu Yunha felt helpless as she watched the two figures getting farther away. Oh, they're getting farther away. Jin Yojong immediately pulled her along. We're late, let's hurry, she called out with difficulty. Mom, Yu Yunha was determined. Seriously, I'll definitely find out. Evandel put a piece of food in her mouth and chewed deliciously. Her cheeks were puffed out, her two cheeks were rosy red, and her eyes revealed extreme excitement in front of the table full of attractive food. Kim Hajin saw her eating deliciously, smiled and asked, It's delicious, isn't it? Should I cut you some more? Evandel said excitedly. The garlic, he smiled and replied. Okay. The people around were drawn by her cute appearance and couldn't help but look. Oh my, so cute. She ate with enthusiasm, her eyes revealing an unspeakable happiness. It's so delicious. Kim Hajin looked at her and called. Evandel, he asked, can you be alone this weekend? Evandel was about to put a piece of meat in her mouth and paused. She looked at him quietly. Seeing her noticeably drooping eyes, he was flustered. Oh my, she stopped eating. She's going to cry soon, he said in a hurry. But I'll buy you a toy, tell me whatever you want, Evandel replied sadly. Okay, he looked at her and thought, what should I do? She looked so depressed. Suddenly, a staff member approached. Excuse me. The person put down a plate of delicious and appetizing meat and introduced it. This is the tomahawk steak you ordered. Evandel immediately regained her spirits and asked excitedly, Wow, what's this? She urged him. Hajin, hurry up and cut it. Kim Hajin vowed inwardly, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon. After the meal, Kim Hajin held Evandel's hand and walked down the street. He looked at her and asked, what kind of toy do you want? She skipped alongside him and answered, a puzzle. Suddenly she stopped and stared at one direction with wide eyes. Kim Hajin was surprised when she suddenly stopped and asked, what's wrong? A dirty, odd-eyed stray cat looked at her and meowed. Meow. She stared at it without blinking. The two approached and looked at it. Kim Hajin wondered, there are cats here? Evandel pulled his sleeve with sparkling eyes and called, Hajin, I want to play with Whitey. He smiled and said, Whitey, did you name it? She narrowed her eyes, smiled and answered, yes. He reached out his hand to play with the cat and thought, it's pretty cute. I could raise another cat in my current dorm room. I've wanted to raise one for a long time too, he said. But Evandel, if we raise this cat, what about your soul friends? They might fight with it. Evandel answered firmly. I promise that will never happen. Kim Hajin held out his pinky and said, really? Then it's a promise. She linked her finger with his without hesitation and affirmed, I promise, unexpectedly. Something happened just a few days later. Evandel held a torn teddy bear in her hand and shouted in anger, Whitey, why did you bite this? Do you want to be scolded? Kim Hajin held a suitcase in his hand, preparing to go out, and instructed, Evandel, I'll be back soon. You have to get along with Whitey. But she didn't seem interested in his words. She seriously scolded Whitey. I'm scolding you, don't yawn. He looked at the scene in front of him and thought helplessly, she's treating me like I'm not here. That's a little sad. A passport was handed over. A customs officer said, welcome to Torino. Kim Hajin looked at the passport in his hand, a little worried since it was a fake, but he passed through without any issues. The Information Guild is really amazing. He looked around and marveled. This place is really cool. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. And the Italy in the novel was quite a unique country. One of the main reasons was the existence of the mafia here. In the story of this world, they weren't reckless illegal organizations. While they seemed to clash with the government on the surface, when monsters appeared, both sides cooperated with each other. They created guilds that could operate businesses in both the shadows and the light. Now they lived independently within the bounds of the law, and there were often scumbags who abused their power. Kim Hajin sighed and thought, the Korean mafia I'm targeting is the most powerful among the mafia organizations. He was discouraged, frustrated by the fact that he had to kill one of its members. Suddenly he thought that this mission might actually be an order from within Korean. Suddenly someone called him loudly, drawing his attention. Apprentice, over here. He turned around in surprise. The person she was standing to one side, waving with a cold expression. He looked at her in surprise. Captain. Kim Hajin took out his motorcycle. Jane was surprised, stroking her chin as she thought, a key turns into a motorcycle. He turned to her and asked, do you come to help me? She denied it. No, I'm not going to help you, he said as if he couldn't understand. Then why are you here? Jane hopped onto the back seat of the motorcycle without hesitation. He asked, what are you doing? She ordered coldly. Drive, I want to go for a ride, she continued. There's still plenty of time. Take me for a spin around Torino. Kim Hajin looked at her helplessly. Elsewhere, Chai Nyan, who had just finished training, collapsed on the ground exhausted and groaned. I'm so tired. Kim Suho stood beside her, smiled and said, I'm not surprised. You've been training non-stop since class ended. She turned to Yu Yunha and said, by the way, Yunha, why aren't you training? Yu Yunha stood in a corner without answering, quietly lost in thought. When Chai Nyan didn't get a response, she got angry and complained, are you ignoring me? Yu Yunha was still lost in thought. Who was that child with Hajin that night? How can he have a child at his age, a niece? No, he's an orphan. Not a single relative was found. Chai Nyan, still getting no answer, shouted from the side, hey, what are you thinking so hard about? Did Shin Jonghek dump you or something? Yu Yunha was hit where it hurt. She had been rejected by Shin Jonghek when she asked him to study together. Her pupils contracted in anger and she shouted, Nyan, Hajin said he doesn't like you. Chai Nyan was hit with a bullseye and stammered in rebuttal, what are you suddenly talking about? Kim Suho asked suspiciously, is that true? Yu Yunha said confidently, yes, that rumor has spread all over the academy. She narrowed her eyes, smiled, and teased, "Well, if I were him, I'd prefer Rachel over Nyan too." Chai Nyan asked angrily, "What, do you want to keep talking?" Yu Yunha replied calmly, "What does it have to do with you? You said you didn't like him." Chai Nyan's face darkened and she shut her mouth. The two women stared at each other tensely. Kim Suho stood in the middle, not knowing what to do. He asked in confusion, "Why are you two suddenly fighting?" Chai Nyan turned her back and walked away, and Kim Suho called out helplessly, "Hey, where are you going?" He clutched his head in confusion. They were all getting along just a moment ago, over here. Kim Hajin sped down the road on his motorcycle with Jane. He still couldn't understand her decision. Did she really just want to go for a spin? Suddenly she spoke. "There's a social gathering at 9 p.m. Kim Hajin glanced at her in surprise. "Apprentice mercenary mission." He opened the system and searched for the location. Laren Villa in Torino. The target was the person in charge of hosting that social gathering. "There's an abandoned cathedral in the forest near the villa." The system announced it was starting to reroute to the destination. The two stopped the motorcycle in front of a cathedral. The cathedral's steeple was quite high, a perfect spot for sniping from a distance. Kim Hajin placed a hand on the wall, sensing it, and asked, "How long has this cathedral been abandoned?" Suddenly, he lightly jumped to the highest floor of the cathedral. From above he could see a large mansion right in front of him. He marveled. "Is that the mansion? It's a good location for observation," just as she said. Jane, who was below, shouted, "Apprentice, can I observe you carrying out the mission?" He glared and replied, "That's inconvenient. Please leave." She was silent. He emphasized again, "Right now." Jane had no choice but to comply. "All right, I'm going." Saying that, she turned her back and left. Kim Hajin began the mission, and the observation system appeared in his eyes. He calculated. "This is about 1 kilometer away from the mansion. Most heroes would be able to notice this distance within 30 seconds, considering the time it would take them to grasp the situation and my location. I only have 1 minute to escape." He used the system to observe the mansion in detail. A faint mana barrier surrounded it. Kim Hajin raised his hand to look at his watch and timed it. "Luckily, the event hasn't started yet, so the barrier is weak. I need to move quickly." A streak of blue light appeared, and immediately a long rifle materialized before his eyes. The system activated bullet creation, but the completion rate only rose bit by bit. He felt helpless. "My luck isn't very good today, but it's okay." Kim Hajin began to aim the rifle. "I'll use the stigma's magic power to enhance the bullet, which has been modified with an anti-magic property. To eliminate the evidence, I made it so it will oxidize after hitting the target." Over at the mansion, a man was yelling at a servant. He pointed at his watch, annoyed. Kim Hajin's eyes widened as he aimed straight. "In other words, I don't need to worry about the mission failing." His hand trembled slightly. As he prepared to pull the trigger, he made up his mind. "I'm going to kill that bastard." A single gunshot. Kim Hajin placed his finger on the trigger. The sound of loading echoed. "According to the rumors, that guy is a djinn." He aimed the rifle straight at the mansion, but in his heart he still hesitated. "It's just a rumor, isn't it? If he's not a djinn?" The man stood there nonchalantly, yelling, unaware that he was about to be assassinated. Thinking this far, he suddenly paused. "Am I becoming a murderer?" Kim Hajin thought about the characters in this novel. "I know I'm in the novel I wrote before, and I know they're just characters in it, but now they feel like they're really alive." Finally, he thought of his parents in the real world and remembered his main objective. That's right, Kim Hajin thought about the time when he would meet his parents again and be held in their arms. "I'm doing all of this to go back home." He decided to pull the trigger to achieve his goal. 10 years from now, I'll still be in this world. I might even stay here for much longer. So in situations like this, I have to abandon my emotions. Even if they feel like they're really alive, he tried to calm himself. "But this place isn't real. It's just inside a novel." He repeated the words. "This is just a novel." A gunshot rang through the sky and birds flew up in a frenzy. The bullet flew straight into the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The people around shouted in surprise. "His Excellency has been shot." Everyone in the room was horrified and blood was everywhere. Jane was standing in a corner watching everything. She said, "Djinns don't bleed." Unfortunately, the man didn't stop bleeding and had collapsed in a pool of blood after completing the mission. Kim Hajin sat alone and quiet at a roadside cafe. He sat lost in deep thought, a stark contrast to the bustling street. Suddenly, Jane appeared from somewhere, distracting him. "Apprentice." He looked at her in surprise. "Ria Vaughn." Kim Hajin asked, "How did you know I was here?" She nonchalantly sat in the chair in front of him and answered, "I tracked you earlier." He was startled and asked, "Is that even possible?" Jane didn't answer and praised him instead. "You did a great job on the mission today." Kim Hajin nonchalantly lifted his coffee cup and replied, "I'm glad to hear you say that." Although he said that, the hand holding the cup was still trembling. She crossed her arms and watched his act, thinking, "It seems the mission gave him a mental shock." Kim Hajin, seeing her staring at him, pretended, "Ah, it's hot." Jane thought, "It's probably the first time he's killed someone." Kim Hajin avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her directly. "It's hot." Jane opened her mouth and asked, "How was it today?" He answered, "It was my first time, so it was a bit difficult." She said bluntly, "Yeah, making money isn't easy, but money is the only thing a person can trust." Her next words made his eyes widen, "Especially for people like us." He asked back as if he didn't understand. "People like us," she answered. "Yes," Jane continued, "because we've lived our whole lives without a single relative by our side." He widened his eyes as if he had heard the truth. About to say something with his mouth slightly open, he burst into laughter and agreed. "Ah well, I guess you're right." She smiled lightly and looked at him. Jane looked at him and thought, he's recovering well from the shock. The more I see him, the more I like him. Kim Ha-jin came to his senses, picked up the menu and chose an item. Is there a cold drink? Jane felt it. The thing that just destroyed the mana shield, it was definitely anti-magic. She was certain. My eyes weren't mistaken. Jane was convinced that in the future Kim Ha-jin would surely become the trump card that would kill him. Back in the past, someone asked Jane, why did you have to choose him? Drone, cradling his head in his hands, said, there are many strong people with anti-magic abilities out there. Is there a need to choose one inexperienced cadet? Kalen pressed him. You've known for a while, why are you opposing it now? Drone laughed and retorted, I'm not opposing it, I'm just curious about the reason. Jane, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth and answered, it's because of the look in his eyes. Drone didn't understand. The look in his eyes, he laughed and teased. The look in his eyes, you're more romantic than I thought. Kalen stopped him. Drone, that's enough, Jane thought to herself. Kim Ha-jin, recalling his image, his eyes held loneliness. Those eyes were saying that no one could be trusted except himself. It reminded her of herself on that fateful day. Like me on that day. Returning to the present, she quietly watched him and asked herself, is that why I'm always worried about him? Do I hope he doesn't walk the same path I did? Suddenly he spoke. Oh right, Kim Ha-jin asked, can I receive the payment as an item, a specific item? Jane answered, if you want, it's not a problem. She asked, what kind of item do you want? He smiled brightly and answered, you can just give me something that would suit me. He calculated inwardly. The captain has many expensive items and artifacts, but she doesn't know their current market price, so there's a high chance she'll give me an item more valuable than the payment. It's a win for me. Jane saw through his intentions. She stood up and said, all right, to celebrate us officially being in the same boat. Hearing that, he quickly cut her off. I haven't decided yet. She was surprised, not expecting this. What? He nonchalantly scratched his face and asked, I have the right to choose where I join, don't I? He smiled and said, I think it's still a bit early to decide now. Jane was at a loss for words with him. She grumbled inwardly, I have no idea what's going on inside that guy's head. The scene shifts to Kim Ha-jin's house at night and the space became quiet. Evandel, sleeping soundly under a white blanket, woke up to a small noise. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and called for Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin came home and was surprised to see her still awake. Evandel, he knelt down and reached out to hold her, asking, why are you still awake? Evandel also reached out her arms, wanting to hug him, and said, just now, I was waiting for you to come back. She stretched out, hugged his neck and comforted him. Welcome home, you worked hard today. Kim Ha-jin was surprised by her affectionate act. He slowly raised his arms and hugged her, one big and one small. The two hugged like that for a long time. Kim Ha-jin felt a happy warmth. He thought to himself, I knew from a long time ago that these people weren't just simple characters. They are truly alive and breathing. When he remembered the man he had killed with his own hands, fear washed over him again, and he hugged Evandel tightly. As his body trembled uncontrollably, she was surprised and worried. Ha-jin, Kim Ha-jin realized that to achieve his final goal he would have to go through many missions like today's. He asked himself, to go back home, do I have to repeat things like this in the future? How many more times will I have to repeat this? And finally, the second semester final exams began. But the atmosphere wasn't as bright as the first semester finals. Due to the numerous incidents last semester, outsiders were prohibited from entering. Ha-jin was walking on the school campus. He scratched his head, lost in thought. It's different from the original story, but it doesn't matter. I wrote this part roughly, so I don't remember it well anyway. In the school hallway, everyone was worried and agonizing over the exams. Today's exam was so hard. A male student cried, saying he would go to the professor. If it's this hard, we have to protest to the professor. To me, who was first in the theory exam, it was just another day passing by. Ha-jin looked at his wristwatch, thinking of stopping by the nursing home. I should stop by the nursing home for a bit. Just then, someone suddenly called him, Hey Ha-jin. Chai Nyan approached him with a worried expression. Kim Ha-jin looked at her and asked, Are you on your way to study? No, I'm on my way out. Chai Nyan seemed flustered that he wasn't going to study. Aren't you going to study? Not really, she asked hesitantly. Do you have any summary notes or something? Kim Ha-jin answered nonchalantly. No, his answer made her face darken. She pleaded with Kim Ha-jin. Hey, help me out, she said in a desperate voice. I bombed the written exam today. I heard I can get at least 10 more points just by memorizing the important parts. Chai Nyan pleaded with wide eyes. Ha-jin, please help me review. Why don't you ask Yu Yunha? She's good at summarizing and explaining things. When Kim Ha-jin mentioned Yu Yunha, she immediately lowered her head and became shy, unable to say a word. Chai Nyan clasped her hands, looking flustered. Yu Yunha and I are a bit... Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, she shouted with a bright face, let's do this. Hey, I'll treat you to a meal. But when Chai Nyan looked up, Kim Ha-jin was already gone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you go? Chai Nyan called his name loudly. Kim Ha-jin. Kim Ha-jin arrived in front of a nursing home. The name of this nursing home was Sunshine Paradise, he thought to himself. So this is the nursing home where Fernando Jesus stayed. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. Coming. A woman with glasses opened the door and asked him, Can I help you? Kim Ha-jin touched the back of his neck awkwardly. The woman now recognized Kim Ha-jin and shouted with joy, Oh my, look who it is, isn't it, Ha-jin? He was flustered because he thought there was no way she would know him. The two stood there for a moment, and he was also surprised by the situation. Yes. Kim Ha-jin seemed to realize something. He recalled the past. That's right, my name was Kim Chandong before. Kim Chandong was a very warm person. It seems he had some personal connections I didn't know about. the nurse invited him inside. It's been a year since you last came, right? Come on in. He slowly walked inside and politely greeted her again. Ah yes, it's been a while. How have you been? Kim Ha-jin entered the nursing home and looked around, and the nurse walked ahead and explained. This place is still the same. An old man in a wheelchair smiled and waved at him. The old man waved with a kind smile. It's been a while. An old man with a hat who seemed to have poor eyesight heard the greeting and asked the old man next to him, Who is it? It's Ha-jin. He looked at the people here with a somber expression. The nurse turned around and wondered, So what brings you here today? Oh, it's nothing. But he soon hesitantly stated his purpose for coming here. I came to look for Mr. August, she smiled and answered. Oh, you mean the man from South America? She recalled that he only talked with Kim Ha-jin. He was quite talkative. He only spoke with you. Hearing that, he was also surprised that Chundong knew Fernando. This must be something the co-author added to the story. Not bad. Kim Ha-jin asked her, By any chance, did he leave anything for me? Yes, I was wondering if he left anything behind. She put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. Something he left? I don't think there was anything. If there was, it would probably be a letter. Letter. The two said the same thing at the same time. The nurse seemed surprised that Kim Ha-jin knew about what he had left behind. On his end, Kim Ha-jin was relieved that his guess was correct. Thank goodness, it's still that. The nurse didn't understand how he knew about the letter. How did you know? Kim Ha-jin didn't answer her question. He just wanted to know where the letter was now. Where is the letter? Kim Ha-jin guessed inwardly. He didn't know what the old Kim Chundong's personality was like, but based on the reactions of the people here, Kim Ha-jin really wanted to know the contents of the letter, so he explained to her. I made a promise with him. The nurse lowered her head and remained silent. Kim Ha-jin also thought to himself, it seems he had a good relationship with people. The nurse pushed up her glasses slightly and didn't answer him. She took off her glasses to wipe them and answered nonchalantly. Well, it wouldn't be strange if he left something for you. She recalled how Kim Ha-jin used to visit Mr. August often in the past, especially how he would talk to anyone first without discrimination. She put her glasses back on, smiled faintly, and told him the location of the letter. Try going to Seo Memorial Park. Hearing that, Kim Ha-jin placed his hand on his chest and felt his heart beat. She told him where the letter was. The letter is with his belongings. Kim Ha-jin arrived at Seo Memorial Park. He stood in front of a glass case and thought quietly. Right now I'm doing a lot of things I've never done in the real world. He walked slowly down the hallway thinking to himself. Found it. Sector 17, first row, number 4. An old letter was placed neatly inside the glass case. Kim Ha-jin found the letter and shouted inwardly, I found it. I'm glad I came here. He slowly placed his hand on the handle of the glass case. But Kim Ha-jin suddenly realized, wait, I already know the contents of the letter. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. Is there a need to open it? At least the person reading it for the first time should be. The image of a girl came to his mind. But he changed his mind again. His hand turned the glass case door slightly. He couldn't help but suspect inwardly. The co-author might have added something here. It'll get complicated if the letter's content has changed. And finally, Kim Ha-jin opened the door, took out the letter, and read it. What contents could possibly be in the letter that would make his hair stand on end? Yu Yunha, wearing a mysterious mask, sat with her arms propped on the desk. Volunteer work. She was connected to a girl with braided hair. She reported to Yu Yunha. There are records that he did volunteer work at several orphanages and nursing homes before entering Cube at the age of 11. Kim Ha-jin did that? Is that why he's been going out so often lately? Yu Yunha thought about Kim Ha-jin with sad eyes. There are so many bad rumors about him that I can't believe this is true, although I didn't really believe those words either. A child who grew up as an orphan and entered the academy as soon as he awakened. If it were me, I would have thrown away such a past, but he chose to cherish his past. No, he even went to visit the people who reminded him of his past. He didn't use his strength as a tool to gain attention, but simply to help others quietly. Simply to help others quietly. Those words kept echoing in Yu Yunha's mind. She thought to herself with a serious face, I don't really agree, but I can't help but respect him. Yu Yunha had found out all the information about Kim Ha-jin, and she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw it. He's really amazing. She wanted to know more about him. Is there any other important information, like his birthplace? No, we are still looking, but there is none at the moment. I'm sorry, Yu Yunha ordered the girl on the screen. Dig deeper. Report back. The girl bowed her head in obedience. Yes, master. The girl on the screen continued to report. Next, we received a request from the Korean Mafia to track down an assassin. An executive was killed and there's information that the assassin is from Korea. Yu Yunha manipulated something on the screen and thought to herself. The Korean Mafia, I was planning to approach them because of the performance trafficking. She rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Perhaps I can add conditions favorable to our side, and she asked for a bit more information. So can you track that assassin? The person on the other side of the screen reported. There's a newcomer named Kim Ho-sup who recently joined. He's quite useful. I'll send you his information file. All the information about a person named Ho-sup appeared on the screen. Kim Ho-sup, 17 years old, 178 centimeters, military school student, talent, high-speed network, connects the brain to a computer possessing outstanding information retrieval and tracking abilities. The faster the computer and network speed, the faster the retrieval speed. Back to Kim Ha-jin. He was still intently reading the contents of the letter. He used his smartwatch to translate the letter into Korean. Korean translation. Nothing has changed. Kim Ha-jin folded the letter and put it in the envelope, feeling much lighter. In the current situation, this is probably the only answer the truth agency can give. Tomer's smartwatch suddenly lit up. She glanced down at her smartwatch. She was immediately startled and stared intently at the watch. A sound echoed from the watch. This is the truth agency. We have found Fernando Jesus. Hearing that information, her face twisted into a bizarre and eerie expression. If you wish to hear our answer, please transfer a certain amount of money. Kim Ha-jin put the letter back in the glass case and left. A voice echoed in the classroom. All right, teacher announced, holding a stack of exam papers for the whole class. With this, the written exams are over. Good work, everyone. You may leave. Yes, after class, Kim Ha-jin was standing in front of a vending machine, seemingly to buy a drink. A voice called his name. Ha-jin. Hearing his name called, he immediately turned his head. Hey Kim Ha-jin, it was Chai Nyan. She approached him and asked, the exams are over. What are you going to do now? Kim Ha-jin, holding a can of soda in his hand, answered nonchalantly. I have to prepare for the practical exam. Hearing that, her jaw immediately dropped in surprise. It's next week and you're already preparing? You really are an honor student. She rummaged through her bag for something to give to Kim Ha-jin. Here, I'll give this back. Chai Nyan returned the notebook to him, not forgetting to thank him. Thanks for lending it to me. Chai Nyan happily thanked him once more. Thanks. I thought you'd just leave without lending it to me. I was in a bit of a hurry then. She also didn't forget to praise Kim Ha-jin. It's okay since you lent it to me. Your notes were really useful. Kim Ha-jin also admired inwardly. Well, actually, I got that by hacking Yu Yunha's personal files. Chai Nyan added excitedly. Since you helped me, I'll treat you to something. The exams are over. How about we go there? Kim Ha-jin opened the soda can and wondered. Where? She mentioned the place she wanted to go. How about Haedongik? Hearing that, Kim Ha-jin flinched slightly. What, that famous restaurant? You mean the famous restaurant in Ganghwa Island, Haedongik? Hearing about the restaurant, Kim Ha-jin's mouth began to water, but he soon turned his head and refused. No, Chai Nyan seemed surprised, not understanding why he was refusing. Why? Kim Ha-jin had already finished his calculations. I need to prepare for that event after the practical exam. He took a sip of his cola and refused, making an excuse. I'm just busy. Kim Ha-jin suggested that Chai Nyan go with someone else. If you want to go with Kim Suho. She suddenly became shy and wondered. Are you jealous? As soon as he heard that, Kim Ha-jin spat out the drink in his mouth. He turned around with a dark face and demanded. Jealous? What are you talking about? Forget it. She changed the subject to reduce the awkwardness. I just wanted to repay you for buying me that thing at the French store. Kim Ha-jin turned his back to leave and rejected her. You don't have to do that. Chai Nyan then tempted him with a meal once more. Are you sure? Even a really grand meal? Kim Ha-jin continued to walk away without looking back. She called from behind. Hey, she also blurted out helplessly. Seriously, Chai Nyan thought with a flushed face, the two of us can't just go alone. As Kim Ha-jin walked across the school campus, he thought of Evandel at home and wanted to buy her something. I should buy some snacks for Evandel on my way home. He heard murmuring from a distance. He wondered to himself. That voice? Kim Ha-jin peeked into an alley. A woman was talking about some issue. Then can't you give me a little more? The other person's voice immediately answered Tomer. More? Do you know how long you've dragged out a job that should have been finished in 2 weeks? She lowered her head upon hearing the other person's rebuke. That job was, the other person added. I heard you also lost the item the captain gave you, is that right? I'm sorry. Kim Ha-jin was outside eavesdropping on their conversation. He smiled slyly, recognizing the item they were talking about. That, Tomer pleaded with the other person. But I really need the money, please. Just this once, the other person's voice shouted angrily. You're crazy, just finish what you were doing. After ending the call, Tomer turned around angrily and lamented. Nothing is going my way. Just then, she came face to face with Kim Ha-jin. The two stared intently at each other. She couldn't help but be flustered inwardly. How long has he been here? Did he hear everything? But she quickly calmed herself. It's fine, I didn't say anything related to Jaein. She pushed him aside and left. Move, Kim Ha-jin offered to lend her money. Want to borrow some money? Hearing that, Tomer turned around in surprise. Really? She glanced at him, sizing him up inwardly, but soon turned her head and walked away again, not wanting to borrow his money. So you heard, forget it, it's not like you have that kind of money anyway. But you're a magician. Kim Ha-jin proposed that they cooperate. She turned around and sighed. I don't think making money is a problem for a magician. I'll lend you money if you write an IOU. It's an amount you can't handle. He rummaged through his pocket for something. Here. Kim Ha-jin was triumphant, holding a credit card in his hand. I may not look it, but I have quite a bit of money. Battlefield 2 First Practical Exam. Team Battle. The rules are similar to the first semester's individual matches, but the difference is that it's a team battle. Today's first match. Rachel's team was on offense and Kim Suho's team was on defense. Ha-jin held his gun and surveyed his surroundings. It seems to be a terrain with many obstacles. He readjusted his grip on the gun triumphantly. This will be more advantageous for me. Rachel took the lead. Jin Ho-sung and I will be at the vanguard. Ha-jin followed behind Rachel and Jin Ho-sung while the rest provided support from the rear. Rachel said to everyone, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Ha-jin immediately leapt high into the air. He quickly climbed onto a high tree branch while Rachel was still surprised. She wondered, Ha-jin, he smiled and explained. Go on ahead, I'll support you from above. She smiled as if she understood what he was trying to do. You're trying to occupy the high ground, all right, I'm going. As soon as she finished speaking, Hajin dashed to another branch like an arrow. He nimbly leaped from branch to branch. Hajin jumped onto a high branch and pushed aside the leaves to survey the area, but then he seemed to spot something below and lowered his gaze. Someone's gun was raised, a trigger was immediately pulled and a bullet flew toward Hajin's position, but with his quick reflexes he swiftly dodged and aimed his gun at the person. Hajin leaped to another branch to avoid him. He guessed to himself, a sniper here means their team is nearby. The one at the very front is. He looked back with a look of incomprehension. There was a person with a small branch in his mouth. It was Kim Suho. He was nonchalantly lying on a tree trunk resting. Seeing this, Hajin was also stunned, with thousands of question marks appearing in his head. Seeing him so relaxed and indifferent to his surroundings, Hajin's mind was also filled with questions. What is he doing? Is he that confident even with a sniper nearby? Besides, the person Kim Suho is about to face is suddenly. Rachel came rushing from a distance as fast as the wind over here. Kim Suho, unaware of his impending crisis, still sat nonchalantly, singing, "Hey young man, I am the free and unrestrained wind." Rachel suddenly appeared right in front of him. She leapt high and swung her sword, intending to cut him down. Kim Suho also quickly grabbed his own sword. Rachel's attack was swiftly subdued by him. Kim Suho immediately stood up and faced Rachel, and Hajin, watching from above, couldn't help but admire. He blocked Rachel's attack. From behind, Jin Hozung suddenly appeared. He held an axe and charged forward, shouting her name. Rachel. Jin Hozung's powerful attack flew straight towards Kim Suho. The blow was so powerful it seemed to blow away a corner of the sky. Hajin was also affected by the attack. He felt a little regretful. A little more and it would have worked. At this time the two teamed up to attack Kim Suho. After observing for a moment, Hajin came to a conclusion. Even with two people attacking together, he's not being pushed back much. Hajin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Kim Suho originally that strong? Kim Suho looked up at him in the tree and gave a mysterious smile. Seeing how strongly Kim Suho could fight against the two of them, Jin Hozung couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, that guy is blocking both me and Rachel. We're in the top 3 of the rankings. This is no joke. He's using buff magic. Hajin, who was sitting on a tree branch watching the situation, finally realized, "Aha, I think I've roughly figured out the current situation." He understood Kim Suho's team's tactics. Kim Suho is playing the role of blocking the enemy, while he ties us up at the front. That archer in the back is providing support by shooting arrows, and that magician is probably using all their mana to cast buffs on Kim Suho. And that supporter and warrior are holding out to protect the supporter. In other words, this is a tactic that pours everything into letting Kim Suho carry. Hajin praised their team's tactics inwardly. A pretty effective tactic for a defense-oriented team. He smiled slyly. Hajin immediately left his spot. He jumped from branch to branch, moving forward. Of course, that's only if that magician is still in one piece. Suddenly a hand grabbed a tree branch. Hajin quickly looked to the other side. He observed from a distance and seemed to have found 3 members of the opposing team. "Found you." While the two in front were focused, a blonde-haired man noticed something. He spotted Hajin in the tree and immediately shouted loudly, "Hey, there's a sniper in the tree." Realizing he had been spotted, Hajin immediately left that branch. He couldn't help but grumble to himself. "Damn, I've been discovered. Do I not have a talent for infiltration?" The blonde youth holding an axe spoke in a somewhat contemptuous tone. "For a sniper to come over here alone. What's he plotting?" Then Hajin grabbed a branch with one hand and with the other raised his gun and fired at the 3 of them. The 3 immediately hid behind a shield to dodge the bullets. Hajin now jumped down to the ground. He ran past the 3 and aimed his gun at them. The girl holding the shield asked about the other's situation. "How's the buff?" "No problem. The buff is fine. That guy is pretty good at hiding." Hajin was now standing on some large rocks, aiming his gun at the 3, but shooting them from here would be a piece of cake. Blonde youth gestured to his companions where Hajin was and vowed to himself, "I'll take care of him." He quickly rushed towards Hajin. He thought to himself, "This guy, is he planning to take me on alone?" Hajin hung from a rock with one hand and held the gun in his mouth, kicking strongly at the blonde youth with his foot. "It'll be impossible to catch me in a terrain full of obstacles like this." Hajin quickly jumped up while the blonde youth was fuming. He stood on top and stuck out his tongue, teasing him. The blonde youth was fuming with anger. The girl with the shield behind him saw it and said, "My God, you can't even catch that person. All brawn and no brains." As soon as she finished speaking, she put her hands to her mouth and chanted a spell. Several shields appeared around them. Her skill was combination. The shields slowly drew into each other. The shields now formed a giant iron ball protecting the two. Hajin glanced at the giant ball and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this guy an armadillo? An armadillo, also known in Vietnam by another name Tay, is a shelled animal with the characteristic of rolling into a ball when in danger. The blonde youth was gathering strength, preparing an attack towards Hajin. He struck a tree trunk hard to knock Hajin down. But Hajin quickly jumped towards the giant iron ball. No matter how much you block, this is just a pile of unfeeling shields stacked together. He raised his gun and prepared to aim. A perfect view. And the bullet was fired from the muzzle. It was his mission. The bullet formed a huge energy source and flew straight towards the shields. Hearing the sound, Kim Suho immediately turned his head. His face was now filled with fear. The magician girl from before had been defeated by Hajin and was lying on the ground. Someone saw it and shouted, "What? No way. Hey, you're not down yet, are you?" "Right." An announcement rang out. Yohei team's magician Yui eliminated. Hearing the announcement that a teammate was eliminated, Kim Suho's jaw dropped in shock. "What? Seeing the magician girl from their team lying on the ground, the faces of his two companions immediately turned ashen. Hajin thought to himself, if she had used even one defensive magic spell, she wouldn't have been knocked down in one shot. Trying to save mana was the cause of her defeat. Someone cursed at Hajin. You cowardly bastard, Hajin retorted with a forced smile. Now who's the coward? Rachel and Jin Hozung seized the opportunity and rushed at Kim Suho. This is all according to plan. My mana is being consumed too quickly. Kim Suho's whole body began to tremble. Even the hand holding the sword couldn't stand it and trembled, and he was terrified inside. I'm screwed, my strength is draining. Tomer was the magician on Hajin's team. She sent several fireballs towards the opposing team, making them tremble in fear. Over here, the blonde youth and the girl with the shield kept shouting. They taunted Hajin to come down if you have the guts. The results of the midterm team battle, an overwhelming victory for Rachel's team. Hajin was sitting on the school steps with his chin in his hand when Tomer approached and looked at him. Rachel clasped her hands and smiled brightly. Thanks everyone, you all did really well. Oh Rachel, you did well too. Hajin looked back at Rachel and thought to himself, she seems to be in a very good mood. Her tone of voice and gestures are different from usual. She looked back at Hajin and praised him. Especially you, Hajin. We won because you took down that magician. Hearing her praise him, Hajin scratched his head, embarrassed. I just did that instinctively. Jin Hozung ran up from somewhere, put his arm around his shoulder and laughed excitedly. Yeah, if you had failed back then, you would have been reported a few times for being a nuisance to the team. Since you succeeded, you're the team's hero now. The five of them stood in a circle talking. I was really surprised. I thought you were joking when you said you were going to take the magician's head, haha. Hajin rubbed his shoulder and left the place. Did I overdo it? Jun ran up from behind and called his name. Hey Hajin, Suho wanted me to tell you that you fought really well. Hajin turned to look at her and asked gently. Suho did? Yeah, he just went in for his match. When you shot back then, the bullet's trajectory bent sharply right. How did you do that? Hajin answered nonchalantly. It's thanks to my talent. Jun had a blank expression at his answer. It wasn't much of an answer. She put her hands behind her head and said in a lazy voice, I want to fight too, but my match isn't until the afternoon. Oh really? Hajin's eyes widened as if he had seen someone. It was Shin Jonghek and Yu Yunha. The two of them were here too. When Shin Jonghek saw Hajin with Jun, his eyes immediately turned red with jealousy and his face turned ashen. He was filled with questions. Why is that guy talking to Jun? Look at those red eyes. Is he shooting a movie or something? Jun saw Shin Jonghek's expression and immediately called his name. Shin Jonghek, why are you glaring at us like that? He had just returned to a bright face and smiled at Jun. Shin Jonghek walked towards Jun. The tails behind him wagged nonstop. He seemed very excited. Jun, who said I was glaring at anyone? Hajin approached where Yu Yunha was and asked her, Are you on your way to a match? Yeah, our team is next. Hajin walked past Yu Yunha and suddenly brought up the topic of bullets. 5.56mm bullets, about 600 rounds. Yu Yunha turned to look at him, puzzled. Why are you suddenly talking about rifle bullets? I just thought it might be useful information for you. The two stood without looking at each other. You know, high-grade magic bullets cost at least 200,000 won per round, right? 120 million is just a drop in the bucket. You're not saying it's impossible, are you? Yu Yunha smiled brightly and flattered him. Hajin, no way, don't look down on me like that. Is there anything else you need? No, that's it. You're all I need at this point. Yu Yunha suddenly brought up the ginseng production. About the ginseng production, it'll probably be finished in about 2 weeks. Oh really? Yeah. But Yu Yunha rubbed her chin with her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Aren't you curious if I'll add more? I'm thinking of doing some market research. Hajin also put his hand to his mouth and calculated. I can't guarantee I'll get more, but if I do, I'll exchange it for your pharmaceutical company's stock. Is that okay? Hearing that Hajin wanted to invest in Yu Yunha's company, she was immediately delighted. That would be fine too, she smiled brightly. Then I'll include you in the calculations. Over here, Shin Jonghek was talking with Jun. He couldn't hide his jealousy. Jun, why are you so close to him? Jun was surprised to hear him say that and immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Did you forget? You said you hated him. That was just a misunderstanding back then. Over here, Hajin and Yu Yunha had just heard their conversation. Don't mind him, Shin Jonghek doesn't know you well. Hajin didn't mind, turned his back to leave and waved his hand to say goodbye to her. I don't care about him, don't worry. I've said what I needed to, so I'm going. Honestly, I don't feel great about it, but this is how the story has to progress. Over here, Shin Jonghek and Jun were still arguing. Jun was very annoyed. Shut up, you definitely said it back then. Shin Jonghek was a descendant of a loyal subject who had served the king for a long time. He was also the grandson of the great hero Shin Myungchul, who had saved Korea during the post-war famine. It was natural for him to feel the power latent in his bloodline. Hajin opened the door and shouted loudly, I'm back. The moment she heard him, Evandel immediately ran out and called his name loudly. Hajin, are you okay? She ran and threw herself into his arms. Hajin bent down to hug her and asked, Nothing happened, right? Are you hungry? He looked at her and a slightly surprised expression crossed his face. Evandel ran to him with tears in her eyes and the tears stained Hajin's clothes. He asked worriedly, What's wrong? Evandel began to sob. Hajin asked her worriedly, Why are you crying? She sobbed. She held out her small hand and on it was a very small scratch. It was to show Hajin. She sobbed and tattled on him. Whitey scratched me. Hajin frowned and tried to suppress his emotions. He thought to himself, The most important rule when raising a child is to not let them think you find them bothersome. Hajin held her and soothed her. How did that happen? Evander whined. I don't know, I hate Whitey. Whitey is bad. She had an aggrieved expression. I didn't do anything. Hajin found it strange. Whitey scratched her even though she didn't touch anything. He suddenly recalled the time he was surprised to learn about Whitey's talent. That cat has reached the 4th stage of mana talent. Animals with high mana talent have faster recovery speeds, live longer and are smarter than their common counterparts. Thanks to that, the cat became an animal with intelligence. Such a creature would not harm its owner without reason. Seeing the cat lying quietly on the sofa, he immediately suspected the cat food. He had told Evander to feed the cat only once a day. Immediately, Hajin questioned the girl. Evander, why are there so many cat food wrappers lying around here? Evander did not answer. Immediately, Hajin guessed something. Don't tell me you, he turned in great surprise and asked if she had eaten it all. Evander couldn't deny it. Stammering, the girl had no choice but to find an excuse to defend herself. I just wanted to taste how delicious it was that he liked it so much, so I tried a little. Hajin hit his forehead and suddenly realized. So that's why the cat got so angry. Don't do it again. Suddenly a message notification from Rachel rang from his bracelet. Hajin opened the message and was very surprised. Hajin, happy birthday. Rachel sent a thoughtful message with a set of cakes. This is a gift for you. Thank you for doing your best in today's exam. Let's go to karaoke together after this exam period ends. Hajin only realized after a congratulatory message popped up in the system. Kim Hajin, October 8th, today is your birthday. He was surprised. Oh, it's my birthday today. At this time, Nayan was idly lying down looking at her social media. A post caught her eye and she said in surprise. To be active on social media right after finishing one exam, Yu Yunha posted a picture taken with her team members, and it had 4,593 likes. She also wrote, the exam was quite hard, but luckily we all got good results. Thank you so much to all my team members. Nayan couldn't hide her jealousy. She thought, she must be really close to her team members. I want to celebrate with my team members like that too. Actually, never mind. What kind of celebration can I expect when the announcement was a mess? I still hate those guys. Looking at Yu Yunha's picture, she felt a little guilty. Come to think of it, I haven't said a word to Yu Yunha since then. Actually, it was my fault in the first place. I want to make up. Nayan tossed and turned. Her heart was heavy and uncomfortable. What should I say to her? Looking at the smart device in her hand, she had an idea. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to like Yu Yunha's post. I should like her post first. Meanwhile, Shin Jonghek posted a picture of himself in an incredibly cool pose with the caption, just showing off a bit. 3 wins, no losses. Nayan commented on him. Look at his posing for the picture. Is he a gangster or something? When will he grow up? Next was a post of Suho and Hajin together, with Cube's only sharpshooter, Sniper Hajin. Nayan thought to herself, oh, did they do that on purpose? I should compare them. She also found that Yu Sunga had commented on the post. It's really nice to see your bright smile. I saw the video of the interclass competition. Hajin, Suho, you both did really well. Nayan was surprised. Why is Sunga here? She's so blatant. After scrolling through social media for a while, Nayan felt bored. This is getting boring. She decided to check her notifications one last time to make sure she hadn't missed anything. Are there any unread messages? Suddenly, a notification caught her eye. Oh, it's Hajin's birthday today. Nayan opened the search bar in her shopping cart. She wanted to give him a gift. I should buy him a gift certificate. A cake should be fine, right? But before pressing the purchase button, she suddenly paused. She changed her mind. No, if I want to give him something, shouldn't I give it to him in person? At that thought, Nayan shot up, but just thinking about it made her face red and embarrassed. Give it to him in person? Am I crazy? We're not even that close. Too embarrassed, Nayan decided to just send a congratulatory message without a gift. A happy birthday message is enough. Hajin, it's your birthday today, right? Haha. But ironically, her message went unanswered after 1 minute, 3 minutes, and even 5 minutes. She couldn't help but resend the message twice. Hajin, it's your birthday today, right? Haha. Hajin, it's your birthday today, right? Haha. But the result was still the same and she was quite disappointed. Why isn't he replying? Just as Nayan was about to feel embarrassed, Hajin replied briefly. Thanks. Nayan was a little disappointed. Is that all? She threw her smart device in anger and sighed. Tisk. She lay on her bed, but her mind was complicated and uncomfortable. Keep acting so high and mighty, you jerk. Scene change. A modern high-rise building. Hajin was inside and looked very proud. All the remaining exams ended with Thursday. I didn't do well in the individual matches, but I got a pretty high score in the team battles, so I was able to safely place within the top 200, which was my goal. Hajin hesitated slightly. I should move to a bigger room in my second year. No, that's not important right now. He had already prepared supplies and food, but he was still a little worried. Will this be enough? In case he had missed anything, Hajin decided to put everything he saw into the bag. But the bag seemed to be a magic pouch that could hold everything in the world. It was a high-grade magic bag that could hold up to 200 kilograms. Suddenly, a message notification rang from his smart device. Cube will be closed next week. If you use your cadet card overseas, you can get a 70% discount on the field trip hosted by the Jiyoung Foundation next Thursday. The field trip is limited to first-year students. Registration is on a first-come, first-served basis, he thought to himself. It's a good thing there are no classes next week. It's all for the outdoor investigation. he reasoned meticulously. Even a detective wouldn't be able to find anything, but the demon who infiltrated Cube is bound to be hiding somewhere during this period. The important part was the latter half of this message. The smart Hajin quickly noticed the important information. If you use your cadet card overseas, you can get a 70% discount on the fee. The field trip hosted by the Jiyoung Foundation next Thursday is limited to first-year students. Registration is on a first-come, first-served basis. The field trip is hosted by the Jiyoung Foundation, and that's the main story. Since Hajin had grasped the situation, he decided to make a detailed plan. In this field trip, the protagonists will be captured by the ghosts of the past. This is an important item that will bring a leap in growth for everyone. I need to make a comprehensive plan. Suddenly, the girl Evandel cried and called him. Hajin, that cat ate my chicken. Hajin answered nonchalantly. It's okay, that cat will be fine. It's a special cat, Evandel whined. That's not what I mean, the girl cried even louder because she felt wronged. That was my last piece of chicken. Hajin finally understood. Oh, so that's what it was. Scene change. Yu Yunha generously gives to Hajin. Here, the ammunition you need. Each magazine holds up to 45 rounds. So I've put 900 rounds in here. Hajin received the ammunition bag. He had a surprised expression. Oh thanks, that was faster than I thought. Yu Yunha took an item from her sleeve and handed it to him. She said, and this too. Hajin was quite surprised to receive this gift. A wrist guard, Yu Yunha explained. I heard that the wrist is the most vulnerable part when shooting a pistol. She made a plausible excuse. Your birthday was on Monday, right? I was going to give it to you on your birthday, but as you know, I was too busy with the exams. Hajin politely said thank you very much. After giving the gift, Yu Yunha said goodbye to Hajin. See you next time, he replied. Yeah thanks, see you next time. Hajin's gaze followed her. He was slightly moved. That's really surprising. Yu Yunha's back elegantly receded into the distance. I didn't expect to receive a gift from Yu Yunha. Hajin looked at his watch and was startled. Oh no, I'm late. I'm going to be late for my appointment. When Hajin arrived, Hozin greeted him cheerfully. Oh Hajin, you're here, he joked. Are you late on purpose because you're the boss here? Hajin hurriedly explained. Sorry, I had something to take care of. Rachel looked excited. Now that Hajin is here too. Let's go in. They went into the karaoke together. Rachel curiously peeked into each room watching people sing. Meanwhile, Hozin was in charge of getting a room. 5 people here, the staff replied. Yes, please go to room 17. The others were hesitating whether to get more drinks. We have a few drinks, so don't buy too many. Rachel looked around looking for the room. Room 17. Finally, she found room 17 and said, oh, there it is, let's go in. Everyone happily went in together. Hajin followed behind them, dawdling. Nayan came out of room 16 to buy drinks. She said, I'll go get some drinks, 2 ciders, right? Yeah. Hajin was very surprised to see her. Hajin suddenly became quiet and stared at Nayan. At that, she immediately became very flustered and called his name. Hajin. Nayan hadn't expected this chance encounter. Hajin. Seeing him standing frozen like a stone, she was a little flustered and thought to herself, what is he doing here? I thought it was just a casual hangout today, so I didn't even dress up. Hajin spoke first. Are you here to sing too? Nayan hurriedly answered. Yeah, he explained as he watched his friends singing happily. The written exams just ended, so my friends wanted to come and relax. Nayan curiously peeked inside and asked, who are you with? Nayan was very surprised to see that Rachel was there too. Rachel, she quickly composed herself and thought, they must have come with their team members. Hajin asked Nayan out of curiosity. You're going to the outdoor activity hosted by the Jiyoung Foundation, right? She replied. Yeah, are you going too? Hajin replied. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do, so I applied too. Just then, Yu Yunha came out of the room and called Nayan. Nayan, it's your turn. Hajin tactfully left right away. Let's talk again next time, Nayan replied. Yeah, bye. Nayan still followed his back with her eyes. Hajin entered the karaoke. He didn't seem very interested. Tisk, it's been a really long time since I came to a karaoke. Even when I was in the real world, I didn't come to places like this often. Suddenly, Hozung ran out and grabbed Hajin's hand and he was startled. Hozung's face was pale and fear was evident. He said, Hajin, run away quickly. Hajin was very surprised and asked, what's wrong? He saw the others couldn't stand it and had collapsed on the floor trying to signal Hajin. He was very puzzled. What's with the sudden noise? Hajin looked at Rachel and suddenly realized, oh right, Rachel looked very happy. She called him. Hajin, you're here. Hajin now understood. Rachel liked to sing. Hajin was so scared his face turned blue, and she was a terrible singer. Hearing Rachel sing, he couldn't help but regret. What was I thinking back then to set her up like that? At this time at home, Hajin was sitting at his desk busy working. After finishing the plan, he looked very happy. The plan to put the powder of trial in this bracelet and give it to her was perfect, but next another problem arose and Hajin had to rack his brain. But how do I give this to Rachel? An ordinary bracelet bought online. Magic effect, powder of trial. He had to think of a way immediately. At first, I planned to find out the effect of this item with the future Suho. But to not widen the gap between this story and the original story, it's better to give it to her quickly. In this situation, Hajin had to use his brain a lot, he thought to himself. But even if I give this to her, this bracelet alone won't have any effect. A notification rang from his smart device. You have received a message from Rachel. Hajin was very curious. Why did she send me a message? It turned out she had a favor to ask him. Rachel sent a message. Hajin, could you teach me how to handle mana better? Hajin was very confused. What? Why does Rachel need to learn from me? Besides, I have a body that can't use mana. But Hajin suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity. This situation will be quite useful. Scene change. Night outside a high-rise building. Hajin sat for a long time with the bracelet. He was happy to see Rachel arrive. She called Hajin. He answered, Rachel. Rachel seemed quite surprised that he had come earlier than expected. You're here, we still have some time until our appointment. She expressed her gratitude for his consideration. Thanks for coming out even though it was a bit sudden, Hajin replied nonchalantly. It's fine, but inwardly he was already happy. I'm more grateful. Hajin scratched his head and asked awkwardly, what can I teach you? Rachel comforted him. Don't say that. Rachel honestly confessed her inner thoughts. I re-watched the match from that day and realized there are many things I need to improve. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten such a good result. She clasped her hands and said with difficulty, so I need your help. Rachel struggled to get the words out. She closed her eyes and shouted louder, please teach me. How can I become as strong as you? Hajin quickly figured out what she was thinking. He said, I guess you mean you want to try my training routine. Hajin immediately became serious. It'll be very tough. Can you endure it? Rachel was also very determined. Yes, I can. Hajin went straight into the first training. He tested her. All right, can you sit like me? But Rachel was wearing a skirt, so she was embarrassed and didn't dare to sit. Hajin corrected himself. If it's too difficult, you can sit in a comfortable position. But Rachel insisted. It's okay, I can do it. But in the end, she sat in a different position. Hajin thought to himself. She failed. Rachel asked, is it okay like this? Yes, that's fine. Next, Hajin requested, can you extend your hand? She did as he asked. Like this, but his next action left Rachel speechless. Hajin successfully put the bracelet on Rachel's hand. He continued, this is just a gift, nothing special. It will help you. Rachel had a flustered expression. Did you already plan my training schedule? Is it okay for me to receive a gift like this? Hajin smiled and said, it's just an ordinary bracelet, so don't worry. Thank you. Hajin began to guide her. All right, sit up straight. Maintain that posture. You have to imagine as if someone is pushing your head upwards. Keep breathing evenly. Rachel followed his instructions and Hajin continued to guide her sincerely. In that state, focus on the direction of your magic power's movement. It should flow evenly from your fingertips to your toes. She felt it was much harder than usual. Hajin praised her. Is that so? Then that means you're doing well. But inwardly he thought differently. Actually, this is just a meditation method I saw on YouTube at the last minute. If she can feel an effect, and that solves all the problems, right? I think I've thrown enough bait. Hajin continued to guide Rachel. Now start with your left hand. Do you think you can circulate your magic power? She answered. From this bracelet. Rachel touched her bracelet. She described the feeling. It feels like energy is surging from the bracelet and spreading into my body. She slowly closed her eyes and felt it more clearly. It's circulating throughout my whole body. Rachel slowly opened her eyes and muttered to herself. This is a very familiar feeling but much stronger. Rachel saw the plants around her glowing and felt everything around her more clearly. It's as if nature is speaking to me, she suddenly realized and shouted. Spirits. She could see orbs emitting a sparkling light. Hajin announced happily, congratulations Rachel, you've become a spirit summoner. Rachel was also very surprised and exclaimed, I can't believe it. Hajin asked her out of curiosity, have you ever checked if you could communicate with spirits? Rachel answered, I tried when I was young and the results were very good, but I gave up because I couldn't find an effective spirit control training method. Hajin watched her play with the spirits. He thought to himself, Rachel's personality and talent are perfect for controlling spirits, but since the methods for developing spirit arts aren't well developed yet, it must have been quite difficult for her to awaken this ability on her own. Hajin watched the scene and was very happy for her. The butterfly spirit's magic powder seeped into Rachel's body, becoming a path connecting Rachel and the spirits. She called him. Hajin. Rachel was very satisfied and thanked him. Thank you so much for your help. Hajin smiled humbly. I didn't do much. He couldn't express how happy he was inside. Good, from now on Rachel should grow stronger day by day without much difficulty. Suddenly he froze. Rachel suddenly drew her sword. Hajin was very surprised to see the sight. A streak of light shot up from the forest into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Hajin stepped back frightened. Rachel stood up and warned him, be careful. Hajin, someone is targeting us over there. Hajin was very suspicious. What? No, there aren't many people who can track me. He noticed his faint figure. His target isn't me. Lancaster smiled when he was discovered. Haha. Lancaster walked out and said to Rachel, to make such an attack and still not recognize me, it seems the spirits informed you of my presence. Rachel seemed to recognize the person by his voice. Rachel was as usual. He took off his hat and taunted Rachel. You still can't do anything by yourself, Lancaster. And he warned Hajin and her. Lancaster said, you'd better be careful. His words seemed to blame Rachel, making her flustered and scared. The feelings you have for her will one day become a blade that stabs you. While Rachel was afraid, Hajin stepped in front of her and blocked him with his hand. Hajin shot back at Lancaster. It's none of your business. Rachel's heart wavered slightly, seeing his attitude. Hajin dared to challenge him. If you wanted to ambush us, you should have attacked fair and square when we were defenseless. Why are you insulting Rachel here? Lancaster looked coldly at Hajin, but he continued to hurl insults. Who do you think you are? Rachel stood behind Hajin and explained to him. He has a grudge against me. Lancaster let out a faint laugh, and his next words immediately flustered Rachel. Princess, do you really think I'm doing this just because I have a grudge against you? She looked up with a surprised expression. What? Lancaster replied nonchalantly. You're too arrogant. To be honest, you're not even worthy of being the target of my revenge, he spoke bluntly without any hesitation. The targets of my revenge are those who abandoned, insulted, framed, and even exiled the people who dedicated their lives to them, Lancaster emphasized clearly. None other than the royal family. You are nothing more than a tool to achieve my goal. Rachel gripped the sword in her hand tightly. Lancaster continued. But you have the pride of a warrior stronger than anyone else. Rachel immediately confronted him. Do you really have to go this far? Lancaster asked coldly. Don't you know too? Past events flashed through Lancaster's memory. Rachel can probably also feel what I did for someone and what end befell me. Rachel closed her eyes, but she couldn't help but see the past that had been so cruel to him. Lancaster was just feeling a bit sentimental. He had no intention of harming them. I just came to say a few words today, so there's no need to worry. Lancaster threw a corpse from the air. He said, This is my parting gift. It was a bloodied corpse, its body twisted bizarrely. Rachel and Hodgen were both very surprised. He shouted, What is this? His arm was bent to one side, looking very miserable. Lancaster explained, He is one of the assistants who once protected you like a ghost. He smiled devilishly and slowly disappeared before their eyes. I will always be watching you. Princess, never forget. Hodgen carefully looked around. Is he still here? From the author's perspective, Hodgen grasped the plot. I knew Lancaster would approach Rachel soon, but he only sent a few assassins, and after Rachel awakened, he was defeated by them and retreated. I didn't know he would assassinate someone like that. Hodgen immediately became very hesitant. He thought about reporting this to Cooper. But Cooper's superior is already rotten to the core and cooperating with demons. They'll definitely bury this matter quietly. Looking at Rachel, she must be in great distress. After returning home, Rachel contacted her manager. After hearing her story, he understood. I see, so Lancaster did that, Rachel answered. Yes, but I can't believe he really left just like that. Something is definitely strange. He sent assassins to kill me before. After listening to everything, he suggested to Rachel, Could you tell me the situation back then in detail? Rachel recalled that time. She said, I was training with a friend in the park back then. Rachel looked at her bracelet and said, He gave me this bracelet before training. The manager was surprised. A bracelet? She held the bracelet high to show him and said, Yes, he said this would help with training. Noticing something strange, he frowned and was lost in thought. After speculating for a moment, he said to Rachel, I think that Lancaster misunderstood your relationship. Lancaster lost someone precious in the London incident back then. He probably wants you to suffer a similar pain to what he experienced. Rachel couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. She shouted in shock, Why? Rachel hung her head, dejected. Why? How could he have such an absurd misunderstanding if his words were right? Lancaster was truly misunderstanding things greatly. Rachel touched the bracelet. She regretted it a little because she wasn't supposed to have feelings for anyone right now. She recalled that scary warning. The feelings you have for her will one day become a blade that stabs you. She tried hard to recall when Hodgen turned his head back then. I didn't see Hodgen's expression back then. Rachel grew more worried and gripped the bracelet tightly. What was his expression? Will he come to hate me? As Rachel fell silent, the manager asked, Princess, are you all right? She answered lightly, Yes, I'm fine. Perhaps because of Hodgen, she decided to let go of her attachment. That would be good too. If Hodgen is disappointed in me, he'll distance himself from me on his own. That's the best choice for everyone. The manager smiled lightly. He continued, Let's put that story aside for a moment. You seem to have changed quite a lot. Rachel didn't understand his meaning and asked back. Yes, what has changed? He reminded her, as if lost in memories. You always liked to run around. Rachel was embarrassed. That's because I was still young, the manager explained. Back then, you were a child who only liked to run and play after training was over. He told Rachel his next plan. Anyway, we will hold a meeting to decide whether to send more bodyguards to your side. Or we might hire a few extra professional mercenaries to protect you. We'll let you know again after we finish our discussion. Rachel didn't care about this at all and was only curious about one thing. I understand. By the way, does the assistant who lost his life on this mission have any family? The manager answered. No, he doesn't. Rachel was sad for a moment. I see, but she carefully instructed him. Even so, please give him a proper burial. I will attend as well. Rachel tossed and turned in her bed. She blamed herself a little. Another person died because of me. Thinking of her family, her heart felt really complicated. How many more times must this be repeated? Rachel vowed to herself. I have to get stronger quickly. She noticed the bracelet. Looking at the bracelet, Hodgen's image and his words came to mind. It's just an ordinary bracelet, so don't worry. At those words, she unknowingly smiled happily. Her eyes were sparkling and deep. She closed her eyes, reassured. The bright moonlight shining from the window came in as if to comfort her. Rachel regarded the bracelet as a good luck charm. She touched it even while sleeping, as if she would cherish it for her whole life. The king was also looking at the moon outside. He was thinking of his daughter, the princess. The journey of watching his daughter grow every day made him want to tell her. Feelings aren't something you can avoid just because you don't want to give them to someone. After preparing for the outdoor activity for a while as if the sunshine was announcing good news, we finally got closer to the main story. Suho was happy when Hodgen appeared. Oh, Hodgen. Jong-hek on the contrary got angry and scolded him. How dare you be late? You've gotten a bit arrogant lately. You piece of trash. Hodgen still politely bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, I was only 2 minutes late. Hajin got on the bus. He gradually pieced together the plot. Everyone participating in the outdoor activity except me is the same as the plot. Our destination is Pungsan, located on the outskirts of Yunpyeong-gu and 800 meters above sea level. As he got on the bus, Suho politely offered him some. Hajin, want some jelly? Hajin refused. No, I'm fine. Thanks. Nyan, who was next to him, chirped. Me, I'll have some. Hajin imagined mountains surrounded by thick fog. He muttered to himself. This is the summary of this main story. Everyone, including Kim Suho, will be captured by the past ghosts of Pungsan, and those ghosts will take everyone to the 1970s when the incident happened, he thought carefully. Theoretically, it's a magical dimension to reenact a part of history. Nyan next to him was excited. Hey, what are we going to do there? Shin Jong-hek explained with interest as if he knew everything. There's a lot to do. My family owns this Pungsan mountain. A mana explosion happened here 50 years ago, so the mana density is very high, he said very arrogantly. We'll meditate and spar at the summit. Jun was interested. Oh, that sounds fun. Yu Yunha observed Hajin. He was smiling slightly. I don't know if it'll be fun, but a lot will definitely happen. Meanwhile, the others, knowing nothing, laughed and talked cheerfully. Nyan was the same. Hajin thought to himself. In the original novel, they all had a hard time. Hajin proudly straightened his collar. But this time I'm here, so it'll be fine. He struck his most handsome pose, feeling triumphant. You should all be grateful that I saved your lives. Yu Yunha froze on the spot, seeing Hajin's delusional appearance. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Hajin couldn't remember. I forgot a few things back then. One of them noticed something strange and said, trembling in fear. Hey, something's weird. We were definitely climbing a mountain. Everyone stopped walking. They realized that the path had become flat at some point. Something urged them on in their hearts, but no one could be sure. Kim Suho turned around in surprise and asked. Everyone was frighteningly quiet. They noticed that one member of the group was missing. Has anyone seen Hajin? What would happen? The car slowly came to a stop. Yu Yunha got out of the car and admired the surrounding mountains and forests. In front of her was a gate that looked very old. So this is Pungsan. Chai Nyan hummed a tune. She smiled happily with her eyes. This feels great. It's like we're all camping together. Don't you think? Kim Hajin next to her looked just as bright. Yeah, it does. Chai Nyan flared up at his indifferent reply. What's with that reaction? Did Shin Jong-hek say something to you again? Kim Hajin was startled. Oh no, it's not that. She burst out laughing at his flustered look. Meanwhile, the person whose name was mentioned was just bewildered with a question mark floating above his head. The person waiting for them smiled and introduced himself. There's a house prepared for us at the summit. The master Jin-sung invited will arrive late at night. Chai Nyan's eyes sparkled. A master? She turned to Shin Jong-hek and asked curiously. Who is it? He crossed his arms, snorted, and said arrogantly. You'll definitely be surprised when you see him. The group got out of the car together and went straight through the gate. We have to get there by 3 p.m., so let's hurry up. Chai Nyan was the most excited. She took the lead and said, all right, let's go. They climbed the mountain together. Chai Nyan's eyes sparkled every time she saw a rare insect like a rhinoceros beetle. Yu Yunha and Shin Jong-hek were happily chatting about various things. Suddenly, one of them stopped walking. Everyone's eyes turned to him at the sound of his rough breathing. The group stopped and asked each other how they were doing. How long have we been walking? Chai Nyan also hesitated and asked. Jong-hek, does it take this long to climb here? He glanced at the surrounding forest and scratched his head. I think we're lost. Yi Yonghan noticed something else. Hey, something's weird, he broke out in a cold sweat. We were definitely climbing a mountain. At his words, the whole group looked around. When did this place become flat ground? Suddenly, Kim Suho anxiously asked everyone, has anyone seen Hajin? Chai Nyan and Yu Yunha also looked back. Hajin was always following behind us. As soon as the word us left her mouth, she realized Kim Hajin was not in sight. Chai Nyan shouted, hey, stop joking around and come out. Yu Yunha's face turned pale. He was right behind us just a moment ago. Chai Nyan was flustered, turning her head frantically and searching the surrounding bushes. Did he really leave? Shin Jong-hek couldn't help but seriously reassure her. Calm down. He's always been a bit dumb, so he probably just couldn't keep up with us. He was probably distracted by some rare medicinal herb around Pungsan. With that thought, he suggested they look for him first. He might have gotten lost, but no sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The group lost their balance in a panic, and Chai Nyan stammered, Is it an earthquake? At this moment, Yu Yunha, who had fallen to the ground, stared blankly at the sky. What's happening? She said in a trembling voice. The sun. Suddenly, the large trees around them fell with the vibration. Someone shouted urgently. Everyone watch your step. The wind blew, whipping the grass. In the blink of an eye, the grass grew to Chai Nyan's waist. A moment later, the surrounding grass grew to their chests. The ground's vibration also gradually subsided. Shin Jong-hek observed for a long time and guessed, I think it's over now. Yu Yunha looked around with a troubled expression. Is this a magical phenomenon? The weeds have grown as tall as us. She suddenly felt a chill. The mana density of Pungsan is this high. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hek and Kim Suho turned sharply to one side, on alert. Wait, they followed the only light in the dark sky. Someone's coming. A continuous rustling sound was heard, and then a flashlight beam appeared from behind the reed bed along with a strange man's voice. He shone the flashlight on all of them and asked, I thought it was a wild animal, but it's just a bunch of kids. He looked at them with a strange expression. What are you guys doing here? Suddenly, he turned his body and called for them to follow. Are you lost? This is a dangerous area. A mana explosion could happen at any moment. Yi Yonghan scratched his head suspiciously. A mana explosion, Yu Yunhe also guessed. Is that man talking about the mana explosion we read about in books? A mana explosion is a phenomenon where unstable energy accumulates and explodes. For 3 years after the incident, the Earth's magic power became increasingly unbalanced, and she grew more curious. I heard these phenomena have become rare these days, Kim Suho sighed. There's still a lot we don't know. He looked at the strange man's back and said, but for now it's best to follow that man and get out of here. We have to meet Hajin again at the promised place. A short while later, the place they arrived at was like a ruined city, and all the traffic light lines were broken. Kim Suho covered his mouth, coughed, and asked, "Where's this place?" The strange man smiled gently. "This is the safest place in this area. You don't know what happened at MI City Hall?" Chai Nyan repeated his words in disbelief. "The MI City Hall we just passed in the car? This place is a total ruin." Kim Suho seemed to have realized something and asked urgently, May I ask what the date is today?" The man looked annoyed. "I don't know, we don't have the luxury of keeping track of dates like that." Seeing his gruffness, Kim Suho changed his question. "Then a rough estimate is fine." The strange man stroked his chin, lost in thought. Let's see." His next words were like a thunderbolt to the entire group. "It's probably around 1972. Kim Suho broke out in a cold sweat and thought, now everything is clear. The ground suddenly became flat and a strange man appeared, warning us that it was a dangerous area where a mana explosion could happen at any moment. "The ruins in front of us are the proof. We've returned to Gangmian City in 1972. Kim Suho was lost in thought. But why did this happen? Suddenly, Chai Nyan's scream echoed. A strange young man with a knife in his hand grabbed her wrist and smiled like a pervert. "Miss, the streets are dangerous at this hour." Chai Nyan struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me." The moment the man was about to say something more, his collar was pulled back. Shin Jong-hek glared at him with wide eyes and cursed, "You son of a bitch, let go of her right now." Suddenly, the strange man intervened. "Hey, don't be so rough." He snapped his fingers and suddenly many people appeared. A bizarre smile hung on his face. "We're not bad people." Kim Suho quickly grabbed a tree branch like a sword and took a defensive stance. A foreboding feeling crept into his heart. Is this a trap? Suddenly, he was horrified and realized a shocking fact. Kim Suho frowned. "I can't gather mana." A scream erupted from Yi Young on side as well. "What's going on? I can't use mana." Another person shouted. "Me neither." Another man came up behind Yu Yunha. "You'd better just do as we say." None of them had a kind face. The 5 of them were completely surrounded by a group holding sharp weapons. Kim Suho looked straight at the strange man and asked, "Why are you doing this?" The man laughed heartily and waved the knife in his hand. "Well, maybe because you could be a threat to us." Suddenly a gunshot echoed from somewhere. Among the group of strange villains, those who were shot collapsed. Someone shouted that it was an ambush. Could it be? Seeing a person using a motorcycle parked nearby as a gun rest, they screamed. That bastard appeared again. The man-eating monster. The double-barreled gun in his hand flashed, aiming at all of them. The strange man clutched his injured shoulder and shouted, "Damn it, don't just stand there, charge, over here." He had already finished loading and was waiting. The man immediately changed his words. "We need to report to Asura." But before he could finish, with each gunshot, one of them fell like a sack of sand and a disgusting liquid splattered on the surroundings. In an instant, all the villains who had surrounded Kim Suho's group were down. He looked at his savior. The person was wearing a full-face helmet, so he wondered who that person could be. He had no intention of taking off his helmet to reveal his face. Shin Jong-hek frowned, raised his spear and charged. "If you're not going to reveal your identity, I'll take it off for you." Kim Suho could barely shout, "Jong-hek." The savior suddenly extended a hand to block, saying something indistinctly. With lightning speed, Shin Jong-hek's spear knocked off his helmet. The helmet spun in the air and landed quite a distance away from him. He touched his throbbing jaw and let out a small groan, then looked up at Shin Jong-hek. "Before I take care of this, can I just say one thing?" A long-haired Kim Hajin suddenly appeared and smiled at him. "It's been a while." But while climbing the mountain, Kim Hajin thought he had made a mistake. He thought that because they were in the same time and space, he would return to the same time as them. In the moment, he was distracted by a frog at his feet. When he looked up again, he was stunned by the strange landscape of ruins, and no one was in front of him. Even looking around, he couldn't see his companions. And in that moment of carelessness, the place he had set foot in the past was. The ruins were indeed Gangmian, but it was long before Suho and the others arrived. An alarm bell rang in Kim Hajin's mind. It's 5 weeks ago. He recalled that he was completely desperate at first, but the situation turned out better than he thought. He sat in the rain for a long time, lost in thought. I reconsidered that in the original novel only 5 people were sent to the past. The current situation is the standard version. A hint of sadness crossed Kim Hajin's eyes. The Djinns ruling this place have suddenly become much stronger. There's a lot I have to do before Kim Suho and the others arrive. He took everything out of his bag. I set up a base at a sufficient distance to observe the enemies, and I launched a preemptive strike to prevent them from getting stronger. The gunshots echoed ceaselessly. For 40 days I ate alone, shot enemies dead, strengthened myself and hid. Finally I got to meet everyone again. Yi Younghan went into the bushes for a moment and then asked Hajin curiously, "Is this place by any chance?" He answered their question. "Well, this is Gangmian in 1972. Shin Jong-hek and Yu Yunha's expressions were filled with even more horror. "A living hell. A place where the last signal was transmitted 1 year and 3 months ago." They stammered and asked, "You, how long have you been here?" Kim Hajin stroked his chin and thought, "I'm not sure myself." He hesitated for a moment and then gave a shocking answer. A year and a month. The atmosphere fell silent and everyone's jaw dropped in shock. Kim Ha-jin scratched his head and laughed. I'm just kidding, has it been about 5 weeks? With everyone's face pale, only Shin Jong-hek glared with wide eyes. Kim Ha-jin couldn't help but add and correct himself, it's true. I've been doing pretty well on my own. My hair grew this long because the mana density here is high. Listening to the story, Shin Jong-hek was only interested in one thing. Did you find the cause of this phenomenon? Kim Ha-jin answered quickly. Roughly. Then he led them to the other side of the ruins. Let's go to my base first and talk. Shin Jong-hek kicked a pile of dirt at his feet in disgust. You call this a base? Even my horse wouldn't live here. Kim Suho looked at Kim Ha-jin with teary eyes. Ha-jin, did you really live here for a year? He corrected him in annoyance. I said 5 weeks. Why does no one believe me? Yu Yunha looked him up and down with a pale face. But there's really nothing here. Chai Nyan also chimed in. Just then she saw something and shouted, there's something over there. Seeing a cockroach, she screamed, a cockroach, and continued to shriek in terror. It was as if Chai Nyan had aged 10 kilograms since she arrived. She gave Kim Ha-jin a thumbs up. Ha-jin, you're really amazing. Yu Yunha, who was next to her, had already fainted. Kim Ha-jin couldn't help but sigh. Just a moment. He quietly placed his hand on the bag. If I infuse the stigma's magic power into this magic tent, with a thud, a huge tent appeared in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. Yu Yunha stared in amazement at the 2 neat and clean tents and exclaimed, Oh my god, they're tents, Ha-jin asked calmly. Everyone must be hungry, let's eat. Kim Suho's group looked at him with eyes full of joy and anticipation. There's food too, Kim Ha-jin added afterward. But there's one problem. They blankly repeated his words. A problem. When Kim Ha-jin opened a box, it contained something that made the topic quite sensitive. To get something to eat, we have to butcher an animal. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Everyone shouted, Butcher, I can't do it, I don't want to. But Kim Ha-jin was nonchalant. I've already eaten all the emergency rations I brought. So this is the only way, he added inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Actually, I tried to kill an animal too, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Hearing that, Kim Suho quickly volunteered. I'll do it. I'm good at this kind of thing. Kim Ha-jin nodded and instructed. Yi Young-han helped Suho. He readily agreed. All right. Shin Jong-hek sneered at Kim Suho. Butchering meat, Suho, it suits you perfectly. Just then, Kim Ha-jin placed 2 small containers in his hands. Hold these. Kim Ha-jin pointed in one direction. There's a stream nearby. Go and fetch some water. Shin Jong-hek felt the blood rush to his head. What did you just say? Seeing that, Kim Ha-jin immediately turned his head and called out. Nyan, go with Jong-hek. She poked her head out of the tent. Going to fetch water. All right, just a second. As soon as he saw Chai Nyan, he swallowed his curses and pouted his lips shyly. A moment later, he was heard muttering as if it were nothing. Ahem, if Chai Nyan is going too, I guess I can reluctantly go. A sudden voice caught Kim Ha-jin's attention. Tisk, why Nyan of all people? He looked at the sulking Yu Yunha, his lips twitching, and thought to himself, is she disappointed because I didn't send her with Jong-hek? As if remembering something, Kim Ha-jin added. Oh right, when they bring back water, I'll consider making ramen. Hearing that, Yu Yunha suddenly paused. She approached him and asked, did you just say ramen? Kim Ha-jin smiled and looked at her. Why doesn't ramen suit your noble palate? Yu Yunha pretended to be reluctant. Oh my, I guess there's no choice. It's better than starving to death. Kim Ha-jin laughed inwardly. She really likes instant food. I can hear the joy in her voice. A little later, the 2 tents under the collapsed wall had been cleaned sparklingly by Yu Yunha. After arranging the table and chairs, she let out a sigh of relief. Now it looks a bit better. Then Yu Yunha turned to Kim Ha-jin and wondered. Come to think of it, why can't we use mana here? If we could use mana, this would have been done in 3 minutes, but we can't. Kim Ha-jin explained while lighting a fire in the brazier. Right now, you can't use the mana you received from the future. If you wait a little longer, it will start to accumulate again. As blue smoke from the grilling meat rose from the charcoal brazier, Kim Ha-jin continued his explanation. Because a signal is being generated from the outside, the mana density here is much higher and richer, but it's also much rougher and harder to control, so you'll have to work hard for about a week to get used to it. Hearing Kim Ha-jin's additional words, Shin Jong-hak's and Jun's faces turned pale. Young masters, young ladies, don't be picky eaters and hurry up and eat. Kim Suho and Yi Young-han, who were next to them, gobbled up the food. You have to eat a lot for your mana to recover quickly. The monsters here contain a lot of mana. Shin Jong-hak couldn't help but close his eyes and pick up a piece of meat to put in his mouth. Chai Nyan was surprised. Is he really eating it? She also picked up a piece of meat with a worried heart. I feel like I'll get a stomachache if I eat this. But in the end, Chai Nyan also put it in her mouth. There was no other way anyway. She slowly moved her jaw to chew and swallow. Suddenly an exquisite taste spread from the tip of her tongue and Chai Nyan's eyes sparkled and widened. She covered her mouth and shouted, Wow, why is it so delicious? Kim Ha-jin handed over another plate of grilled meat. Of course it's delicious. The mana density of the past is higher than the current mana density of Pungsan. This is much better than most high-grade meats. Livestock with high mana density tastes much better than regular meat and is treated as a high-class ingredient. Chai Nyan picked up 2 or 3 pieces at this point and the corners of her mouth went up. Aha, I see. Seeing her chopsticks move faster, Yu Yunha hurriedly sped up her eating. If I don't eat quickly, all the meat will be gone. I have to speed up. A while later, only a few red embers were left in the brazier. He let out a sigh. That was delicious. Just then, Kim Ha-jin clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, you've rested enough. He bent down and placed his hand on a map. Now I'll explain the current situation, so listen carefully. Outside, bright stars were out. Kim Hajin explained quietly. We were sent to the past because of a ghost. Shin Jung-hek cut him off incredulously. That's ridiculous. Isn't time travel the ultimate miracle? How can a mere ghost send people to the past? Kim Hajin also nodded in agreement. Yeah, a normal ghost can't perform such a miracle. Jung-hek, there's a Tower of Time in Pungsan, right? Shin Jung-hak's expression turned serious. Yeah, my grandfather conquered it in the 2000s, a tower of mana full of chaotic energy. When the tower was conquered, an unimaginable amount of mana was condensed and left in the present world. This is a map of Gangmyeon, similar to the place they know, like the floating crystals of Granny Island, in the form of magic crystals. Kim Hajin took out a bright purple crystal fragment. That's right. So what that ghost used was a remnant of the floating purple mana tower. The mana that escaped without being condensed gradually became crystal fragments. Kim Hajin held out the stone. That ghost used that power to bring us to a fixed world. Kim Suho broke out in a cold sweat. A fixed world, he recalled the ruins outside and continued. To put it simply, it means we've returned to the past. He described the one wearing a skull mask. We're in a magical space that's reenacting this area's past, including the leader of the Djinns. And here, there's one Djinn who was captured by the ghost like us. She calls herself Asura, and she used the crystals to gain mana and become stronger. Yu Yunha raised her hand and asked a question. I have a question. The method of obtaining mana from crystals was only developed in the 2000s. How could she use that in the past to become stronger? Kim Hajin said nonchalantly. Because she ate it. Yu Yunha shouted in surprise. What? Her mind became complicated. Then isn't it life-threatening? Kim Hajin wasn't surprised to hear her words. Usually yes, but she seems to have the ability to digest it without any side effects. He stated his own speculation. She probably joined hands with the ghost and gained a special power. Yi Yonghan rested his chin on his hand and asked, Then isn't she dangerous? After showing them the stone, Kim Hajin vowed inwardly. Actually, there's no need to worry about Asura, although she's become really strong, stronger than in the novel. It's certain that our abilities have the upper hand. Suddenly, he remembered that the Djinn Asura's original name was Flower Troll, and got annoyed. That troll, I gave her such a pretty name. How dare she make another nickname? What's wrong with the name I gave her? Kim Hajin took the stone back from Kim Suho. Now I'll tell you how we can go back. He placed it on a location on the map. This is the crystal, the remnant of the tower and the medium that maintains this space. The Djinns have been dispatched to several places including the city hall, to place these crystals there. Without these the past cannot be reenacted. Shin Jung-hek got to the point. Then we just have to go and get them, right? Kim Hajin nodded. That's right. Chai Nyan watched hesitantly. In that case, Kim Suho also continued. What we have to do has become clear. Kim Hajin smiled faintly. Yeah, he kept pointing around the marked spots. There are 6 places in total, including the city hall. Along with these crystals, Asura and her gang are guarding these places. Group looked at Kim Hajin with serious eyes. We will defeat them and take the remnants of the tower. The next day, dawn was beginning to break outside. Kim Hajin came out yawning and ran into Chai Nyan. She was sitting on his motorcycle and asked in surprise, You're up early? Kim Hajin gave a rough reason. Yeah, to see if you were standing guard properly. Chai Nyan got annoyed. What? Who do you think I am? Kim Hajin reluctantly scratched his head. Just kidding. Actually, after living here for 5 weeks, I don't sleep as much. Hearing that, she was slightly surprised. Really? Is it because you're always on alert? Instead of answering, Kim Hajin glared at her and told her to get off the motorcycle. Chai Nyan also clicked her tongue and jumped off. Chai Nyan looked him over. Your hair's gotten so long. Isn't it uncomfortable? It's almost as long as mine. Kim Hajin agreed with her. It is uncomfortable, but I didn't cut it on purpose so a curse user couldn't take my hair. Chai Nyan was startled and afraid. There are curse users too. Kim Hajin spoke seriously in front of the campfire. Yeah, I've seen one holding a doll. Chai Nyan lamented. Damn it, so that's why we have to be on guard. The early morning wind blew and scattered her hair. Suddenly, Chai Nyan asked an unrelated question. Hey, is Seoul Street Mary's Hospital far from here? Kim Hajin was slightly surprised and repeated her words. Seoul Street Mary's Hospital? He pointed to a distant place where lights were on. Seoul is in that direction, so it'll take less than 30 minutes by car. After showing her the way, Kim Hajin asked, Why do you suddenly ask that? Chai Nyan hesitated slightly and hunched over. She suddenly thought of a gentle person. My mom was born in that hospital in 1972, Chai Nyan said, rubbing her index finger. So I was just wondering if she'd be there. Kim Hajin was silent for a moment, then said as if he understood. The generated area is limited to this vicinity, so we can't go to Central Seoul. Hearing that, Chai Nyan crossed her arms and was lost in thought. I see, she stared intently at the campfire. That's a shame. The clanging sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously. Yu Yunha and Yi Yonghan stood to the side, scoring Chai Nyan and Kim Suho's spar. They saw that Chai Nyan's sword had become much stronger, making it difficult for him to block. Chai Nyan's eyes sparkled as she marveled inwardly. That technique is really amazing. She recalled the time before they left when Kim Hajin had guided their sparring to help them get used to life in the past. After following the direction of movement and the method of using mana that Hajin taught me, I think I'm gradually getting used to life in the past. If I keep this up, I'll be back to my original state soon. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, Kim Suho regained his sword stance and smiled at her. Chai Nyan blankly let out a ha. In that very moment, she was pushed by him and fell to the ground. Chai Nyan dusted herself off, annoyed. I lost again. Suddenly, something black flew over and startled her. Seeing Shin Jung-hek throwing clothes at her, Chai Nyan asked blankly, "Why are you throwing this at me?" He pretended to be nonchalant. "Just take it, you're a girl. You should be careful." Yu Yunha seemed to have heard a strange sound. She snapped her head around. "What? Oh." Seeing Kim Hajin returning on his motorcycle, her Chai Nyan's and Yi Youngon's eyes sparkled. "The food is back." Kim Suho politely thanked him. "Hajin, thanks for bringing food." Chai Nyan trotted over and asked, "Hey Mr. Delivery Man, what did you bring today?" Kim Hajin leisurely put down the motorcycle's kickstand. "It's in the icebox, see for yourself." Yu Yunha thought to herself, "Oh my god, just hearing the sound of the motorcycle is already making my mouth water." Simple foods were once again laid out on the table. The group was surprised and marveled, offering food to each other. "Everyone eat up," the feast began in earnest. "Let's dig in." Chai Nyan held a can of soda and smiled brightly. "I probably won't be able to enjoy food like this anymore in the real world." Kim Hajin glanced at her. "Eat a lot and exercise a lot. That's how you digest the accumulation of high mana density." As soon as she heard that, she frowned, placed a hand on her chest, and asked, "Oh right, why does it hurt when I use mana? My heart really hurts." Kim Hajin explained in a gentle voice, "It's because too much mana has accumulated there. You have to use up all your mana and circulate it throughout your body." Suddenly she shouted, "But why do only we have to spar? Why don't you have to?" Kim Hajin picked up another piece of food and said, "Because I fought a lot before you guys came." Kim Hajin added with a quiet smile, "Besides, I also have a body enhancement ability. In the physical trait window, the unusable accumulated mana in the body has been absorbed, and strength has permanently increased by 0.002. Kim Hajin thought with satisfaction. Thanks to the high mana density here, his stats had increased by 0.25 over 50 days. In other words, he had gained it for free without doing anything. The food on the table disappeared in an instant. A year here was only an hour in the real world, so they weren't pressed for time, but the invasion that happened in the past would begin in the 4th week, so they couldn't stay indefinitely. That was why the characters in the novel had only stayed here for 4 weeks. Chai Nyan sighed in admiration. "This is really delicious." Kim Hajin took out the map again. "Alright, let's go get the crystals as planned." He continued to point at the map. "Here's the plan. First here," he introduced the names one by one. Kim Minhying in the northwest water tower. Duparung in the south tower. Kim Hajin looked up and observed them. "We'll attack these two places with the weakest forces first. We move in 3 days." He looked at Shin Jong-hek and Kim Suho. "The two teams will be led by Suho and Jong-hek. We'll follow this route at night and launch a surprise attack." The two nodded upon hearing his words. 3 days later, a sharp shout erupted. "Are you guys out of your minds?" Shin Jong-hek pointed at Kim Hajin in a rage. "Why am I the only one on a team with this guy?" Chai Nyan put her hands on her hips and scolded him. "Hey, stop whining and just do as you're told." Seeing that the other 4 were on one team, Yi Yonghan had no choice but to comfort him. Hajin must have a plan to have decided it that way. Shin Jong-hek called out to him. When Kim Hajin replied with a puzzled "huh," Shin Jong-hek was already seething with anger, his face full of discontent. "Why on earth do I have to go with you?" Kim Hajin stammered slightly. Well, he thought to himself, Kim Minhying is at the level of a mid to low grade hero, so I can't defeat him alone, but Suho and the others won't try to kill people, even if this is a reenacted past. He had no choice but to give a flimsy reason. "Since I'm the weakest here, it's only natural for me to cooperate with you to create balance." "The strongest person here?" Only a few words echoed in Shin Jong-hak's mind. "I'm the strongest, absolutely powerful, the supreme one, the world's strongest, the universe's strongest, the exceptionally handsome Shin Jong-hek. This guy is really easy to handle." A single compliment made him relent, and he rubbed his nose. "Alright, I'll sacrifice myself for my comrades this time." Yu Yunha and Chai Nyan stared at him with satisfied expressions. Once an agreement was reached, Kim Hajin spoke. "Then let's head out." A moment later, the sound of the motorcycle engine stopped. Kim Hajin pointed ahead. "That's the water tower. Kim Minhying is probably resting inside." He opened a box on the side of the motorcycle and approached the tower, turning back to urge Shin Jong-hek, who was anxious about the bike. "I told the others we'd complete the mission in 2 hours, so we have to hurry." With a face that looked like he had just gotten over motion sickness, he couldn't believe he had ridden on the back of Kim Hajin's motorcycle. Kim Hajin was bewildered. "What, you're making that face over just that?" He sighed, unable to understand. "I even installed a handle on the back so you could hold on." As soon as Shin Jong-hek felt better, he snapped angrily. "The very fact that I rode on the same motorcycle as you is what makes me angry." In the middle of their argument, a young man suddenly appeared and shone a flashlight on them. "Who are you?" he shouted. "This is Asura's territory. Outsiders can't enter, so turn back immediately." Shin Jong-hek shot a look at Kim Hajin. "It's your fault we were discovered." He couldn't help but be surprised. "What, really?" The young man here became even more enraged at being ignored. "Can't you hear me?" He pulled nunchucks from his waist and spewed curses. "These damn bastards haven't tasted the bitterness of the world." He swung the nunchucks skillfully as if he had practiced for a long time and looked at them triumphantly. "Then I'll show you." Shin Jong-hek gritted his teeth as he watched the nunchucks whirl chaotically. This damn bastard. In less than a few seconds the young man was knocked unconscious by a stone to the head. Kim Hajin bent down, put down his bag and conferred with him. There seem to be about 20 guards around this water tower. I'll take care of the guys outside, so you wait here. Shin Jonghek retorted angrily. What, who do you think you are to order me around? Kim Hajin quickly took out several bullets. I have to take care of the small fry. He raised his gun, smiled and looked at him. That way the strong can fight each other in peace, right? Nearby, 2 other young men with guns were dozing off next to a tree stump. One was yawning when his comrade across from him was shot in the head. As his comrade fell motionless, he shouted in horror, what's going on? Before he could finish saying, where are you? He too was taken out by a single bullet. White smoke billowed from the muzzle. Kim Hajin, hiding in a high tree branch nearby, counted inwardly. That's the 5th. Watching the red liquid spread, Kim Hajin couldn't help but try to calm himself. I know they're not really living people, but the mental pressure is still intense. The barrel of the sniper rifle in his hand was burning hot. A hint of sadness crept into Kim Hajin's eyes. I can't get used to this. He sighed slightly and looked towards the south tower. The image of a purple-haired figure came to mind. Are the others doing okay? Everyone was at a loss and didn't know what to do. What should we do now? Suho asked, looking at Yunha. Any good ideas? She sighed. Well, Chai Nyan surveyed the huge tower before her and thought to herself. The utility pole is enchanted, so it'll be hard to knock it down with my whip. She had heard there were about 40 enemies, and she thought they were probably at the level of cube cadets. Chai Nyan wondered, there are only 4 of us, is this really possible? There was a rank difference between heroes. A single high-rank hero could take on 10 people 1 rank below them. Yunha thought for a moment, then looked at Suho. She thought to herself, but the skill gap between us isn't that wide, except for one person, Kim Suho, and she said to him, Suho, draw as much attention as you can, most of them will chase you. Yunha drew a diagram and a plan for everyone to see. While Suho buys time, we'll take care of the remaining guys, then regroup to finish off the rest. Chai Nyan felt a little uneasy. But that would put Suho in danger. Suho smiled and answered her. It's fine. Yunha's plan seems to be the best. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took action. Then I'll get started. In an instant, Suho dashed forward like an arrow, moving into the operation area. The atmosphere there stirred with Suho's pursuit. Everyone was shocked. Enemy, it's a surprise attack. There's an enemy over there, from here. Yunha observed Suho's actions. She thought to herself, it's working. Chai Nyan shouted. All right, Chai Nyan was also ready. She shouted bravely, let's go. After fighting for a long time, they restored peace to the area. Chai Nyan smiled brightly. This side is finished over here. Yi Yonghan had subdued a man and shouted excitedly, here too. Yunha was observing the man at her feet. Then Chai Nyan said, Yonghan, I'll leave the utility pole to you. Yunha and I are going to help Suho. Chai Nyan got Yunha's consent. All right, Chai Nyan is ready to go. She turned, calling to Yunha. Yunha, let's go. Yunha was observing the man intently, dazed. Then she ran off with Chai Nyan. The man who had been behind her was already getting up, but thanks to her special ability, Yunha noticed the man's scheme. Unfortunately, he managed to cut a few strands of her hair. She turned back with a very unpleasant expression and shouted, You psycho, do you know how long it takes for my hair to grow this much? And she thought to herself, should I wring his head? He's not a real person anyway, just a phantom of the past. Yunha even considered tying his head tightly with a rope, but after a moment of deliberation, she unwound the rope from his head, letting him fall to the ground. Yunha looked at him and said, I'm letting you live because I don't want to feel bad about it later. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. It was Yi Yong'un's desperate plea for help from atop the giant pillar. Guys, I think I need more help than Suho. I'm up here, save me. 2 hours later, the 3 of them raised their glasses and shouted in unison, to our victory. The team threw a party to celebrate their victory. Yi Yonghan exclaimed in admiration. That was a clean sweep. Hajin was resting in a corner when Yi Yonghan bothered him. Hajin, aren't you eating more? Hajin waved his hand and replied, I'm full. Yi Yonghan watched Suho and Chai Nyan eat with great appetite and marveled. They're really eating well. Hajin saw them and thought they looked like people who had been starving for 3 days. Then Hajin spoke up to get everyone's attention. Everyone did well. Let's continue to secure the crystals one by one. Suddenly, Yunha coughed violently. Chai Nyan asked her with concern, Yunha, are you okay? Yunha placed a hand on her chest, her complexion pale. Yunha said, my chest feels tight. Maybe I ate too quickly. Seeing Yunha like this, Chai Nyan couldn't help but be suspicious. She thought to herself, choking on mana-rich food feels like a bad omen. She doesn't seem to be injured. Hajin observed Yunha's condition carefully, then noticed her hair and exclaimed in surprise, Yunha, your hair. What happened to it? Yunha's reply, it got cut during the fight. Hajin was extremely surprised and shouted, what, damn it? Hajin grabbed his head, realizing he had made a mistake. Knowing there was no one on this team who could harm people, why didn't I warn them? The enemy probably took Yunha's hair when the team's main forces returned. It must have fallen into the hands of a curse user. Yunha saw their expressions and spoke up. What's with the long faces? I'm not weak enough to warrant such expressions, Hajin shouted. There's a curse user in the enemy camp. Everyone was startled. Hajin said to Yunha, if they took your hair and the symptoms you're experiencing are because of a curse, your life could be in danger. Chai Nyan suddenly realized and looked extremely worried. Right, you mentioned that. I forgot because I didn't think it was important, Hajin said to Chai Nyan. I only told you vaguely. It's my fault for not telling everyone. Chai Nyan tore at her hair, extremely anxious. Damn it, the party atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and Yunha spoke up to break the tension. Why is everyone so serious? It's not even certain if it's a curse yet. She smiled, placed a hand on her chest and reassured everyone, do you know how high my magic resistance is? I can easily break a curse of this level. Suddenly, a hand touched Yunha's head. It was Shin Jong-hek. He looked at Yunha with a gentle gaze. Tell me if it hurts. This action made Yunha's entire face turn red. After a daze, she replied in a fluster, yeah, but it doesn't hurt. Jong-hek clicked his tongue. No way. Ha-Jane stared at the two with his mouth agape. Are all bad boys like this? Jong-hek picked up his spear and said they'll be busy regrouping where they were ambushed. It's better to destroy the remaining places before dawn. Everyone focused their attention on Jong-hek. He asked anyone object. At this moment, Ha-Jane spoke up. Jong-hek is right. If it really is a weakening curse, we don't have time to relax. Hearing that, Suho followed up on Ha-Jane's words. All right, let's move out immediately. Yunha was flustered, seeing everyone take action. Wait, I'll go with you, Chai Nyan shouted. Yunha, you rest here. Yunha was still disappointed, but Ha-Jane turned back and said to her, it'll be over quickly if it's just us. Jong-hek had a trait where his physical abilities grew stronger the angrier he got, so now was the time to unleash that power. The utility pole, the water tower, and the armory. Scene change. The Jin Asura flower troll seemed quite surprised. 3 crystals were all stolen overnight, yes. A lackey knelt before flower troll and stammered, sorry boss. She sighed and replied, it's fine, I already know who the culprits are. Flower troll thought to herself and smiled triumphantly. Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hek. To have 2 promising cube cadets, this is an unexpected big catch. If I offer their heads, the day I become the leader of the demons of destruction is not far off, she commanded the lackey. Gather the remaining crystals and bring them to the city hall. He was slightly flustered. Yes, understood, my lady. She concocted a plot to use Yunha. If we retrieve the crystals, the beings of the past will weaken, but we have a curse user on our side, so this is the best solution. Those kids won't let their friend die. She revealed a cunning look as if she intended to take everything and exclaimed, poor little kids, your emotions will be the ruin of your plans. After she finished speaking, she walked outside. On the first day, the weakening curse took effect. Yunha's body began to weaken as expected. When we started gathering the remaining crystal fragments, Asura took all the crystals and returned to City Hall. On the second day, the light faded from Yunha's eyes. On the third day, Ha-Jane asked Suho, is there any movement at City Hall? Suho nodded. Yeah, they seem to be holed up in City Hall. She can't even stand anymore. And a week later, Nyan was horrified to see Yunha's current state. She shouted with concern, Yunha, you can't even eat porridge. No, at this rate. Yunha's haggard appearance worried Nyan greatly. Everyone was worried and gathered around Yunha. Suho exclaimed in alarm, her life could really be in danger. Today we failed again. Ha-Jane thought that no one was coming out of City Hall. I didn't expect Asura to use a different tactic from the original story. Since they know we know she's dying, they're waiting for us to come to them if we don't want her to die. Shin Jong-hek gritted his teeth and shouted in anguish. We have no choice. We have to do what they want. Yi Yonghan was flustered. Wait, are you saying we should attack City Hall, the 4 of us against all of them? Ha-Jane offered his opinion. You don't need to worry so much. When all the crystals are gathered in one place, the past will become unstable. The people here are just byproducts of the past, so they'll be weakened. The number of enemies we'll have to fight will be around 100 to 200, and among them, we only need to be wary of about 10 people, including Asura. Ha-Jane was confident that if they joined forces, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Yi Yonghan hesitated for a moment. Then Nyan gritted her teeth and said, 200 people, we can take them all down. Her determination reached its peak. I feel like I could kill them all. Suho hesitated a little. But the real problem is, Ha-Jane looked at Suho, right, we can't leave Yunha here alone, she might be attacked, and we can't take her with us either. What should we do? Ha-Jane exclaimed as if he had figured something out. Wait, if we use the mana crystals we stole, Ha-Jane said firmly. I'll protect both the crystals and you, Yunha. But Nyan was skeptical. What? How do you know how many of them will attack you? Ha-Jane reassured Nyan. It's fine, I have my motorcycle. If anything happens, I'll take you, Yunha, and escape on it. Hearing this, Shin Jong-hek was dumbfounded. Suho said calmly, I think this is the best plan we have. What does everyone think? Yeah, it seems like our only plan. Yi Yonghan took a deep breath and stepped outside. Phew, alright, then let's do this, Shin Jong-hek told everyone. Everyone get plenty of rest and prepare to leave. Shin Jong-hek picked up his spear with a determined look. Asura, I'll tear you to shreds. Scene change. City Hall. The 4 team members arrived. Nyan looked at the life around her and noticed all the grass and trees had withered. So this is what it means for the past to weaken. Suho also noticed that there was no one around, even though they were right in front of City Hall. Suho was very puzzled. They should have noticed our presence by now, Yi Yonghan said. This feels like a trap. Suddenly, 2 giant legs appeared and a voice came from above. Hey, a group of people was looking down at them from the top of the building, and one man spoke. This isn't a playground for kids. He looked at them with a contemptuous expression. What are you brats doing here? Seeing him, everyone suddenly realized. That must be you, Dong-sok, Asura's right-hand man Ha-Jane told us about. Shin Jong-hek pointed at him. Get lost, where's that bastard Asura? He was surprised. Hey, what's with the attitude? Seeing you, Dong-sok, in front of him. Shin Jong-hek's blood boiled and he raised his spear ready to fight. I won't ask nicely again. His gaze fell on the aura of mana emanating from Shin Jong-hek and he was greatly surprised. What, your mana is? Shin Jong-hek provoked him. Come on, Asura. When Shin Jong-hek lightly threw a few attacks, he was dumbfounded. Yu Dong-sok came down and faced Shin Jong-hek. Scary. but the boss really isn't here. Shin Jong-hek was extremely displeased. Stop lying. If he's not here, where would he be? Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed with a flustered expression, "Don't tell me." Yu Dong-sok looked at him triumphantly and laughed. "You left the crystals behind, didn't you? You even left your injured friend. What made you so confident this would succeed?" Only then did the group realize in horror, and everyone grew anxious. "We thought they would attack our base, but we didn't expect Asura to go himself," Yi Yonghan said to everyone, devastated. "We have to go back quickly." As Yi Yonghan finished speaking and tried to leave, a blade blocked his path. Everyone was enraged at having fallen into their trap. Damn it, we're surrounded. Shin Jong-hek surveyed his surroundings and gritted his teeth. Damn it all. Nyan couldn't help but worry. What do we do if we don't get back soon? Yunha and Kim Hajin. Suddenly, Suho burst into laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Nyan saw Suho's reaction and thought with concern, "What, has he gone crazy?" Kim Suho, Yu Dong-sok, was also surprised by this sight. "Is he crazy? Why is he suddenly laughing?" Suho was silent for a moment, then smiled. "So you're saying your boss went there himself?" Scene change over here. Hajin was already waiting for the enemy. "I set a trap and waited for Asura, the one who's after the mana crystals. As expected, he came." Asura appeared with a triumphant smile. Hee. Yunha, now completely exhausted, grabbed Hajin's clothes, panting, and said, "Hajin, leave me behind." But Hajin answered her with a bright smile. "Don't worry, over here." Suho also smiled gently. "Don't worry, everyone. Hajin is stronger than me." Over here, Asura appeared before Hajin, who was ready and waiting. Asura immediately observed his opponent, scanning everything in his sight. He thought to himself, just as the ghost said, "That guy has the crystals and he has to protect a sick one." And he smiled triumphantly, thinking, "This fight will be a piece of cake, you pathetic human." After thinking for a long time, Asura spoke. "This is why I gave up being human. I don't want to be tied down by useless people like you." Hajin looked him straight in the eye and said, "Shut up." Hajin stood up confidently. "So you came here alone?" Asura was at a loss for words for a moment, then shouted, annoyed, "Not alone, I have an army." Before he could finish, Hajin cut him off sarcastically. "I don't see anyone." Asura continued to explain. "It's true, my army has 2,000 soldiers." Hajin scoffed at him. "How anyone can say that? By that logic, I have 100 golden calves at my house. It's so easy to lie these days." These words seemed to hit a nerve as Asura frowned. Finally, Hajin's words pushed him to the limit of his patience. He shouted in rage, "You arrogant bastard, how dare you!" And he challenged him by unleashing his technique. "I'll give you a taste of hell." Then a giant red demonic aura appeared and demonic beasts emerged. Hajin smiled seeing this technique. He thought to himself, "This is it, Asura's ability, the power to summon creatures from the demon world by consuming mana." With a shout, a sea of frenzied demonic beasts unfolded and Asura summoned all sorts of giant creatures like snakes, bats, and elephants. All of them had ferocious faces. Over here, Yunha, thinking the situation was disadvantageous, called to Hajin and said weakly, "Leave me and run." But Yunha felt a warmth from Hajin. He said, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." "I'm fine, so just rest there." Yunha said weakly, "I'm sorry, I'll leave it to you." Perhaps Yunha had exhausted her energy as she collapsed and fell asleep from exhaustion before she could even finish speaking. Over here, Hajin took a familiar gun and equipped it on his arm. He smiled. Well then, Hajin was holding a modern and massively designed rifle in his hand. By enhancing the destructive power of ether, the power of the Desert Eagle has been improved, plus it doesn't consume stamina or mana. All I have to do is pull the trigger as long as I have enough bullets, Hajin exclaimed. Perception 44, this is amazing. And he injected a little more mana into the crystal. After finishing the setup, Hajin fired a test shot at the ground and the earth, rocks, and mountains shook. At this time, Hajin was facing countless demonic beasts and Asura alone. Asura spoke, "It seems you know how to use the crystals of the past, but what good will changing the terrain do?" Hajin smiled and aimed the gun at him. "Of course it will." Over there, a hunting dog appeared in Yunha's memory. "That was the derogatory name they called our family. Laugh all you want, in the end everyone will kneel before me. I will succeed and elevate my family's name. This is a secret I must achieve on my own." Are these memories resurfacing because of Hajin? He seems to be carrying everything on his own, just like me. Hajin placed his finger on the trigger, ready to fire. The monsters rushing in like a ferocious wave popped like balloons. He didn't let a single monster hit or approach him. This was a shooting skill that was close to perfection. Yunha wondered inwardly, "Why do I feel so at ease?" Watching Hajin's heroic figure from behind, Yunha realized, so this is the feeling of being protected by someone. Scene change, Suho's team. He delivered a blow and the enemies were sent flying. Yu Dong-sok was facing him head-on. The two rushed at each other like moths to a flame. Suddenly, Yu Dong-sok spoke. "Hey, is that true?" Suho was surprised. "What?" he asked. "A guy who stayed behind is much stronger than you." Suho smiled and replied, "I don't like to lie." Even while fighting, the two talked as if they were friends. Yu Dong-sok was impressed. "Oh, it seems you fought that guy many times," Suho replied. "Well, just once," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Suddenly, something strange appeared, drawing the attention of the two. Shin Jong-hek shouted, "Everyone move!" Yu Dong-sok looked at Suho and asked if he was as strong as him, and Suho laughed loudly. "Ha ha," he thought to himself, "if this guy is this strong, what about the one over there?" But he said to Suho, "Your strategy has completely fallen apart." Suho countered, "It's not too late, we don't have to fight. You're all just being used by an evil ghost. That doesn't matter. In this era, might is right." Suho swung the sword in his hand, thinking, can't this be solved with words? In that case, Yu Dong-sok looked at Suho and admired him. Oh, you were hiding something quite interesting, and Yu Dongsuk said, all right. He began to use his true power, revealing his true form. In that case I will too. Match your spirit. Suho couldn't help but be surprised by this change either. Hajin held his gun and triumphantly aimed at the enemy. So far I haven't felt any particular threat from him. Every bullet I fired hit its mark. He's like a cornered child struggling desperately. I even took down the monsters easily. That's what I thought, but I have one question. Why are the monsters still so ferociously unfazed? Hajin moved the muzzle of his gun. He approached the monster's weak point and fired repeatedly. Asura, no way, no way. Bizarre beasts with terrifying power approached. Why, even after summoning so many legions of demonic beasts? Hajin pushed forward powerfully. But he was still unscathed, not a single scratch. What kind of monstrous power and reaction speed is this? Hajin destroyed everything with his gun, and it was unbelievable that he didn't show the slightest opening even when reloading. Asura was finally starting to worry. If this continues, there won't be a single demonic beast left. There are too many. Hajin held the gun with one hand and defended himself with many questions in his mind. Is it because he possesses the ghost? What does he ultimately want, revenge or wealth and honor? He raised his gun. Right now the answer doesn't matter. Asura sent out hundreds of first-class monsters and he prepared to pull the trigger. It has no effect. Hajin coolly aimed at the target and fired, and Asura was momentarily dazed. When one bullet didn't fire, he panicked and checked the gun. Hajin took out the magazine and muttered, "Still, I don't hate you." Asura was behind the monsters. I understood him. He probably had no other choice to become stronger. The reason Asura no flower troll became a djinn was very simple. She gave a cunning smile. So this is why this bastard was so talkative. Asura thought he could counterattack, but in the meantime Hajin was loading another magazine. So you ran out of bullets? Because I made him that way. He knew the character Asura well. Without a past he was just a tool for the protagonist's growth. Hajin said quietly, I still have a few shots left. Hajin raised his voice as if saying goodbye. Asura, whatever life you've lived until now, this is the end of your story. The guy laughed like a madman. You'll really do anything to buy time. Hajin calmly loaded the magazine into the gun. What can you do with a magazine that doesn't even fit that gun? Asura commanded the monsters. I'll tear you to pieces, he charged, craving victory. Some might have questioned if he could be called a villain, but only a bloody scene unfolded before his eyes. No, it was already over. Hajin aimed straight at the target and fired. He's just a supporting character. This is how this story works. Maybe I pitied him for a moment. Nyan shouted frantically with worry. Hajin, are you alive? Before her cry could end, Hajin came over waving his hand. Is Yuna safe? His comrades came to support him. Asura couldn't help but be surprised. Asura wondered, what are they doing here? Yu Dongsuk watched with wide eyes. What did Asura really lose? They questioned. The great Asura, he trembled with rage. Damn it, you dare betray me? Asura was defeated so badly that not a single piece of his armor was left. He asked himself how much time and mana he had spent dealing with this one kid. Asura wanted to make one last desperate attempt, but he had no more chance of winning. Suddenly something pierced his body. Wait, Asura was shot by Hajin and screamed, no, I can still do it. A bizarre power emanated from his body. A skull-shaped figure appeared and threatened them. Someone stared intently and asked, Is that a ghost? Hajin shouted. Don't worry, a ghost can't do anything on its own, Suho. Meanwhile, Suho was delighted, holding a branch of mistletoe that could gather souls to become stronger. He waved it in the red aura in an instant. The branch bestowed blessings and dispelled all calamities. That soul would now stay with Kim Suho forever, inside the mistletoe. Hajin suddenly collapsed. He was too exhausted. He didn't know how Suho had persuaded the people of the past, but the ending of this story was similar to the original anyway. At his most exhausted, Hajin opened his watch. His mental strength was depleted. The system relentlessly sent reward notifications. You have successfully slaughtered numerous enemies. Sharpshooter proficiency has significantly increased. You have successfully hit the vital weaknesses of numerous enemies. Sharpshooter proficiency has risen to level 5. Since you have killed thousands of demonic beasts with the attribute of darkness, luck has been activated. A new understanding of the attribute of darkness has been added to space. Something he liked appeared. You have obtained 330 SP. Hajin was delighted as the points were added. This is it. He nodded and praised it. Sharpshooter level 5 is really the best. The next reward notification followed. Since you have killed thousands of demonic beasts with the attribute of darkness, luck has been activated. New understanding of the attribute of darkness has been added to space. Hajin analyzed. The newly added understanding of the attribute will also affect Seung. At this point he could be slightly satisfied, although it might not be as powerful as investing SP directly. But Hajin opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Nyan staring at him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She opened her mouth. She told Hajin to look around. It was a bloodbath everywhere. How is this situation normal? Hajin acted quite nonchalant. Oh, it'll disappear soon, since the source of the magic power is gone. Nyan shouted, That's not what I mean. She sighed and turned her head away, embarrassed. I was just a little embarrassed for worrying about you for no reason. Hajin didn't know what to say to this girl either. Hajin held his head and said, I told you this was just thanks to the weapon in my hand. I mean, it's all thanks to this excellent gun I'm holding. Nyan felt surprised. What? He briefly introduced it to everyone, and they all looked at it with sparkling eyes. This time, I was a really tough opponent for Asura. because shooting 2,000 weak enemies with a gun is much easier and more effective than swinging a sword 2,000 times. Everyone was interested in the weapon in Hajin's hand. He asked Suho, "Right, Suho, did you get all the crystals?" He took out a few sparkling crystals from his pants pocket and placed them in Hajin's hand. "Here." Young-han asked cheerfully, "So are we going back now?" Hajin answered gently. "Not yet, there's one more thing to do. We have to put these crystals back where they were." He was startled. "What?" Suho couldn't help but be puzzled. "Why do we have to do that?" Hajin thought it was too much of a waste. He added about this blue basin. "Have you forgotten that this is a gift of nature unaffected by the time of reality? You can train very effectively here too." At this, Nine's eyes sparkled like stars. "Let's stay here for 2 more days." When Hajin turned his head, his face brightened. "And there are still many people who can compete with us now, right?" Dongshuk's group smiled awkwardly and scratched their heads. They stood in front of an abandoned building. A person handed Hajin a very large red bag. "Here, take it." Nyan. Her eyes sparkled with interest. "It's rice and meat." The village man represented the people giving gifts to express their gratitude. "This is a small token of our appreciation for you driving out Asura." Suho was at a loss for what to do. "Can we really accept this much?" he answered energetically. The residents next to him strongly agreed. "Of course. Thanks to you, we were able to escape Asura's rule." The man talked about the terrible suffering the residents had experienced. "He probably told us about the mana crystals and told us to endure it. Anyway, thank you kids. To repay everyone's kindness," Suho said, "then we will gratefully accept." A moment later, a village woman invited them for a meal. "The food is all ready, so come eat with us." The two were very grateful, really. "Thank you." Pork belly sizzled on the hot grill. Young-han held a plate of freshly grilled meat and said to Hajin, "Hajin, you should go and eat with the others too." Hajin flipped the meat and said, "I ate while grilling." As soon as he put a piece of meat in his mouth, laughter was heard. "Of course I know." Hajin's friends were happily talking with the villagers. "We've heard a lot about Seoul. They say Gangnam was divided by Shin Myeongchul and Choi Juchin." Nyan was very interested. Really, Jong-hek was curious about this person's identity. "What kind of person is Shin Myeongchul?" the resident answered cheerfully. "Of course he's a good person. They respected him very much." Jong-hek proudly crossed his arms. "He is the one who brought peace to the Wonhan region." The resident added, "He's still out there saving people." At the next words his face stiffened. Everyone was still cheerful, but Jong-hek's face darkened. "How many good people like that are there in the world these days?" "Yes, you're right, sir." He felt alienated from the crowd. "I've seen him fight. It was really amazing." On the contrary, Nyan was very interested in the story. Jong-hek got up and left. "Then what about Choi Juchin?" The resident said he wasn't a trustworthy person. The man immediately changed his attitude. "I lived in Seoul for a while, so I know, but he was strange. He had a snake-like feeling." Nyan just smiled awkwardly and moved on. "What?" Hajin noticed something strange while grilling the meat. He saw Jong-hek enter the forest and was puzzled. Why does he react like that when they talk about Shin Myeongchul? In the original novel, Shin Jong-hek should admire Shin Myeongchul. Hajin was very worried. Is there a problem with the flow of the story? Hajin left what he was doing and followed him. "Please grill this." What? Okay. Jong-hek went alone deep into the forest. He was deeply saddened, annoyed. Jong-hek spotted Hajin hiding behind a tree. "Why are you following me?" He was at a loss and scratched his head. "What should I do?" "I can't say. I'm trying to protect the original story." Jong-hek suddenly got annoyed. "I'm asking you." So Hajin made up a ridiculous excuse. "I was going to tell you the meat is cooked," but he didn't care and answered roughly, "I know." He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was fooled. Hajin followed him in a daze. "I just followed him without any preparation. What should I ask first?" But Jong-hek spoke first. He turned around and asked, "What do you think of Shin Myeongchul?" An opportunity came for Hajin. I can check Shin Jong-hak's reaction with this question. He answered naturally, "He's a hero who saved the world." Hajin's words flowed smoothly from his mouth, but all he got in return was Jong-hak's sneer. "I think he's a person worthy of everyone's respect." He lifted his face with a dissatisfied expression. "I knew insignificant humans like you would think that." Hajin was worried by this attitude. Another negative reaction. "As far as I know, Shin Myeongchul hated the class discrimination in this world very much." Suddenly a powerful force erupted and Jong-hek angrily punched Hajin. The system helped Hajin identify him through his eyes, so he could avoid this dangerous attack. Hajin stepped back, and the attack was so powerful it punched a hole in the ground. If he had been hit by that punch, he couldn't have avoided breaking bones. Hajin slowly stood up. It was Shin Jong-hak's special ability. The angrier he got, the stronger his physical abilities became. Jong-hek grew more and more enraged, and he went on a rampage like a berserker. Hajin had to dodge his attacks several times. This speed meant he had reached the limit of his anger. Jong-hek launched another attack. Why does he react like that when I mention Shin Myeongchul? Is there a reason I don't know? Hajin dodged the attack in a hurry. "Wait, calm down," he shouted. "It's guys like you who are the problem." Jong-hak's eyes were full of hatred. "If only you weren't so weak." He thought a lot about his grandfather. "My grandfather didn't sacrifice himself." Jong-hek loved his grandfather very much. If he hadn't done that, he would have been with us. Then he threw another punch. This time Hajin defended with both arms, but he was sent rolling to the ground by the attack. The two panted. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Hajin slowly stood up. Still, I don't think Shin Myeongchul regretted his decision. Jong-hek grabbed his collar in anger. "How dare you bring that up again? What do you know?" Hajin answered calmly. "He protected his family, didn't he?" Those words made him think. Wasn't that why you respected him? Jung-hek wanted to say something. Then he pushed Ha-Jun's hand away. You really don't know when to quit. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had almost died. Jung-hek warned him. If you dare say what happened, you won't get off easy. Ha-Jun was scared by those words. What do you mean say? Jung-hek continued walking, feeling better. I know, but I'm warning you in case you say something. He probably got the knot in his heart untied, Ha-Jun thought. There shouldn't be a problem now. What surprised him was he didn't know he thought so much of his grandfather. Anyway, he wasn't a villain from the start. Ha-Jun still showed a faint sadness. I created his character, but there are still many things I don't understand. Suddenly his watch rang. What is it? The system cautiously informed him. You do not have the authority to view the story changes of the character Shin Myung-chul. Ha-Jun was speechless after reading it. What? He suspected that Shin Myung-chul's story had been changed. He's a key figure in this world, he asked. What the hell is going on? Something extremely serious. What the hell is happening? Young-han handed him a bowl of porridge. Ha-Jun, take it. Ha-Jun took it without understanding his intention. What is this? He also handed him a spoon. Yunha gave it to you. It seems she hasn't fully recovered her strength yet. Ha-Jun was puzzled. But why are you giving it to me? He turned his gaze to the chatting group. They're still preoccupied with other things, can't you see? At this time Yunha muttered and then saw Jung-hek and Ha-Jun. Ha-Jun held up the bowl of porridge and thrust it in front of her face. This is your meal, he said with a playful smile. You were just pretending to be sick, weren't you? Yunha rubbed her chest with an annoyed expression and grumbled. Who says I'm not sick when I don't even have the strength to hold a spoon? Ha-Jun then pushed a spoonful of hot porridge right into her mouth. Yunha was so angry her tongue got twisted. What are you doing? Ha-Jun replied nonchalantly. I'm feeding you. You said you couldn't even hold a spoon. Yunha turned her head away with a pout. This guy, he's definitely doing this on purpose to get my attention. While grumbling she asked, is there anything other than porridge? Ha-Jun then told her. I have one more pack of ramen. I'll give it to you if you finish this. Although she grumbled, Yunha cleaned the bowl until it sparkled. Seeing you eat it all, it looks like you've fully recovered. Aren't you going to go out and talk to the others? After eating her fill, she pulled the blanket over her head and lay down again. I have no energy. Ha-Jun couldn't do anything about her either. All right, then stay like that. As Ha-Jun was about to leave, Yunha called him. She opened her mouth shyly. Thank you. Yunha was very grateful to Ha-Jun. You're always the one saving me, aren't you? He sighed with a smile. So when are you going to repay the favor? She then said confidently, as if she had a lot of money. My goodness, did you forget I'm Yunha? I always pay back with interest. Yunha's eyes narrowed. Right, I think we can be good friends. Hearing that, Ha-Jun looked up and thought, friends considering Yunha's bright future. Becoming good friends with her would definitely be a shortcut to a comfortable life. But then Yunha mentioned Nayan. I can help you get together with Nayan. Ha-Jun felt a chill run down his spine. You don't need to do that. Yunha was surprised and shot up. Don't tell me you really like Rachel. What kind of nonsense is that? Ha-Jun's face darkened. I don't like anyone. She covered her mouth and giggled as if she thought it was true. I don't have time for things like that. Come on, don't lie and just admit it. Ha-Jun needed to get away from this woman immediately. He made an excuse. There's no ramen for you. Yunha shouted. Wait a minute. Yunha called out from inside the tent. You can't do that. Ha-Jun didn't pay much attention and handed the empty porridge bowl to Young-han. Young-han, can you make some ramen for Yunha? He was a bit confused. I thought she didn't like instant food, so Young-han asked again. Yunha. Ha-Jun said you want to eat ramen, is that right? Yunha replied in a fluster. I mean, I'll eat it if you make it. Just then, Suho saw him walking away with the motorcycle. Ha-Jun, where are you going? Ha-Jun didn't hide it. I have something to get. He gripped the motorcycle's handlebars and thought, there are a few items I added to this story's setting but didn't use in the public version. Ha-Jun believed they would be very useful if he could get his hands on them. The clipped hair fell to the ground. Ha-Jun had transformed into a handsome new look. The barber wiped the sweat from his forehead. How's my work? Ha-Jun held up a mirror and couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really me? Even Nayan was surprised. Mister, what kind of magic did you use on him? Suho praised his new hairstyle. Ha-Jun, you look pretty good. Just then, a system notification popped up. The unchangeable stat charm has temporarily increased by 0.5 buff duration 4 weeks. Ha-Jun wanted to ask for the barber's name. Mister, what's your name? The man smiled happily. You like it that much? My name is Kim UK. The people watching also praised him. Mr. Kim's haircutting skills are really the best. Ha-Jun asked further. Mr. Kim UK, do you have any children? UK answered honestly. I have an 8-year-old son. His name is Kim Yun. A good idea came to him. Because of his teleportation talent, I have to find that kid no matter what. People of all ages, men and women, praised him. Ha-Jun, you look much more handsome with your haircut. That's the guy who completely defeated that evil villain, someone said in a slightly sad voice. It's a shame I heard you're leaving today, is that true? He felt the same. It was a farewell to 1972. Interacting with people from the past, training and fighting wasn't all we did. This place gave them beautiful memories. We used Asura's reputation to clear out the villains who were running rampant and brought peace to this land. Whenever a small magic power explosion occurred or a monster invaded, we joined forces with the residents here to stop everything. It was only natural that we grew closer to them after going through everything together. Yunha chatted a lot with the ladies. Yunha used these new connections to search for people who might be the ancestors of modern-day celebrities. The other two were also popular with the children. Young-han and Nayan played with the children every day. Who wants to play hide-and-seek with me? Me. And then there was Shin Jong-hek, he was very cool, and many followed Shin Jong-hek to form their own groups. Suho was also very dedicated to helping people and helped repair all sorts of machines. You can use it now. Ha-Jane sat to one side and watched. That's just like him. Ha-Jane thought about everything that was happening, but that couldn't change the fact that he had killed some people in the past. A little bit of anxiety still remained in his heart. He couldn't be sure if the people at City Hall knew about it or if they were pretending not to know. The residents didn't seem to care much about it. They always welcomed him and treated him very well. They placed a basket of food next to Ha-Jin. They were simple and sincere people. The two Suhos diligently wiped the sweat from their labor. The bright sunlight poured down on us. A cool breeze blew and Yu Yunha brushed aside her side bangs that were fluttering in the wind. Nyan was very fond of children. We made good memories. He really cherished it, but it was time to leave. Ha-Jin bowed his waist to express his gratitude. Everyone, thank you for everything. The residents smiled brightly until they left. No, we're more grateful. Can we meet again? Ha-Jin's heart warmed as he heard their praise. Those people will accomplish many great things. In the future, you'll be able to read about them in the newspapers. Right, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you all achieve after that. Ha-Jin's team went one way and he went another. Sometimes it's better not to know. See you later, Ha-Jin. This place belonged to the past. All these people were just memories recorded long ago. He watched the twilight scenery from a high place. Beautiful. Suddenly, Shin Jong-hek threw something at him. Ha-Jin caught it. Ha-Jin quickly caught it. He had just had to say goodbye to his followers. Jong-hek-hung, do you really have to go? They sobbed. I won't forget any of you. They hugged each other and cried. Boss, after that, Yi Yonghan called Ha-Jin from a high place. He shouted loudly, I'm throwing this, catch it well. Ha-Jin quickly caught it and said, thanks. Yu Yunha, who had approached naturally, also gave him one. Here's the crystal. Ha-Jin was puzzled as he received it. Thanks, why are you wearing high heels? She revealed it confidently. It was a gift. I have a lot of people who like me anyway. Just then, Nyan came up from below. Suho also threw him a crystal. Ha-Jin, here's the crystal. Yu Yunha turned confidently. Let's go. He didn't quite understand. Suho, what's wrong? The question mark still floated in Ha-Jin's mind. What is this? Nyan also had a crystal in her hand. I guess I'm the last one. Her expression was very relaxed. Are we going back to reality now? Can I watch from here? Ha-Jin replied cheerfully. Be my guest. After that, Ha-Jin carried out the final step. I just have to inject the stigma's magic power into these crystals. The crystals gathered towards each other and formed a single gem. It shone brightly in Ha-Jin's hand and instantly shattered like a crack in a mirror in the middle of the sky. You know, Nyan asked a strange question. Do you think we'll forget everything? Ha-Jin also found it hard to understand. What's on your mind all of a sudden? She confessed. I was just wondering if the memories will slowly fade over time. Nyan looked into the distance at the beautiful twilight. No matter how hard it is, I'm going to try to remember everything. I've forgotten my mom's voice, Nyan. She hid her fragile worries. Even the happy memories with my mom have started to fade. I wonder if we've all disappeared, just like how we don't know what will happen to this world. He comforted her from the side. Don't worry about that. They say a flower that doesn't wither has no scent. You could think that memories can fade and wear away to some extent. That's why they can become precious memories for someone. Ha-Jin felt this wasn't something to think about so much. Tisk, what on earth? But Nyan still felt afraid, and it wasn't comforting at all. But I also know how scary it is to forget. Ha-Jin gave her a box. I'd like you to do this for me, she asked curious. What's this? Nyan opened it slightly and saw a single ticket. Ha-Jin encouraged her with a gentle smile. It's a ticket that can take you to see flowers for a moment. Nyan looked at the strange box in her hand and suspected it might be a time box, but she wasn't sure of her answer, so she asked him, Ha-Jin, what is this? Hearing that, he also patiently explained to her. You see the numbers there? You can go back to the past just by changing the numbers. Then he reached out, touched the back of his neck and continued. I think its essence is closer to bringing up memories buried deep in the subconscious. As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly denied it. No, that's not what I mean. Suddenly, Nyan asked, didn't you find this to use for yourself? At that moment, all his actions stopped, but soon Ha-Jin confessed in a low voice. It's no use to me anymore. I don't know their faces anyway. His subconscious agreed with her. Nyan is right. Even though my memories of them have faded, I kept clinging to this. Ha-Jin gripped the handlebars and was lost in thought. I used many items in this past timeline's world-building notes, but they had no effect in my novel, he continued to think. But since my body now is Kim Chandong's, I'm not sure if using it would have an effect. So it's better for Nyan to use it than for me to consume my mana. Then Nyan quietly opened her mouth. If that's the case, she looked at the time box in her hand and confessed honestly. I won't use it either. At these words, Ha-Jin was so surprised he couldn't believe what she had just said. What? Why? Her answer to his words was her sharp reasoning. If one of us doesn't use it, shouldn't the other one not use it either? It was a very loyal act. Ha-Jin looked at him with white eyes and an expression of incomprehension. What's with the sudden talk of loyalty? Then Ha-Jin pushed the time box towards her and said, just use it, don't regret it later. Nevertheless, Nyan tried to speak again, but before she could finish she heard his firm reply, it won't break. Then Ha-Jin slowly opened his mouth. Because it will always be cherished deep in your heart, his encouragement followed. So it's nothing, just use it. When she remained silent, he asked carefully, which time do you want to travel to? Nyan lowered her head slightly and hesitated. She shared, her face blushing slightly. I want to go to the 13th of 2012. After finishing her words, she reached out and adjusted the time on the time box. The scene changed to that time and there were piles of gift boxes and balloons and a cake with the words, "Happy Birthday Nyan" written on it. Present-day Nyan was now in the form of a child. She couldn't help but be amazed by this miracle. I really came back in time. She was very happy to see her own beautifully decorated cake. My birthday cake. Nyan tasted the cake and said, "It even tastes the same." Suddenly someone appeared and asked in a low voice, "Nyan, are you eating the cake? Why aren't you eating it with everyone?" Hearing that voice, Nyan immediately turned around. He smiled slightly at her and said in a gentle voice, "Happy birthday, little sister." As soon as she heard this, a flash went through her mind. "Brother." Nyan clenched her skirt and vowed not to cry. She quickly composed herself and smiled brightly. "Brother, you're here." She repeated in her mind, "I won't cry on such a happy day." Two men approached from a distance. Today he brought a large gift box and presented it to Nyan. She quickly took this gift and smiled brightly. The whole family was gathered for this birthday. Another footstep approached quietly. "Oh my, have you already started?" In her hands was a large gift box and her voice was mixed with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry I'm late." Mom was wrapping the gift. Seeing her, Nyan's eyes grew moist. She whispered softly, "Nyan, happy birthday." As soon as she finished speaking, Nyan ran straight to her mother and hugged her tightly. Unable to control her emotions, she sobbed like a child. "Mom," her mother asked calmly and slowly, "Nyan, are you okay? What's wrong?" The other two men also spoke up one by one. "Were you worried Mom wouldn't come? It's understandable. You're still young." Without waiting for Nyan's answer, she held her daughter in her arms and soothed her in a gentle voice. "It seems Mom made our little Nyan worry. It's okay. Everything's okay now." The tears that had welled up in Nyan's eyes flowed down quietly. "Mom will always be by your side." She wiped away her tears and began to melt into the happy atmosphere. Then a voice was heard. "Now," she said, holding Nyan with her family by her side. She slowly opened her mouth. "It's time to blow out the cake candles," she continued. "If you close your eyes and make a wish before blowing out the candles, your wish will come true." Nyan was lost in thought for a moment. "I wish." While she was lost in thought, the candles remained lit. "My wish has already come true, because I met you again, Mom. But if I could be a little greedier." She took a breath and blew out the candles. "Please let me remember this moment forever." The candles began to go out, and she looked at her brother with sad eyes. He smiled gently along with Nyan's small wish. "Please let me meet my brother one more time." The scene shifted to Hajin. At this moment he asked himself, "Am I back?" He thought he was already standing on Pungsan when he opened his eyes again. Suddenly Nyan's figure appeared from the bushes. She raised her hand and called out to him, "Hey Kim Hajin." Hearing her voice, he immediately turned his head. "Looks like everyone returned safely." Nyan held out the time box. The time box hadn't disappeared. Although Nyan had used it for some reason, a message appeared again, saying it needed to be recharged with mana. When I checked with the watch, it needed about 1500 mana, but it required too much mana at once, so I decided to give it to Nyan. He thought to himself, "All show and no substance." Afterwards Nyan looked around and wondered, where did the others go? Suddenly an alert rang from Hajin's smartwatch. She placed her hands on her hips, looked down and said, "They must be around here somewhere." Nyan was puzzled to see him walking in the opposite direction. "Where are you going?" "That's the way down." "You know that, right?" Hajin answered nonchalantly. "I know, I'm going home now." She couldn't help but be surprised by his words. "Going home? What about training?" Hajin's face turned pale and a low voice escaped him. "I'm too tired." Seeing him like that, her voice trembled slightly. "Ah, I see," and he asked her gently, "Tell the others for me." She quickly agreed. "All right." Before Hajin left, Nyan called him again. "Ah, right, Kim Hajin." Her eyes sparkled as she quietly expressed her feelings. "Thanks for today. I'll treat you to something delicious next time." Hajin gave a slight smile at her thanks and nodded. Seeing that expression on Nyan's face, he thought to himself, "She looks happy." He wondered what her past happiness was like. Hajin went in deep, raised his hand to scan his surroundings one more time, and only then did he relax and speak. "Good," he said. "Now it's time to wrap this up." Just then the system window appeared. "Tomer, this is my bank account. Send the promised money. I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Before coming to Pungsan, I had Tomer sign an IOU and a mana contract. At that time, Tomer had been very flustered by his demand. "You want me to sign this crazy thing?" Hajin nonchalantly crossed his arms and retorted, "Did you think I'd just lend you that much money for nothing?" He started pressing the numbers, muttering, "If you send the promised money." His eyes shone with admiration. "Wow," he marveled as the system appeared quickly. "That was fast." Violet Banquet Guild information fee successfully transferred. Sender, Tomer. It will be converted to points upon information confirmation. Afterwards he started planning. I should change Fernando's name to the fake name August Benjamin. Suddenly footsteps were heard from behind reflexively. Hajin immediately turned around and saw Nyan's figure running past him like an arrow. Looking closely, her face was deathly pale. Nyan, seeing that, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Where is she going in such a hurry for Nyan to have such a serious expression? Suddenly his pupils contracted. No way! The image of him lying in bed and the sight of Nyan running quickly led him to a guess. Is it something related to Jinyun? Hajin hurriedly followed Nyan, analyzing her attitude. She looked like she was in a huge rush just now. This is definitely about Jinyun. She was standing in front of a door. "She's here." Nyan looked around in a panic. "She's probably wondering how to get to her destination." Hajin threw an item forward, and he sat on a large motorcycle and called out to her loudly. Nyan. Hearing his voice, she turned slightly and answered in a trembling voice, "Hajin." Without beating around the bush, Hajin asked directly, Where do you need to go after that? Chai Nyan and Hajin arrived in front of their destination. A manager rushed out from inside. We've been waiting for you, young Miss Nyan. She ran towards him quickly. Hajin followed behind. Manager, how is my brother Jinyun? His voice urgently informed her. Please come with me to the room first. Suddenly, a few hands blocked him from entering. One of them slowly spoke, I'm sorry, but only family members are allowed in the room. This flustered Chai Nyan. She stopped and looked at him, thinking to herself, but he brought me all the way here. Suddenly, Hajin spoke up as if to snap her out of it. Don't just stand there spacing out, Chai Nyan, he urged her calmly. Hurry up and go in. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly ran inside, not forgetting to turn back and convey her feelings. Thank you. Chai Nyan entered the room with the others. Currently, Hajin stood with a dark face, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hajin, the person who called him was Yu Yunha, and she was slowly approaching him. Hajin's hands slowly unclenched. He spoke calmly. You're here earlier than I expected. Hearing that, she also informed him. The Yu family always has to attend important events for the Chai family. As soon as I heard the news, I came down from the mountain and booked a helicopter right away. And Yu Yunha continued, the others will be a little late. I rushed a bit. By the way, suddenly, she asked Hajin a question he couldn't answer. Why do you have that look on your face? A drop of sweat quietly trickled down his cheek. According to the information from the Book of Truth, the revealed seed would sprout within a month. The system content showed 89. It's October now, so there's still some time. But there's one thing I overlooked. Immediately after, Hajin guessed. The possibility that he might regain consciousness before the seed sprouts. His hands were now clenched so tight they trembled. If he wakes up, I'll have no choice but to, he didn't answer her. Moreover, cold sweat poured down his whole body, flustering Yu Yunha. Oh my god, look at you sweating, are you that worried? She lifted a piece of paper to wipe the beads of sweat from his head. Afterwards, Yu Yunha quietly revealed. He didn't regain consciousness. There were just a few small but significant changes. The current situation was that many bodyguards were standing guard. To be honest, the situation doesn't look great, but it's not something to make such a fuss about. Hearing that, Hajin prayed desperately inside. Okay, please don't wake up now. Suddenly, Yu Yunha's words echoed again, but Chai Nyan might think differently. It'll be hard for her to stay calm if her brother shows even the slightest sign. Afterwards, she gently expressed her feelings. You brought her here, didn't you? Thanks for your help. After that, Yu Yunha placed the paper she had just used into Hajin's hand. Take this handkerchief. He also quickly held out his hand to take it. Thanks. As soon as he received the paper, Hajin surprised her by leaving immediately. I'm leaving first. Her resolute action made her turn her head in his direction, puzzled, and she asked quietly, You're leaving already? Aren't you going to wait for Chai Nyan to come out and say goodbye? All she got in return was Hajin's silence. Not wanting to drag out this awkward atmosphere, he said in a low voice. I just feel like I shouldn't be here. Yu Yunha looked puzzled at his words. Hajin continued to walk away, leaving her with only questions. What does he mean by that? Chai Nyan now came out of the hospital room. Suddenly a voice called her name. Chai Nyan. Chai Nyan's tired expression changed to a bright one as soon as she saw her. Without a word, she ran and hugged her. Yu Yunha. The two sat on a stone bench and talked together. Yu Yunha asked slowly, How is he? Chai Nyan, slightly nervous, stammered. I'm not sure either. There were a lot of fluctuations on the chart. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she said, a little embarrassed, He looked a little different than usual. Her gaze fixed on Chai Nyan, she asked carefully, It's a good sign anyway, right? She looked at her own white hands and confirmed. Yeah, they said similar things have happened in other cases before, and most of those patients apparently woke up within 3 months, Chai Nyan slowly revealed. My brother needs to rest now, so they told me to come out. Hearing that, Yu Yunha encouraged her. I see, let's be patient and wait together. Chai Nyan quickly agreed to this. Yeah, suddenly her whole body trembled and she raised her hand to clutch her heart. But my heart is beating so fast I don't think I can take it anymore. Suddenly, a strange drop fell on her hand. That drop was Chai Nyan's tear. I'm crying again, how embarrassing. And she covered one side of her face with her hand as if to refuse Yu Yunha's attention. I'm so weird, aren't I? I'm happy. I should be smiling after hearing good news. Coming this far, Chai Nyan couldn't control her emotions and sobbed like a child. But the tears won't stop. After that, she lowered her head and cried her eyes out. And Yu Yunha next to her could do nothing but be there for her at this moment. She thought to herself, I know how you feel. That would be too arrogant to say, wouldn't it? After all, I've never lost a loved one to such a tragedy. Chai Jinyun in a comatose state on the bed. She waited for 5 years for her brother who had not a shred of hope left to wake up as time went on. Her anger turned into sadness. The sadness turned into frustration. After that, the sight of Chai Nyan standing by the bed with a sad face, the frustration turned into despair, and finally the despair became resignation to fate. Mustering her courage, Yu Yunha placed a hand on her back. Just when she had given up hope, a light suddenly flashed. Her gaze wavered slightly. How could I possibly understand that feeling? In the distance, 3 people could be seen. Yu Sunga, Kim Suho, and Shin Jonghek. They shouted in unison with concern. Chai Nyan. Are you okay? The two immediately looked at them. Yu Yunha spoke quietly. You guys. Following that, Chai Nyan's voice was heard. Sunga, you're here too. Suddenly, as if she realized something, she was startled. Chai Nyan hurriedly looked around. Wait, where's Hajin? He brought me here. At this behavior from Chai Nyan, she couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He went back. At these words from Yu Yunha, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What? Why? To this absurd question, she could only sigh and say, I don't know either. And Yu Yunha looked elsewhere and thought to herself, if he was really worried about Chai Nyan, he should have waited a little longer until she came out. then she recalled his expression from earlier and couldn't help but be puzzled. He seemed so worried though. Scene changed, the motorcycle wheels stopped and Hajin got off and pushed the motorcycle. It's not like I ran here, but I'm panting and feel dizzy. Is it because I was too nervous? The smartwatch he was wearing suddenly rang and a notification popped up. Cleanup complete. Accessing the Violet Banquet Guild may take some time. A new ID has been created, so please try logging in. At this point, fatigue was evident on Hajin's face. He thought to himself, "Boss," the system continued to appear. "The reward for the previous mission, an item worth 300 million won, will be resent to your Violet Banquet Guild account. The login ID is Kenpa." Sweat continued to drip from his forehead. I was lucky this time, but he might really wake up next time. Hajin thought deeply about how it was already obvious who was easier to kill between someone lying in a coma and someone who was conscious and able to walk around. This really makes you think. This time the system asked him, "When can you accept the next mission?" Meanwhile, the scene of an old warehouse with sunlight streaming through a small window. A person was sitting on a box. "This path." The watch placed on the green box immediately appeared. It announced, "Kim Hajin, you can receive the mission right now. This is probably the only lifeline I can hold on to." The devotion of the lamb. A guild office. A hand straightened a nameplate. "Congratulations on reaching 250th in the overall rankings," a voice continued. "Vice Guildmaster Sunga." She smiled gently and said, "Thank you, it's already October." "Time really flies," Sunga asked. "Is there any new news these days?" At her question, he seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. As if he had just remembered, he said, "There's a rumor going around that a new mercenary has joined the Geronimo group." Hearing that, Sunga was delighted. "Oh really?" She then covered her mouth and began to mutter. "The Demon Hunter Guild's missions require a lot of support from mercenaries, so this is good news for us. What kind of skills does this person have?" He quickly answered. "They specialize in assassination and sniping." Hearing that, she began to analyze. "To be good enough to get into Geronimo, they must be a pro. Haven't they revealed their identity yet?" He also replied quickly, "Not yet. Even the intelligence agents only know of him through rumors. There's almost no information about him." Sunga crossed her arms and marveled. That's really interesting." He placed a hand on his chin and slowly speculated. "We can't find out much from his codename." The scene changed and a system screen appeared. "Goran. The reward from the previous mission, an item worth 300 million won, will be sent to your Violet Banquet account. The password is Kenpong UD 394,823. Your ID is Goran." Hajin muttered as he dried his hair. That name sounds so arrogant. In his imagination, Goran stood on a snowy mountain, howling at the sky. Goran must mean Fenrir, the mythical wolf monster that often appears in Northern Europe. Its scientific name is Goran. Then 2 lines of comments appeared. "Isn't that a bit of an excessive name for someone like me? It suits you. Your eyes are narrow like a wolf's." When I asked her why she gave me that nickname, all I got was an annoying reply, "I think my eyes are quite round." Just then someone from outside kept calling his name. "Hajin, Hajin." He hurriedly threw on some clothes and came out. "What is it?" The girl Evandel gently urged him. "Come over here." Evandel proudly presented the mascot she had just made in front of him. Hajin placed his hands on the desk and looked at the mascot with interest. "Wow, what is this? It looks really intricate." Hearing that, the girl held it out to him. "It's a gift for you." Hajin paused for a moment at the girl's action. "A gift for me," Evandel quickly confirmed. "Yes." The girl's hand brushed over its blue fur. "Look." With just a light stroke, it stretched and moved like a normal person. Hajin was very interested. "Oh, it's alive." It let out a cold breath and then quickly ran over. He was very flustered as it charged aggressively towards him. Hajin screamed in fear as it leaped onto his body. He reflexively fell to the ground with a thud, but he couldn't find it in front of him, and Evandel was covering her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter. Seeing that, Hajin realized everything and went over to tickle her. "You were playing a prank on me, weren't you?" Evandel laughed so hard she teared up. "Stop it, I'm really ticklish. I didn't do it." Then she smiled charmingly. Evandel lay on the floor and slowly said, "I didn't play a prank on you." Suddenly, the symbol of that mascot from before appeared on his left chest, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Hajin's voice trembled. "What is this? The wolf's soul has dwelled in your body. The wolf has recognized you as its master. Wolf's power, strength, stamina, speed, and status all increase by 0.1. Wolf's sixth sense. When it detects fatal danger, a giant wolf will appear to protect its master. Wolf's movement reduces the sound of footsteps." Suddenly, Hajin exclaimed in admiration. "Oh my god," he recalled the scene where Evandel held out the mascot to him. "It's a gift for you." Was she trying to show off her new power? My god, after finishing his thought, he immediately swept the girl into his arms. "You're so adorable." "I'm sorry." Suddenly, he realized something. Evandel had fallen asleep at some point. Did she fall asleep because she was too tired? The corners of Hajin's mouth turned up slightly. He gently held the girl and said, "Thank you, Evandel." He laid the girl on the bed and covered her with a blanket. A cat appeared from outside the door and meowed softly. "Meow." Hearing the sound, he immediately turned his head in that direction and asked quietly, "What is it? Do you want to sleep next to Evandel?" The cat stretched and meowed a few times in response. Hajin hesitated for a moment. "They fight so often, I don't know if I should take it to her, but it seems like it wants to be by Evandel's side. Maybe the two are actually close friends. Right after returning from Pungsan, maybe because of my new hairstyle, Evandel didn't want to play with me. When I picked her up, the child struggled and pushed my face away. 'No, you look weird, go away.'" Hajin was rejected and couldn't say anything. We've met after almost 90 days. Can't you be a little nicer? No, I'm hurt too. His laptop screen suddenly lit up with a notification that an item had been transferred. Hajin wondered, is this a message from the Violet Banquet? He thought to himself, it's probably the mission reward the guildmaster mentioned. A question appeared on the system with 2 answers. Will you receive it? He pressed yes without hesitation. What could it be? A circle began to glow and then an item emerged from the laptop screen. This was a high-grade suit of armor. High-grade artifact component, mana 5000. The system continued to list its functions. Physical support, strength, stamina, speed and status all increased by 0.3 artifactization. Absorbs the mana underneath the armor to activate the following effects. Posture correction. Corrects posture when used. Breathing mask. Allows you to breathe underwater and use super speed. Defense enhancement and upgrade. Oh, that's really amazing. Hajin immediately placed the item against his chest and checked its functions. Let's see, I should try injecting mana to use it. A blue-white aura radiated from his entire body. He was using crystal mana. He looked at his hands. A defensive item that can envelop the whole body with mana. This isn't a 300 million won item. Suddenly a thought flashed through Hajin's mind. This has to be worth 3 billion. I should have trusted your judgment. The opposing guildmaster sent a message. I received a notification that you've received the item. He quickly typed a reply on the keyboard. Yes, I just received it, thank you. Just then the other party sent another message. Oh, and the words, the next mission has arrived, appeared on the laptop screen. Hajin's hands immediately froze. Scene change. She was sitting in a quiet room when she heard someone approaching from outside the door. A woman rushed in and said, I've come to find a patient. Hearing that, she immediately stood up. Who are you looking for? Tomer hesitated slightly and revealed, August Benjamin. He's a Latin American like me, but he looked quite wealthy. She was slightly surprised by the description. A Latin American. Then she took out August's portrait and showed it. This is him. Seeing the photo, she quickly recalled. Now that I see the photo, I remember. I know him. He was a rather quiet person, so I don't remember him well. She held the photo and hesitated slightly, then slowly revealed, he has passed away. At those words, Tomer froze on the spot. I think it was 2 years ago. She fell into despair. That can't be. Fernando of the Truth Agency changed his name to August Benjamin and illegally entered Korea in 2022. The cause is unclear, but he was admitted to a nursing home and died in 2024 at the age of 53. His funeral was held simply, and his belongings were cremated and enshrined in a memorial hall. The name and address of the nursing home he stayed at are. Her face darkened. I can't believe that stupid message back then was real. He ruined my life, ran away, lived comfortably, and died peacefully? Tomer couldn't contain her anger and gritted her teeth. Did he leave a will or any belongings? She gently said. First I need to know your relationship with Mr. Benjamin, she quickly replied. His real name is Fernando. August Benjamin is an alias. Then she placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. And I am Jam Jieshu, she continued, gritting her teeth and emphasizing, he is my biological father. After that, Tomer presented her with more evidence. I can prove my identity with my magician ID. Looking at the document in her hand, she also confirmed that Tomer's words were true. I understand, then she slowly explained. Actually, I don't know much about him either. He only ever spoke with one male student who came here to volunteer. Come to think of it, that male student came here recently too. He might have heard something from Mr. Benjamin. At these words, Tomer couldn't help but be surprised. She hurriedly asked, Can you tell me that student's name? Hearing that, she also spoke gently. Just a moment, let me check the records. As she was already in a bad mood, the continuous system notifications made her grit her teeth in anger. Tomer, the mission deadline has passed. Return immediately. The disciplinary committee will deliberate on the mission delay. Congratulations on your demotion. Tomer, serves you right. Fix that arrogant habit of yours. Haha, she took off her watch. These bastards, I have nothing to do with them anymore. I've achieved my goal. She manipulated something for a moment and then informed her. I found it. Let's see, his name is Kim Hajin. The watch she had just taken off immediately fell to the ground. Tomer froze on the spot at her words. He's a cadet, she thought to herself. Kim Hajin. His image immediately came to mind and she wondered, is it the Kim Hajin I know? In the distance, a couple is being romantically affectionate. Over here there is also a sweet couple. It seems like the air is filled with love everywhere. Kim Hajin walked blankly and muttered, the autumn leaves are so beautiful, he thought to himself. People must have put in a lot of effort and mana to maintain this scenery. But ironically, this place, a no-dating zone, has become the most popular dating spot in the school. If it's like this in autumn, what will it be like when the flowers bloom in spring? Just then, a hand suddenly touched Kim Hajin's shoulder. Voice was heard. Hey, you were lost in other thoughts and didn't even hear what I was saying? As the words ended, Kim Hajin slowly turned around and let out an, oh. He opened his mouth without thinking. Yu Yunha handed Kim Hajin a white medicine pouch and said brightly, here, take it. Kim Hajin took the medicine pouch and opened it. He asked out of curiosity, what is this? Yu Yunha immediately replied, did you forget? It's the natural ginseng you gave me before. I've refined half of it into medicine. Hearing that, Kim Hajin let out an oh. Suddenly he realized something and shouted in surprise, wait, half. Yu Yunha continued, I'm planning to use the other half for continuous research. In return, I'll share a portion with you. It's okay, I'll give you more medicine too, so don't worry. In contrast to Yu Yunha's cheerfulness, Kim Hajin thought bitterly, she used it as she pleased and is still so nonchalant. Yu Yunha still explained brightly, we need to improve this industry. That's the best way to make progress smoother. Kim Hajin stared at Yu Yunha and continued his thoughts, forget it, it's not that important. Yu Yunha isn't someone who would backstab me. If anything, she's the one who gets backstabbed. Right now, Yu Yunha seems to trust those she thinks are close to her too much. I get it. She's only 17, but the internal strife she's about to experience is a truly dirty battlefield, come to think of it. That incident happened during winter vacation. A key figure from the world's second-ranked guild, Essence of the Strait, was involved in a serious power abuse scandal. Yu Yunha's power abuse scandal also erupted from that incident. Just then, Yu Yunha suddenly opened her mouth. Anyway, you should only take 1 pill a day. Kim Hajin was slightly startled by her voice. Yu Yunha continued. Each pill costs 1 billion won, you know. Kim Hajin also repeated her words. 1 billion for 1 pill. He seemed to have only now realized the problem. He shouted in astonishment, 1 billion for 1 pill. Yu Yunha replied very calmly. Yes, because it's made with concentrated monocrystals and ginseng. Kim Hajin asked Yu Yunha with a blank face, is it really worth that much? Yu Yunha immediately answered cheerfully, no, but that's what marketing is all about. With the materials to make 20 pills, you can make 300 to 400 more pills of other kinds, so if we don't sell it at a high price, it's a real loss. At this point, Kim Hajin thought to himself, 20 doses means 20 billion won. Suddenly, the system appeared. Natural ginseng pill, high-grade, absorbable, made with neutralized monocrystal solution and ginseng. The creator's dedication and skill are evident. Upon absorption, strength, stamina, and mana will permanently increase by 0.01-0.02 after 24 hours. The effect is reduced if the luck stat is high, with a 0.5 chance of side effects on strength. Overdosing within 24 hours will exponentially increase the probability. After reading the information, Kim Hajin thought, the stats are higher than I thought. If I can just control the recovery ability, it'll be quite useful. In that case, I should return the favor for this gift. With that thought, Kim Hajin took out another bundle and handed it to Yu Yunha. Take this. Filled with curiosity, Yu Yunha extended her hand and accepted it. What is this? Opening the bundle, Yu Yunha was extremely surprised. It was natural ginseng. Yu Yunha looked very excited. She exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, you had more? Where did you get it? Kim Hajin slightly dodged her question. Then he scratched his head and said awkwardly, in Pungsan. Well, something like that. Hearing that, Yu Yunha was greatly impressed and said, wow. Kim Hajin continued, in principle I should return this to Shin Jonghek, the owner of Pungsan. Yu Yunha immediately said, wait, come to think of it, Jonghek forgot my birthday, so I guess this can be considered a compensatory gift. Kim Hajin just laughed and said, do as you please. When it was time to say goodbye to Yu Yunha, she promised Kim Hajin, I'll contact you when there's progress. Kim Hajin also replied quickly, alright thanks. Oh right, Kim Hajin suddenly seemed to realize something. He turned on his watch and pressed the contact screen. The message window between Kim Hajin and Tomer was still the same. Hey, it's Tomer. Your account name has changed. Did you move too? Kim Hajin said nonchalantly. Still no reply. From the current situation, it seems she's arrived at the nursing home. She must be thinking a lot right now. I should wait until she's sorted out her thoughts. A system window appeared. Mercenary Apprentice Mission Difficulty D. Reward 400 million won or an item of equivalent value. Mission Summary. Ambush the Jin Association's human trafficking truck, Reaper. After reading the mission, Kim Hajin was a little surprised and muttered, hostage rescue. The location was China. After class tomorrow I should use the portal to go to Beijing. This map shows a lawless zone between the Mongolian border. This is a route Dijins often use for human trafficking and illegal trade. That place was their hideout, a chaotic area ruled by the law of the jungle, a place where brutal crimes were common. Even in this lawless zone, the Dijins had their own form of society and rules. The Dijins called this place Guanging, or it was also known by the name Guek. On the dry ground, a single footprint and a tire track were faintly imprinted on the dusty soil. North of Beijing, the bridge area. Kim Hajin arrived here on his cool motorcycle. Kim Hajin lowered his mask, looked at the place, and said, is this an intermediate danger zone? It gives me the creeps. Today's target were Dijins who had abandoned their humanity and become dogs in demon masks. Kim Hajin recalled the message the guildmaster had sent. There's something I need to say before you carry out the mission. There might be a lot of monsters during the mission, but not all Dijins are the same. Dijins are created from the exaggerated emotions of a contract. The weaker they are, the easier they fall into despair and commit cruel crimes without thinking about the consequences. They express evil by exaggerating their feelings of failure and pride to those around them. I guess that means I'll feel less guilty about killing them. Should I be happy about this? As he was asking himself that, white smoke rose in the middle of the road in front of Kim Hajin. Two huge trucks and several other cars were rushing towards him ferociously. Here they come, Kim Hajin said, immediately pulling out his gun. He calmly prepared for battle. The bullets were fully loaded and his eyes were fixed on the glowing scope. The first truck. Kim Hajin aimed at a man who was driving with one hand and drinking with the other, very quickly. He pulled the trigger to fire the first bullet towards his target. The bullet went straight through the front of the truck to the back, and the truck swerved to the side and stopped in its tracks. A guy driving a car saw it and asked, what the hell is that guy? At the same time, Kim Hajin aimed his scope at another car. Immediately, a bullet pierced through the windshield and flew into the driver's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and with his bloody hand he held the steering wheel hopelessly. It lost its balance and crashed into a tree. The guards in the car all came out bewildered. What the hell is this? Both drivers are dead. Damn it, just protect those goods. This guard opened his mouth. A sniper, the guy behind him immediately asked. Where? Another bullet was fired, immediately taking down the guy behind him. Now everyone had figured out Kim Ha-jun's location. That direction, there's a sniper across the bridge. It's just one guy, get him. Saying that, they all charged together. Without any hesitation. At this time, Kim Ha-jun suddenly put a pill in his mouth and chewed it. His whole body seemed to overflow with power and his internal energy burst out. Immediately, a system notification rang. Internal energy is increasing. For the next 5 minutes, all variable stats except vitality will increase by 1.5 times. Armor's acceleration effect, vitality increase. Kim Ha-jun's gun also gained immense power accordingly. He opened his mouth. It's finally time to fight. Kim Ha-jun aimed the muzzle straight ahead. Fire! With a single pull of the trigger, countless bullets were fired, easily taking down these weak guards. After taking down everyone, Kim Ha-jun approached the truck's cargo hold and tried to break the lock. The lock was successfully broken, and the chain was also immediately removed. Kim Ha-jun said to himself, alright, now if I don't lose focus. Suddenly, something rushed towards Kim Ha-jun. It was another guard. He was charging with a knife tightly in his hand, trying to take his life. Ambushed, Kim Ha-jun was flustered and couldn't react in time. Let your guard down. The knife very quickly reached his chest. In the moment it seemed Kim Ha-jun's life would end here, a blue ray of light suddenly appeared. Along with it, sharp teeth protruded and a wide-open mouth bit this guard's head. It was a huge wolf shrouded in blue light. It easily took down its opponent. Kim Ha-jun slowly got up. His life was saved in a hair-raising situation, but he still watched the situation blankly. He realized this and asked himself, is this the wolf's soul? The wolf was still tearing at the guard, a rather gruesome sight with blood everywhere. Suddenly the wolf raised its head and looked at Kim Ha-jun. It seemed to be disappearing into black smoke. Kim Ha-jun asked himself again, did that just come out of my body? At this time the system appeared. Wolf's sixth sense. When it detects fatal danger, a giant wolf will appear to protect its master. After reading it all, Kim Ha-jun let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I see, to think I'd let my guard down in a place like this. There's still a lot to improve on. Kim Ha-jun's wolf completely disappeared. Now he stood up vigorously and resolutely opened the truck's cargo hold door wide. Light seeped in. The people trapped inside were all startled and flustered to see it. They were all trembling with fear and the sound of sobbing could be heard. Suddenly, Kim Ha-jun threw a bracelet inside, and he opened his mouth in front of their dazed gazes. I've taken care of Goran. Does this mean the rescue mission is over? Now it's time to take everyone home. Kim Ha-jun gently extended his hand. It was as if he was giving them hope for a new life. Kim Ha-jun's message arrived. Mission complete. Another message came back in reply. Information received. I'll take care of it. It was a message from Li Xiaopeng, who was leaning against the cliff next to them. On Li Xiaopeng's watch screen, Kim Ha-jun's battle scene from a moment ago was playing. She asked, you all saw that clearly, right? Jane, Jin, Rumi and another person were all watching quietly. At this time, Jin opened his mouth. But the new recruit evaluation is much more important. Is it really okay for the 5 of us to be here? I thought there would be more people since we're all gathered at the new hideout. Jane replied, we can't help it. Everyone else is busy with personal matters. Jin continued, he killed 20 people in 21 seconds. How can a single gun have that kind of destructive power? It's a really interesting ability. This all went into Rumi's ears. Rumi didn't stop there. I think his ability is to enhance and transform weapons with mana. Then she suddenly turned to Jin and asked, so what do you think of him? Rumi also immediately answered cheerfully, he's at least high intermediate. Hearing that, Jane was surprised and shouted, what, you rate him that high? Do you even know what high intermediate means? You can kill 10 people. At Jane's slightly angry words, Rumi just smiled and waved her hand. No, it has to be at least 100 people. At this time, Jin asked Jane, what do you think? Jane was lost in thought. She answered slowly, I think he's at a mid-grade level, similar to Kim Suho. I don't know how he'd fight one-on-one, but he'd definitely be useful when facing multiple opponents. But Yi Gang is also good at evaluating other people's abilities, and he's still in the demon world, right? At the same time, Rumi, who was listening with her chin in her hand, opened her mouth. That boar went in there and he doesn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Is he not tired of that place yet? Jane cut in. He'll come back after he's had his fun. Right now, in their minds, the scenery of when they were in the demon world was painted. Suddenly, Rumi seemed to remember something and said, oh right, Rumi. Did you find out the identity of that wolf soul from before? Rumi answered blankly. Wasn't that just Kim Ha-jun's pet? Jane was a little bitter at those words. Who hides a pet in their chest? At this time, Li Xiaopeng volunteered. I'll go and ask him myself. Jane was a little worried. Will he tell you? Suddenly, Li Xiaopeng's face darkened. With a confident expression, she said, don't worry, he trusts me a lot. He'll answer all my questions. Although she guaranteed it, Jane still didn't fully believe her. Really? On a clear evening, Evandel was sleeping soundly in her bed. Next to her was the loving Kim Ha-jun. He gently stroked the girl's head. Evandel, do you know, I'm alive today because of you. A familiar is a clone that a witch extracts from your soul. After searching on his device, Kim Ha-jun found out. Wolf soul, intermediate grade familiar. The first familiar created by the witch. Strength 5350, grip 6150, stamina 2535, speed 7550, perception 7605, health 2750, magic 3850. Special abilities: high-grade intuition, danger detection ability. Low-grade absorption strengthens the master through absorption. Low-grade tattoo becomes one with the master in the form of a tattoo to charge mana and increase some of the master's stats. First familiar. Superior master's growth and succession ability compared to other familiars. Soul connection: the higher the witch's energy, the stronger the wolf's power becomes. After reading all the information, Kim Ha-jin was impressed. The stats are really amazing. This wolf should be wearing the armor, not me. Who knows, it might really become Gorin. At this moment, Evandel suddenly tossed and turned and rubbed her eyes. The girl seemed to be just about to wake up. She stretched out her hand in her sleep and opened her mouth. Is it Ha-jin? Hee. Kim Ha-jin gently held the girl in his arms. Evandel continued to say, did you buy something delicious? Kim Ha-jin immediately answered, yeah, sleep a little more. Let's eat in a bit. Evandel fell into a deep sleep in Kim Ha-jin's warm embrace. Kim Ha-jin thought, I don't know when it started, but this child is gradually becoming my driving force. It's only been a year since I set foot in this world. When the main story ends and I return to reality, can I really go back to my original life? Can I forget everything I've experienced and everyone I've met? During class, Kim Ha-jin looked dazed and had dark circles under his eyes. I'm so tired because I only slept for an hour. There's been no contact from Tomer since that message. After she went to the memorial park, I've prepared a tool to have Tomer as an ally. By now, Fernando's grave will be filled with the bouquets I sent. Did she not see my letter? As he was thinking that, the instructor in front of him suddenly pointed to the person next to Kim Ha-jin and said loudly, you there, student, sit down in your seat. Kim Ha-jin reflexively turned his head to look to his side. He was surprised by the person sitting next to him. It was Tomer. The instructor started the class. Continuing from last time, today we'll learn about the effects of high-grade mana. Tomer, with no interest in the class, wrote something on a piece of paper and showed it to Kim Ha-jin. The paper read, hey, have you ever done volunteer work? After reading it, Kim Ha-jin was a bit flustered, but he soon wrote a reply on the paper. Why do you ask? Tomer continued to write. Have you ever met a man named August Benjamin at a nursing home? Yes, I was quite close to him. At Kim Ha-jin's answer, Tomer paused for a few seconds, then continued to write with some hesitation. What kind of person was he? The instructor's voice continued to echo. The clearest example of controlling something with internal mana without any tricks is now. Kim Ha-jin also ignored the lecture and focused solely on his conversation with Tomer. What kind of person was he? He seemed quite lonely. Tomer was very curious. How did you two become close? I heard he never opened up to the nurses there. Kim Ha-jin answered. Well, I think it's because we were quite similar. I don't have a family either. While talking with Tomer, Kim Ha-jin guessed to himself. She must have already known while researching my family background. Kim Ha-jin added a question to the answer he had just written. But why do you ask? Tomer's face darkened as if she were choked up. She continued to write on the paper. He is my biological father. At these words, Kim Ha-jin was surprised. Did Tomer know? Her writing continued. Surprising, right? I was surprised too. I never thought I'd actually find someone who knew about him. Tomer's tone was filled with anger. That bastard killed my mother and ran away. I really want to know why he had to kill his wife and even abandon his own child. But he's dead and nobody knows anything. So you're the only person I can ask. Did he leave any belongings? Seeing this, Kim Ha-jin thought. Judging by the way she's talking, she hasn't seen the letter. Was there some problem at the nursing home? Kim Ha-jin knew, because Fernando had never abandoned Tomer. Just then, Tomer's emotions welled up. She was still questioning Kim Ha-jin. He left a letter, right? Where did you put the letter? Kim Ha-jin quickly wrote a reply on the paper with a pen. At the memorial park. Down below, the instructor finished the class. That's all for today's class. Don't forget to prepare for the final exams and don't play too much. Just then, Tomer shot up to her feet. Her face was full of anger. Hey, I'm leaving this place today. I'll pay you back with interest later, so don't get me wrong. Kim Ha-jin let out a sigh of relief. I'm not worried at all. Watching Tomer's departing back, Kim Ha-jin thought, from now on she should be able to handle things on her own, right? Thankfully, everything ended well. I should get some good rest this weekend. As he was thinking that, Chai Nyan suddenly appeared and slapped Kim Ha-jin's back. Hey Ha-jin, it was a really painful blow. He screamed in pain as Kim Ha-jin collapsed on the spot. Chai Nyan also froze. Kim Ha-jin slowly opened his mouth. Why, what is it now? Chai Nyan answered very brightly. You haven't forgotten about tomorrow, have you? Don't be late. Kim Ha-jin's face was blank and bewildered. He rubbed the spot where Chai Nyan had hit him and asked, tomorrow? Hearing that, Chai Nyan immediately scolded him. Ah, you forgot, Kim Suho was here too. We promised to eat together. Don't you remember? I'm really grateful to you guys, so I'll treat you next time. Let's go eat after the practical training is over. Kim Ha-jin started to remember. Oh, that, but wasn't it supposed to be just the two of you going to eat back then? Chai Nyan retorted. We said we should all go together back then. Suddenly a voice was heard. I was there too. We agreed to go as former members of our travel club. Remember? It was the voice of a person with a slender body and long purple hair. Even after hearing that, Kim Ha-jin was still blank. I really don't remember. Since when were you considered a member too? From somewhere, another person suggested. Let's go to a karaoke too. Hearing that, Kim Ha-jin felt even more tired. Then I don't have time that day. Seeing Kim Ha-jin's weak voice and tired appearance, Chai Nyan thought he was sick. She placed her hand on his forehead to check. Suddenly, Chai Nyan burst into laughter. Kim Ha-jin was a little surprised. What is it? She smiled brightly and said, you have to come that day. If you don't, I'll invite you to the group chat. With this invitation, Kim Ha-jin could no longer escape. His sigh-filled gloomy afternoon made the scenery even more desolate. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard. It was Tomer. She seemed to be wandering around alone, searching for something. Damn it, where is it? Section 7, row 1. Muttering and searching the area thoroughly, Tomer finally found what she was looking for. Suddenly, Tomer froze on the spot for a moment. She saw a tombstone surrounded by numerous flowers. The name August Benjamin escaped Tomer's lips. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. But why are there so many flowers here? When she picked up a flower, there was a note left by the sender. Tomer was surprised. Kim Ha-jin, has he been visiting this place for years since he died? He even infused mana to keep the flowers from withering. He died in a pretty cozy place. And yet, to be cherished like this, even after killing my mother and running away. At that thought, Tomer was enraged. She gritted her teeth and threw all the flowers from the tombstone to the ground. The neat and beautiful place became a mess in an instant due to her anger. She clenched her fists, lowered her head, and cried out in pain and despair. Tomer's heart was filled with grief. Until now, what have I been trying so hard for? Then Tomer knelt before the tombstone. She looked utterly miserable. Then she remembered something. Tomer raised her head. Ah, right, the letter before her eyes. The writing on the paper appeared clearly. To my daughter, as I write this letter, my heart is struggling with indescribable emotions. On one hand, I hope you never read this letter, but on the other, I want to know how you feel after reading it. No words can heal the wounds in your heart, but as your father, I don't want you to live the rest of your life without knowing the truth. At this part, Tomer started to grip the letter tighter. The letter's content continued. My wife, your mother, sold her soul to a devil. Then a memory from the past suddenly surfaced. A loud voice was heard. Tomer? Hearing that sound, a young Tomer quickly turned around with a bright face. Ah, it's Dad. It was August, panting and sweating profusely. Tomer, excited to see August, said, Dad, Mom wants to take me to the amusement park. Hearing that, August seemed surprised. The amusement park? Really? Did Mom say that? It seemed August would easily agree, but he didn't. Tomer, let's go home first. Tomer was displeased by August's words. Why? August answered with difficulty. Mom and I have something to talk about. At that time, Tomer's mother looked very calm. August's loud, terrified scream erupted. Are you crazy? You're going to sell our child's soul to a devil? Despite this accusation, Tomer's mother was not flustered at all. What's wrong with that? At that answer, August seemed dumbfounded. What? Tomer's mother continued. If it can make me stronger, I can do worse things. The child will understand me too. With every word she uttered, August was more horrified. You're insane. And Tomer's mother pushed August aside. If you're done talking, move. Don't block the way of a busy person like me, she called out loudly. Tomer, let's go. August stood frozen on the spot. No, she's my child. Absolutely not. Thinking that, August immediately pulled Tomer's mother. Startled, she stumbled, lost her footing, fell, and hit her head on the side wall. In the end, Tomer's mother collapsed motionless on the floor. To August's horror, everything happened in an instant. Unfortunately, Tomer appeared right at that moment. She asked, puzzled, Dad, where's Mom? Facing his daughter, August thought to himself, if the fact that my wife became a devil is revealed, this crime will implicate Tomer and put her in danger. After finishing his thought, August immediately grabbed his daughter's shoulders and said worriedly, Tomer, listen to me carefully. Go outside quickly and ask people for help. Tomer was puzzled. Why? August gritted his teeth and forced out the words one by one. I hit your mother. Returning to the present, Tomer began to gradually understand the situation. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. The letter continued. Hoping you would live a stable life in Korea, I entrusted all my assets to a friend and asked them to take care of you, but a few years later, when I returned to Korea, you were already gone. I did my best to find you, but I couldn't find you or that friend. Reading up to this point, Tomer's hands began to tremble, and she clutched the paper tighter. She was filled with rage. After everything I've been through, you want me to believe this ridiculous story? Tomer crumpled the letter in anger. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering was heard. She paused at the sound as if remembering something. The memory came back. Dad, a small, lovely Tomer called out to August, and she held out a wristwatch. Happy birthday. August happily received the gift. Really? Thank you, Tomer. Tomer asked. Dad, do you like it? It's the same color as the pin you gave me for my birthday. After many years, the glass of that watch was now broken. It looked a bit old. The watch had been kept inside the letter. Tomer happened to take it out and realized it was the gift she had given him that year. On a dark night, a round moon hung between the clouds and starlight was scattered everywhere. Kim Ha-jin looked very warm. Good night, Evandel. Evandel also waved goodbye cheerfully as Kim Ha-jin slammed the door shut. An alert suddenly rang from his watch. A message had arrived. Thank you. Kim Ha-jin smiled. Looks like she arrived safely. After that message, Tomer completely disappeared. She said she would repay all the money one way or another, and since the mana contract is still valid, the connection between us isn't completely severed. Even so, I have a feeling that Tomer will become a good colleague in the future. The scene changes to a restaurant, and Kim Ha-jin smiles with satisfaction as he looks at the food on the table. This is more delicious than I imagined. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the side. Hey, Chai Nyan sat across from him, looking at his happy face. The food here is really good, you should look forward to it. Kim Ha-jin was dazed for a moment, then answered, "Okay." He felt suspicious of her currently vibrant appearance. "What's this? Her attitude is a bit different." Chai Nyan sat across from him, delighted. "Gathering like this reminds me of our time in Gangmyeon," she said, reminiscing about the past. "Thanks to the training back then, I got much stronger. After coming back, I thought I was invincible." Yi Younghan, who was eating, stopped his hand and listened. "Oh," he looked at Chai Nyan and teased her, "but you lost to Rachel, right?" She clenched her fists in anger. "We tied." Shin Jung-hek, who was sitting next to Chai Nyan, opened his mouth. "Hey Suho," he crossed his arms and asked. "How are the final exam preparations going?" Kim Suho said nonchalantly. "Yeah, I'm all set." You hearing that? Shin Jung-hek answered confidently. "Have you ever seen me prepare for a test? I'm different from you." His face was full of pride. "This is what it means to be born with a high-class bloodline. How would people who can only make up for it with diligence understand?" Kim Suho just laughed it off. Kim Ha-jin, who was eating across from them, overheard. "What? Those two seem closer than I thought." He slowly enjoyed his food, recalling the previous content. According to the original story, those two should be in a very tense state right now. As Kim Ha-jin put food in his mouth, he secretly worried. It feels like everything is gradually deviating from the original story. Along with the food he put in his mouth, the aroma of the ingredients hit his nose. Delicious. It was so delicious that Kim Ha-jin picked up pieces of beef one after another and put them in his mouth. As soon as he chewed, it felt like it was melting in his mouth. Suddenly, a new plate of beef was placed in front of him, surprising him. Chai Nyan placed the food in front of him and gave him a flirtatious look. "This cute young lady has bestowed this food upon you. Why is Kim Ha-jin making such a displeased face?" He looked at the woman in front of him and thought her behavior was different from before. Something must have changed. Is it because I gave her the time machine? Chai Nyan paid him no mind and started talking to someone else. "This place is really fun." Kim Ha-jin looked at the plate of beef in front of him and came to a conclusion. He looked up at her as she chatted. Could her feelings for me have changed? Chai Nyan noticed something and turned her head. She saw him staring blankly and asked, "What's wrong? Want to order more?" Kim Ha-jin firmly refused. No." Chai Nyan paid no attention to his answer and called the owner. "Sir." Kim Ha-jin couldn't help but say again, "No, I'm really fine." She ignored him and ordered 2 more servings of galbi. Kim Ha-jin sighed inwardly and let it go. HMPH, as if she's probably just being grateful because of the time machine. After the meal, the group went to a karaoke bar and sang. When Chai Nyan confidently grabbed the mic and sang, the audience went wild. Nyan is so cute and she's a great singer. Next up, Kim Suho was no slouch either. And while Shin Jong-hek was overconfident, he received everyone's enthusiastic support. "Jong-hek is a pretty good singer too. Haha, don't exaggerate, I'm just decent. Haha." And then the last person took the mic ready to sing his song. As Kim Ha-jin sang, he was showered with compliments from the audience. "Wow, he's a really good singer. Do heroes have to be good at singing too? He sounds just like the original recording. It's like he swallowed the CD. He sings better than most professional singers." Chai Nyan, sitting next to him, was also listening to his song. Yu Yunha watched her satisfied face from the side. Is she still lost in the emotion of Ha-jin's song? She also praised him inwardly. "He's a really good singer." Suddenly, an alert sounded from Yu Yunha's smartwatch. A message had arrived. "Come out for a second, I need to talk to you." She was a little puzzled by the message. The scene shifts to outside the karaoke bar. The sound of people singing can be heard from outside. Kim Ha-jin came out of the shop and greeted her. "Hey bro." Yu Yunha was silent for a long time, then looked at him with an uncomprehending gaze. "Why are you suddenly speaking English?" Kim Ha-jin quickly explained. "Didn't you know, bro is what friends call each other?" She crossed her arms and said in a slightly sharp voice, "You think I don't know that? Stop joking around and get to the point." Kim Ha-jin laughed awkwardly. All right. He took an envelope from his pocket. "I need you to make some bullets." Yu Yunha took the envelope and asked, "What is this?" "An envelope." Kim Ha-jin stated his request. "Put what's in this envelope into the bullets. Can you do it?" She opened the envelope with a confident voice. "What, are you asking seriously?" Along with the casual words, she was shocked by what she saw inside. "We have cutting-edge mana compression technology that can infuse mana into bullets smaller than a finger. There's nothing we can't do." Seeing what was inside the envelope, Yu Yunha couldn't help but be surprised. A single leaf. She pointed at the envelope with a dumbfounded expression. I'm guessing you won't answer even if I ask what this is, right?" Kim Ha-jin just laughed it off. "You get me." Yu Yunha carefully put the envelope in her pocket. "Anyway, alright, I'll do it." He took this opportunity to say, "Thanks." Kim Ha-jin turned, waved his hand and said goodbye. And tell the others I left first." Seeing him in a hurry, Yu Yunha asked, "You're leaving already?" Kim Ha-jin frowned and recalled the earlier scene. Ever since I finished singing, Jong-hak's eyes have gotten very scary. The image of him glaring with a scowl appeared in both their minds. Yu Yunha gradually understood. His competitive streak is acting up again. In the twilight, Kim Ha-jin said his farewell. "See you next time then." Yu Yunha replied as well. "Yeah, take care." After their goodbyes, an alert suddenly rang from her smartwatch, catching her attention. She broke out in a cold sweat seeing the information on the screen. "Master, I have an urgent report. While investigating Kim Ha-jin, we discovered that a suspicious incident occurred in the year he was born. An incident called the Gwang-o incident occurred, but for some reason all related materials have been concealed." Yu Yunha was shocked and read all the information carefully. The Gwang-o incident, an event that happened the year Kim Ha-jin was born, and all the data has been concealed, and during the investigation one of our 4 team members was attacked. She looked at the message, terrified. Yu Yunha asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" The other party didn't keep her waiting. Yes, fortunately they recovered without any major issues. Yu Yunha let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. She continued to tap the screen, informing everyone. First, send me all the information you've gathered, and immediately halt the investigation. The safety of our team members is far more important than the information. Understood, Master. Yu Yunha was absorbed in the previous information. Guang-o, why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly she realized something. Come to think of it. Yu Yunha's mind went back to the past. As a child staring intently at the books on her desk, she had seen something similar in her father's diary years ago. She recalled a few words from the diary. The letters were faint, showing only a few words like was at and from. She couldn't read Korean at the time, so she didn't understand the content, and she clearly remembered being scolded for reading her father's diary that day. Yu Yunha clenched her fists. If Hajin is really related to that incident, she smiled and made up her mind. This time I can finally repay him as a true friend. Yu Yunha turned and walked away, calculating in her head. Luckily, my father is away on a business trip, so I should check the diary at home. Suddenly, she ran into Chai Nyan, who was coming out the door. Yu Yunha spoke first. Why did you come out, Nyan? She answered hesitantly. Because you two weren't coming back. Chai Nyan cautiously looked around. Suddenly, a voice cut off her actions. He's gone. Chai Nyan was surprised. How really? Yu Yunha was dazed by her barrage of questions. Why? What did you two talk about? Where did he go? Did he go home? Suddenly, Yu Yunha burst out laughing, approached and teased her. Oh my goodness. Chai Nyan backed away in a fluster. What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Yu Yunha smiled brightly and praised her. You're really cute when you're not being honest. Chai Nyan wrapped her arms around herself, looking slightly embarrassed. What nonsense are you talking about? The scene shifts to a mansion and a butler turns his head at the sound of a call. Hello, young Miss Yunha? She approached in her casual clothes and greeted him. Butler, have you been well? The butler approached and said with relief. You've finally returned, but unfortunately the master and madam are not home right now. Yu Yunha smiled brightly and replied, It's all right, don't worry about it. She opened her eyes and stated her true intention. There's something I need to look into today. The shape of a black diary appeared. It was a book about her father's research. Yunha entered the room her father often frequented. It's been a while since I've been in father's study. She noticed the corner of a desk covered with a faint white cloth. I think it was under the desk. Yu Yunha approached and lifted the white curtain, revealing a locked safe inside. What's this? There's a combination safe now? She was slightly flustered. What should I do? There wasn't anything like this 10 years ago. If father said it, the password is probably. Yu Yunha bent down and fumbled. Is it my birthday, April 29th? After a while, the safe indicated it was wrong and she started searching. Is it not? Then mom's birthday, August 16th, is it not that either? Seeing the result was not what she expected, Yu Yunha calculated. Then there can only be one answer. As expected, the final result successfully opened the safe phone. She laughed happily. Oh, my father who combines their daughters' and wife's birthdays for a password. Yu Yunha took out a black book from the safe. Found it. This is it, father's diary. Suddenly a message arrived. She looked at the notification panel on her smartwatch. Master, here is the comprehensive information on Kim Hajin obtained from the investigation. We also discovered that after the Guang-o incident, Kim Hajin was sent to an orphanage near the Guang-o orphanage. Yu Yunha smiled. Good. Now I'm getting closer to the truth. After seeing the notification, she opened the diary and began to read. I've definitely seen it before. Guang-o, Guang-o. After searching for information for a moment, what Yu Yunha wanted came into view. About Guang-o. Found it. She diligently read every letter in the diary. The image of her father, Yu Yunha, writing the diary with gritted teeth came to her mind. May 9, 2008. Today I left a record of Guang-o I don't think I'll ever forget. He wrote diligently letter by letter. In his diary, he seriously wrote down all the information he knew in the diary. The things that happened. Yu Yunha sat blankly motionless and read, That day in Guang-o for the rest of my life. The scene shifts to a TV playing a children's cartoon. Take that, you carrot monster. Evandel and Haeng were watching excitedly. Kim Hajin laughed awkwardly from behind. Their concentration is amazing. He looked at Haeng, who was watching the movie intently. Putting Evandel aside, Haeng looks like she understands the whole movie. This one seems pretty intelligent. Remembering something, Kim Hajin took an item out of his pocket. Wait, come to think of it, this ring. Information about the ring gradually appeared. Pigeon's ring, ancient artifact, appraisal complete. Intelligence enhancement. The wearer's intelligence increases by 0.001 every 24 hours. Can increase up to a maximum of 0.365. High-grade magic enhancement. It doesn't say only humans can wear it, does it? Kim Hajin sat on the sofa and started looking it up on his laptop. Let's check. However, it can only be used on a specific target. When worn by a non-human species, intelligence increases by 0.01 every 12 hours, up to a maximum of 0.365. He saw the information he had just received and calculated in his head. 40 SP takes about 18 days to reach the maximum. The value of 40 SP, it's a better deal than I thought. Kim Hajin switched to another target. Then what about humans? The information he wanted appeared. For a human wearing it for the first time, the intelligence increase is doubled. Kim Hajin clicked his tongue at the price. 250 SP. I guess you can't compare humans and animals. Evander smiled and called out, "Haha, look at that, Haeng." He smiled in relief watching the girl play with Haeng. Kim Ha-jin quietly watched the girl and Haeng. "It won't be of much help to me, but it will be a great help to Evander." The ring was fastened to Haeng's tail. "Let's see just how smart this one can get." The scene shifts to a dark area and a trembling voice is heard from inside the room. This is Yu Yunha flipped through the diary page by page with a very serious expression. "What on earth is this?" Letters appeared on the paper. "And after hiring an assassin he entrusted the massacre plan to me." She was flustered. What on earth is going on? The image of her father writing the diary in the darkness came to mind. Jinyan, he was an honest man. Respected by many, he was an upright person who always stood against injustice. President Kim Seo saw Jinyan as a thorn in his side and framed him as the source of the Djinns. He was probably afraid his own corruption would be exposed. The real problem was that Chai Juchen also wanted Jinyan dead. He too went along with framing Jinyan as a Jin, and to avoid suspicion of assassination he demanded that Jinyan's faction be rooted out. At that time he hired many assassins and entrusted the assassination plan to me. On the 8th an urgent message from Jinyan arrived. I heard screams over the phone. "A monster has appeared in Guangzhou requesting support, but since I was the one who planned the attack I immediately ordered the rescue team to mobilize and kill all the monsters." Jinyan and his colleagues tried to protect the people of the Guangzhou orphanage, but around 8 p.m. the assassins infiltrated. Everyone there was massacred. It felt as if Yu Yunha's entire body was being submerged in darkness. She stammered, "What on earth have I?" Yu Yunha's hands trembled non-stop as she looked at the diary in her hands. "Been reading." Her heart was filled with anxiety. "My father was involved in that assassination." Letters appeared on the paper. "I tried to bury this matter in my heart." Yu Yunha was even more terrified by the next word she saw, but the next day I received information that one of Jinyan's subordinates, a woman, was in the final months of her pregnancy. A woman in the final months of pregnancy? Yu Yunha trembled as she turned to the next page. No way. She turned the next page with a heart full of fear. Who knew if these people were Ha-jin's parents or not? As the page turned, shocking information poured out, and the air in the dark room grew even more suffocating. The report contained startling information. It was confirmed that the woman was in the final months of her pregnancy. Yu Yunha's entire body froze as she read the words, but it said that the newborn's body had not been found. She frantically sorted through the information from right after the chaotic incident. The child was sent to an orphanage near the Guangzhou orphanage. When he asked the assassin hired by Chai Juchen, he said he hadn't killed the child and just left it. Yu Yunha read on in horror. "But since the child's destiny was to die that day, I had to find and kill the child myself." She covered her mouth with her hand, feeling like she was about to throw up. Returning to Kim Ha-jin, a message caught his attention. It was about the Healing Ron Travel Club. "Next Saturday we plan to go to the Buin Festival for a domestic trip. Please reply via text." He looked at the words of the message and muttered under his breath, "A message from the travel club?" Kim Ha-jin looked at the message, displeased. "Honestly, I'm not that interested. The travel club causes trouble wherever it goes." After a moment of thought he made a decision. "Still, it's mentioned in the original novel, so I guess I should participate to get some rest." Suddenly remembering something he said, "Wait, if it's next Saturday," and called for Evander. The girl turned around. "Evander, want to go play next Friday?" "Yes." The girl was overjoyed and hugged Kim Ha-jin. "Go play? Where?" He happily caught the girl as she jumped. "The Buin Festival. Oppa will probably be free that day. It'll be a lot of fun." The two hugged each other tightly, overcome with happiness. Returning to the previous story, the scene changes to a place full of roses, but at that moment I remembered my young daughter born in April. He stood in front of the flower garden holding the small creature in his arms. A mysterious being that could do nothing on its own except make me happy just by existing. My daughter, Yunha. After much deliberation, I decided to just skip the details about that child. Nevertheless, what was recorded is the fact that I let that child die and killed its parents. I've lived my whole life hiding in cowardice. A stain like this is nothing, but the reason I wrote this diary. Was it perhaps because of my last thread of conscience, or was it to excuse my cowardice, or perhaps it was just a tiny part of the crime Chai Juchen committed? I don't know either. Returning to Yu Yunha, she sat motionless in front of her father's diary. After reading all of it, her hands lost their strength and she dropped the book. Yu Yunha recalled words she had heard before. "We're friends, aren't we?" She remembered Kim Ha-jin stepping up for her. "He even risked his life for me." She recalled a scene from their conversation in front of the karaoke bar. "Don't you think so? The meaning of being friends." Yu Yunha's heart filled with guilt as she remembered these things. He called me a friend. Suddenly she couldn't bear it and her body trembled. As if collapsing, all strength left Yu Yunha's body and she sank to the floor. Unable to bear it, she cried out loudly as she sat on the floor. The scene changes to a high-rise building. Busan's best hotel, the Yunha Lounge. Kim Ha-jin tilted his wine glass and looked inside. "Wow," Evander looked at the photos on the table. "Haeng and I are in this picture." A few days passed. It was already Friday. One of the photos showed Evander standing near the railing pointing at the fireworks. A second photo was of her building a sandcastle. After class I came to Busan to enjoy the festival. The last was a picture of Evander with her cheeks puffed out from stuffing too much food in her mouth. Caption: "This is the best photo I took." Kim Ha-jin looked around the room and said, "Usually a suite like this is hard to book even with money. It's a good thing someone cancelled at the last minute." He turned around. Beautiful fireworks appeared before Kim Ha-jun's eyes. It's convenient being a lucky person. The night view is really beautiful. Suddenly he looked down and noticed something. Kim Ha-jun saw a black-haired man and a blue-haired woman walking below. He used his eyes ability on the man. He looked a bit strange. Suddenly he turned his head and looked at Kim Ha-jun, and even he, standing on the balcony, was startled. He silently looked at the high-rise building, then soon gave a cunning smile. Kim Ha-jun, standing upstairs, was worried. Did he see me from that distance? He broke out in a cold sweat and replied with a smile, "What is this? I have a bad feeling." Kim Ha-jun gripped the railing and thought to himself, could it be that the original author's instinct is crying out from within me? An external being like Kim Suho, a villain created after losing his family. But after experiencing numerous betrayals, he became the complete opposite of Kim Suho. Kim Ha-jun focused entirely on the dark aura emanating from him and calculated. A typical past for a final boss. The black-haired man waved at him with a very gentle smile. Isn't it? Why is that smile so free-spirited? That's not his original image. He turned to his companion and spoke. The blue-haired woman turned her head after hearing what he pointed at. Kim Ha-jun, standing upstairs, still criticized inwardly. It's completely different. Unless a co-author messed everything up and reposted it. When the blue-haired woman lifted her head to look at him, her red eyes and cold face were revealed. Suddenly her pupils contracted and killing intent radiated from her entire body towards him. Kim Ha-jun sweated and used his eyes ability to check the two of them again. Why is she suddenly like this? Why is she looking at me like she wants to eat me alive? Hearing Sayuk's voice, Kim Ha-jun forced a smile. What? A co-author this terrible is a bit too much, he thought of Kim Suho, right? He has a personality, ideals and beliefs like the final boss. His should have been a complete contrast to Kim Suho's, and he looked at the woman below again. But to dare to change the gender, are you crazy? Kim Ha-jun's face darkened as he forced a smile. Jin Se-hyuk, he used his eyes ability and eavesdropped on the conversation. The person we saw earlier, who do you think it was? Kim Ha-jun looked at her and predicted inwardly. One is a character on the same level as Kim Suho. Another is a character with even greater potential who grows very quickly, destined to become the biggest threat in the final chapter. Jin Se-hyuk heard his question and answered. Probably some nobody I've never heard of. Kim Ha-jun slowly brought a water cup to his mouth. If only I had bullets with mute leaves right now, I'd burn all her creations and corner her. The image of an enraged Jin Se-hyuk came to his mind. I never imagined she'd appear like that when I was alone. Jin Se-hyuk snapped. What the hell? He looked worriedly at the black-haired man. But if that woman is Jin Se-hyuk, who is that man? He bent down and requested. Se-hyuk, please enhance your observation ability. He added an explanation for his words. If he can see us from that height and didn't hesitate even after seeing our eyes, his guts must be enough to fight you. That's also proof that he's no ordinary person. He turned and criticized her. And you two, don't stare at people like that. Are you itching for a fight? Jin Se-hyuk got angry. He started it first, the black-haired man teased. Hey, what if he likes you? Why don't you give him a wink? She scoffed. How about a last wink before he dies? I'll take him down with one shot of mana. Kim Ha-jun, watching the conversation, sweated. Those two are crazy, the black-haired man urged. I'm not answering anymore. Let's get out of here quickly. Jin Se-hyuk frowned. Don't push. Suddenly he looked up and Kim Ha-jun was startled. The two walked away and gradually disappeared into the crowd. Kim Ha-jun saw them leave, sat down and sighed. I feel like I've lost 10 years of my life. He rethought and calculated everything. Thankfully I've confirmed it's Jin Se-hyuk. But who is that man and why is he on her side, or is it a different kind of relationship? In the original story, Se-hyuk only had underlings. Suddenly she ran up and he was surprised. Ha-jun oppa, can I swim with Haeng? He answered gently. Of course, but do you know how to swim? Evandel smiled brightly and answered. Of course, Haeng knows how to. Haeng was leisurely soaking in the tub behind the two. The girl changed into a pretty swimsuit. Seeing Evandel transform so quickly, Kim Ha-jun was inwardly impressed. Everything is so much easier with magic. He approached where the girl was playing with the cat. Haeng, want to race? Kim Ha-jun looked back and wondered. But if the story has changed this much, what's the use of the original? Anyway, I'll meet Jin Se-hyuk again soon, so I'll have to find out the truth myself little by little. The scene changes to the front of a house and Kim Ha-jun was leaning against a wall waiting for someone. Oh, Han-hyun recognized him while walking down the street. He approached and greeted him first. Ha-jun, what brings you here so early? He awkwardly raised a hand and scratched his head. Well, I have to be early sometimes too. We returned to Seoul on Saturday morning and went to the apartment in Seoko GU instead of Cube. Honestly, it pained me to leave Evandel alone in such an unfamiliar place. But since Haeng is there, it should be fine. Before leaving, Kim Ha-jun explained. A villa, simply put, is a second home, Evandel said excitedly. Wow, the girl said her farewell happily. Come back early. The child looked very happy, so I felt that yesterday was worth it. Returning to the present, Kim Suho came up from behind. Hey, oh Han-hyun, he turned around. Ah, Suho, you're here too, he approached Kim Ha-jun. Ha-jun, why are you here so early? He awkwardly turned his head. I was just too excited, everyone kept asking. Oh, Han-hyun checked his messages. Not everyone is here yet. Chai Nyan came over and informed him. Hey, Yun is not feeling well today, so she said she'll be a little late. Kim Ha-jun looked up surprised. He asked with concern, Yunha is sick. Kim Suho, standing next to him, explained. Yeah, she even had to be hospitalized. A male student in the group also worried. Isn't it stress-related gastritis? She's a bit sensitive to stress. Chai Nyan pouted. Well, I nursed her all night. she explained Yu Yunha's current condition. She looked unwell all week, but she wouldn't answer whenever I asked. The male student was surprised. Really? Kim Ha-jin remembered a time when Yu Yunha passed him. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Yunha for a week. To think it was because she was sick. Chai Nyan looked at him and reassured him. She's much better now. She said she'll go with us too. Kim Ha-jin replied nonchalantly. Well, that's a relief then. He pushed the matter aside as he passed through the door. Well, she's a foodie anyway. She probably ate something bad and got a stomachache. The scene changes to a tourist spot with a blue beach and everyone looked around excitedly. Anyway, we're going to eat street food today. There are lots of shops in Busan. Clothes, food, weapons, and even antiques. There's nothing they don't have here. Oh, Han-hyun said energetically. This is my hometown, so everyone just trust and follow me. Kim Ha-jin looked at the shops and calculated inwardly. Should I check out an antique shop with my luck stat? It should be easy to find a rare item. Suddenly, a hand placed a hat on his head, knocking him backward. Try this on. Kim Ha-jin righted himself and shouted. What's with the sudden move? Chai Nyan paid him no mind and complimented him. Oh, it suits you quite well. I'll buy it for you. Kim Ha-jin took off the hat and refused. I don't need it. She saw that and got angry. Hey, don't take it off. I already paid for it. He was surprised when he saw the price tag. 350,000 won. Why is crap like this so expensive? He eventually accepted it and walked away. I ended up wearing the hat after all. Chai Nyan held out a hot dog and offered it to him. Ha-jin, eat up, try this. Just as Kim Ha-jin was about to say something unpleasant, she forcibly shoved the food into his mouth. Don't talk like that, he asked while chewing. Why aren't you eating? Chai Nyan said with a pout. I get a stomachache if I eat street food like this, she smiled brightly. So I'll give it all to you. Kim Ha-jin looked at Chai Nyan and suspected. Is she making this face because her brother Jin-yoon's condition has improved? Suddenly she came closer and held his hand. Or is it? Chai Nyan pulled him along, happily pointing at the stalls. Kim Ha-jin could only follow, looking at her face. I really don't know. Is it really okay to keep being this close? Chai Nyan's happy, smiling face came into his view. No matter how close we get, in the end, Nyan will only feel betrayal and even greater pain. That's why I wanted to keep a certain distance. But why did it turn out like this? At this point, Kim Ha-jin panted and said weakly, Wait a minute, Nyan. I need to create distance again. Suddenly, Chai Nyan came closer and wrapped a scarf around Kim Ha-jin's neck. Try this on. His gaze wavered and he didn't know how to act. He had to, but she smiled worriedly and said, It's going to get cold soon. Darkness and cowardice slowly ate away at me. She held the scarf in her hand against Kim Ha-jin's figure and admired. Any color suits you well, as long as I don't get caught. Chai Nyan's smile grew brighter and brighter. Oh, is my taste good? How can I resist this? Ha ha. Seeing her smiling, Kim Ha-jin felt as if his vision was brightening. Wouldn't it be okay to be a little closer? I hesitated. Kim Ha-jin stared intently at the girl in front of him. He was lost in deep thought. As long as no one knows. Wouldn't it be okay not to become close friends? Chai Nyan giggled. Isn't my taste pretty good? Hee. But his lips were firmly shut. Kim Ha-jin threw the scarf back to her. Why do you keep giving me things? I'm fine, I don't need it. She received the scarf and said, disappointed. Hey, why are you being like this? Chai Nyan said worriedly. It's going to get cold soon. But before she could finish her sentence, he turned and walked away and she hurriedly called him. Hey, Kim Ha-jin. He ignored her shouting at the top of her lungs from behind and just walked forward. Where are you going? As the sky darkened, the entire amusement park lit up brightly. Kim Ha-jin was lost in complicated thoughts. Today's last destination, the entertainment center. This place, which seemed to be full of hope and dreams, was now the scene of a huge smuggling incident. In front, Kim Soo-ho and Chai Nyan were still having fun. Nyan, are you okay with scary rides? Of course, you're still completely into it. In the original novel, after the deal was done, the smugglers would cause a commotion, and Soo-ho would handle the chaos. Jin Se-yuk will make her move. Chai Nyan suddenly received a notification and looked around, searching for someone. Yunha is coming soon. After a while, she spotted a car. There's her car. Yunha slowly got out of the car. Chai Nyan rushed over and asked, Yunha, are you feeling better now? The other person answered in a low voice. Yes, after buying the tickets, an employee announced cheerfully. Everyone will be handing out bracelets, so please line up. Everyone was excited, but only Yunha was quiet. Kim Ha-jin immediately noticed her strange expression. He asked with concern, You're here? Were you really sick? She still replied coldly. I'm fine. Kim Ha-jin retorted inwardly, You don't look fine at all. He worriedly turned the bracelet. Did she get severe food poisoning or something? The employee checked again. Has everyone received a bracelet? You will move in pairs in the park. As soon as the employee finished speaking, Yunha grabbed Kim Ha-jin's wrist, pulled him along and coldly declared, You're going with me. Chai Nyan stood behind them dazed. What? Yunha, what's wrong? He was also flustered. Why is she acting like that all of a sudden? After observing for a moment, he was lost in thought. Her expression is very stiff. Is there something she wants to talk about with just the two of us? The brilliant amusement park sparkled like a dream under the night sky. The Ferris wheel slowly turned, and Kim Ha-jin and Yunha sat facing each other in silence inside a gondola. He was still puzzled. She must have something to say, but she's been staring at me and sighing the whole time we've been here without saying anything. She clutched the hem of her skirt tighter and tighter, and a memory came to mind. Suddenly she said she wanted to ride the Ferris wheel. Yes, when she requested, he was puzzled. With me, on second thought, she couldn't have just dragged me here for a date. Finally he spoke up. So what's going on? Kim Ha-jin asked, guessing. Ah, is there a problem with the bullet production I requested? Yu Yunha hesitated. No, that will be finished next month. That leaf, it wasn't an ordinary leaf, she smiled. If there's anything left after production, can I have it for research? She asked blankly. For research, Kim Hajin said firmly. Yes, we need to make our pharmaceutical industry a success. We're colleagues, aren't we? Hearing this, Yu Yunha paused for a moment, then flinched. She asked, trembling. Colleagues? Seeing that, he propped his chin on his hand and thought, ah, or am I just an investor in your pharmaceutical business? Yu Yunha interrupted. Hey, after a long time she gathered her courage and stammered. I have something to tell you. Her gaze was so desperate that Kim Hajin couldn't help but be flustered. What is it? Tell me. Suddenly the Ferris wheel gondola shook violently. A short circuit occurred somewhere in the system and sparks flew. Kim Hajin looked around once and was shocked. The Ferris wheel has stopped. He looked at the scenery below and lost his composure even more. It's starting. Jin Se-yuk crossed her arms and looked at Kim Suho arrogantly, admiring him. You seem to be quite famous here. She opened her eyes wide. Thanks to that, I recognized you right away. Kim Suho stammered in shock. Why are you here? She smiled coldly. Ah, so you recognize me too? Well, since it's just the two of us, it'd be stupid not to. You ask why I'm here? She emphasized each word. Did you think you were the only special one in that situation? Kim Suho's lips were firmly shut. She continued to ramble on. Don't be so arrogant. His face darkened and his voice was not as gentle as usual. Tell me why you're here. Chai Nyan, who was behind him, was also surprised. What? This is the first time I've seen Kim Suho so angry. She was extremely flustered. Who is that person? Jin Se-yuk still shrugged nonchalantly and replied. You don't need to know. Have you forgotten how to show respect? She continued arrogantly. No matter how the world changes, you shouldn't forget our old relationship. Kim Suho, filled with anger, emphasized each word. I don't think you have the right to say that now. Jin Se-yuk smiled coldly. I always have the right. You've become trash. I'll fix that attitude of yours. Chai Nyan couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward. Hey, I can't just listen to this anymore. She stood in front of Kim Suho and said imposingly, I don't know what beef you have with him, but if Kim Suho, one of the kindest men I know, reacts like this, then 90 of the time you're the trash. Those words seemed to have struck a nerve as Jin Se-yuk's face suddenly darkened. Chai Nyan continued, so don't pick a fight and just leave. But before she could finish her sentence, a powerful force sent her flying right before Kim Suho's eyes. He turned around with wide unbelieving eyes, but all he could see was Chai Nyan lying on the ground unconscious. Kim Suho stammered in shock. Nyan? Jin Se-yuk's face hardened even more. Kim Suho frantically called for Chai Nyan. Nyan, are you okay? She emphasized each word. How dare you turn your back on me? He felt a terrifying, killing intent from behind him. She eerily summoned numerous weapons and Kim Suho turned around in shock. Jin Se-yuk stood in the middle of a forest of spears. She threatened coldly. You don't seem to value your life. From above, Kim Hajin witnessed everything and couldn't help but be amazed. Damn it, I don't know how strong Jin Se-yuk is, but to knock out Chai Nyan in a single blow, this is too dangerous. He hurriedly made a decision and told Yu Yunha. Sorry, but we'll have to talk later. He kicked the door hard and finally broke the lock. Kim Hajin stood there, estimated the height and said hurriedly, I'll go down first. Suddenly Yu Yunha grabbed his wrist tightly. She said with difficulty, Later, I don't think I'll be able to do it anymore. Her arm trembled slightly and her eyes were red. She stammered and repeated, Later, I don't think I'll be able to say it. Kim Hajin couldn't help but be puzzled. What happened to make Yunha act like that? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Could it be that Yunha's power abuse scandal has started? I see then the stress gastritis. It all makes sense. He felt sorry for her, thinking she must have gone through a lot of pain. But Kim Hajin smiled and pushed Yu Yunha inside. He said gently, Then you don't have to say it. Kim Hajin gently comforted the miserably crying Yu Yunha. It's okay, I'll help you without you having to say anything. Kim Hajin threw himself back, leaving Yu Yunha still reaching out to grab him. Seeing her remain meekly on the Ferris wheel, he quietly reassured her, so everything you're worried about will be taken care of. Leaving Yu Yunha alone in the cable car, he jumped down to the battlefield below and rushed to where Chai Nyan was. As soon as he saw Chai Nyan lying unconscious in front of him, he shouted urgently, Chai Nyan? Rushing towards her, Kim Hajin could hear Chai Nyan's faint pained moans. He glanced at her and thought to himself, She doesn't seem to be seriously injured on the outside, but she must have internal injuries. I should move her behind those trees. Then Kim Hajin gently shook Chai Nyan awake. Hey, wake up. Her pretty face was scratched at that time. Chai Nyan faintly opened her eyes. Kim Hajin. Seeing her respond, he felt somewhat relieved. Kim Hajin took out a medicine bottle-like object from his pocket and tried to feed it to Chai Nyan. But Kim Hajin seemed to have never fed anyone medicine before. He shoved the medicine bottle into Chai Nyan's mouth. She drank it, almost choking. Gulp, cough. After she finished drinking, Kim Hajin gave a few instructions. The medicine is healing your internal injuries, so it'll hurt a little. You'll be fine after that. The battlefield of Kim Suho and Jin Se-yuk. Kim Suho was distracted by Jin Se-yuk knocking Chai Nyan away. He called out with concern. Nyan? Jin Se-yuk called out coldly. I told you to just leave her alone. Hearing her words, Kim Suho frowned in anger. Why have you changed so much? Jin Se-yuk didn't care and just replied nonchalantly. I told you. Suddenly, the mana around Jin Se-yuk rapidly increased and transformed into several weapons. She warned with a dark face, Don't talk to me like that. At this point, Jin Se-yuk's anger was no longer just anger. It had exploded like an overflowing glass of water. Faced with the unfavorable situation, Kim Suho had to find something to fight with. He picked up a nearby steel rod. In an instant, the countless sharp weapons fired by Jin Se-hyuk flew towards Kim Suho. He swung the steel rod in his hand while simultaneously avoiding the weapon's trajectory. After dealing with the pile of knives, Kim Suho asked angrily, "Do we really have to go this far? There's no point in fighting anymore." Despite his complaints, she still gathered more mana. That's not something you can decide on your own. Moreover, the amount of mana suddenly increased even more than before. Jin Se-hyuk's lips curled into a smile. "Did you think this was all?" Suddenly, a new weapon appeared above Kim Suho's head. By the time he noticed it, it was flying so fast that it was difficult to avoid. Kim Suho had to immediately swing the steel rod to change the direction of the blade coming down from above. As soon as he had barely dealt with the weapons fired by Jin Se-hyuk, she threw a spear straight at him again. Fortunately, Kim Suho dodged in time. Jin Se-hyuk's power worried Kim Ha-jin a little. Seeing her crazed expression, he couldn't help but be suspicious. He observed Jin Se-hyuk from head to toe. She was strangely strong. The power of that blue magic was created as Kim Suho's third counter condition. In other words, she didn't need to use weapons to attack, because compressed mana becomes her weapon. Looking at the situation that would unfold, Kim Suho's current abilities were not enough to defeat her. He was still blocking the rain of blades. The steel rod in Kim Suho's hand could no longer hold out and was pierced by the mana sword, shattering into 2 pieces. Kim Ha-jin thought to himself, "Damn it, Kim Suho doesn't even have mistletoe yet." At this time, the mana sword pierced through the steel rod and flew straight towards Kim Suho's chest. He no longer had a chance to dodge or move. Seeing the scene before her, Jin Se-hyuk laughed loudly with amusement. She gathered mana even more powerfully. The mana sword pierced straight through Kim Suho's body, but Jin Se-hyuk summoned not one but countless mana swords to pierce his body from all directions. Finally, a powerful finishing blow came down from the sky. Kim Suho was battered, his face bruised and scratched, and he fell to the ground. Feeling that the situation was not good, Kim Ha-jin had to step in to save Kim Suho. "No, if I leave him like that, something much more terrible will happen." At the same time, Jin Se-hyuk was approaching Kim Suho. She gathered more mana for the final blow, intending to send Kim Suho to heaven. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Kim Ha-jin blocked Kim Suho and said, "Isn't that enough?" With an intruder interrupting a delicious fight, Jin Se-hyuk was displeased. She growled in an annoyed voice, "What is it now?" When she saw his face, Jin Se-hyuk remembered meeting him. "It's that guy from yesterday." At these words, he froze. "She remembers my face." Jin Se-hyuk tilted her head and asked contemptuously, "Are you these guys' teacher?" He stammered. "Teacher? No, not at all." Without a hint of respect or hesitation, the mana sword flew towards Kim Ha-jin. He barely dodged it by 1 centimeter, extremely shocked. 2 or 3 more blades flew at him, and Kim Ha-jin dodged every attack. Jin Se-hyuk was very displeased. Kim Ha-jin was drenched in a cold sweat. He had only been able to dodge the spear because he used the system's slow-motion function. The spear pierced straight through the wall behind him, and Kim Ha-jin's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Jin Se-hyuk showed a slight interest. "Oh, you dodged quite smoothly?" Kim Ha-jin could only clutch his heart. Thanks to that bullet time, his heart was pounding wildly. A moment later, he pretended to have regained his composure. Kim Ha-jin requested, "Let's stop fighting. We're all unarmed," he continued. "Isn't this enough?" Jin Se-hyuk cut him off. "Wait, are you really not their teacher?" At her words, he froze on the spot. He replied with a straight face, "No, I'm their friend. Why would you think I'm their teacher?" Jin Se-hyuk swore in anger. "Damn it, what? Then have the sense to get lost." Well, as the author of this novel, since he was the one who created her character, he knew her best. No matter how you looked at it, she wouldn't back down here. There was no other way. Besides, from observing her actions just now, Jin Se-hyuk had always been an arrogant and reckless person, therefore provoking her would work. With that thought, Kim Ha-jin confidently took something shiny out of his pocket. His attitude enraged Jin Se-hyuk. She unleashed a torrent of curses. "Haha, didn't you say you were unarmed? Why are you taking that out? How hilarious. Come on, you bastard." Whatever she said, Kim Ha-jin still smirked, gathered the stigma's mana into the coin in his hand and activated an item effect. A pill appeared, and as the ginseng wine was converted and released as mana, it enhanced the mana's power. After drinking the pill, Kim Ha-jin threw the coin at her with all his might, and finally the random enhancement system activated. He didn't hesitate. With a determined expression, he shouted, 40. The coin hit Jin Se-hyuk right in the center of her forehead, and she flinched. Space and time seemed to slow down. The coin fell and rolled away. Jin Se-hyuk covered her forehead with her hand. She was silent. It was the calm before the storm. Suddenly the look in Jin Se-hyuk's eyes changed, and rage consumed her. "Damn it, that hurts." Kim Ha-jin's face turned pale, but he stood firm and calmed himself. "Just as I thought. I used all my strength, but I couldn't take her down right away, but that's fine. I also predicted Jin Se-hyuk's next move. She's overusing her mana and can't control it properly. Now that I've pushed her this far, that bastard." Suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed Jin Se-hyuk's wrist tightly. He gently chided her. "That's enough, let's go." At this, she cursed even more violently. "Where did you suddenly pop out from?" "Let go, I'm fine. I can still fight." But the man just said calmly, "You're not in your right mind, you can't even control your mana properly." Immediately after, he chopped her on the back of the neck. Jin Se-hyuk collapsed instantly, and the man supported her by the waist. Then the man looked at Kim Ha-jin and smiled brightly. "Haha, she's always such a troublemaker," he added. "Hey, have we met before?" Kim Ha-jin laughed awkwardly. Yes." Before leaving, he looked at Kim Ha-jin with a sharp gaze. Thanks to you, I won't let my guard down from now on." After finishing his words, the man left. Kim Ha-jin stammered, He's gone." Then he collapsed to the ground in terror and forced a few laughs. "Haha, Someone was looking down from the top of a building at the devastated landscape below. A man with black hair and golden eyes carrying the unconscious Jin Se-hyuk on his shoulder was thinking. That guy's name. He recalled the moment Kim Ha-jin confronted Jin Se-hyuk, thinking, with just a short conversation he perfectly analyzed Jin Se-hyuk's personality and mocked her. He even noticed that a shock to the head causes problems with her mana control. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly into a smile. It was a smile that revealed interest and curiosity. The man with black hair and golden eyes turned away and said to himself, "Interesting." Suddenly, a person who looked like a security guard asked, "Where are you going?" He looked at the boy and immediately recognized it was the blonde girl in disguise, so he called her by her real name, Jane. "Hello." "Long time no see, old man," the man with black hair and golden eyes replied. "Yes, it has been, he asked. "I see our little one isn't here." At those words, Jane frowned in displeasure. Jane said, "That kid would have died if I brought them here. The guildmaster can't beat you. I just came to see how you were doing today." But then she looked at Jin Se-hyuk and said, "Looks like you found a new kid." The man with black hair and golden eyes smiled gently and said, "She's my disciple, but for a disciple she's really special and she desperately wants to take my life." He said, but more importantly, after seeing through Jane's disguise he teased her, "Looks like you've gained some confidence now, or did you just stop being a coward?" She remained silent with a serious expression, not answering. After thinking for a moment, Jane retorted, "Weren't you the one who said that a person with someone to protect can't act recklessly? Even if I can't beat you, I can at least take the life of that unconscious kid over there." Strangely, he smiled upon hearing that threat. The man with black hair and golden eyes said nonchalantly, "That's true, well then I'll be on my way, it was nice seeing you again like this." Jane said, "Do you think you can just leave?" The new black existence discovered by the new guildmaster. "It's a wolf hired to take your life." She looked down and said, "The demonic beast is down there." The man with black hair and golden eyes said nonchalantly, "A demonic beast? You mean Fenrir, who swallowed even the king of the gods?" The man with black hair and golden eyes said, "If you want to recreate that legend you'll have to train hard." He turned away and said, "Because there's definitely a possibility." Below, Kim Ha-jin was still helping with the rescue, unaware that he was being watched. A moment later everything calmed down. The police and heroes arrested all the smugglers who had caused a disturbance at Drenland. The smugglers who caused a disturbance at Drenland failed in their negotiations with the authorities. News like that would probably come out tomorrow. He looked back at the novel's protagonist and thought, it seems Jin Se-hyuk wasn't caught and Chai Nyan was safely taken to the hospital. As for Kim Suho, Kim Ha-jin asked, "Did you drink it?" He replied, "Yeah thanks, I'll definitely repay you." Kim Ha-jin said immediately, "You don't have to." Then Kim Ha-jin asked, "So do you know that woman from before?" He said awkwardly, "I know her a little." Kim Ha-jin asked again, "Really?" Kim Suho fell silent, dejected. Hesitation showed on his face. Kim Suho turned and said, "Kim Ha-jin, the problem is..." Then he suddenly stopped. In the end he just said, "No, it's nothing." Kim Ha-jin exclaimed, "Are you serious?" He had no choice but to offer some helpless advice. "Whatever, I don't know what you're thinking, but don't put yourself down so much." Kim Suho laughed. "It's not that serious." Kim Ha-jin sighed tiredly, then reached out and ruffled Kim Suho's hair. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Kim Ha-jin didn't answer and just said his goodbyes. "I'm really leaving now," Kim Suho exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Kim Ha-jin ignored him, turned and walked away. He watched Kim Ha-jin's departing back and let out a sigh of relief. Kim Ha-jin thought that Kim Suho, he probably saw Jin Se-hyuk from another world here in person and is lost in thought. The sense of loss from losing his home, the loneliness. Kim Ha-jin thought numbly, "It must be a similar feeling to my own." But Kim Ha-jin thought, Kim Suho doesn't even hold out the hope of being able to return. That's why I can't just sit back and watch him suffer like that. Yu Yunha stood on the balcony, looking down at the lit-up city below, recalling Kim Ha-jin's words. "Then you don't have to say it." A deeply thoughtful expression was evident on her face. Yu Yunha muttered, "I couldn't say it in the end." Suddenly, Chai Nyan popped up and asked, "Couldn't say what?" Yu Yunha turned and said, "It's nothing. Are your injuries okay?" Chai Nyan replied, "Yeah, they said the first aid was done really well." "Of course it was. I drank a whole bottle of medicine." Chai Nyan suggested, "You should at least send Kim Ha-jin a text to say thanks, right?" Yu Yunha thought, Chai Nyan respects her grandfather. But Chai Nyan's grandfather Chai Juchin committed a crime on par with my father's. Yu Yunha thought blankly. He might have shown a kind side to his granddaughter, but that will only make Nyan feel a greater sense of betrayal. Watching the still innocent Chai Nyan, Yu Yunha hesitated. Should I tell Nyan about Kim Ha-jin's past right here? The person who murdered Kim Ha-jin's parents and erased the entire existence of his family from his life. Yu Yunha clenched her fists helplessly as she thought. And the person who made him grow up in extreme loneliness is the very grandfather she respects. As if she had made up her mind, she turned and called out to Chai Nyan. She turned around puzzled. "Yeah?" But Yu Yunha hesitated again and avoided her gaze. In the end, Yu Yunha said as she walked inside, "Good luck." Chai Nyan was bewildered. "How what?" she hurriedly asked again. "What are you talking about?" Yu Yunha shook her head. "I mean your text. You hesitate so much every time you send one." But after moving away for a moment, the atmosphere around her grew dark again. Yu Yunha suppressed her sadness so Chai Nyan wouldn't notice and said, "Just listen to me if you don't want to regret it later." The next morning in a building, Evandel held a chicken leg and shared it with the cat, saying, "Here, Haang. Let's each have one." Watching the harmonious scene, Kim Ha-jin thought with satisfaction, "They used to fight like crazy, it seems they've learned to share now." Then he looked back at the screen and thought, more importantly, "I earned quite a bit of SP from last night's incident. I guess it's time to create another setting I want. On the screen a system notification was displayed. You have obtained 433 SP. Luck has been activated, granting an additional 22 SP. Hajin was lost in thought. Now what should I do? I remember now. I came up with a few ideas before, he urged as he left. Evandel, play nicely. Uncle has to go do some work, the girl replied obediently. Okay, he rummaged through some documents to find it. Let's see, where is it? He found the page with the doping setting written on it and exclaimed, "Ah, here it is." Kim Hajin thought to himself, I figured I'd be doing a lot of doping in the future, so I came up with this idea. The ability to remember the effects of medicine or regenerate it in the body, Kim Hajin said, holding the book with one hand and typing on the keyboard with the other. If I'm going to do doping, I want the effects to be stronger and last longer. Then a notification popped up on the screen. Cost to save, 1000 SP. Seeing the expensive price, he grumbled. Kim Hajin said, as expected, a permanent stat increase is quite expensive, but it's worth it. After payment, the system announced. Setting has been saved. Luck has been activated, and the effects of pharmacological memory constitution have been enhanced overall. Pharmacological memory constitution. Memory. When you consume drugs with similar properties and effects, your body will remember a portion of the drug's effects depending on your luck stat. Regeneration. Fully remembered drugs can be automatically regenerated and secreted within the body depending on your luck stat. Adaptation enhancement. Depending on the level of regeneration and consumption, the drug's effects will gradually be enhanced in proportion to your luck stat. Seeing it, he exclaimed, "All right." Immediately after, Kim Hajin popped the pill Yu Yunha gave him into his mouth and said, "Let's give it a try then," the system announced. Strength, stamina, and magic power stats gradually increase from using the pill. Your body has remembered 4 of the wild ginseng's stat boosting effect. Kim Hajin licked his lips and muttered, 4. So if I eat about 25 roots of wild ginseng, my body can produce wild ginseng for free. He was delighted. This isn't bad. Suddenly an unpleasant pain washed over his body. Kim Hajin collapsed to the ground. He panted with a pale face, thinking, what is this? Suddenly, Kim Hajin rolled up his sleeve with a trembling hand, revealing the black and white mark on his wrist, and thought, the stigma. Kim Hajin thought wearily, I expected it to show up, but it's so painful every time. Evandel's innocent voice was heard. Uncle Kim Hajin, what's that sound? He suppressed his pain to maintain his composure. It's nothing, Uncle dropped something, Evandel replied without suspicion. Okay, the girl's voice echoed from outside the door. Let's go, Haang, let's not disturb Uncle Kim Hajin. He clutched his wrist tightly and thought, I can't scream. His consciousness faded from the excruciating pain, but Kim Hajin tried to think quietly. Evandel is in the living room, I can't make her worry. Kim Hajin shouted in surprise. When he came to his senses, the day had dawned and his whole body was drenched in a cold sweat. He pushed himself up, looked outside and said, it's already morning. I must have fainted yesterday. Looking again, Evandel was sleeping using his leg as a pillow. The girl muttered in her sleep, Kim Hajin, you'll catch a cold if you sleep on the floor like that. Seeing that, he smiled gently. I ended up making her worry after all. At a cafe called Karo, Kim Suho was gathered with his friends, but his face was focused on his text screen. Chai Nyan, who was next to him, sipped her drink, glanced at him, and then asked with a smile, Hey Kim Suho, that screen you were hiding yesterday, you were texting with Yun Sunga, weren't you? What were you two talking about? Kim Suho was flustered. It was just a joke, nothing serious. Shin Jonghek heard that and said, that's even weirder. A regular cadet texting a vice guildmaster personally. Kim Suho became even more awkward. Is that so? It's really not like that, Chai Nyan teased. Who are you talking about? Finally, Yu Yunha warned them. Be quiet and focus, Chai Nyan said leisurely. Hey, class is over for today. Let's just decide on a date for our trip. Yu Yunha heard that and agreed. We'll have to discuss that again. I have training with Eugene Hyuk until the end of March, so we need to set a date before then. Since we should strike while the iron is hot, how about next week? Kim Suho raised his hand and said, I can't next week. I have plans with Kim Hajin. Yu Yunha replied, really? Chai Nyan heard that and asked, full of interest and curiosity, what kind of plans? Actually, it's just that Kim Hajin texted. I found a dungeon. Want to go together? Was the text he sent. But Kim Suho didn't know how to explain this simple fact and just hesitated. He finally answered. We're going by car, Chai Nyan shouted as if she couldn't believe it even in her imagination. Going by car, Kim Suho answered again. Yeah, I've always wanted to ride a motorcycle. At that answer, Chai Nyan was at a loss for words. Yu Yunha said, you guys really stick together. We'll have to pick another day then. Kim Suho said, any other day is fine. While the three of them were talking, Chai Nyan quietly clenched her fists. As night fell, the soft moonlight illuminated a mystical forest. A foot in a black shoe stepped on the thick grass. Kim Hajin approached an old wooden house and asked himself, is this the meeting place? He called out softly, excuse me, is anyone here? No. Suddenly something appeared and blocked the light and Kim Hajin exclaimed in surprise, Then the form of a blue wolf leaped out from his chest. The wolf tore at the wing of a giant bat. Seeing the bat's blood-red eyes, Kim Hajin thought in horror. A nightmare bat, Kim Hajin thought. That really startled me. A grade 6 monster appearing, I would have been in big trouble if it weren't for the spirit wolf, Kim Hajin thought, unable to understand. But why did she want to meet in a place like this? Li Xiaopeng came out of the wooden house and called, Come here. A moment later, Li Xiaopeng's voice echoed from inside the wooden house. You're here. She sat with her legs crossed and asked, Is there a clause you're not happy with? On the screen was the message Kim Hajin had sent earlier. I'd like to negotiate, he said. The clauses seem fine. Hearing that, Li Xiaopeng was puzzled and asked, then is there a problem? The contract can be slightly modified, Kim Hajin said, but there's one important condition that shouldn't be written in the contract, she said. I'll go ahead. He was silent for a moment, then lowered his head. His hands resting on his knees were tightly clenched. Then Kim Hajin said, I need you to help me kill someone. She heard his words, but her expression didn't change and she remained cold. Kim Hajin thought, I've been looking into ways to kill Chai Jinyun on my own for a while, but I've concluded it's impossible. The VIP area is not a place anyone can enter. Especially Chai Jinyun's room, it's protected almost impenetrably. Even if I were to get in, Kim Hajin thought, my identity would be revealed, Kim Hajin thought with some worry. Besides, I've made a few friends without even realizing it. Thinking of Kim Suho and his group, Kim Hajin thought, even now I want to be by their side. Li Xiaopeng asked again, you want to kill someone? Kim Hajin took a file of documents from his pocket and handed it to her. Li Xiaopeng took it, opened it and frowned after reading the contents. Li Xiaopeng threw the file back and asked, why? The documents and photos from the file scattered on the floor. In one photo, a young Chai Nian was held in Chai Jinyun's arms. Their faces looked happy and joyful. Kim Hajin lowered his head and stared at the photo, then he lifted his head and said, I will kill him myself, you just need to create the opportunity, Li Xiaopeng said. But Kim Hajin sat with his hands clasped and thought to himself, I'm not asking her to get her hands dirty. In the first place, she had no intention of killing someone for me. Kim Hajin called out softly, boss. At those words a slight hint of surprise flickered across Li Xiaopeng's expressionless face. Kim Hajin thought to himself, today is the first time I've called her boss. Seo Yuhak shouted loudly, all final exams will be held inside the simulation tower. Kim Hajin stood among the students and thought, time flies, final exams, huh, interesting. Seo Yuhak explained from the podium, this is a real combat simulation used by guilds before they conquer a tower. Everyone treat this as a real battle. Kim Hajin thought to himself from below. Honestly, I don't know this part well. I only studied the first year's material diligently and just skimmed through the rest. It's too late to regret it now. Seo Yuhak instructed, the exam starts with everyone at the same starting point. Once inside, you will be automatically moved to different locations, so don't be alarmed. Kim Hajin entered a door of sea blue light. As soon as he entered, he was transported to another place. Seeing that it was all black around him, Kim Hajin thought, it's dark now, they'll turn on the lights when it starts, but it wouldn't hurt to look around a bit beforehand. Kim Hajin thought, let's see what's inside. The structure of the room came into his view after observing. Kim Hajin thought, it looked like a small house from the outside, but it's quite spacious inside. There's a passage on the right wall, Kim Hajin thought. Some kind of jamming device. Other than that, there's nothing particularly noteworthy. Suddenly, the room was filled with a blinding white light and Kim Hajin had to cover his eyes. Letters appeared before his eyes. 3 rules. 1. Cooperate with those in white clothes and climb the mountain. 2. Beware of traps. 3. Trust has weight. Kim Hajin saw it and commented, this is clearly designed to weed out the rankers. Kim Hajin thought to himself, I think Dejins have taken over about 30 of Cube by now. Then he shouted, ha! Kim Hajin approached, found the passage and exclaimed, oh, there's a bridge in the hallway. Kim Hajin stepped onto the bridge and muttered, it looks like a trap, but there's no other way, let's go. Suddenly, something flew towards Kim Hajin. He immediately leaned back to dodge it. What had been aimed at him were 3 sharp white arrows. Kim Hajin quickly reached out, grabbed the arrow shafts and threw them. 2 arrows hit the wall, causing a small explosion. Seeing the device destroyed, Kim Hajin dusted off his hands and chuckled. He said, this is nothing compared to Rachel's sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a small sound came from under his feet, and the bridge split in 2, leaving Kim Hajin suspended in midair. He was still bewildered and shouted, Gah! Kim Hajin fell straight down and only his loud scream echoed through the pure white room. Ah! Kim Hajin fell down the dark pit, screaming his lungs out. After some time he landed with a thud. Kim Hajin rubbed his sore bottom and complained, ouch, is this the real start? Oh, in front of him were Chai Nian and Rachel Elizabeth. They were in the same predicament, and when they saw him they were delighted and shouted, Kim Hajin. Only then did they notice each other. Immediately, Chai Nian and Rachel Elizabeth were surprised and put some distance between them. Chai Nian said in a fluster, look, we're on the same team. Rachel Elizabeth also hesitated. Yeah, I wonder if there are any other people here. Kim Hajin thought wearily. Why did it have to be you two? Kim Hajin asked. What's with this team? Was it random? Rachel Elizabeth said. Did you also attack from the direction the arrows came from? I saw it as I was falling. That crossbow was white. Chai Nian was startled and shouted, ah, the 3 commanders. Chai Nian asked, what? Why are you talking about that now? Rachel Elizabeth explained. I was just curious. Kim Hajin looked around and thought, what can I see from here? He used his skill to see small blue goblins in the distance. Kim Hajin thought, goblins, an elite unit in any army. With Chai Nian and Rachel Elizabeth together, it shouldn't be a problem, but seeing the 2 of them talking, Kim Hajin thought, then he didn't hesitate and left first, saying, I'm going first. Chai Nian shouted, what? Hey, where are you going on your own? Chai Nian chased after him with her sword and complained. Seriously, Chai Nian warned. Hey, that's a cliff, but Kim Hajin didn't care and jumped off. Chai Nian and Rachel Elizabeth stared at him in a daze and shouted loudly, Kim Hajin, but the 2 of them also followed him down, cutting down goblins. Kim Hajin thought, this is a dungeon that tests teamwork, so you 2 have to cooperate. Chai Nian held her sword and instructed, hey sharpshooter, you should be in the back. Kim Hajin explained, I didn't know there would be this many. Chai Nian shouted angrily, get back right now, you slacker. All right, inwardly he thought proudly, good, mission accomplished, too easy. Kim Hajin jumped onto a high tree branch. He observed the battle situation of Chai Nyan and Rachel Elizabeth from above. Chai Nyan fought powerfully and boldly, cutting down all the goblins with a single swing of her sword. On the other hand, Rachel Elizabeth was cunning and precise, thrusting her sword forward while not forgetting to defend her back. Kim Hajin held his gun and thought, "Those two have better teamwork than I thought," he thought. "Anyway, they're really good battle partners. Should I provide support from here? It's still a test, so I should do my part." A strange goblin came into his view. Focusing, he saw it had a wooden staff and a red cloak. Kim Hajin thought to himself, "Oh, that one's the boss," he shouted. "Confirm." The number appeared before his eyes, and seeing it he said, 40 isn't bad." Suddenly, Rachel Elizabeth shouted, "Chai Nyan," and Kim Hajin was startled, turning his gaze to the battlefield. A goblin with a greatsword was swinging it down at Chai Nyan's back. Kim Hajin blamed himself and thought, "Damn it, I was too careless." Kim Hajin fired a single bullet that pierced the goblin's head, and at the same time Rachel Elizabeth ran and pushed Chai Nyan to dodge the attack. The goblin with a hole in its head took its last breath in an instant. Chai Nyan and Elizabeth slid a long way on the ground. Chai Nyan grumbled. "You scared me," Rachel Elizabeth asked. "Are you okay?" she answered. "Yeah, I'm fine." Then the two realized they were too close and were stunned. Chai Nyan hesitated. "I don't need your help. I want to focus on my own fight too. I can do it on my own." Kim Hajin teased from the tree. "Yeah, could have done it on your own," Chai Nyan snapped. "What did you say? Go support Rachel, you sharpshooter." Kim Hajin thought to himself, "She's not wrong." Chai Nyan sulked and looked up at Kim Hajin. Then she turned and walked away, saying, "Whatever, let's keep going." Kim Hajin thought, puzzled. "What's that? Why is she suddenly so angry?" The ground was littered with the bodies of goblins. Kim Hajin complained, "These things, no matter how many you kill, there's no end. It feels like there are more monsters than in any other test." Suddenly, with a strange sound, a huge shadow blocked the light, and Kim Hajin exclaimed in surprise, "What's that sound?" Looking back, there was a giant ogre as big as a skyscraper. Chai Nyan said, "I really can't believe it." Kim Hajin quickly instructed, "Calm down, just do what you always do. I'll cover you so you two take care of it." Chai Nyan asked, "Are you going to be okay with just that small handgun?" Kim Hajin replied, "It's fine." Kim Hajin said, "What's there to worry about when you're here?" Inwardly he thought, "To be honest, I'm the one getting carried here." Chai Nyan said, embarrassed. "Yeah, okay," she exclaimed excitedly. "Princess, let's go." Rachel Elizabeth followed, saying, "I'm coming." The two charged towards the giant ogre. They moved without rest, continuously cutting at the monster's body. But the monster, as if it was nothing, swung its wooden club down, splitting the ground. Rachel Elizabeth took that opportunity to run in and thrust her sword forward. Unfortunately, the monster turned its body to dodge and her attack missed. The monster roared in annoyance, then reached out and snatched Rachel Elizabeth. Chai Nyan called from below, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Seriously, this princess," Rachel Elizabeth answered, trembling. "Wait, this thing's grip is..." Kim Hajin shouted. Rachel Elizabeth. He was standing on a nearby rock. Kim Hajin shouted, "Tie up its feet for a moment." Kim Hajin ran around looking for a spot. "Damn it, I don't have an angle, it's too big, so shooting from below won't work." Chai Nyan stared blankly up from below. She saw Kim Hajin hurriedly looking for a place to shoot, and she also saw Rachel Elizabeth tightly gripped by the monster. Chai Nyan's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. "What's happened to me? Since a while ago everything is..." Suddenly, Kim Hajin shouted, "Chai Nyan," he yelled. "What are you doing? Focus." Chai Nyan was silent, then she raised her sword and ran out. Kim Hajin saw that and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Chai Nyan used a tree trunk as a foothold and leapt high. She tilted her body in the air, taking a downward striking pose, and a brilliant, powerful turquoise energy erupted from her sword blade. The dazzling blue light forced Kim Hajin to cover his eyes. Chai Nyan resolutely swung her sword down. The blade, made of blue energy, smoothly cut through the monster's body. The monster's hand went limp and Rachel Elizabeth fell. Chai Nyan floated in the air and looked back with a strange expression filled with sadness. Kim Hajin saw that and thought, puzzled, "What? Why is she making that face?" In despair, someone's calling voice was heard. Kim Hajin. Suddenly a fist hit him squarely in the chest and he woke up with a start. Nyan retracted her fist and he curled up, trembling and clutching his stomach. She tried to explain, "Oh, what are you doing?" "Oh, sorry, you weren't waking up, so I thought you were dead." Hearing that, he also lifted his head, lost his composure, and his face turned pale as he shouted, "Who's dying, ha?" Then Hajin sat up, regained his composure and wondered, "Was I unconscious?" She sat next to him and confirmed, "Yeah, you idiot. I think you fainted from the flash." Only now did he remember the fight with the monster. "Oh, so that's what happened. How long has it been?" Nyan scratched her face, trying to remember. "About 30 minutes. Hajin was even more surprised. "What?" His face was filled with worry and doubt as he looked at her. You guys should have gone on ahead. You didn't have to wait for me. It's eating away at your stigma." She hesitated slightly and explained to him, "The person who's always talking about teamwork, why are you like this now?" "Well, it's partly my fault too." Then Hajin remembered someone else. "What? Then where's Rachel?" At this, she also hesitated and lowered her head. She looked at him and added an explanation. "She went to scout. We have to save time. I stayed here and guarded you." Hearing that, he also looked around. "Then we'll have to wait until she comes back over here." Nyan was puzzled. "Do you like that princess that much?" He frowned and looked back. "Yeah." She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, looking slightly embarrassed, and looked away. "You've been talking about Rachel the whole time. You think you two are the only members of this team?" Seeing that, Hajin also felt blank. Considering those two are rivals, I guess I was a bit thoughtless." Still, then he tried to explain, "That's because I don't need to worry about you that much." Nyan snapped and shouted. What? She was so angry she gritted her teeth and eventually her face turned red and she looked at him with teary eyes. What do you mean you can't be friends with me? Are you going to stop caring about me now over here? He was flustered, backed away and waved his hands. How what nonsense is this? I think you misunderstood. That's not what I meant, he pleaded. I meant you're so strong that I don't need to worry about you. Nyan sat there, slightly surprised. Realizing she had misunderstood, she also blushed and frowned looking at him. This time Hajin struggled to wave his hands with a cold sweat on his face and explained awkwardly. I'm sorry if I made you angry by only caring about Rachel, but I wasn't saying I'd stop caring. After saying that, he looked back at the tent and added, it means Rachel is still learning a new fighting style. I can help her train a bit, but it's not very good. Nyan was even more confused. Training. Only then did she understand everything, pressing her lips together firmly and thinking, so that's why those two were sticking together all the time. Then she approached, tapped him on the shoulder and teased him. So you're admitting that I'm stronger than that princess, right? He answered vaguely. Maybe. Inwardly he thought that Rachel still couldn't handle spirits well over here. She was so happy she muttered something. Of course, even if I picked up the sword late, at least I'm better than a pampered princess like that. Hajin also smiled and agreed. Right, what I said before was just a joke. Her face grew even redder as she stared at him. Finally she made up her mind and looked at him. At her words he was also a little flustered and looked at her. So you weren't avoiding me because you hated me, were you? His face was full of surprise. What? Hey, over there, she pouted and looked at him as if she were hurt. Then he remembered her childhood family photo. I made a mistake, and he also looked at her and sincerely asserted, it's not because I hate you. Why would I hate you? Hajin thought to himself, it's not a lie. I have a bond with everyone. But anything more than that? Then he changed the subject. Chai Nyan, how's your brother these days? She was sitting quietly beside him, then finally looked at him in surprise. HMPH, she asked suspiciously. What, are you worried because his name came up? Hajin denied it. I was just curious. Then she also confessed seriously. I heard your expression was really bad when you were at the hospital last time. I heard it from you, Yunha. She said it was because you were worried, right? He turned his head, unable to answer, feeling a little guilty. Hajin recalled a memory that still remained in his heart. Nyan's answer still lingered. My brother is the same as before. It's good that there's a little bit of hope. Still, I feel like he'll definitely wake up. There was another thought in his mind. Actually, I wanted to ask that question in a different way. How would you feel if he were murdered by someone right now? He thought again about when he had killed people with a gun. Then he calmly passed over everything. It's okay as long as you're okay. Seeing Hajin worry about her, Nyan was also a little flustered. What? You're the one who brought him up? The space became quiet and she looked at him silently. Then Nyan looked up at the sky again and confessed. You know, I decided to go back to my master's camp this winter. He also looked up at the leaves and replied, 3 months of harsh training, that's good. The sunlight poured down on the two from above. She approached him and muttered, let's all go on a trip before I go. I'm basically losing my winter break because I have to go back to the camp and I want to go with you too. Hearing that, Hajin's eyes widened in slight surprise. In the end he refused. No, she couldn't understand. Why? He explained. I can't, I'm busy. Suddenly he stood up and changed the subject. It's time for her to come back now. She also looked up helplessly. But Nyan grabbed his wrist, then shot to her feet and looked at him resolutely. But why? What are you so busy with? I'll schedule it to match yours. Just tell me when you're free. Hajin also looked at her in surprise. What, is she complaining to me again? But I heard you have time to play with Kim Suho. I like motorcycles more than that guy. Hajin narrowed his eyes in bewilderment at those words. Why bring that up all of a sudden? A sudden shout cut him off. Rachel came running with a smile. Her face was bright. You're awake? Are you okay? He looked back at her. Down below, Nyan was still holding his arm. She's back. Yeah, I'm fine then, she reported. Good. There's a stone statue that looks like a door near here. I think we can use it to go to another area. Hearing that, he also agreed and tried to run, but Nyan's arm was still gripping his wrist tightly. Okay, let's go. Her expression was resolute as she looked at him. Seeing that, Hajin also looked at her, troubled and helpless. Then he shook off her hand. All right? She couldn't understand. Yeah, finally, Hajin turned and left, and she, who was sitting on the floor, paused. I'll think about it. Hearing that, Nyan's eyes also sparkled at him, and her mouth formed a smile full of anticipation. Then she also got up and ran towards them. A moment later, the party stood before a cliff. They looked up and observed. He placed his hand on the cliff and said, I think there's someone here, but I can't see them well. Is there some kind of device? Then Hajin turned to Rachel. Rachel, can you summon a spirit? She looked at him, flustered and suspicious. My spirit? Hajin still calmly pointed at the cliff from behind. Nyan looked at the two of them with an uncomprehending expression. We should check the door one more time. A spirit. A spirit's senses are inferior to a human's, but it can scan a wide area with emotion. Hearing that, she also touched the string on her wrist and confirmed, all right, I'll give it a try. A moment later, the spirit's power spread out. She sensed the shape of a cave on the cliff. Small round objects moved. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. She said, I feel killing intent. Nyan also looked around warily. Oh, his face was serious. I knew it. All three of them became vigilant and drew their weapons. She approached and reminded them. There's someone behind the door. We have to be very careful going in. Then the cave shook. Hajin saw that and thought to himself, seeing as she felt killing intent, it's probably not a proctor. At this rate, they would have revealed themselves by now. The three entered calmly and cautiously. Hearing a voice, he frowned. Lancaster. As Nyan looked up, her vision gradually darkened. A cloaked figure was looking down at them. Whatever. He was standing in the space at the top of the cave observing them. The figure in the black cloak smiled cunningly. A bothersome enough existence to advance the plot, then he shouted in excitement. Welcome, apprentices. From above, Hucro looked down at them arrogantly. An evil red aura emanated from his surroundings. I am the proctor of the final stage, Hucro. At his side, Rachel stared at him and clenched her fists. To emit such terrifying killing intent while calling yourself a proctor. He was still insistent. Of course you won't believe me. A moment later, red energy orbs were quickly summoned. Inside were all his clones. Hucro floated in the air and looked at them triumphantly. Then face me yourselves. Seeing that, she was also a little flustered. Clones, over here. Nyan looked at them and reminded them. The clones are much weaker, so focus on attacking the main body. Let's go. Kim Ha-jin saw that and looked at her. He was a little worried. Will you be okay? She smiled and asserted confidently. Of course, you were the one who said that first. Then Ha-jin looked at her resolutely. I trust you. Then he also quickly climbed the wall and left. From above, Hucro saw that and smiled triumphantly in his direction. Numerous swords appeared around him. Hide and seek should be quite fun. The sharp swords quickly flew at Ha-jin's back. Nyan rushed in and blocked the attack with her sword. A moment later, she turned her head again and shouted at him. I'll take care of the clones, you find the main body. Can you use something like a spirit? From behind, Rachel also received the order. I'll give it a try. The attacks from his clones poured down from all sides without rest. Rachel charged toward him to find the main body. The lights of the spirits circled around her, and only then did she realize it. Rachel resolutely swung her sword at him. He raised his hand to block, and the circle in the space was also cut and shattered. Hucro laughed even more heartily and praised them. Haha, your instincts are quite sharp, princess. I didn't expect the princess to have grown this much. Over here, she also noticed his arm. His foot was planted on a rock. That's symbol. You are, she asserted. He still grinned triumphantly, baring his teeth. One of the Black Moon Death Squad. Then she charged at him again, attacking frantically. Who ordered it? From above, Ha-jin held his gun, baffled. Black Moon Death Squad, I've heard that name somewhere. Suddenly he remembered something. He finally remembered the symbol of a wine glass holding the moon. They were one of the secret organizations related to the Chameleon Troop. From before, the Chameleon Troop had maintained relationships with various groups and organizations. The Violet Banquet was a relationship, but it was closer to a transaction, and it wasn't uncommon for the other party not to know they were dealing with the Chameleon Troop. The Black Moon Death Squad was one such group. Having thought this far, Ha-jin also looked down at Hucro approaching Rachel, baffled. But these guys only operate in the lawless zone. Why are they in a cube exam site? He smiled and reached his hand toward her. To think the princess recognizes us. A red orb was quickly created. He muttered, it seems our reputation is quite good. Seeing it from above, he also tensed up, his eyes wide. What a magic tool, that flow of mana is familiar. Then he recalled when he was sucked in and was startled. Finally he gritted his teeth, raised his gun and pulled the trigger. He aimed straight for his arm, but he blocked Ha-jin's bullet with a sword as the orb was about to form. Hucro laughed heartily. She was horrified to see the black shadow above her head. He shouted to remind her, Rachel, dodge it. That's a transportation item. A moment later the giant orb opened its mouth and swallowed Rachel. Someone leapt up from behind. Nyan held Rachel and fled, dodging his attack. Her face was full of worry as she shouted at him. Who is that guy? Do you know him? What is he trying to do? At her side, she also calmly explained. Nyan, they're an organization from the lawless zone. They must have been provoked by something. From above he shouted at them. Chai, Nyan, take Rachel and get out of here right now. Nyan looked up at Ha-jin worriedly. What are you going to do? Ha-jin's hand grabbed a yellow string. He judged that the magic item would only transport them nearby. So now. Hucro held the orb and laughed heartily, not noticing that his foot was tied to him. Just a weak girl who needs help in the end. He looked down at his foot. A moment later as he was dragged toward him, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Hucro's body was attached to him. I have to take that from him. Then he threw him straight into the wall inside the cave. His hands kept moving the string, swinging him around. He was battered and fell to the floor. He approached and stood before him. Then Ha-jin resolutely raised his gun and reminded him, Stop, my magic power is still wrapped around your body. He replayed the incident in his mind. This guy is definitely targeting Rachel. I don't know their real intention, but the leader of the Black Moon Death Squad is also British. So there was probably a deal with Lancaster. Ha-jin's face was filled with composure as he asked, Who sent you? He nonchalantly looked at him, smiled and reminded him, What do you think you can do with a gun meant for apprentices? Hearing that, he also got angry, glared at him, and gritted his teeth. Is this why you participated in the exam? The symbol of an eye shone on Ha-jin's hand. He added, Including my equipment, then I'll pay you back properly. Then a gun was summoned to him, and a moment later when the muzzle was aimed straight at Hucro's head he was also startled. Ha-jin's face was cold as he looked at him and threatened, Do you feel like opening your mouth now? Then Hucro looked at him a little suspiciously. Are you really just an ordinary apprentice, kid? He cut him off. That's none of your business. Hucro looked around triumphantly and smiled. My, what a foolish mistake. Over here Ha-jin still threatened him. One more trick and you're dead. Speak. The space was still quiet and he sat without saying a word. Seeing that, he also became impatient. What if this guy keeps his mouth shut? Damn it, if only I had written in more detail about what happens in the exam. Suddenly a shout was heard from behind and Ha-jin's eyes widened in surprise. Kim Ha-jin, the transportation orb enveloped him. He held it in his palm. Ha-jin saw it, couldn't react, and was enveloped. Damn it, that guy was enveloped too. He smiled triumphantly. The two people standing to the side also watched in a fluster. The circle quickly swallowed Hajin and Hyukro, accompanied by an evil aura. Nyan blocked in front of herself and gritted her teeth with difficulty. Finally, the black shadow gradually disappeared, leaving only a single point of light. The two girls watched in horror. Inside the cave, the spot where the two had been was empty. Nyan's face was filled with worry, and only then did she regain her composure. Inside the cave, her worried shout echoed. Kim Hajin, a ray of light tore through the darkness. Kim Hajin covered his head with his hands just in case. The good news was that he was safe, and the bad news was that he had been transported to an empty space. Kim Hajin quickly looked around. Where is this? He let out a sigh of relief. It seems I wasn't dragged outside the tower. Suddenly, something flew at a very high speed, and his instincts told him to avoid the danger. After steadying himself, Kim Hajin looked at it closely. It was a sword emitting a red aura, and it returned to its master. That guy again, why is he so persistent? The man in the black cloak clicked his tongue. Hyukro made a disgusted face. I only intended to take the princess, but you interfered. I don't know who you are, and I don't care what you do. He sneered and warned him. Swords floated around him. But get out of my sight. A hint of wariness appeared in Kim Hajin's eyes. He wasn't sure if he could win against that many swords. He had a total of 17 daggers. He seemed to be controlling them remotely with magic power, and seeing how Rachel struggled against him, he would be at least an intermediate level threat. The magic artifact used for transportation is always very valuable. But if Lancaster is really behind this guy must be in a desperate situation. Thinking that, Kim Hajin let out a long sigh. He reassured himself, well, this might be better. It would have been difficult if Rachel had to fight this guy using her spirits. With the stigma in my hand I can beat him. Nevertheless, at the uncertain possibility, he gulped nervously. He resolutely activated the drug-stimulated body regeneration ability, and every muscle in his body felt full. Soon, Kim Hajin's gaze became much more confident. Physical enhancement has been applied. He felt the abundant energy inside his body. So this is the result of drinking all those drugs. I didn't think I'd use it so soon. Seeing that he had finished preparing, Hyukro waved his hand and shouted, then let's begin. Kim Hajin quickly placed his hand on the gun at his side. He drew the gun and used a skill. A series of explosions echoed inside the cave. The bullets grazed past, hitting only a few swords. Hyukro scoffed. Ha, I thought you were something special. Is this all you've got? Up to the sword that parried the final bullet. Kim Hajin's expression seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly the sound of something cutting through the wind was heard very close by. Only then did he protect his body because he had lost his guard. A piercing pain covered his entire body. With some mysterious ability, Kim Hajin avoided the fatal blow. His expression was flustered. Ha, what? A strange feeling spread in his heart. The dagger's trajectory is flying towards me, but how did I know right away that it would change direction? Was it because I used bullet time to run through the sword's path? No, bullet time only lets you move at super high speed. It doesn't let you predict something that has no signs of changing. The sword grazed past him precariously once again. Kim Hajin suddenly realized it. I see. In an instant he analyzed the guy's fighting style. He throws the sword with magic power and then uses magic power again midway to adjust its trajectory. This belongs to the realm of ranged attacks. He stopped his feet. And my gift is the ultimate sharpshooter, the pinnacle of all ranged attacks. Kim Hajin fired his gun again, simultaneously mapping the bullet's trajectory. If I have to face a ranged attack, I can predict its trajectory. Of course, the bullet was immediately blocked. Kim Hajin racked his brain. But just because I can predict it doesn't mean I can necessarily dodge it. Bullet time only lasts for 3 minutes, and with that many, my stamina will run out first. He considered his current abilities. Until now, I didn't have enough stigma to create matter with it, but with the 3 stigmas I have now, it might be possible. He assessed the situation. The bastard always blocks my bullets with the sword circling around him, and from my current position it's hard to get close with ether. Since he's experienced an ether attack before, he'll definitely be on guard. Kim Hajin made a bold decision. A brilliant light then shot out from his wrist, forcing Hyukro to shield his eyes. Just once is all I need. Space twisted and warped heavily and silently. As a result, Kim Hajin disappeared from the spot. Hyukro quickly noticed. Where did he go? He had teleported right behind Hyukro. Just once, if I can just get behind him. As if sensing something, Hyukro whipped around. He hasn't figured out the situation yet. Hyukro quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. No matter how much you shoot. Hyukro waved his hand, controlling the swords. I just have to knock those bullets away. But Kim Hajin had an unreadable smile. He saw the swords gather together to block a single bullet and shouted, "There's an opening." Kim Hajin could now confidently show off his individuality. Alright, go now, Soul Wolf. The Soul Wolf shot out from his chest and bit Hyukro. The moment the wolf lunged at Hyukro, he couldn't react in time, and soon his pained scream echoed. A moment later, Kim Hajin, having regained his composure, called the wolf, "Come back." The wolf entered his chest. After a fierce struggle, he was exhausted. Unable to contain his anger, he kicked Hyukro. "You bastard." Kim Hajin coldly aimed the muzzle at his head. "Are you really not going to talk?" Hyukro gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut to the end. His voice was resolute. "Alright then, take this. I'm sick of wasting time with you. It might not hurt much if I'm gentle." Hearing that, his complexion changed. "Wait." Just then, music echoed throughout the entire dungeon. Kim Hajin looked up bewildered. An academy announcement. It has been 1 hour since a cadet completed the tower conquest. The official exam will now end and all cadets will be summoned from the tower shortly, he shouted in surprise. What? We repeat, all cadets will. Kim Hajin was in shock. What? Hukro, who had been on the verge of death, had a look of joy spread across his face. Kim Hajin's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. There really are people luckier than me, he thought to himself. His name was Hukro, wasn't it? If he keeps showing up, we'll definitely meet again. I'll take care of him for sure then. But for now he had no choice but to report this to the boss. In an instant he was back in the central hall. Around him were cadets who looked tired and haggard. Kim Hajin looked even more exhausted than them. He was disappointed. What a waste. I only needed to fire 1 shot. Suddenly an urgent cry of his name echoed. Hey Kim Hajin, Chai Nyan was running over in a hurry. Are you okay? Kim Hajin answered. Oh Chai Nyan, are you okay? She immediately grabbed his face. What happened to your face? You look worse than before. Are you really okay? I'm here, so I must be okay. Nevertheless, she rushed off. You don't look okay at all. I'll go get a recovery potion, so wait here. Watching her back as she dashed away, Kim Hajin didn't even have a chance to refuse. I really don't need it. Kim Hajin's smartwatch suddenly rang. It was a message from the boss. We had a team meeting about your request. Kim Hajin hurriedly hid in a corner. Of all the times to contact me, the result was 5 in favor, 5 against. His face became complicated. Even for the chameleon troop, killing someone like Chai Jinyun must not be an easy task, but those 5 added a word. I haven't made my decision yet. He stared blankly at the message for a moment. Newbie, you've already buried many people. Of course, it was for missions and most of them deserved to die, but this time you said you wanted to handle it yourself. She was very worried about his mental health. Whatever the reason, if you do as you wish, it will leave a scar on your heart. Then Chai Nyan's worried face came to his mind. Can you handle it? The next message appeared. We'll talk separately later. Kim Hajin ruffled his hair and smiled helplessly. It makes even the powerful chameleon troop hesitate. This makes me hesitate too. A faint sobbing sound was heard. Did I mishear? He followed the sound of crying down the hallway. It was another familiar face. Rachel? She suddenly lifted her head. Hajin, he asked blankly. Thank goodness you're safe. The man across from her grumbled. What is it? Hey, don't make such a fuss. Rachel, overwhelmed with emotion, said loudly. Excuse me, but there was an intruder in the exam site. He wasn't an ordinary agent. The security guard didn't seem to care, looking annoyed. I told you earlier. This isn't England. He looked at the tablet in his hand. All the cadets are safe and we've confirmed the head count. Rachel couldn't hold back her anger and spat out, idiot. Kim Hajin stopped her. It's okay, you can tell your homeroom teacher later. Tears welled up in her eyes, but his gaze remained firmly on her for a long time. She lowered her head, her expression unreadable, and finally asked in a trembling voice, What happened with that Black Moon Death Squad guy? Kim Hajin answered nonchalantly. I won. At these words, Rachel's eyes widened. Really? How? He lied smoothly without batting an eye. I tore him to shreds. He used his stigma and wolf, but it was useless. Hearing that, Rachel let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Her relieved smile left him momentarily dazed. This incident passed quietly, and everyone focused on their ability training again. Somewhere the corpse of a giant serpent lay fallen. Kim Suho shouted excitedly. It's over. The person with him was still Kim Hajin. The two checked the rewards from the monster. A system notification rang. Your understanding of the holy law has increased. A new skill has been unlocked, magic engraving. Magic engraving allows you to engrave magic onto the holy law. You can engrave up to 2 spells and the mana cost will be halved when activated. Kim Hajin mulled over the effect options he had gained from the battle with Hukro. I kept putting it off and the notifications have piled up. Should I use the teleportation I used last time? As he picked and chose, he felt it was a waste to let go of any of them. He fiddled with the gun in his hand and sighed. I'm tired. Kim Suho was back to his energetic self. But isn't the fun of dungeons facing a boss with a pattern you've never seen before? Kim Hajin said in a dissatisfied voice. Stop talking nonsense, you damn genius, he grumbled, blaming Kim Suho. How could you call us going to a dungeon a drive? Kim Suho, I just thought it would sound too dangerous if I said we were going to a dungeon. Kim Hajin cut him off sternly. Stop that joke. Thanks to you, everyone's asking me if I'm dating you. As they were talking, Kim Suho's smartwatch rang. His voice was brighter than usual. Just a second. I need to reply to a text. Kim Hajin guessed. It's Yun Sunga, isn't it? Kim Suho was startled and his eyes darted around. What are you talking about? She's our senior. He had a knowing look on his face. Oh, so you're not denying it? Kim Suho was flustered and stammered. No, it's not what you think. Why would Senior Sunga be interested in me? Hearing this made him angry. This guy could live off his face for 30 years. Kim Suho sat in front of him. More importantly, Hajin, are you really not going to hang out with us? Kim Hajin looked at him with a bored expression. I told you, I'm not going. Look, you're changing the subject again. Do you like going out that much? His eyes sparkled pitifully. He held out a pot. Why, I'll give you this. We got it from the village last time, how about it? Kim Hajin seemed to be blinded by the light. It's one of the random items I created. That damn co-author always leaves things like this. This item was the magic item pot of greed. A pot filled with desire, and when you put something in it, the desire inside seems to randomly attach to it. He was slightly swayed but couldn't decide right away. To be honest, I want it too. This is a god-tier item for me. Kim Suho spoke again. If I go, I won't be able to see you for almost 3 months, he smiled brightly. But if we're together, at least for those 3 months, I'll be less lonely. Suspicion clouded his eyes. Why do you say you won't see me? You're being weird. But Kim Suho answered innocently. And it's a good opportunity to get closer to Nyan. Kim Hajin caught the keyword in his words. Too, he caught on excitedly. So you're trying to get with someone too? Kim Suho hurriedly denied it. No, I was just saying whatever, seeing his embarrassed state. He wanted to tease him more. It's a misunderstanding. Kim Suho didn't notice the faint sadness in Kim Hajin's smile. Afterwards he slightly regretted it. I shouldn't have changed the subject back then. A van sped down the highway. Kim Hajin sat in the car with the other cadets. He was focused on the tablet in his hand. Chai Nyan, sitting to his left, was dozing off. Kim Hajin suddenly felt her head lean against his shoulder. He glanced at her brown hair. Is she asleep? Kim Hajin didn't wake her. He looked out the window. The scenery outside was desolate and lifeless. In the bone-chilling winter cold, I set out with everyone. Before long the car stopped in a city. After a good nap, Chai Nyan was clear-headed and very excited. Guys, this way. They stood under a high-class hotel. It wasn't easy to book this place. Let's all unpack and meet here. Kim Suho was excited too. What should we do first? Chai Nyan had already planned ahead. First, bowling, jet skiing, swimming, spa, and boss games. Yi Younghan pouted and complained. It's not like we're joining the army. Why is the schedule so packed? No one accepted his opinion. Are you complaining about that? Yu Yunha said. Nyan seems unusually cheerful today. She hummed. You think so? Her gaze was directed towards the two men over there. Her eyes only saw one person. Really? After finishing the packed daily schedule, a barbecue party was held on the rooftop. Chai Nyan approached with a flustered voice. Hajin, what should I do about this? Kim Hajin, who was concentrating on grilling the meat, lifted his head. What now? She held up a piece of burnt meat. This, he said, annoyed. What can you do? Just throw it away. He shooed her away as if he really couldn't help it. I'll grill, so please go do something else. Unfortunately, she still stood her ground. No, her eyes were filled with a desire to learn. Tell me your secret. How do you grill meat so deliciously? Kim Hajin said coldly, beating around the bush. First, no one should be bothering you. Chai Nyan understood his intention and immediately punched him on the shoulder. You cheeky little brat, he added. And this is something you don't need to know. Chai Nyan giggled. Then Yi Younghan narrowed his eyes and smiled playfully. Oh my, what's this? What are you two doing here? Chai Nyan shouted. Shut up. He didn't stop teasing. Oh my, so scary. No one noticed that Shin Jonghak's burning eyes, full of killing intent, were directed at Kim Hajin. Then someone asked excitedly, do you really have to be there? No, he said he'd grill everything. Chai Nyan cleared her throat. Hey, don't you guys feel bad leaving him to grill alone? Yu Yunha saw through her true intentions. Weren't you there for a different reason? Kim Suho laughed with amusement and said, I agree, you two look pretty good together. Chai Nyan shouted in embarrassment. You shut up too. She cleared her throat to hide her mistake. Then she feigned a cough and reminded them. Hey, don't get any weird ideas. Before she could finish her sentence, a piece of grilled meat was put in her mouth. What is this? He looked at her like she was an idiot. What do you mean, what is it? It's meat. It's all cooked. It's all cooked. Chai Nyan nodded and he instructed. Then put it on the plates. He brought the 2 plates full of meat to his hungry friends. Here, eat up. Oh nice. The voices of the people suddenly became lively. Hey Suho, let's have another pizza after we finish. Okay. Whoever loses has to jump into the sea, Yu Yunha suggested. Won't you get tired of just eating meat? Should we make ramen? Of course not. Who gets tired of this? Let's start. 6 glasses clinked together. Cheers. Kim Hajin took a sip and felt a little disappointed. It's a shame it's not soju. The lights illuminated the coast, creating a sparkling sea, which combined with the star-filled night sky to create a dreamlike scene. Chai Nyan, sitting next to him, suddenly nudged him with her elbow. She smiled brightly. See, I told you, didn't I? It'd be fun if you came here. His expression was the same as usual. Well, it's not boring, but Chai Nyan was persistent. Admit it, you're having fun right now. Chai Nyan smiled and scrutinized his side profile. Suddenly, she brought up a story. Hey, I bought a large motorcycle. Kim Hajin spat out the water he was drinking and looked at her. What? She made a V sign with an innocent expression. I parked it in the parking lot. Kim Hajin had a truly unbelievable expression. Really? Do you even have a license? Chai Nyan nodded confidently. I do, but I'm still a beginner. She made one more suggestion. Want to go for a ride? He refused, looking troubled. Aren't you afraid for your life? If you're so worried, you can give me a ride. Under the star-filled night sky and the familiar sound of the waves, Kim Hajin faintly looked into the distance. And these people by his side have now become indispensable. To be at the center of it all, a bittersweet yet familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Kim Hajin felt an emotion rising from within him. An emotion he thought he would never feel again in this world. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle breeze caressing his cheek. How nice it would be if all of this could stay this way for just a little longer, he thought. After playing to their heart's content, the group returned to their rooms and played cards. Suddenly, Chai Nyan's smartwatch rang. She had no choice but to stand up. I need to take this call. You're popular. Come back quickly. She hurried out to take the call. Yes, hello, yes. When the person on the other end said something, she was startled. What? Kim Hajin's group, who were playing cards, suddenly heard a loud noise. They ran outside to find Chai Nyan collapsed on the ground. What happened, Nyan? What's wrong? Yu Yunha approached and patted her back. Nyan, are you okay? Chai Nyan lifted her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I have to go. Yu Yunha was puzzled by her strange reaction. What so suddenly? What's wrong? Are you crying? Kim Hajin approached to calm her down. Okay, calm down and tell me. Chai Nyan suddenly grabbed his hand, her words failing her. Hey, can you give me a ride? His expression turned serious as he agreed. Alright, I'll take you. What's wrong? Her lips trembled slightly. Did Kim Ha-jin not hear her properly? But she mentioned one person, her brother. And that was the beginning of an event that would shake his world. My brother woke up. What? It was unbelievable. Chai Jin-yoon couldn't have woken up. He shouldn't have. He stared blankly at Chai Nyan, who was sobbing and wiping away her tears. Yu Yunha was also stunned. Really? Overcome with emotion, she wiped her tears. Yes, the hospital called, she sobbed. Yunha. Kim Ha-jin gritted his teeth in silence as one person spoke up urgently. Wait, I'll go wake up the driver, but he cut him off firmly. Where's the car? Her voice was choked up. In the parking lot. He didn't hesitate, taking her hand and pulling her to her feet. Let's go. Yu Yunha, realizing his intention, quickly tried to stop him. Are you going by motorcycle? It's dangerous. The situation is really urgent. We have to go as fast as possible. The other three were worried but couldn't stop them. We'll follow right behind you. Go on ahead. Kim Ha-jin and Chai Nyan hurried down to the basement. He grabbed the motorcycle's handlebars. Get on. She nodded blankly. Okay, but she felt shy about getting on the back of the motorcycle of the person she liked. Kim Ha-jin reminded her. Hold on tight. Her hand lightly grasped the hem of his clothes. Kim Ha-jin looked back and saw her still sobbing sadly. He couldn't help but pull her hands forward. You'll fall off if you hold on like that. Feeling his kindness and his sturdy back, Chai Nyan wanted to cry even more. She wrapped her arms tighter around his waist. The sound of the motorcycle's exhaust echoed in the dark night. Back with the others, Yu Yunha quickly called SJ first. Jong-hek, wake up. On the way back to the hospital, Kim Ha-jin truly regretted it. I shouldn't have procrastinated like this. It was something that had to be done, but I didn't even want to think about it. Why do I always have to handle these difficult tasks? Is there no way to solve this without killing Chai Jin-yoon? He had to hold on to his reason. This wasn't something he could delay by getting lost in thought. Warm tears soaked his back. Good memories they shared resurfaced in his mind. As the original author of this world, I have the responsibility to finish Chai Jin-yoon. Soon the motorcycle stopped and smoke rose. Kim Ha-jin quietly reminded her, we're here, but there was no answer. Nyan. Kim Ha-jin clapped his hands to wake her up. Hey, he checked on her. Are you okay? Can you stand? Chai Nyan covered her face and nodded slightly. Yeah, he pressed something into her hand. These are the car keys. What about your family? Her voice sounded weak. They're on a business trip abroad, so I think they'll be late. He came to his senses. So even a chairman can't just open a sealed space portal at will? Chai Nyan looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Of course, the chairman might be a special case, but Chai Nyan suddenly looked down at her hands. My hands are shaking less, and Kim Ha-jin's calm voice was heard. Can you walk? An indescribable sense of relief bloomed deep in her heart. Yeah, the hospital's automatic doors opened and a man in a black suit ran over. Miss Nyan, Chai Nyan asked urgently. Hello, how is my brother? The man didn't answer right away. This way, please hurry. He looked at Kim Ha-jin. Who is this person? He tried to explain, flustered. I'm just. The next words made him freeze. Chai Nyan stepped in and explained. He's a friend. He brought me here. Can he come in with us? His hands clenched into fists. The man nodded and led the way. Then please come this way. They were guided to a consultation room. The doctor said with admiration, this is truly a miracle. He can't move normally yet, but as you can see, his condition has improved greatly. He explained the process. We explained that he's woken up after 4 years, but since he just regained consciousness, his memories are still incomplete. The signs of recovery are very clear, so he should be able to recover completely within a month. You can only visit for a short time today. After that, Kim Ha-jin didn't hear anything else. I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. Why am I even here? His complexion darkened and his vision blurred. He saw Chai Nyan's face smiling with happiness, but Kim Ha-jin's mood sank lower and lower. Finally, the hospital room door opened. Chai Nyan slowly entered the room. Kim Ha-jin said, I'll come back when the visiting hours are over. The person on the bed seemed to be sleeping peacefully, and tears welled up in Chai Nyan's eyes again. She couldn't hold it in and called out softly. Oppa. The person on the bed faintly opened his eyes and looked at her. A voice she hadn't heard in years echoed. Nyan. Chai Nyan knelt beside his bed and felt a hand stroking her head. She still couldn't believe this was real. Oppa, a dry but warm voice rang out. You've grown so much? I heard it's been 4 years. She buried her face in the bedsheets. Yes, Chai Jin-yoon smiled gently. Have you gotten used to the bow now, or have you found something you want to do with your life? Chai Nyan's heart was a mix of emotions. He remembers that promise. Of course, Oppa, I've picked up the sword again. His expression seemed slightly surprised. Really? Chai Nyan wiped away her tears, overcome with emotion. Yes, Chai Jin-yoon was pleased. Then that's good. Whatever you do is fine, of course. Suddenly, the siblings looked at Kim Ha-jin. She introduced him. Oppa, say hi. It's thanks to this friend that I realized what I really want to do, but the more she said that, the heavier the pressure in his heart became. Elsewhere inside a cave, someone called out. Boss. Jane entered and reported. It seems Chai Jin-yoon has woken up. She hesitated slightly. Boss, are you really going to do it? The boss turned around quietly, and she understood well enough. Looking at the boss's expression, it seems she's already decided. Jane also hesitated slightly. Kim Ha-jin will be the one carrying it out, but will it be enough to share this information with just a few people? Then the boss opened her mouth. There's no need to tell everyone. We'll proceed with a minimal number of people. She was slightly dissatisfied but agreed. We might be able to win Kim Ha-jin over to our side with this, but aren't we taking too big of a loss? Besides, I don't even know why he wants to kill Chai Jin-yoon. This will make that old woman our enemy. The boss stood up and explained. The center of Chai Jin-yoon's magic power, the place where magic is stored, was destroyed that day. She posed a question. Will that person sympathize with Chai Jinyun, a being that is neither alive nor dead who can never become a hero? There's no way. They are still wary of powerful beings, even if he's that old man's grandson. That's the nature of Chai Juchul. There's no sympathy. Her tone was sarcastic. He might even be happy. He gained the world's sympathy by sacrificing one grandson. Jane scratched her head, looking troubled. Oh well, I'm not sure either, but they were the ones who cut ties first. But right now, we can't know anything, she added, her curiosity. But boss, no matter how I look at it, there's something very strange about Kim Hajin. Even that money grubber Ju Jinhyuk said he wouldn't get involved in this. It's strange. Normally he'd sell anyone out for money, but it was different with Kim Hajin. I think it might be because he's too busy these days. We could assume he's already found out about Kim Hajin's past. He probably backed out because he's afraid of the aftermath. They arrived at a bizarre question. Strange then, Kim Hajin, the boss asserted. He must have a special past that could be dangerous to someone. She was once again convinced. That's a reasonable deduction, Jane said. What should we do? Should we try to sound out Ju Jinhyuk some more? The boss sighed. No, look for information from other guilds. Jane, excited, unfolded what she had newly found. Now we won't have to deal with Ju Jinhyuk anymore. I understand. I've already checked out 2 places. One of them is a new guild that's been gaining popularity lately, called Tower of Flowers. It's only been half a year since its establishment, but its reputation and performance are both decent. The boss showed some interest. It caught your eye in just half a year? Jane shrugged and explained. Opportunities like this are rare, and the other one is. She typed an address on the virtual screen. Here, the Truth Agency. Truth Information Agency. Ask anything, please enter your question. The blue screen light illuminated the faces of the two. Jane rummaged through something. And the other one is here, a very simply designed dialog box titled Truth Information Agency opened. We will answer all your questions. Please state your inquiry. This was what Jane had barely managed to find. The Truth Agency. The boss looked at it with eyes full of suspicion, unable to believe it. Why is the design so crude? Jane forced a smile and made an excuse. It does look cheap, but it's quite famous among the general public. They say its accuracy in finding people is surprisingly high. The boss's gaze grew even more suspicious, but right now there were no other options. She couldn't help but say, make a request through the Tower of Flowers. Hearing that, Jane got excited and started typing. Understood, I'll send the request form. She was quite confident about this plan. I've prepared everything related to the Chai Jinyun matter. This plan was originally perfect. Isn't it enough for Kim Hajin to just confirm and nod? The boss didn't answer, which was a tacit agreement. Send him the contract. Meanwhile, Kim Suho's group had a place to go. A quiet voice echoed in the room. Chai Jinyun pointed at Kim Suho and guessed. So you're Suho? His face lit up at being recognized. Wow, yes, that's right. How did you know? He said with a smile. Nyan talked about you a lot during her cadet days. He casually said things that tore Kim Suho's heart to shreds. She said you were handsome, but you always acted like you knew everything, which was really annoying. Chai Nyan's face turned beet red as she stammered an excuse. Ah, Oppa, that was a long time ago. His heart was shattered. Nyan, isn't that too harsh? He explained, at a loss for words. We weren't close back then, so we didn't know each other well. Yunho watched the scene and laughed cheerfully. I agree with you, Nyan. Since Chai Jinyun woke up, Chai Nyan visited her brother almost every day. And Chai Jinyun's condition improved day by day, but Kim Hajin wasn't very happy. He already knew through the Book of Truth. The recovery rate was revealed to be only about 97. If 100 corresponds to 4 to 5 years, the remaining time, even being generous, was only about 2 months. It wasn't nearly enough time. Yu Yunha, seeing him lost in thought, asked, Are you deep in thought about something? He hid his emotions and lowered his head. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. Chai Jinyun suddenly turned his attention to him. You must be Hajin. Thanks for coming every day. Hearing that, people were surprised. Every day, Yu Yunha was quite surprised. Since when have you been coming so often? Chai Jinyun smiled gently again and said, He's been coming with Nyan every day. Was it a secret? Kim Hajin didn't want to say why he had done so. He thought to himself, I was just following along. I was hoping I might be able to meet Jinyun alone. Chai Nyan put her hands on both his shoulders and excitedly introduced him. He's our Oppa's fan. You used to talk about our Oppa a lot too, right? You used to only brag about our Oppa back then. He was surprised and mumbled. Chai Nyan wanted to tease him more. Oh right, I brought my camera. Should I take a picture of you with my brother? Kim Hajin pushed her hand away. No thanks, what the hell? She insisted on putting the camera in his hand. Then take a picture of me and my brother. Kim Hajin had no time to refuse and accepted it with a sigh. The siblings came into the lens. Chai Jinyun mediated. You should take a picture with your friend too. Chai Nyan pouted. I take pictures with my friends all the time. But his attitude was firm. Still, take one with Hajin. Of course, neither of them was very keen on the idea. Chai Nyan came and stood next to Kim Hajin. Her attitude was reluctant, but deep down she was a little happy. Oppa, really, I'm fine with it, Chai Jinyun said. Okay, I'm taking the picture. With a click, the flash went off and a photo of the two was saved. An alert popped up on Kim Suho's smartwatch. Nyan, the teacher is calling for us. They're gathering all the cadets at the camp. I'll go first and I'll get some drinks too. Hearing that, Chai Nyan exclaimed, How so suddenly? I'll be right back, Oppa. Chai Jinyun didn't stop him. All right, now only Kim Hajin and Chai Jinyun were left in the hospital room. He suddenly felt awkward in the silence. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. What should I say? He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Jinyun, he sat down beside the bed. How are you feeling? Chai Jinyun hesitated slightly. I'm not sure myself, but I think I'm getting better. A hint of guilt appeared on Kim Ha-jun's face. Do you ever feel like you're trapped in a cycle you can't escape, like an evil impulse of suppressed hatred in your heart, or feeling demonic energy instead of magic power in your body? Chai Jinyun thought he was talking about another incident. Are you talking about what happened during the subjugation operation? He whispered. No, that's not it. But it was difficult to bring up the next words. If I tell him his body is turning into that of a jinn, will he believe me? I wonder if he's prepared to sacrifice his life for his sister, or if I just want to know to ease my own guilt. At that moment of inner conflict, Chai Jinyun patted his head. A warm voice reassured him. I don't know what it is specifically, but it seems like a very important matter. Kim Ha-jun awkwardly let him pat his head. Just then, Chai Nyan and her group returned and witnessed the scene. What are you two doing? People joined in and started teasing. What is it, Shin Jong-hak? Hey Kim Ha-jun, are you happy? What is that? The teacher is postponing the training camp to the 25th. It seemed like Kim Ha-jun didn't hear a word. He just followed Chai Nyan unconsciously until it was time to leave. Suddenly she opened her mouth. Thanks for coming with me. Kim Ha-jun made a puzzled face. For what? She explained. It was my lifelong wish for my brother to wake up, but her eyes were dreamy. To be honest, it's been almost 5 years since I've seen my brother, so I didn't know what to say and I didn't even know if he would recognize me. But because you were there, it wasn't awkward and it was really nice. Chai Nyan smiled with satisfaction and looked at him. Then she asked, do you have time on Christmas? Kim Ha-jun didn't understand why she was asking. No, wasn't the training camp postponed to that day? Chai Nyan's tone was slightly pleading. We're going in the evening, so let's meet before that. We leave at 6, so how about we meet at the main entrance of the hospital at noon? He was lost in thought for a moment, then said, I'll go. Time flowed by quietly like falling snowflakes. Kim Ha-jun was holed up in his room watching the news. Today was December 25th. The Essence of the Story Guild has declared its intention to conquer the Tower of Miracle. The Sacred Grace of Creation Guild has officially declared war on the Tower of Miracle. This tower is considered the largest in history. After the announcement, their stock price surged by 10. While everyone cheered, Yun Sunga, the guild master of Sacred Grace of Creation who was in the back, looked dejected. Just then a sigh was heard from his computer. Kim Ha-jun finally looked at Kim Suho. Are you worried? He smiled with confidence. Worried? No, they will conquer the tower and return safely. Hearing those words, Kim Ha-jun was dazed. In the original novel I wrote, Essence of the Story failed to conquer it. But now it's about 2 weeks later than the original, so maybe they'll succeed this time. A white screen was reflected in his eyes. From the moment that co-author interfered, the future became uncertain. The only thing I can be sure of is the true nature of the forest. Suddenly, Kim Suho asked curiously, By the way, Ha-jun, aren't you going out? He asked, bewildered. Where? Kim Suho said in surprise. You have a date with Nyan, don't you? His face scrunched up. I never made plans with her. Kim Suho was a little surprised. What? Nyan said you made plans, he emphasized, flustered. But I never said I'd go. Kim Ha-jun suddenly recalled his words from back then. I'll go. I didn't mean I would go to the meeting place, just that I'd think about going. He looked at his watch. It was already 1:30 a.m. The appointment time has long passed, so she must have gone home. But when he looked out the window, something seemed to be urging him on. Kim Ha-jun gritted his teeth. Damn it, he thought it would be better to check just in case. Evandel, I'll be out for a bit. Be careful. On a snowy night, the sound of a motorcycle echoed, and Kim Ha-jun's heart was uneasy. Especially in this kind of weather. His steps gradually quickened. Let's just take a look and come back. Even as snow piled up on his hair and shoulders, he muttered to himself, just a look. When he arrived, Chai Nyan was rubbing her hands and blowing out cold breaths. Her face was red from the cold, and Kim Ha-jun's expression became troubled. Hey you! As soon as she saw him, she shouted. Hey, why are you so late? He scowled and retorted. You misunderstood. I'm not late. Having been stood up, Chai Nyan was furious. Hey, I made a lot of plans for today. I even made reservations for an arcade, a cafe, and a restaurant. Pain hit her forehead. Why did you flick my forehead? Kim Ha-jun sighed. It was just a half-day plan. What's so much about that? Let's just go for a walk. I'll wait. Chai Nyan was bewildered. Suddenly here, he turned his head and held up a helmet. No complaints, right? He laughed lightly. Dates are more fun when they're spontaneous. On a snowy night, a large motorcycle roared as it sped off, and Chai Nyan's eyes dazedly watched the fluttering snowflakes. The two went to many places and ate a lot of new food. How can this food be so delicious? What do you mean? Until the two of them stopped on a bridge. The snow has stopped. Yeah, the faint light of dawn appeared over the horizon and Chai Nyan quietly broke the silence. Today was really fun, wasn't it? Kim Ha-jun didn't look back at her. I'm glad if you feel that way. Chai Nyan turned around and smiled brightly. You know what, when I come back someday, she excitedly reassured him. It's okay, we'll see each other again soon anyway, and Chai Nyan held out her hand with an expectant look on her face. Kim Ha-jun looked back, puzzled. What is it? She smiled sheepishly. Let's just shake hands. He followed her wish and held out his hand to shake hers. Just that was enough to satisfy Chai Nyan. She smiled as beautifully as a flower and gave her final farewell. Yeah, take care, see you later, in front of that bright face. Kim Ha-jun lowered his head, lost in thought, then whispered softly, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Back at the hospital, the head nurse announced, Everyone, it's time for patient Chai Jinyun's checkup. Yes, she led 2 nurses to the VIP room. Hello, it's time for the 11 o'clock checkup. The guards standing on either side nodded, allowing them to enter. The hospital room was very quiet and Chai Jinyun was in a deep sleep. The head nurse's appearance changed to Jane's. The security cameras? The person with her was the boss. Taken care of. Good job, boss. As Li Xiaopeng, lost in thought, reached out her hand, the entire hospital room suddenly distorted as if it were another dimension. Li Xiaopeng's voice echoed, I've isolated you and Chai Jinyun in this space. Nothing can be detected from the outside. So just focus on your target. The appearance of the two people distorted. If the mercenaries notice, I'll buy you time. They entrusted him with the task. So finish it as quickly as possible. Kim Hajin stared blankly at the person on the bed. The sleeping face and image surfaced in his mind. It was the same. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Hajin. Chai Jinyun had already opened his eyes. As Kim Hajin stood there blankly, the voice came again as if he had expected it. You're here, I was waiting. He was startled. What are you talking about? The golden gun in his hand trembled. Chai Jinyun sat up calmly. He asked in surprise, You knew everything, his calm voice echoed. When I opened my eyes I felt a sensation I'd never experienced years ago. People said it was because I'd been lying down for so long that my body wasn't used to being active yet, but it was more than that. It was an almost instinctual feeling, as if the very foundation of my being had been completely changed. His reflection appeared in Chai Jinyun's eyes. Was this what you asked about? He brought up their last conversation again. What was that feeling? Why did Hajin ask me about it? After thinking deeply, Chai Jinyun looked him straight in the eye. I had a feeling you would come for me. A gentle smile was on his face. Hajin, won't you tell me? Kim Hajin hesitated for a long time before opening his mouth with a heavy voice. The reason you have to be reborn is, he had to prepare himself. Your body was destined to become a devil. The devil's seed, it's probably a concept that doesn't exist in this world yet. It's a type of Grim Reaper seed that takes root in a human body. When that seed sprouts, it steals the host's consciousness, will, and body, and they become a true devil. Chai Jinyun understood his words. That strange sensation was a sign that the seed was about to sprout. Kim Hajin couldn't bring himself to look him in the eye. It had to be done, and the only way to stop it was. Chai Jinyun seemed to have already prepared himself. Is it that I must die? He didn't dare answer this question. The two were silent for a while. Chai Jinyun turned away. His attitude was very optimistic. Thank you, you've made a very big decision. Even if you had told someone else and tried to find another solution, my grandfather wouldn't have agreed. He knows very well how it would affect our family. His voice was warm and gentle. So Hajin, you've only done what was unavoidable. It's not your fault, rather it's me sacrificing myself for the world. Kim Hajin couldn't hold back his voice. No, his face looked like it was about to burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. That's not it, I only did it for my own personal gain. I just want to go back safely. A warm hand reached out and held his. Chai Jinyun comforted him. If you were only thinking of yourself, you wouldn't have given me any explanation. His lips moved slightly. Chai Jinyun suddenly hunched over in pain. Veins could be seen spreading from a black area in the center of his chest. Kim Hajin noticed immediately. Demonic energy. With this much demonic energy, the seed would have normally taken over the entire body by now. Has this person been suppressing the demonic impulse with his own will until now? Chai Jinyun, still conscious, managed a difficult smile. Until you're ready, just tell me. I'll wait. Pain washed over him and his voice trembled, but it became harder and harder to maintain his breathing. Kim Hajin's expression was pained. Thank you for enduring it. I'll remember that will. He felt like he was about to cry. I'm sorry. He resolutely aimed the muzzle of his gun at Chai Jinyun's head. Just before leaving forever, he smiled. Please take care of my Nyan. Soon after, a gunshot rang out, and all that was left was a silent space. It was impossible to know what Kim Hajin was feeling. He stared blankly as the person who had just smiled warmly at him took his last breath. A chill gradually spread throughout his body. Kim Hajin clutched his head, feeling a wave of pain wash over him. He hypnotized himself with the image of Chai Nyan's happy face. This is Chai Jinyun's last wish. I can't ignore it. I can't let his efforts be in vain. Kim Hajin, dazed, lowered his hands and regained his composure. He hypnotized himself. This is just a world inside a novel, but the red on his hands was still all too real. Space twisted, half dark and half bright. A whisper was heard in his head. I should be the one who wrote everything. When he slowly opened his eyes, a stained white ceiling came into view. Kim Hajin felt his whole body and eyelids were heavy, and his consciousness quickly returned, recognizing reality. A voice was heard. You're awake. Li Xiaopeng stood by the bed with a cup and explained the situation. You fainted after that and slept for 2 whole days. Don't worry, no one noticed. She said that and turned away. I have all your equipment, so be sure to get it later. Kim Hajin struggled to sit up. Where am I? The light from the sea outside reflected in his eyes. My mansion, she thought for a moment and added. It's on an island in the East Sea. This entire island is mine, so rest assured. Li Xiaopeng's face was as stiff as a block of wood as she looked at him. Finally, she thought she should tell him. I heard the funeral starts today. Kim Hajin clenched his fists, lowered his head, and recalled what had happened. I'm going back. Elsewhere, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard in a hallway. A person rushed into the room. Chai Xinhyuk panted as he looked at the man in the room. Did you find the culprit? The man coldly lifted his head. Mr. Chai Xinhyuk, it's been 11 years since we met. He hesitated. We haven't found any clues about the culprit yet. We couldn't find any traces. They probably put up a barrier. Chai Xinhyuk approached the body on the operating table. Is it possible it was the work of someone with demonic nature? But the evidence isn't clear, so we can't confirm it. Chai Xinhyuk's eyes revealed anger, but he still maintained his composure. Tears welled up involuntarily. You people, do you think I'm a fool? The detective continued awkwardly. It may be hard to believe, but this demonic energy originated from inside Jinyun's body. The despairing father couldn't accept it. What? The detective explained in detail. Yes, that's right. It burst from his flesh and spread through his blood vessels before stopping. The reason it stopped is probably because of his death. Chai Shin-hyuk seemed to find it hard to accept. What does that mean? The detective met his gaze firmly. I believe you know what I mean. Jinyun became a devil in human form. A calm and sharp voice echoed. This is the first time I've seen something like this. His arm was harder than that of ordinary Dejin's, and the magic didn't disappear even after he died in a demonized state. Seeing the father collapse into a chair, the detective couldn't help but ask. Something must have happened during the subjugation operation 4 years ago. No answer was heard. The man glanced at the dead young man and finally opened his mouth. We can investigate the cause and track down the culprit, but if we do that, Chai Shin-hyuk lifted his head and something glinted in his eyes. Then are you the only one who knows this fact right now? The detective confirmed. Yes, for now. Chai Shin-hyuk was silent for a long time, then said in a choked voice, I never thought Jinyun would wake up again in this lifetime. I thought he died during the subjugation operation. A teardrop fell onto the glass. So when he opened his eyes again, I thought a miracle had happened. It felt as if the whole world had come back to me. Pain consumed his heart. Now he had to lose his son once again. He also thought about the disadvantages. If this gets out, Jinyun will be branded as a Jin. He'll be torn to shreds by the Hero Association and public opinion. Even his time as a hero in the past will be denied. That's like dying all over again. He absolutely did not want that to happen. I can't lose my son a third time, Chai Shin-hyuk pleaded. So please keep this silent, at least for Nayan's sake. He lowered his head. This time I want to let him rest in peace. The detective quietly clenched his fist. I knew you would order that. But he firmly suggested, someday for the sake of humanity this truth must be made public. The father's hand rested on the white cloth. My son, tears poured down Chai Shin-hyuk's face like rain. In your next life don't be born as the son of an incompetent father like me. As if the past had returned, a loud call echoed from somewhere blue. Nayan, a playful girl came running. What is it? Why? Her brother Chai Jinyun smiled and said chidingly. You've been training non-stop, you should rest if you're tired, the innocent girl wondered. Why? I want to train hard and become a greater hero than Dad someday. He pouted, disappointed. But I think you're overdoing it. You even forgot about the day I was going to take you out to play because of training. Chai Nayan encouraged her brother. It's okay, we can go next time. A very strong person was coming that day, so I couldn't miss it. Chai Jinyun had no choice but to go along with his sister's wishes. Then I guess it can't be helped. He stroked his sister's head. But you have to take care of your body. If you overdo it, you won't grow tall. A young voice grumbled. I'll grow anyway. Then he stood up and waved to his sister. Then Nayan, Oppa is going to work. A young Chai Nayan waved and said goodbye. Okay, see you later. Soft sunlight shone through the wide-open window. Chai Nayan woke up from her dream. She sat up languidly. It's a dream of the day Oppa left for the subjugation mission. I shouldn't have cancelled my plans with him that day. She stared dazedly at the photo on her desk. Time flowed by like a dream and I couldn't predict anything. Holding the photo from her desk, Chai Nayan smiled shyly. It's okay, it's all in the past. It's not important anymore. I just have to not make the same mistake again. Behind it was another photo, one taken with Hajin. Isn't that right? As if her happiness had doubled, the photo also came out really pretty. She looked forward to the days ahead. When Oppa comes back, I should suggest what we should do. Suddenly a loud noise was heard from outside. Someone opened the door forcefully. Her expression was bewildered. Master, you scared me. What's going on? Hanka said in a low voice. Nayan, come outside with me for a moment. This request was very sudden. What? He didn't say anything more. Yes, let's go quickly. Chai Nayan only felt that his behavior today was strange. Did I do something wrong? This news quickly spread to her other friends as well. Yu Yunha also hurried into a car and headed there. The car sped down the road like an arrow. She rushed inside, her heart filled with anxiety. As she passed a spot, she saw a familiar back. Kim Hajin was standing in a dark corner. She saw him put a cigarette to his lips and wondered, why is he just standing there and watching? Her anxiety grew even more. Her mother urged her on. What are you doing? Yu Yunha went inside. As soon as she entered, what came into her view was a portrait of Chai Jinyun, Chai Nayan's brother for the funeral. She saw Chai Nayan huddled in a corner, burying her face. Nayan? She lifted her head and looked at her friend. Yunha? She asked. Where's Hajin? Are you okay? Did you get some rest? What about the others? Nayan lowered her head again. I haven't called them yet. I haven't told anyone, so don't you call them either. Yu Yunha's face was filled with worry. All right, at the same time she muttered to herself. Then how did he know to come? Chai Nayan lifted her head again. Who? Yu Yunha answered without a moment's thought. I'm talking about Hajin. Just as Kim Hajin finished changing his clothes and came out, a familiar voice reached his ears. Can I ask you a question? Kim Hajin ignored Li Xiaopeng's curious expression as she leaned against the door and replied coldly, It's up to me whether I answer or not. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. She frowned slightly and said with a puzzled look, the demonic energy that erupted from Chai Jinyun's body was different from that of an ordinary Jin. I've never seen anything like it. She was suspicious. You knew from the beginning, didn't you? Kim Hajin turned to look at her. His gaze was unfathomably deep. He sighed and answered, The devil's seed. I know of its existence, but I can't tell you how I found out. Li Xiaopeng tilted her head with a humble attitude. I won't ask that much. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaopeng threw him an even more shocking question. Do you know who planted it? As soon as she finished speaking, Kim Hajin whipped around to look at her. Kim Hajin hadn't expected her to ask such an obvious question. Did she mean a jinn wasn't responsible? He broke out in a cold sweat, flustered and worried. Wasn't it concluded that he possessed the devil's mark? He had naturally thought so. Li Xiaopeng, as if she had expected Kim Hajin's reaction, didn't ask further, and explained with her head lowered. Chai Jinyun fell into a coma 4 years ago during the subjugation operation, right? If a true devil had descended then, the damage wouldn't have been limited to that extent. At that time, Chai Jinyun had collapsed unconscious in a pool of blood in a very miserable state. Li Xiaopeng still believed the damage at the scene was not on the level of a devil's descent. She was certain that once a devil descended it would be impossible to hide. That's why Li Xiaopeng was convinced that the one who planted the seed in Chai Jinyun's body was not a devil, but a certain person. This method cannot be used unless one is extremely trusted by a devil, whether it's a skill, magic, or an item. Kim Hajin was lost in thought, guessing who could have done such a thing, but he soon broke out of his circling thoughts. That could be. I hadn't considered that possibility, Kim Hajin promised. If I find out who it is, I'll let you know. Inwardly, he struggled to suppress his trembling heart. Damn it, why didn't I think of that possibility? First, I have to find out who planted the seed. And, Li Xiaopeng quickly noticed the unusual expression revealed in Kim Hajin's silence. Painful memories replayed endlessly in his mind, and Li Xiaopeng, easily reading his thoughts, advised him, don't try to do it alone. Kim Hajin was slightly surprised. What did you say? Li Xiaopeng quickly approached him. She placed a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Whether it's an investigation, an assassination, or revenge, you're already my subordinate, aren't you? Kim Hajin was momentarily dazed. Suddenly the woman felt both unfamiliar and close. He answered unconsciously, yes, I understand. Outside the building, Kim Hajin was lost in sorrow, smoking several cigarettes one after another to soothe his heart. He must have been standing there for quite some time as the ground was littered with cigarette butts. Just then a sound from behind caught his attention. Chai Nyan had suddenly appeared. Still in her funeral hanbok, she ran towards him with a worried face. As soon as Chai Nyan arrived, she questioned him. Hey, how did you know to come? Yu Yunha told you, right? Hearing her words, Kim Hajin said nothing and just turned his head. She suddenly looked down at the ground and her gaze happened to fall upon several cigarette butts. Looking displeased, Chai Nyan suddenly reprimanded him. What are you doing right now? Are you smoking? Do you feel better if you smoke? But her eyes were filled with unmistakable heartache. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a faint, reluctant smile hung on her lips. Behind the extremely adult-like image of him smoking, Kim Hajin's face was crying, filled with resentment. Chai Nyan's voice choked up. Why are you the one crying? Kim Hajin quickly hid his true emotions and hastily wiped away the 2 streams of tears with his hand. His voice was flustered and urgent. What? All of a sudden? Chai Nyan gently empathized. Right, you must be very sad too. Chai Nyan suddenly and carelessly rushed towards him. Her whole body was haggard as if her soul had left, and her body felt as heavy as if it were being crushed by a rock. She trembled as she grabbed Kim Hajin's collar. What do I do now? Tears were already welling up in Nyan's eyes. Her voice was too choked up to form proper words. It was the first time Kim Hajin had been in such close contact, so he couldn't help but blush. But because Nyan was grieving, he didn't dare open his mouth. Chai Nyan, still lost in sorrow, cried out with a choked voice, My brother, what do I do? Chai Nyan, unable to control her emotions at all, confessed honestly, My brother, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. I feel so bad for my brother. I feel so bad for him. What do I do? Kim Hajin froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Faced with Nyan's rare display of vulnerability, he too was at a loss. Unable to express the sorrow in his heart with 1,000 words, Kim Hajin could only comfort her by lightly patting her slender shoulder. Nyan, as if she had found a sturdy pillar, completely let go and collapsed into Kim Hajin's warm embrace. His heart was filled with guilt and his mouth endlessly repeated, I'm sorry. From a distance, Yunhe watched the two comforting each other in their sorrow, her heart heavy with mixed feelings. She was heartbroken to see Nyan leaning on Kim Hajin like a lifeless corpse. Will Nyan really be okay? Someday you and Kim Hajin will have to face the truth. As if trying to hold on to some small comfort, Yunhe released her tightly clenched clothes, not wanting to show a weak side like them. She resolutely turned to leave, intending to be their pillar of support. But before she had taken more than a few steps, a shout from behind stopped her in her tracks. She immediately turned her head and shouted loudly, Nyan, but she had already lost consciousness and collapsed into his warm embrace right in front of Kim Hajin's flustered face. Kim Hajin gently supported her, slowly lowering his center of gravity so the unconscious girl would be as comfortable as possible. Yu Yunha immediately ran over. She urgently asked about the situation. What happened? Why did she suddenly collapse? But what drew her attention more was Kim Hajin's reaction. His eyes were narrowed, making it impossible to guess his inner thoughts. After Nyan was moved to the hospital and Yu Yunha began to care for her diligently, Kim Hajin felt relieved and returned to his apartment. Just as he arrived in front of his door, he heard cheerful whispers from inside. Be quiet, Haeng. We have to surprise Uncle Hajin. This lively atmosphere instantly warmed Kim Hajin's anxious heart. He smiled as if feeling a rare warmth after an unexpected ordeal. As soon as the door opened, Evandel, smiling so brightly her eyes disappeared, greeted him with a clear and pure voice. Kim Ha-jin knew from the beginning, but not wanting to disappoint her, he pretended to be surprised. You surprised me. I'm home. The child was also very quick-witted. Standing at the door, she opened her small arms and waited for him as if longing for a hug. She said in a pouting, coquettish voice, Uncle Ha-jin, why were you so late? Kim Ha-jin shook off all the worries of the day and in response to Evandal's loveliness, lifted the child high and said affectionately, Sorry, I had some work. What did you eat? Evandal, seeming not to notice his unusual state, answered cheerfully. Yes, I ordered delivery and it was delicious. Hearing that, he gave the child the hug she wanted along with praise. Really good job. The child, having been praised, was instantly as happy as if it were New Year's Day and hugged him contentedly. Though still young, Evandal knew to ask how he was. What about you, Uncle Ha-jin? What did you eat? Kim Ha-jin didn't answer. Unconsciously hugging the child tighter and secretly shedding a single tear, Evandal didn't know what was wrong and asked, Uncle Ha-jin, are you okay? Did you not eat? He quickly buried his negative emotions and answered the child with some hesitation. No, I'm fine. It's nothing. At the same time, in a private hospital room, Nyan had woken up and was eating on her bed to regain her energy. Henkes, who happened to visit her, saw the scene. You're awake? Nyan couldn't help but exclaim. Really? Henkes still stood in the doorway leaning against the side frame as he asked, How are you feeling? Nyan quickly replied, As you can see, I'm fine. Henkes continued with a serious expression, But why did you suddenly faint? Henkes watched her ravenously eat the bag of snacks and box of juice on the table and she answered while munching, Because I realized I hadn't eaten anything. Then it makes sense. Henkes sighed helplessly to himself. That might be one of the reasons. I'll make a spot for you at the dojo whenever you want, so for now get some rest and recover. When you're feeling better. Before he could finish, Nyan cut him off. No, I'm going right after the 3-day funeral is over. Hearing that, Henkes wanted to stop her. What? Don't push yourself like that. You still haven't recovered from the shock. Before Henkes could finish speaking, the juice box in her hand was crushed with firm resolve. Frowning, she declared again with a serious expression, They said my brother was murdered. Henkes was also surprised. Jin Yoon said that. Nyan immediately nodded. Yes, she had made up her mind. I'm going to find the bastard who did it and kill him with my own hands. But a person like him would never allow her to act so recklessly, and as soon as she finished speaking he flew into a rage. What? Get rid of those foolish thoughts, Nyan replied nonchalantly with a scornful attitude. Foolish? Henkes immediately froze. Nyan continued to sit with her head down, silent. Only the sound of Henkes's sigh remained in the room. You're in a very confused state right now. Let's talk after you've rested. Henkes didn't say any more, and left immediately after his request. Don't do anything foolish. Please calm down. Nyan was left alone on the hospital bed and the atmosphere sank into silence again. She lowered her head slightly and stared blankly ahead. On the table the crushed juice box remained, with a little juice spilled out. Just then, Yunha suddenly appeared at the hospital room door and happened to meet Nyan's eyes. Yunha entered the room quietly, carrying bags big and small. She asked worriedly in a kind and gentle voice, Nyan, you're awake? Are you feeling okay? Here, this is your food. Nyan nodded and answered, I'm fine now. Yunha started to heat up the food. Nyan asked curiously, Where's Kim Ha-jin? Yunha turned her head and explained, He went home after bringing you here. Nyan seemed a little disappointed to hear that. She lay down on the pure white hospital bed as if collapsing, her eyes deep in thought. A single word escaped her lips. I see. After that, the atmosphere in the room sank into silence again. Nyan's thoughts still lingered. But how did he know to come? Didn't you secretly call him? Even if you deny it, your expression says otherwise. As Yunha busily moved with a bowl of food in her hands, Nyan's call cut in. Yunha? Just as the bowl was placed on the table, Nyan finished her question. Are there any good information guilds these days? Yunha quickly reassured her. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll find a place that's 100 guaranteed. Hearing that, Nyan felt much more at ease. She even felt like joking. Impressive. Yunha advised, Don't act alone, you have to let me know. We're friends, aren't we? As soon as she said that, Nyan's eyes widened. They were filled with surprise. Yunha looked at her. Her large round eyes were welling with tears and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed with sympathy. Nyan, both embarrassed and surprised, instinctively stammered, thanks. She looked away. As if embarrassed, she deliberately avoided Yunha's gaze. Her hand resting on the pure white hospital bed unconsciously clenched the tattered sheet tightly. Nyan's gaze suddenly sharpened, filled with firm resolve. It's my responsibility.